When Naoki traversed into the world of Pokémon to inherit a farm, he never anticipated that his culinary skills could induce astonishing mutations in these creatures. The supercharged milk jugs, capable of rolling without cooldown, the motorcycle lizard with unprecedented speed, and the colossal blacksmith, whose strength could crush a Snorlax, all emerged from his kitchen. Now, trainers from far and wide flock to challenge this extraordinary farm, yet the outcome is rather unexpected. Report Loto. The challengers have engaged in a battle with our milk-producing cows, Loto. Witness how the culinary farm owner subverts the conventional wisdom of Pokémon battles through gastronomy. Chapter 1. Naoki. He opened his eyes. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The pendulum of an antique clock hanging on the wall swung silently. Naoki abruptly sat up in bed, his chest heaving, breath coming in sharp gasps. Where am I? He instinctively surveyed the area, filled with confusion and bewilderment. It was a modest wooden cabin. Against the wall stood a single bed, opposite which was a rustic wooden desk, casually adorned with a bulging backpack. On the adjacent wall hung a yellowed calendar, indicating it had seen better days. On the other side of the room resided a wooden cupboard, beside which a stove was cluttered with what appeared to be coal-like materials, along with various kitchen utensils such as pots and pans. Gazing at this unfamiliar scene, Naoki felt increasingly lost. What on earth was happening? Wasn't he supposed to be working overtime at the office? Why was he here? Ugh, my head hurts. Suddenly, a multitude of foreign memories flooded his mind, causing his head to throb. As he processed this influx of recollections, disbelief washed over his face. He had indeed traversed to another world. His untimely demise from 5 consecutive days of overwork had transported him to this realm. This was a world starkly different from Earth. Here, alongside humans, existed another species known as Pokémon, whose presence could be felt in every corner of the sky, sea, and land. Is this really the world of Pokémon? Naoki exclaimed with a mix of surprise and excitement. While he could not claim to be an expert on Pokémon, he had engaged with both the games and the anime. In his youth, he had longed for a life in this world, renowned for its leisurely pace where individuals could embark on journeys with their initial Pokémon at the tender age of 10. Now that he had traversed to this realm, could he, like Ash from the anime, travel freely? The mere thought of escaping the grind a 9-to-9 job, freeing himself from mortgage and car payments, and no longer being a mere cog in the corporate machine, stirred something deep within Naoki. Yet, he soon regained his composure. Idealistic visions were often enticing, but reality could be quite unforgiving. The person he had become was also named Naoki, hailing from the Paldea region, who had relocated to the Hoenn region with his parents during his childhood. Shortly thereafter, both of his parents had succumbed to illness, prompting their move to Hoenn for recuperation. After the passing of his parents, the original owner sold their house, seemingly having transcended worldly concerns and wandered aimlessly for many years. Ultimately, at the age of 20, he chose to return to his hometown in the Paldea region, to the ranch left behind by his grandfather who had passed away long ago, where he concluded his life. Although this is a world of Pokémon, the original owner refrained from capturing any Pokémon, wishing to remain unencumbered. As memories surfaced in his mind, Naoki felt a pang of sorrow and could not help but sigh. Goo goo goo. His empty stomach protested, prompting Naoki to glance at the time. It was 2 a.m. It appeared that the original owner had not had dinner. With a sigh, he silently apologized and got out of bed. Opening the original owner's backpack, as per his recollection, he retrieved a pack of instant noodles, filled a pot with a bit of water, and set it on the coal stove to boil. As he waited for the water to reach a boil, Naoki scanned the surroundings. Aside from some basic seasonings, he found nothing else edible. Although this was a ranch, it had fallen to disrepair over the years. The fields had long been overtaken by weeds and stones, rendering it impossible to find any vegetables or fruits, let alone eggs. Vivid memories of the ranch's former glory lingered in his mind. In those days, the ranch was bustling and prosperous, with neatly arranged fields flourishing with various crops, and the branches of fruit trees laden with heavy fruit. The Pokémon cottage housed a group of imported Miltanks from the Johto region and Wooloo from the Galar region, while rows of beehives adorned the grassy area outside. The combi would gather nectar from the surroundings, bringing it back to the hives to produce honey, which could be harvested every few days in jars filled with crystalline, sweet, and thick golden honey. At that moment, the water began to boil. Just as Naoki opened the pack of noodles, preparing to add them to the water, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. Instant noodles, a low-quality, nutritionally deficient staple food that, due to its ease of preparation, is favored by many outdoor workers and travelers. Effect unknown. This feels strangely familiar, Naoki thought. As the noodles were submerged in the boiling water, they quickly softened. He added the seasoning. He wouldn't claim to be a culinary expert, but he possessed a modicum of knowledge. Due to living alone, he often prepared his own meals, which was more economical, and over time, he learned to cook. Before long, the noodles were ready. Without giving it much thought, Naoki ladled them into a bowl and sat down at his desk to satisfy his hunger. Just then, the familiar information resurfaced in his mind. Oversalted clear noodles D. A basic dish rendered inferior due to excessive salt, resulting in a loss of its original beneficial effects. It can only serve to fill the stomach. Consuming too much may lead to thirst, though Pokémon that enjoy salty flavors might appreciate it. Rating: while subpar, it is not so dreadful as to cause a Pokémon to faint. Jishu's brows twitched slightly. Goodness, he finally recalled the source of this familiar sensation. Wasn't this the culinary introduction interface from a game developed by their company, titled MasterChef? It was a wretched game masquerading as a culinary adventure to exploit players financially. The game belonged to the simulation genre, wherein players were endowed with extraordinary abilities. The dishes they created could bestow various attributes and enhancements upon the characters within the game, along with an array of peculiar and wondrous abilities. The extent of these enhancements, both beneficial and detrimental, was intrinsically linked to the quality of the dishes prepared by the players. Like most subpar games, the culinary creations were classified from F to SSS. The dish's grade was influenced by the rarity and quality of the ingredients, as well as the player's culinary skills. A D rating could only be described as mediocre, while a dish rated F could even inflict debuffs on the in-game characters, diminishing their attributes and leading to untimely demises during battles. What on earth? Jishu pondered, momentarily dazed, recalling a web novel he had once read. Could this be my golden finger? As he gazed at the Pokémon reference in the description above, he lifted a bowl and began to eat the noodles. Upon tasting, a wave of saltiness flooded his palate. Jishu thought to himself, indeed, too much salt. Although he found it unpalatable, it was the only food available in the house. He endured the taste while continuing to contemplate the implications of his golden finger. In essence, the dishes he prepared could grant the Pokémon that consumed them an array of extraordinary abilities and enhancements. Perhaps? Chapter 2. Memories of the Ranch. Though he had formed a rough hypothesis regarding the effects of his golden finger, practical constraints rendered Jishu unable to experiment. Firstly, there were no Pokémon in his vicinity. Secondly, the original host was simply too impoverished. At 3 in the morning, having barely satiated his hunger, Jishu began to reflect on his current predicament. While traversing into this world was undoubtedly a cause for celebration, the fundamental prerequisite in any realm was to ensure one's sustenance before pursuing any ambitions. He meticulously cleaned his utensils and then sat at the desk to organize the belongings of the original host. As a wandering soul, the original host's backpack contained only the bare essentials. Aside from a few changes of clothing, there were merely 3 packets of dried noodles and a smattering of coins and paper currency. Upon counting, he discovered that the total amounted to around 2,300. Such a meager sum would scarcely sustain him on a journey. He would likely perish from hunger within a month. After calculating the cost of living in this world, Jishu could not help but bury his face in his hands and sigh. Alas, his situation was dire yet. Thinking of those adorable and formidable Pokémon he had seen in anime, Jishu rekindled his spirits and resolved to press on. One step at a time. Perhaps it was due to an extended lack of proper rest before the crossing, or perhaps the weariness of this body was too profound after satisfying his hunger. Naoki soon found himself enveloped by a wave of overwhelming drowsiness. Without any resistance, he welcomed the prospect of a long, restorative slumber, free from the anxieties of being late for work the next day or the burdensome constraints of repaying a mortgage, for tomorrow would herald a new day. After extinguishing the light and reclining on the wooden bed, Naoki swiftly succumbed to a deep sleep. The following morning, he was roused by a persistent knocking at the door. Startled, he opened his eyes wide in alarm, and as he surveyed his surroundings, the realization struck him that he had indeed crossed over to another realm. With a sigh of relief, he noted that the knocking continued. Curiously, he rose from his bed, his hair in disarray, and opened the door to find an elderly gentleman clad in a brown waistcoat, slightly portly, and adorned with a black gentleman's hat, standing before him. The man appeared to be between 60 and 70 years of age. Upon seeing Naoki, a gentle and benevolent smile graced his face. Beside him stood a peculiar creature, upright on two legs, resembling a lizard. This creature boasted a glossy green body that shimmered under the morning light, its neck adorned with a tire-like structure, and a robust dark green tail that swayed gently behind it, culminating in a translucent white tip. Its large eyes were wide with curiosity as they scrutinized Naoki. Instantly, Naoki recognized this Pokémon as a motor lizard, while the elder before him was none other than the mayor of Zichin Town. The mayor spoke. "I recall you mentioned yesterday your intention to manage this ranch. I thought you might be unfamiliar with the work involved, and since it can be quite exhausting to do alone, I brought this little one along to assist you." Naoki was momentarily taken aback. A fleeting memory surfaced in his mind. Yesterday morning, upon arriving at the ranch, the original owner had fortuitously encountered the old mayor, who recognized him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the mayor had said, "This ranch is a legacy left to you by your grandfather. I knew you would return one day, so I periodically come by to tidy up. Though it has fallen into disrepair over the years, the house remains habitable, so you may stay here without worry." The original owner had expressed his gratitude politely. The mayor had smiled warmly, saying, "In my youth, I was a friend of your grandfather. I even held you in my arms when you were a child. It was a promise made to me before your grandfather's passing to ensure that this ranch would be entrusted to you." Naoki pondered if the mayor believed the original owner had returned to oversee the ranch. With this realization, Naoki quickly grasped the current situation. However, he still felt a tinge of confusion as he looked at the motor lizard. Observing the tall, slender youth before him, the mayor could not help but feel a sense of pity and sorrow. What a tragic fate for such a young soul. All of his relatives had passed, leaving him utterly alone in this world. After witnessing Naoki's demeanor yesterday, the mayor returned home and fetched his own motor lizard. The intent was twofold: to provide companionship for both Naoki and the creature, and to assist him in managing the ranch. The elderly mayor sighed inwardly, yet with a gentle demeanor, he inquired, "Could you assist me in caring for it?" Naoki remained silent, understanding the mayor's implication immediately as an adult. He turned his gaze towards the motor lizard, which looked back at him with wide, innocent eyes filled with curiosity. The motor lizard, a creature typically associated with dragon-like Pokémon, had coexisted with households in the Paldea region since time immemorial. Their gentle nature, coupled with a sensitivity to cold, allowed them to seek warmth from human body heat, thus enabling humans to ride upon their backs. Hence, in the unique landscape of Paldea, the motor lizard also served the role of a mode of transportation. Naoki found himself unable to conjure a reason to refuse, as he too yearned for a Pokémon to call his own. The notion of embarking on an adventure with a starter Pokémon bestowed by a local professor, akin to Ash from the anime, felt far-fetched. Lacking a Pokeball, it was implausible for him to capture wild Pokémon with mere fists and feet. "Thank you, I shall take good care of it," Naoki replied. Upon hearing this, the mayor felt a wave of relief wash over him, breaking into a smile. "In that case, I shall entrust this child to you. By the way, since it is your first day at the ranch, you may not be familiar with the tasks here, right? Having been accustomed to the grueling 996 work schedule, everything before Naoki felt somewhat foreign. Yes, he nodded, and at that moment, the questions he pondered the previous night began to find their answers. Now, with nowhere else to go, his understanding of this world stemmed solely from the anime he had watched and the games he had played. Given his current situation, remaining in this place appeared to be the most prudent choice, providing at least a shelter from the elements. The mayor cheerfully remarked, "In that case, allow me to show you around the ranch. By the way, you left Paldea to settle in Hoenn when you were 10, correct?" "Yes," Naoki affirmed. The mayor couldn't help but feel nostalgic. 10 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. The once vibrant and bustling scenes lingered vividly in his memory. Yet now, after the revelry, the place lay desolate, reduced to a dilapidated ranch. The fields were overrun with weeds and stones, while the Pokémon houses, corroded by time, stood as mere skeletal frames, faintly reminiscent of their original forms. As the two walked through the ranch, the motor lizard obediently trailed behind, discreetly observing the young human. Naoki, unaware that having resolved to remain and tend to the ranch, was particularly attentive to the mayor's words. The mayor's gaze was filled with reminiscence with each step. Vivid images of the past resurfaced in his mind. The land before us is the ranch's farmland. Long ago, it flourished with a variety of crops, and come autumn, the fields would yield an array of fruits. The room yonder is the abode of the ranch owner, and beside it lies the large shipping box, where the harvested crops and milk can be stored. To the east of the ranch, there's a valley where gentle, small Pokémon dwell. You may often venture there to gather wild produce and berries, placing any unneeded items in the shipping box. Every afternoon at 5 o'clock, someone from the town will come to collect the items from the box for settlement. The goods collected will be specially delivered to the Zichin market for sale. Once you have established yourself, a dedicated vehicle will come to transport your goods. They will ferry the produce from the ranch to every corner of the Paldea region, catering to various individuals. Naoki thought to himself, what is this ranch story? Fortunately, having played farming games in the past, I am somewhat familiar with these concepts, and thus I quickly embraced them. At that moment, Naoki's gaze fell upon a dilapidated structure, ensconced by towering trees and overgrown weeds. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, what is that? The old town mayor cast a glance at it, his expression tinged with regret. That is the Pokémon house of the ranch. Your grandfather once imported several large milk tanks from the Johto region to raise them there. At this point, the mayor's brow furrowed, and he sighed, continuing, after his passing, those large milk tanks were sold off by your parents, leaving this Pokémon house to gradually fall into disrepair. However, you need not fret once you become accustomed to your tasks. You can commission the carpentry shop to assist in expanding your residence and restoring the Pokémon house. Ah, by the way, I have placed all the tools you will need for the ranch over there. The old mayor gestured toward the storeroom behind the house, saying, there's an axe for chopping trees, a hammer for breaking stones, a hoe for tilling, a watering can, a sickle for cutting grass, and several packets of seeds suitable for spring planting. In summary, this ranch is entrusted to your care. I hope you will tend to it well, restoring its former prosperity if that day arrives. Your grandfather would surely be delighted. Naoki paused for a moment before nodding, I will do my utmost. Upon hearing his response, the old mayor's face broke into a smile. In that case, I shall say no more. I entrust you with the care of the Moto lizard. It possesses great strength and will surely assist you in managing the ranch. At this, the Moto lizard emitted a joyful cry, Gah. The old mayor chuckled and began to turn away, but just a few steps later, he abruptly turned back. One more thing. Naoki quickly responded, please go on. The mayor continued, you may keep the wood and stone you chop with the axe. Once you have saved enough money, you can take them to the carpentry shop to aid in the expansion of your home and the Pokémon house, which will save you a considerable amount on materials. Naoki made a mental note of this information. The old mayor, standing some distance away, removed his hat and spoke gently. I reside in Zichin Town. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. The Moto lizard knows the way you can ride it directly to my location. Very well. Naoki nodded. With that, the old town mayor departed. In the year 198 of the Alliance, spring had just arrived in the Paldea region, and the temperatures had yet to warm completely. Naoki stood at the threshold of the cabin, watching the figure of the old mayor gradually fade from view. Once the mayor was entirely out of sight, Naoki turned to gaze at the gleaming motorcycle lizard beside him. Although he was an outsider, he could discern from the lizard's appearance and demeanor that it was in excellent health, having been well cared for. Curiosity sparked within him at the wondrous concept of such creatures, prompting him to speak. Motorcycle lizard? Gal. The motorcycle lizard turned its head in response. Indeed, it was aware of its identity. Naoki inquired further, can you understand me? If so, please nod. The motorcycle lizard obligingly nodded its head. Just as depicted in the anime, Pokémon could comprehend human language directly. Naoki's heart brimmed with excitement. According to the lore, Pokémon were extraordinary beings with intelligence and emotions far surpassing those of ordinary animals. Some Pokémon's intellect and feelings could even be likened to those of humans. As he admired the motorcycle lizard's polished skin, he could not resist reaching out to touch it. The sensation was quite different from what he had imagined. It was not as alarming as touching a real lizard. Instead, it possessed a texture reminiscent of leather, akin to that of a motorcycle. The motorcycle lizard did not exhibit any signs of discomfort at his touch. Rather, it contentedly squinted its eyes, appearing quite pleased. Emulating Ash from the anime, Naoki addressed the motorcycle lizard. Motorcycle lizard, I look forward to our time together. Gao, it replied, leaving Naoki momentarily at a loss for words. He withdrew his hand, only for his stomach to suddenly rumble. The sound caught the motorcycle lizard's attention, and its gaze shifted to Naoki's belly. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Naoki asked, have you eaten? I'm about to prepare a meal. Would you like to join me? Gao, The motorcycle lizard responded, having already had breakfast but still appearing quite pleased at the invitation. It nodded and followed Naoki back to the cabin. As he looked at the wooden structure, an unfamiliar feeling welled up within him. He took a deep breath, thinking to himself that this would be his home from now on. After a life of working 996 hours a week, being a leisurely farmer in this life seemed quite appealing. Perhaps being a ranch owner would be exhausting, but at least he would be working for himself here. A new life was about to begin. Naoki took a deep breath and glanced at the motorcycle lizard beside him. As if summoned by his thoughts, just last night, he pondered the absence of a Pokémon to experiment with his newfound abilities. And this morning he had acquired a motorcycle lizard. Thus it was decided. Naoki ignited the stove, not for oil, but for water, preparing to cook a delicate bowl of noodle soup, eager to discover its effects, whether it would grant the Pokémon various wondrous enhancements, just as in the games. Chapter 3. Hot soup noodles as one of the most fundamental dishes. The preparation of clear soup noodles is remarkably simple. Begin by bringing a pot of water to a vigorous boil. Once the water reaches its boiling point, add instant ramen noodles, if the ingredients permit. Naoki would incorporate chopped scallions and lard, allowing the noodles to absorb the broth. When served in a bowl, the scallions would float atop the soup, adding a vibrant touch of green that stimulates the appetite. Finally, a drop of sesame oil is added, alongside a pre-prepared soft-boiled egg. A gentle poke with chopsticks causes the golden yolk to flow forth, merging seamlessly with the broth. Just the thought of it makes Naoki's mouth water. However, returning to reality, all that lay before him were mere basic condiments. Sighing quietly to himself, Naoki recalled yesterday's lesson and wisely added a suitable amount of salt and chicken essence to the pot. Soon enough, a humble bowl of soup noodles was ready. Naoki filled 2 bowls, and as he lifted them, the information about the soup noodles emerged in his mind. Hot soup noodles, a modest dish, lacking some key ingredients, resulting in a slightly inferior flavor. Yet, on a cold winter's day, it serves as a comforting choice for the stomach. Culinary effect, cold resistance 1, providing the ability to withstand harsh cold. Imbibing this soup warms the body for a duration of 30 minutes. Evaluation. Despite the lower quality of ingredients, the skilled cooking technique imparts a unique flavor. In the future, when the player becomes affluent and capable of crafting master-level cuisine, they may fondly reminisce about these days. At this moment, the motorcycle lizard beside him sniffed the air, intrigued by the aroma. GAA. Naoki glanced at it, then placed the 2 bowls on the table, beckoning the motorcycle lizard. Come and give it a try? GAA. The lizard's brow furrowed in unease. To be frank, as a motorcycle lizard, it was not particularly fond of the scent. Moreover, the bowl contained nothing but pale noodles, suggesting that the flavor might not be very appealing. Naoki, noticing its reaction, immediately understood the lizard's sentiments and sighed resignedly, deciding not to press the issue. Instead, he offered some comfort. It's all right. If you don't want to eat, then don't. With that, he began to dreamily envision. Once I earn some money and buy better ingredients, I'll prepare something you truly enjoy. Naoki felt a surge of anticipation for the upcoming life on the ranch. Upon hearing this, the motorcycle lizard felt a pang of guilt. This was food specially prepared by its new master. Wouldn't it be remiss not to taste it? Contemplating this, the lizard lowered its gaze to the bowl of soup noodles, hesitating before saying, "Yay." Then it decided to consume the bowl of noodles. The motorcycle lizard extended its chubby claws, scooping up the hot soup noodles and swallowing them whole. The dreadful scenarios one might envision did not materialize, despite its humble flavor. The bowl of noodles imparted a comforting warmth to the Moto lizard, as though it had returned to the tender embrace of its mother. Upon witnessing the Moto lizard's sudden movement, Naoki initially felt a twinge of surprise, but soon regained his composure. Observing the Moto lizard's demeanor, he pondered the effects of the steaming bowl of soup and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "How do you feel?" Snapped from its reverie by Naoki's voice. The Moto lizard responded with a confused gah, and lowered its head to inspect its body. Despite the absence of a human rider on its back, why did it suddenly feel so warm? Noticing its actions, Naoki began to understand. Indeed, the dish had proven beneficial for the Pokémon. He continued, "Do you feel warmer now? Not as cold as before." Although spring had arrived, the temperatures had yet to fully rise, especially in the early mornings when the air remained quite chilly. The Moto lizard lifted its head, gazing at him in astonishment, as if to ask, "How did you know?" "Gah?" Naoki chuckled. "That is the power of food." The Moto lizard, displaying a look of confusion, found this concept far too advanced for its understanding. As it was simply a Moto lizard, Naoki chose not to elaborate further. After all, they would be living together, and the Moto lizard would eventually grasp the meaning. Delighted to ascertain the positive effects of his culinary endeavors on the Pokémon, Naoki swiftly finished his breakfast, cleaned the dishes, and stepped outside the quaint wooden cabin. The once abandoned pasture was now lush with verdant vegetation, and from time to time, a bird Pokémon could be seen soaring overhead in search of food. Breathing in the fresh air, Naoki took a deep breath and prepared to explore the area, intending to familiarize himself with his surroundings. As he walked alongside the Moto lizard through the heart of the pasture, Naoki discovered that the expanse was far larger than he had anticipated. The edges of the pasture were enclosed by wooden fences, while the central area was vast. To the east lay a vibrant valley, where the sounds of wild Pokémon echoed from within. A farming area occupied 1/3 of the pasture, and in the southwest corner, a serene lake was accompanied by a winding river, spanned by a wooden bridge that connected the pasture to the opposite bank. Standing on the bridge, Naoki observed the decayed and fragmented wooden fences along the riverbank, reflecting on the considerable work that lay ahead. Tasks such as clearing weeds and stones, cutting down excess trees, and reclaiming land for cultivation were on his agenda. As for the Pokémon shelter intended for the Miltank, Naoki did not plan to repair it just yet, as he lacked sufficient timber and funds. After all, whether rebuilding the Pokémon shelter or acquiring Miltank, both would require a substantial financial investment. Standing at the edge of the lake by the farmland, Naoki crouched down to observe the expanse and depth of the water, contemplating that raising fish here would indeed be a splendid choice. According to the memories of the original owner, this world not only harbors Pokémon, but also possesses ordinary animals. However, rather than common fish, Naoki yearned to cultivate aquatic-type Pokémon fish such as Magikarp, Groudon, Phoeba, and Bizel. With a touch of audacity, he envisioned more remarkable specimens like Gyarados, Milotic, Vaporeon, and Kingdra. Although these creatures are inedible, perhaps it was the obsession of a collector that simply raising them here and watching them thrive would bring him immense satisfaction. Naoki mentally cataloged these aspirations, realizing he had an abundance of tasks awaiting him, far beyond what could be accomplished in a short span. The memories of his previous endeavors in farm management games flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. Just as he had escaped the rigors of a 996-work schedule, was he now to confront the challenges of a 007 lifestyle? Chapter 4. The Old Town. After meandering around the ranch, Naoki etched the entire terrain of the farm into his memory. While hurrying back with the motor lizard, he suddenly recalled the Old Town mayor mentioning that he had left some items for him in the storage room behind the house. Naoki circled around the wooden cabin and, upon opening the door to the storage room, was greeted by an array of tools resting atop a large box. Hammers, sickles, hoes, watering cans, axes, a package of crops wrapped in red plastic, and a brown leather-bound book titled The Complete Guide to Ranching. Most of these tools appeared to be forged from iron, still bearing a pristine exterior, likely procured by the mayor as a generous gift. Naoki expressed silent gratitude, for he was currently quite financially constrained. After collecting the tools, he picked up the package of seeds, and their information promptly materialized in his mind. Rutabaga seeds, a spring crop that typically requires 3 months to mature. But in this world, only about a month is needed for harvest, making it an ideal choice for novice ranchers. If tended to by grass-type Pokémon, its growth period could be further reduced. Naoki was taken aback. They grow that quickly? He meticulously recalled the original owner's memories and, after a considerable time, finally unearthed the pertinent information. This world inherently promotes rapid crop growth with short cycles. It is no wonder that the Pokémon world exudes a utopian essence, Naoki mused. With humanity unburdened by food scarcity and the presence of Pokémon significantly liberating productivity, young people can freely embark on journeys to pursue their desires. However, Naoki also learned from the original owner's memories that not all crops exhibit such swift growth rates. Some crops possess an exceptionally lengthy growth cycle, maturing only once per season. Jishu silently nodded, then picked up the book, flipping to the front page, where he discovered detailed methods for cultivating crops. Each page showcased different crops, meticulously documenting the processes of land cultivation, planting schedules, fertilization, and irrigation cycles. After casually perusing through it a few times, Jishu carefully tucked it away and departed the storage room with his trusty motor lizard. Opposite the storage room lay a cave, which Jishu entered, only to find the interior space rather modest. From the memories of the original owner's childhood, he learned that the cave served 2 primary functions. Firstly, it was utilized for mushroom cultivation, as the dark and damp environment was particularly conducive to their growth. Secondly, it was a habitat for the buzzing bats, which, after sunset, ventured outside to forage, returning with an assortment of tree fruits and common fruits for the ranch owner. This remarkable Pokémon was a natural gourmand, capable of emitting ultrasonic waves at 200,000 Hz from its ears to locate ripe fruits to satiate its hunger, striking the fruit with ultrasound and selecting only the mature ones to consume. Interesting, Jishu mused. Having grasped the cave's purpose, Jishu did not linger. He returned to the front, surveying the overgrown farmland, preparing to take methodical steps to clear a small area designated for planting turnips. Observing his efforts, the motor lizard eagerly stepped forward to assist. Gah! With a flick of its tail, the stone shattered as if struck with great force. Jishu glanced down at the hammer in his hand and the stone he had painstakingly broken. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. The motor lizard seemed pleased to be of assistance. Sighing with a mix of resignation and contentment, Jishu remarked, "Let us work together then." Gah! Meanwhile, in the central region of the Paldea area, nestled within a basin surrounded by towering, steep mountains, lay the Paldea crater, a mysterious locale known as Zone Zero. Beneath this area stood an advanced, modern laboratory. In the innermost depths of the lab, Dr. Oren, a Pokémon researcher specializing in the legends of the Paldea region, and her husband, Dr. Futu, gazed excitedly at a tall, enigmatic machine before them. "At last, we have successfully developed it," exclaimed Dr. Oren, clad in a white lab coat, adorned with a necklace resembling ancient beast teeth. "We can finally encounter the Pokémon from the future and the past as documented in the Book of Crimson and Azure." Dr. Futu shared in her exhilaration. He and his wife devoted many years to remaining in the depths of the Paisha Abyss, conducting their research. One focused on the study of the ancient, while the other delved into the future. Utilizing the unique environment of the Abyss, they ultimately developed this remarkable device. It is capable of transmitting Pokeballs, capturing Pokémon from different timelines, and summoning them to the present. Let us commence the experiment. I yearn to witness those Pokémon from various eras. Dr. Oren exclaimed. Dr. Futu nodded, lost in thought, a hint of tenderness gracing his expression as he suddenly inquired, "Isn't Pipa's 8th birthday approaching?" "Indeed," Dr. Oren replied. "This time, we can bring back Pokémon from those eras to accompany Pipa. Then let us begin." Dr. Futu shared the same sentiment. He inhaled deeply, filled with anticipation, pondering the expression on Pipa's face upon encountering those Pokémon. The child had always adored Pokémon. Surely, seeing creatures from both the future and the past would bring immense joy. No parent is devoid of love for their child. Upon reflection, they realized it had been quite a while since they had spent time with Pipa. This occasion was fortuitous, allowing them to take a break and truly be with Pipa. As Dr. Futu contemplated this, he and his wife activated the time machine using a coded sequence. With a resonant hum, the machine quietly whirred to life. The space surrounding the laboratory underwent a strange transformation, the walls shimmering like mirrors, pulsating with hues of crimson and violet. The couple gazed intently at the time machine, a mix of excitement and anxiety coursing through them. Soon, the pulsating light began to slow. Suddenly, a brilliant red beam shot forth from the heart of the machine, heightening their anticipation to its peak. As the brilliance gradually faded, a Pokémon they had never encountered before materialized beneath the time machine. It was a tall and robust creature, standing upright, cloaked in a vivid crimson hue. Its face, abdomen, thick legs, and tail were adorned with white accents, while atop its head sprouted a long, slender antenna reminiscent of dragon whiskers, embellished with a cluster of resplendent blue-violet feathers, exuding an air of dominance. Its golden eyes glared fiercely at the two humans opposite it. Success! Dr. Oren and Dr. Futu felt a wave of relief wash over them upon seeing the Pokémon. Finally, their efforts had not been in vain. "Let us capture it with a Pokéball," Dr. Futu urged calmly. Dr. Oren nodded, retrieving a prepared Pokéball and tossing it towards the Pokémon. However, the moment the creature caught sight of the Pokéball, its golden eyes narrowed into a slit. It emitted an unintelligible roar, casually swiping its right paw and sending the Pokéball flying away. Dr. Olin and Dr. Futu sensed a flicker of hostility in the air. Their expressions tensed as they were about to release the Pokémon by their side. However, they soon noticed that the mysterious Pokémon from the past abruptly turned its head, surveying its surroundings as if seeking confirmation of something. Before long, it appeared to have found its answer. In the next moment, an inscrutable emotion flashed in the creature's eyes, and it suddenly surged forth, disregarding the two doctors, and bolted out of the laboratory. Its speed was astonishing. Before Dr. Olin and Dr. Futu could react, it had already dashed outside. Raising its head, it gazed upward, its feathers unfurling into wing-like appendages, soaring straight into the sky. How many years had it waited? Golton had long lost count. Memories flooded its mind of the moment it fell into the time machine, the expression of the person who had reached out to it, concern, urgency, panic, and the arm that had stretched forth in an attempt to grasp it. On that day, it was still a motor lizard. On that fateful day, it plunged into the time machine, returning to an ancient era, where it was transformed into its current form by an unknown force. Chapter 5. The Back Mountain. As midday approached, Naoki and the motor lizard cleared a small patch of land suitable for planting, storing the felled wood and stones in the storage shed. After a busy morning, the motor lizard's stomach emitted a series of rumbling sounds. It looked down and exclaimed, "Hungry?" Hearing this, Naoki chuckled, "Just a moment, I will prepare lunch." The motor lizard instantly perked up. Yay! They washed their hands in the outdoor sink before returning to the wooden cabin. The motor lizard settled in the shade under the eaves while Naoki retrieved ingredients and set to work. Today's lunch was once again hot noodle soup, but this time, Naoki added a touch of wild chives he had found on the ranch, enhancing its flavor. With practice comes proficiency. This time, it took only a few minutes to complete the dish successfully. As he ladled the noodles into a bowl, Naoki noticed that the quality of the hot noodle soup had improved, and the cold resistance duration had increased by 5 minutes. Indeed, ingredients can influence the evaluation of a dish. Naoki placed the bowl before the eagerly waiting motor lizard. The motor lizard peered into the bowl, seeing the peculiar noodles, and its face instantly displayed a pitiful expression. In its state of destitution, Naoki sighed, recalling the meager funds left by the previous owner, and comforted. "Just bear with it a little longer. I promise to take you to town this afternoon to buy something delicious." Thankfully, the motor lizard did not resent Naoki's poverty. It was a simple, cheerful soul. Upon hearing his words, it brightened up, eagerly anticipating what delectable treats awaited them in the evening. As he watched the motorcycle lizard lift its bowl and drink the noodles, Naoki wore a troubled expression as he began to eat from his own bowl. The remaining money would soon be exhausted after purchasing food. The land had just been tilled, and only tomorrow could he sow the seeds, which would take a month to mature. The farmland, overrun with weeds, was rather hard and unsuitable for crop growth. This morning, Naoki had turned the soil and watered it, softening it somewhat. Though lacking fertilizer, it was fortunate that turnips were not particularly demanding when it came to soil quality. Furthermore, he needed to discover other means of earning money to last until the turnip harvest. With this thought, Naoki fell into contemplation. He recalled the methods he had employed while playing the ranching game in the past. One was fishing, and the other was venturing to the back mountain to gather mushrooms and fruits, which would help him through the early stages of the game. However, at present, he did not possess a fishing rod. His only option was to head to the back mountain and try his luck in finding some wild goods. Resolutely, after finishing his lunch, Naoki prepared to set off for the back mountain. Upon realizing his intention, the motorcycle lizard, which had been walking upright, suddenly crouched down, adopting a quadrupedal stance, and called back to him, "Gaga." Naoki was momentarily taken aback and, seeing the motorcycle lizard in riding mode, asked, "Are you inviting me to ride?" The motorcycle lizard nodded. Gaga. Filled with curiosity, Naoki climbed aboard. Once he was settled, the motorcycle lizard began to run, its speed neither too fast nor too slow, gliding smoothly towards the back mountain. Feeling the breeze brushing through his hair, Naoki thought to himself, "No wonder the motorcycle lizard has become a mode of transportation in the Paldea region. This sensation is quite akin to riding a conventional motorcycle." After traversing a country path, a lush forest soon came into view. Sunlight poured down from above, casting dappled shadows on the ground through the gaps in the leaves. A green caterpillar nestled among the bushes, while a small sparrow perched on a branch, and rustling sounds emanated from the dense shrubbery, possibly from unfamiliar fruits, heavy and ripe, hanging from the branches. The scene was vibrant and full of life. Naoki dismounted from the motorcycle lizard and raised his eyebrows, glancing at the diminutive Pokémon nearby. Those Pokémon, too, curiously peered at the intruding human in their forest. The green caterpillar evolves into a cocoon at level 7 and into a butterfree at level 10, making it a decent choice for novice trainers. The small sparrow? If memory serves, it seems to be a common bird from the Kalos region, with its final evolution, Talonflame, being a fire and flying type Pokémon. Indeed, a rather impressive creature. That little white mouse. Could it be a common mouse from the Paldea region? Naoki's gaze suddenly caught sight of 3 petite figures amidst a patch of grass. 2 slightly larger white mice cautiously peeked out, behind them guarding a petite little white mouse. As Jishu scanned the vicinity, he discerned no sign of a 4th mouse. Noticing his gaze, the trio of mice shivered in unison and swiftly retreated into the underbrush, vanishing without a trace. Jishu mused, "I must admit, these family mice are quite adorable." Previously, he had never considered himself a connoisseur of plush creatures. However, Upon witnessing the charming appearance of the family mice, complemented by their immaculate white fur, he felt a stir of affection. He wondered what it would feel like to touch them. The forest teemed with Pokémon, and as he strolled alongside his Moto lizard, Jishu felt a surge of excitement. Were he a trainer, he would undoubtedly unleash his Pokeballs to engage them in battle, earning their respect before capturing them. Whether it be the rapidly evolving Caterpie or the promising future of a sparrow, each was perfect in its own right. Alas, from the original owner's memories, he learned that a standard red and white Pokeball required 200 league coins, a sum he could not afford. With a sigh, Jishu shifted his focus from the Pokémon to the natural bounty growing in the woods. Approaching a lush fruit tree, he reached up and plucked a fruit. As he lowered his gaze, information about the fruit materialized in his mind. Peach fruit, a wondrous fruit capable of curing poison. It boasts a sweet flavor and can be used to make jam, berry juice, fruit cakes, or blended into yogurt. Its unique taste favored by many Pokémon. Tree fruit. Jishu took a moment to gently sniff the peach fruit, inhaling a delicate fragrance of peach. He presented the fruit to his Moto lizard and inquired, "Would you like to eat this?" The Moto lizard glanced at it and then opened its mouth wide, swallowing the peach fruit whole. Its expression suggested that the taste was quite delightful. It seemed that, just like in the anime, tree fruits were indeed a primary source of sustenance for Pokémon. With a burgeoning understanding, Jishu nodded silently and harvested several more peach fruits to take back to the ranch. However, he only collected a small portion. For if these fruits served as food for the Pokémon, the other creatures in the forest would also require them. If he were to strip the trees bare, many Pokémon would surely go hungry. After securing the peach fruits, Jishu continued deeper into the forest with his Moto lizard. The expanse of the mountain forest was vast, and perhaps due to an incorrect path, he encountered no other fruit trees after the initial peach fruits. As time slipped into the evening, fatigue set in, and he rested beneath a large tree. Glancing at the darkening sky, he deemed it time to return. Just then, he noticed the Moto lizard's nose twitching beside him. "What is it?" Jishu turned his head to look. Geo, the motorcycle lizard, turned its head to survey the surroundings, seemingly trying to ascertain its bearings. In no time, it confirmed its position and stood, gazing in a particular direction. Following its line of sight, Jishu looked towards a patch of barren land, initially bewildered, but soon he noticed something peculiar. Centered around the roots of a large tree, a circular area of grass had withered away. "Geo," the motorcycle lizard called out towards that direction. Jishu rose, his heart filled with curiosity as he approached alongside the motorcycle lizard, observing the strange area. He then brushed aside the decayed leaves and yellowed grass above, uncovering a dark, unknown object beneath. In that moment, Jishu caught a whiff of a distinctive aroma, one that defied description. As he pondered the nature of this object, a wealth of information about it spontaneously surfaced in his mind. Black truffle, a premier ingredient. A rare delicacy that can be paired with eggs to create black truffle steamed eggs or blended with butter to make a rich cream soup. Although it does not possess inherent enhancement properties, it significantly elevates the quality of culinary creations. Chapter 6. The First Earnings Black Truffle. Perhaps due to his financial constraints, Jishu's initial thought upon seeing it was, "This must be quite valuable." However, he quickly became aware of the enhancement effects it could provide. While it lacked any intrinsic benefits, it could greatly amplify the effectiveness of dishes. What was this? A high-grade synthesis material? Jishu could vaguely judge based on his past experiences in games from his previous life. In that game, such ingredients existed. Incorporating them into recipes could transform an effect of 1 into 3, and there was a possibility of converting temporary effects into permanent ones. Thus, the value of the black truffle increased another notch. What a marvelous find. Jishu carefully excavated the entire black truffle. Observing his actions, the motorcycle lizard lay beside him, seemingly holding its breath, until Jishu placed the palm-sized truffle into his backpack. It then glanced up in confusion, asking Geo, "This is something that can enhance our quality of life." Jishu replied with a smile, weighing the truffle in his hand and estimating it to be around 1 kilogram. As an amateur, he was unaware of the market price of black truffles, yet judging by its appearance and size, he sensed that its value would certainly be significant. Glancing up at the sky, noticing that time was slipping away, Jishu mounted the motorcycle lizard and urged it towards the direction of the ranch. At 5 in the afternoon, just as Jishu returned to the ranch and prepared to pour himself a glass of water, he heard a series of beeping sounds from outside. Beep, beep, beep. As he stepped outside, he noticed a van emblazoned with a Splash logo driving in. The robust driver, his muscular arms accentuated by a buzz cut, leaned out of the window and exclaimed warmly, "You must be the new owner of this ranch, Naoki." Mayor Thomas has informed me. I am Zach from the Zichin market, responsible for acquiring goods from nearby ranches. I look forward to working with you. Hello, Mr. Zach. Naoki greeted politely. Zach turned off the engine and jumped down from the vehicle. As he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze fell upon the newly cultivated farmland, and he grinned, saying, "It appears you have successfully taken charge of the ranch. Do you have anything for sale?" Zach's question was casual. He understood that a novice rancher likely wouldn't have mature crops, wool, or milk to offer. After all, the development of a ranch demands time. However, within moments, he witnessed the newcomer produce a hefty, dark object from seemingly nowhere. With his extensive experience, Zach instantly recognized it. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Black truffle? Wow, this caliber of black truffle is exceedingly rare. Where did you find it?" "From the back mountain," Naoki replied. "Is it sellable?" Zach eagerly nodded, "Absolutely. The price for this is quite staggering. Regular quality black truffles sell for approximately 5,000 alliance coins per pound. The specimen you possess is of top-tier quality, valued at around 15,000 alliance coins per pound. Its unique flavor is highly sought after, especially among the affluent elite who have no shortage of wealth." 15,000 per pound? Naoki's heart raced at the thought. This meant the truffle he held could be worth 30,000 alliance coins in total. The prospect was tempting. Should he sell? This level of rare ingredient could significantly enhance culinary creations for Pokémon. Yet, selling it would provide him with sufficient funds to purchase seeds, renovate the ranch, and prepare food. In a moment of contemplation, Naoki weighed his options. Ultimately, he resolved to think long-term. While the truffle could enhance his dishes, converting it to cash would expedite the ranch's development and yield greater profits. Once the ranch flourished, he could acquire other premium ingredients with similar effects. With this thought, he made up his mind and chose to sell. Observing his decision, Zach retrieved a scale from the vehicle to measure the truffle. After a brief calculation with his calculator and notebook, he declared, "It weighs 1 kilogram and 100 grams. That totals 33,000 alliance coins." "Very well," Naoki nodded affirmatively. "I shall take this piece of black truffle with me," Zach declared, as he retrieved a substantial stack of money from his wallet and handed it over. Naoki accepted it, meticulously counting the bills, and felt a slight sigh of relief within. This marked the first earnings for his role as ranch owner. At last, he could indulge in something more flavorful than bland noodle soup. Zach still had to visit other ranches to collect goods, and before departing, he surveyed the entire ranch and suggested, in addition to cultivating crops and raising Pokémon, there are numerous other avenues for profit. "You haven't visited Zichin town yet, have you? If you do, make sure to stop by the grocery store to purchase a fishing rod. During the growing season, you can earn money through fishing." "Oh, but there's no need to rush. The beginning is always challenging. By summer, things will improve significantly. At that time, besides ordinary crops, you can also plant hops for brewing beer, which is quite popular in the big cities." Hops. Naoki raised an eyebrow upon hearing that familiar term. However, rather than thinking of brewing, he contemplated the peculiar effects that might arise from the beer he would concoct himself, much like his culinary endeavors. He nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his gratitude to Zach, saying, "I'll remember that. Thank you very much." Zach beamed with encouragement. "Good luck." With that, he bid farewell to Naoki and drove away in his large truck. Upon returning to the wooden cabin, Naoki gazed at the small piece of black truffle left on the table. It was a fragment he had accidentally broken while digging. Given the exorbitant price of black truffles, he pondered whether raising fragrant pigs could assist in unearthing hidden truffles from the ground. Naoki contemplated this thoughtfully. He intended to preserve this small piece of black truffle for future culinary creations, intending to incorporate it to enhance the dish's effects. As he looked at the thick stack of alliance coins in his hand, his spirits lifted. It was time to explore the town and procure new ingredients for his cooking. Naoki mounted his motorcycle lizard, pointed it in the right direction, and it dashed towards their destination. Sitting atop, he admired the sky painted in the hues of sunset and softly hummed, "Riding on my beloved little motorcycle." "Gao?" The motorcycle lizard appeared puzzled. Was it referring to it as the beloved little motorcycle? Chapter 7. What is it like to find a divine beast at the start? Zichin town is located in the northwest of the Padia region, a bustling seaside town. From the memories of the original owner, Naoki learned that this town hosts a variety of local festivals, such as the Spring Festival, Water Pokémon Rally, and the limited Summer Fireworks Festival, among others. These distinctive celebrations attract many travelers from afar, and coupled with the thriving livestock industry nearby, Zichin town has flourished over time. The local market, known as Zichin Market, has gained considerable fame. Jishu sauntered down the street with his motorcycle lizard, accompanied by various Pokémon trailing alongside the passers-by. Embracing the ocean breeze, they strolled leisurely, enveloped in an atmosphere of delightful comfort. This visit, aside from procuring sustenance, held an additional significance for Jishu. He intended to pay a visit to the town's carpentry shop, grocery store, seed shop, and the establishments selling ranch Pokémon and ordinary animals. As the clock edged towards 6 o'clock, Jishu felt a twinge of concern that the shops might soon close. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to his motorcycle lizard and inquired, "Are you hungry?" "Gao." The lizard nodded affirmatively, then shook its head, displaying its astuteness by recognizing Jishu's pressing matters and indicating it could endure a bit longer. Seeing its demeanor, Jishu smiled with appreciation, affectionately patting its head, and said, "Good child, then let us first visit the grocery store." The town was rather small, possibly designed to ensure that visiting tourists would not lose their way. Advertisements on both streets and roadside billboards clearly marked the locations of various shops on a map. Upon locating the grocery store, Jishu made his way there. After crossing an intersection, a red brick building emerged before him. It was early evening, and the store was nearly devoid of customers, save for a balding man in glasses who was amusing himself with a pug behind the counter. Upon hearing the chime of the doorbell, the man looked up and exclaimed, "Ah, a customer has arrived. Welcome." Jishu politely greeted him and inquired, "Do you have any seasonings?" "Indeed. They are on the innermost shelf," the man replied. Jishu proceeded to that section and, as expected, discovered an array of seasonings: oil, salt, vinegar, soy sauce, flour, spices, red bean paste, butter, granulated sugar, and pepper, all clearly tagged with their prices. For instance, a bag of flour cost 200 alliance coins, a bottle of oil 100 alliance coins, and red bean paste 150 alliance coins, among others. Gazing at these prices, Jishu found himself perplexed by the economy of the Pokémon world. A small bag of flour equated to the price of a Pokeball. Thus, it appeared that Pokeballs were not as exorbitantly priced as he had presumed. After a brief moment of reflection, Jishu decided to purchase one of each seasoning. As he placed the items on the counter, the shopkeeper exhibited a look of surprise, retrieving a bag while asking, "Have you just moved to Jichin Town?" "Yes," Jishu nodded. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Then enjoy your life in Jichin Town." "All right. That will be a total of 820 alliance coins." Jishu did not rush to pay, but instead asked, "Do you have fishing rods?" "Fishing rods?" "Yes, we do." As he spoke, the proprietor turned around and retrieved several fishing rods from the shelf behind him, placing them on the counter while elaborating. Each fishing rod is priced differently. This one is priced at 2,000 alliance coins, and when paired with bait, it allows one to catch Pokémon and fish in aquatic environments. This rod costs 5,000 alliance coins. It is crafted from superior materials, thus enhancing its performance and durability compared to the 2,000 variant. As for this rod, it is priced at 15,000 alliance coins, representing the latest in advanced fishing rods, utilizing the finest materials in both composition and performance. Jishu's gaze wandered among the three rods, ultimately settling on the ordinary rod priced at 2,000, intending to use it as a transitional tool. The total came to 4,820 alliance coins, and as you are a first-time customer in our store, I shall gift you a box of bait. We hope to see you again. The proprietor cheerfully handed him a tin can. "Thank you, boss." Jishu accepted the item and turned to leave the shop. His next destination was the carpentry store, located on the edge of the town, with a forest at its back. At the entrance stood a wooden post, with a saw affixed to it. Just as Jishu was about to knock, the door swung open automatically. A robust woman with a pink high ponytail and a headband emerged from within. After expressing his intentions, she led him into the workshop at the back. "You are the new ranch owner who just moved here?" the woman inquired, a hint of curiosity in her tone. Jishu paused slightly, realizing that perhaps Mayor Thomas had already mentioned him. He nodded, introducing himself. "I am Jishu. You can call me Kelly," she replied. "Very well, Miss Kelly." As they walked, Kelly began to outline the process of expanding the ranch house. "You haven't named the ranch yet, have you?" Jishu shook his head, stating, "Not yet. I just arrived here yesterday. No need to rush. I was merely asking." "Well, Mayor Thomas has briefed me on the situation. You wish to learn about repairing the Pokémon cottage and expanding your residence, correct?" "Indeed. Then I shall detail everything for you. Repairing the Pokémon cottage will require 50,000 alliance coins and 300 units of wood. Once completed, you will be able to house Miltank and Mareep there. Of course, this price may seem steep for you at present. Thus, I recommend starting with the construction of a chicken coop, where you can raise ordinary chickens. The eggs they produce can also be sold for profit. The chicken coop requires only 20,000 alliance coins and 150 units of wood. Additionally, It is necessary to build a silo for storing feed on the ranch. When you construct it for the first time, we will provide you with a silo free of charge. Upon hearing this, Jishu nodded thoughtfully, mentally noting the prices. And what about expanding the residence? This task has been rendered significantly simpler. Cleo explained that the expansion of the residence would be divided into 3 phases. The first phase would enlarge the house slightly, adding a separate kitchen and bathroom. In the second phase, assistance would be provided to extend the second floor, followed by the third phase, which would involve expanding the basement, typically utilized by ranch owners for winemaking. Cleo recognized that novice ranchers often lacked sufficient funds, as completing the project in one go would require a substantial amount of money, which Takashi was likely unable to afford. Thus, she segmented the renovation into 3 distinct parts. After a brief pause, Cleo added, "Of course, if you have ample funds, you may choose to undertake all phases simultaneously, and we will complete the expansion in one go." In addition to these services, our shop also offers custom furniture solutions. Beyond basic tables and chairs, you can purchase wallpaper, carpets, refrigerators, storage cabinets, an array of lighting fixtures, and more. 5 minutes later, Takashi exited the carpentry shop. He mentally calculated his remaining funds and suddenly felt overwhelmed by the myriad tasks that lay ahead. Why did it seem busier than a 996-work schedule? Takashi sighed, envisioning the day when the ranch would flourish once more, his face lighting up with anticipation. On that day, he could finally relax and savor the leisurely life of a ranch owner. As the Pokémon cottage could not be constructed at present, he temporarily set aside his plans to sell ranch animals. Mounting his motorcycle Lizard, Takashi proceeded to his final destination, the seed shop. The proprietor of the seed shop was a middle-aged man clad in a brown coat, with a head of brown hair and a slightly portly figure. Upon Takashi's arrival, the owner was dining with his wife and daughter. Noticing a customer, he immediately stood up and greeted, "Welcome. Come and see what seeds you wish to purchase." Takashi was uncertain, as he only possessed a single packet of turnip seeds gifted by the mayor. Guided by the owner, he beheld an array of diverse seeds on the shelves: potatoes, turnips, garlic, strawberries, cabbage, cucumbers, radishes, tomatoes, grasses, and even seeds for fruit trees such as peach and orange trees. Takashi was dazzled by the selection. The shopkeeper remarked, "These are all suitable for spring planting, cultivated for optimal growth. With timely watering and fertilization, they will flourish abundantly." Takashi nodded in silent agreement. The seeds in this world differed from those in the games he had played, such as Harvest Moon and Stardew Valley. Here, each packet contained numerous seeds capable of sowing a substantial area, unlike in the games where a single packet could only plant in one square. After a moment of contemplation, Takashi decided to purchase 1 packet of each variety, including the fruit tree seeds. The prices varied, with the basic turnip seeds costing a mere 60 alliance coins per packet, while strawberries and cucumbers were priced at 120 and 150 coins respectively. The total expenditure for all the seeds amounted to 370 alliance coins. Thus, the proceeds from the sale of the black truffles amounted to a mere 27,000. With the goods packed, Naoki departed the shop astride his motorcycle Lizard. The sky outside had already darkened. Gazing at the stars above, Naoki inhaled deeply and declared, "All right, it's time for dinner." The motorcycle Lizard appeared somewhat pitiable. Naoki affectionately patted its head before leading it into a restaurant. After a long day of toil, he planned to dine out that evening. The waiter presented the menu, which featured not only human cuisine, but also dishes specially crafted for Pokémon. Surely, a creature like the motorcycle Lizard would prefer meat? With this thought in mind, Naoki ordered a meat dish for the Lizard, along with a berry platter to reward today's valiant companion. Soon, the meals were served. Observing the motorcycle Lizard relishing its food brought Naoki genuine joy. Pokémon truly possess an innocent charm. Lowering his gaze to his own fragrant stew of vegetables and corn chowder, their properties materialized in his mind. As anticipated, these dishes lacked the special abilities to enhance Pokémon. Naoki realized that only the meals prepared by his own hands possessed such power. After dinner, Naoki visited the grocery store to procure ingredients for the coming days. Lacking a refrigerator at home, he purchased only enough for 3 days. Given the moderate temperatures of the season, food stored indoors would not spoil easily. Carrying his bags, he mounted his motorcycle Lizard, and together they ventured homeward under the cover of night. The evening air was somewhat chilly, the wind biting against his skin. The motorcycle Lizard, sensitive to the cold, felt the warmth radiating from Naoki, which helped to dispel its shivers. In that moment, the motorcycle Lizard suddenly longed for another bowl of Naoki's warm noodle soup. The Lizard moved swiftly, returning to the ranch in less than 30 minutes. The ranch was enveloped in darkness, and anticipating this, Naoki had brought a flashlight. As he fumbled in the dark for it, a loud crash suddenly echoed, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood. It was as if something had fallen from the sky, plunging into the ranch and toppling a cluster of trees. Alarmed, Naoki finally grasped the flashlight and shone its beam toward the ranch. Before long, he discerned an unfamiliar shadow within his farmland. Startled, he noticed that the motorcycle lizard had risen from its riding position, alertly gazing in that direction, sensing an unusual presence. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the shadow lying motionless on the ground, appearing as if in a state of unconsciousness. With the aid of the light, Naoki finally discerned the true nature of the shadow: a scarlet body, a robust tail, resplendent dragon whiskers, and a chest resembling a motorcycle tire, a creature that left Naoki momentarily stunned. Chapter 8. The God of the Past. Galarian inside the dimly lit wooden cabin. Naoki and the motorcycle lizard gazed at the Pokémon sprawled on the floor, having been dragged in from outside by their combined efforts. With just a glance, Naoki recognized the identity of this Pokémon. Guardian of the Paradise, the King, the God of the Past. These are all titles attributed to this creature. Originally nameless, it was designated Galarian by a scientist after being summoned to this era. Indeed, Galarian, one of the legendary beings featured on the cover of the game Pokémon Scarlet and Violet, was said to have once shattered the earth with its fists. Currently, the ecological information regarding it remains shrouded in mystery, yet some believe it to be a primordial form of the motorcycle lizard. Despite the resemblance in their skeletal structures, Galarian exhibited a temperament far more tenacious and ferocious than that of the motorcycle lizard. Naoki observed Galarian and then the motorcycle lizard, noting their striking similarity in form. This raised a perplexing question. How had Galarian ended up in this place? Lost in contemplation, he reflected on the information related to Galarian from the game. Summoned by Dr. Orin through a time machine, it had fled from Zone 0 after a failed territorial dispute with another Galarian, ultimately collapsing on a beach in the southern region of Paldea, where it was discovered by the game's protagonist. So what exactly was the situation now? Naoki found himself bewildered, exchanging a glance with the seemingly innocent motorcycle lizard before lowering his gaze to Galarian. In the next moment, Galarian's tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open, its golden irises ablaze with a fierce energy, locking onto the human before it. Naoki jumped in surprise. Yet, just as quickly, that ferocity dissipated. Though Galarian continued to regard him intently, Naoki uttered a startled exclamation. Nearby, the motorcycle lizard tilted its head in confusion. Upon hearing the sound from a third party, Galarian's expression flickered with momentary astonishment. As it recognized the form of the motorcycle lizard, disbelief washed over its features, soon followed by a dawning understanding. Memories surged in its mind. Long ago, when it was still a motorcycle lizard, it too had encountered a Galarian on a night much like this one. Today mirrored the past. Yet now it found itself in the position once occupied by that very motorcycle lizard. It gazed at the motorcycle lizard across from it, which appeared somewhat intimidated by its presence, and suddenly realized what had transpired when it had encountered that peculiar Groudon during its own time as a motorcycle lizard. That creature was, in fact, its own past self. It had plunged into the time machine, waiting in a distant era for millennia, only to be summoned once more. Arriving in an even earlier time, Groudon's gaze was fixed intently on the motorcycle lizard. Naoki, witnessing the standoff between the two, felt a twinge of fear that this unknown Groudon might suddenly lash out at the motorcycle lizard. He quickly positioned himself in front of the motorcycle lizard, breaking Groudon's line of sight, and mustered a friendly demeanor, saying, "Huh, you're all right now, aren't you? I just saw you plummet from the sky and brought you back to my home." Given the unfamiliar and fierce nature of this Pokémon, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Observing Naoki's protective stance over the motorcycle lizard, Groudon's emotions became a convoluted mix. It felt a sense of gloom and discontent as it watched the scene unfold, inexplicably sensing an ache in its heart. Even more perplexing was the realization that the motorcycle lizard was, in fact, a reflection of its past self. Naoki silently scrutinized Groudon's behavior, adopting a strategy of stillness. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound unexpectedly emanated from Groudon's belly, permeating the air with an awkward tension. Naoki, having already dined with the motorcycle lizard, noticed that Groudon did not seem inclined to rage and quietly sighed in relief. He addressed Groudon, "Are you hungry? I have some food left. Would you like some?" Groudon immediately nodded obediently, shedding its previous ferocity. Naoki couldn't help but inwardly scoff at the rapid transformation upon the mention of food. Nevertheless, he rose to his feet, leading the motorcycle lizard to the cupboard. He retrieved a fresh cut of pork shoulder, recently purchased, which was lean yet succulent, perfect for a Pokémon of Groudon stature. After washing the meat and removing excess fat and skin, he sliced it into appropriately sized pieces and placed them into a bowl. Naoki then took out his newly acquired seasonings, selecting dark soy sauce, light soy sauce, oyster sauce, sugar, black pepper, and starch for thickening. He added the seasonings sequentially to the bowl and mixed them well with the marinated pork, allowing it to soak up the flavors before placing it in a pan to cook over medium-low heat. Soon, golden fat began to seep from the meat, and accompanied by the sizzling sounds of the cooking oil, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the room. The pork, absorbing the marinade, gradually transformed into a golden hue, brimming with vitality, gently swaying in the rich scent and fat, releasing succulent juices. During this process, Naoki turned to glance back. Before him, the once dormant Golett had transformed into a galloping form, drooling as it gazed hungrily in his direction. Not far off, the motorcycle lizard, despite having satisfied its hunger, could not resist the allure of the aroma wafting through the air and began to salivate uncontrollably. Naoki chuckled softly to himself, mentally calculating the time. When the moment felt right, he ladled the pork chops from the pot, dividing them into 2 portions and placing them onto pristine white plates. As he looked down, the details of the dish materialized before him. Pan-seared pork chop, crafted from fresh ingredients, precise cooking techniques, and special seasonings, this beloved dish results in a succulent, juicy pork chop that bestows unparalleled vitality upon Pokémon. Culinary effects: health recovery, significant; strength increase, significant; Pokémon gains minor experience and insights. Duration: 60 minutes. Evaluation: the freshness of the ingredients combined with excellent culinary skills has yielded this delectable pan-seared pork chop, making it ideal for Pokémon in pursuit of strength. Naoki felt a twinge of surprise. The effects of this pork chop were astonishingly potent, albeit with a rather short duration. He pondered the black truffle he had discovered earlier. What if he incorporated it into the dish? Would it extend the duration indefinitely? That was certainly worth exploring in the future. He then approached the motorcycle lizard and Golett, presenting them with their respective plates. Watching them indulge heartily, he contemplated for a moment before retrieving 2 pristine glass cups, 2 berries, and 2 bottles of moo milk. How could one enjoy meat without a refreshing fruit juice to cleanse the palate? Moreover, he was curious to see if extracting juice from the berries would yield a similar magical enhancement as the dish had, though the berries resembled fruit. Their quantity was insufficient for juicing alone, prompting Naoki to blend in a suitable amount of milk. After washing his hands, he squeezed the juice from the 2 berries into the cups, followed by the addition of milk, stirring it all together. This milk had been purchased at the soaking market, costing him 120 alliance coins for a 500 milliliter bottle. Soon, the juice and milk melded harmoniously. Naoki gazed intently, and as anticipated, the information regarding this juice milk surfaced in his mind. Juice milk, a delightful blend of fresh berries and nutrient-rich moo milk, masterfully merging the fruity aroma into the milk, creating an exceptionally suitable beverage for Pokémon. Culinary effects: exclusive to dairy Pokémon. Consumption slightly enhances the quality of milk produced by the consumer, improving its flavor and nutritional value. Evaluation: a delectable juice milk, truly a treasure worth having. Chapter 9. Golett's Willow-Rooted Retreat Enhancing the Quality of Milk. Exclusive to dairy Pokémon. Naoki raised an eyebrow, visibly astonished. He had only been aware that culinary effects directly augmented the strength, speed, and other beneficial attributes akin to warmth and protection for Pokémon. However, it remains unclear that culinary creations possess such auxiliary enhancement effects. This could greatly aid in the daily operations of the ranch. I wonder if preparing other dishes might yield similar outcomes. The variety of gastronomy is vast. Even a lifetime of 50 years may not suffice to experience every dish in this world. Nevertheless, at this moment, Naoki found himself profoundly intrigued by the unknown culinary creations and their effects. There is plenty of time. I can explore at my leisure. As he pondered, Naoki turned and placed 2 cups of fruit juice milk before Golett and Motokondru. Although neither Golett nor Motokondru are capable of producing milk, providing them with ordinary beverages posed no issue. Before being summoned by the time machine, Golett had been engaged in a territorial dispute with another bothersome Golett. It had sustained some injuries in that skirmish, and upon confirming its return to this time and space, it wasted no time in hurrying back home. Now, having savored the meal prepared by Naoki, relishing the familiar flavors and gradually healing wounds, Golett felt a profound sense of relaxation enveloping it. Unable to suppress its affection and longing, it ambled over to Naoki, joyfully licking his face as an expression of endearment. However, Naoki remained oblivious to Golett's current thoughts. Initially startled, He relaxed upon recalling how ROLLOUT would also nuzzle against players and May in the game. Feeling the slobber on his face, Naoki pushed ROLLOUT away in exasperation. ROLLOUT bore no ill will, happily sitting beside him, its hefty tail swaying behind as it watched Naoki wash his face. Once Mitochondria finished its meal, Naoki tidied up the utensils, washed them clean, and stretched luxuriously. After a long day, it was time for a well-deserved rest. The ranch lacked a bathroom, so Naoki stepped outside to rinse off with the faucet, then lazily collapsed onto his bed, yawning while perusing information about spring crop cultivation in the ranch compendium. Tomorrow, a multitude of tasks awaited him: felling excess trees, smashing stones in the fields, tilling the soil, and planting seeds and fruit trees. He also intended to try his hand at fishing, hoping to catch some sizable fish to sell to Zach in the evening to supplement his household income. With the crops not yet ripe and the Pokémon shelter still unrepaired, this was his sole means of earning money. As Naoki mentally organized his plans for the following day, he glanced towards the bedside. Mitochondria yawned, sprawled out on the wooden floor, drowsy. ROLLOUT found its own spot and began to rest its eyes. Naoki's presence, the familiar surroundings, and the lingering aroma of the meal all conspired to instill a profound sense of security within ROLLOUT. Although the ranch lay far from town, in the wilderness, the presence of Mitochondria alleviated any fears Naoki might have felt, let alone the unexpected appearance of Groudon. Now's face broke into a smile before he reclined back. He turned off the lights and drifted into slumber. The following morning, driven by the instincts of a corporate worker, now awoke at the break of dawn. Glancing at the wall clock, he noticed it was merely 6:15. Although he contemplated stealing a few more moments of rest, the thought of the numerous tasks awaiting him quickly dispelled his drowsiness. Rubbing his eyes, he rose to prepare breakfast. Hearing the rustling sounds from the bed, Groudon opened one eye, saw Now getting up, and promptly returned to slumber. The motor lizard, however, sat up. Observing its movement, Now gently patted its head and chuckled softly. "Continue sleeping. I will prepare breakfast and wake you shortly." Thus, the motor lizard closed its eyes once more, reclining on the floor. This morning, Now prepared a sandwich for the motor lizard. Using the toast he procured from the market, a patty he had cooked himself, along with freshly sliced tomatoes and lettuce, he crafted a delightful creation, generously slathered with cheese sauce, completing a fresh sandwich. Now glanced down, and the sandwich's attributes materialized before him. Sandwich, a harmonious blend of fresh ingredients, balanced with both meat and vegetables, rich in nutrition, making it an excellent breakfast choice. Culinary effect, minor energy boost, invigorating the Pokémon, reducing drowsiness. Evaluation, a basic fast food sandwich, a commendable option for breakfast. Is it merely an energy boost? Now felt a tinge of disappointment. But recalling that only the patty was cooked by him, he considered it quite satisfactory. After finishing breakfast, he roused the two Pokémon. He initially intended to make a sandwich for himself as well, but upon spotting the remaining instant noodles in the cupboard, he thought it wasteful to let them go unused and decided to prepare them instead. However, as he served the noodles, the sharp-eyed Groudon noticed. It glanced at the sandwich before shifting its gaze to the bowl of hot noodles, suddenly adopting an upright posture, swapping the food, and eagerly gulping down the noodles. Now was taken aback. Looking down at the now empty bowl, he inquired, "Do you really enjoy this?" For Groudon, this was the first meal prepared by Now, holding significant meaning. In the near future, as the farm flourished, Now would seldom make hot noodles again. Seeing it once more, Groudon felt a wave of nostalgia. "Groudon, ga hiss." Now could not comprehend, but judging by Groudon's expression, it seemed to thoroughly relish the meal. This sentiment starkly contrasted with that of the motor lizard. Now did not dwell on it further. After washing the bowl, he shouldered his hoe and ventured outside. A new day of work was about to commence. Following yesterday's training, Now and the motor lizard had developed a remarkable synergy. With its tail, the motor lizard shattered stones, clearing the debris as Jishu followed closely behind, tilling the ground with a hoe. Along the way, they encountered some large trees, and when Jishu found himself lacking the strength to fell them, he handed the axe to the motor lizard, requesting its assistance. Groudon stood nearby, observing this scene. Suddenly, it let out a series of roars, then turned and rushed towards a large tree. With a powerful embrace, it uprooted the tree effortlessly, casting it aside. Hearing the commotion, Jishu and the motor lizard turned their heads, both of them adorned with expressions of bewilderment. Unfazed, Groudon continued its labor in the fields, assisting with the logging and stone removal. Jishu watched in awe. Such formidable strength. Was it expressing gratitude? Undeniably. Having a Pokémon of Groudon's caliber alleviated his workload significantly. As Groudon persisted, Jishu and the motor lizard resumed their tasks. With Groudon's involvement, Their efficiency surged remarkably. Within just one morning, they had cleared more than half of the farming area. Jishu, drenched in sweat, carried a watering can to hydrate the soil, ensuring it became loose and more suitable for planting. He couldn't help but think how beneficial it would be to have a water-type Pokémon at that moment. After watering, the land would require some time to cool before it could be planted again. Jishu was not in a rush to tidy up the entire farming area in one go. Firstly, they lacked sufficient seeds, and secondly, they were short-handed and overwhelmed. This substantial portion would keep them occupied for quite a while. Chapter 10. The School of Fish at Noon. Jishu prepared a meal of cold cucumber slices. This dish was perfect for combating the summer heat, providing a refreshing sensation upon consumption. Groudon and the motor lizard continued to enjoy their sandwiches. It was not that Jishu was unwilling to experiment with new recipes. Rather, after a busy morning, he was simply too fatigued. Thus, this afternoon, he planned to take a well-deserved break and try his hand at fishing by the river, concerned that the motor lizard might feel bored after lunch. Jishu glanced at the glutinous rice flour and red bean paste in the cupboard, pondering whether he could prepare some snacks for their fishing trip. With that thought, he set to work. Jishu took out the glutinous rice flour, mixed it with water to form a dough, shaped it into long strips, flattened them, and then filled them with the pre-prepared red bean paste and sugar, rolling them into round balls. Soon, a series of snow-white dumplings appeared on the stove. The motor lizard, intrigued by this novel treat, approached curiously. "Jia?" it inquired. Jishu turned to it with a smile, saying, "This is a snack called glutinous rice dumpling. I wonder if you've ever tasted it." The motor lizard shook its head. "Jia?" Jishu replied. "Well, you'll get to experience it this afternoon. Though, I'm not sure if you'll enjoy this flavor." The motor lizard nodded eagerly. "Jia?" Jishu could not help but chuckle, remarking, "Silly creature. How can you declare your fondness before tasting it? Are you not afraid it might be as unpalatable as hot soup noodles?" Jia, the motor lizard, bashfully scratched its head with its claws. Nearby, Groudon could hardly bear to watch. Had it ever been this foolish? Surely. The other Groudon had looked at it in the same bewildered manner. At that moment, Jishu turned his gaze towards Groudon and called out, "Groudon." The creature promptly scampered over, positioning itself beside Jishu. Jioyoyo hissed in confusion. After a brief contemplation, Jishu inquired, "Did you come here from the Padia Abyss?" After much consideration, he resolved to delve into the origins of this Groudon. Curious to ascertain whether it had fled from the Zero Zone due to a territorial dispute with another Groudon, subsequently entering the Padia region. Upon hearing this, Groudon nodded its head. Observing this, Jishu silently acknowledged his suspicion. He continued, "Were you recently engaged in battle with another Groudon?" Groudon appeared flabbergasted, exclaiming, "Jioyo, how did you know?" Jishu thought to himself, "Silly thing, what do I not know?" Yet, to spare the creature's feelings, he refrained from inquiring about the outcome of the territorial conflict and instead asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Groudon responded, "Jioyoz." Though the words were unintelligible, Jishu discerned the creature's intent. It wished to remain here. This aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. With such strength, Groudon would undoubtedly be an invaluable ally. Excited internally yet maintaining a composed exterior, Jishu stated, "If you wish to stay, you must assist me in tending to the ranch." Jio. Without waiting for Jishu to finish, Groudon eagerly nodded in agreement. At that moment, the last glutinous rice dumpling was wrapped up, and Jishu placed it in the steamer, simmering it gently. Estimating the cooking time, he grabbed a stool, along with his fishing rod and bait, and made his way to the river that bordered the ranch. Before casting his line, he announced to Groudon and Jio, "I am going fishing. You two go and play." In the springtime, the ranch was adorned with dandelions and a variety of petite yellow wildflowers. Upon hearing Jishu's words, Jio wandered off to engage in solitary play. Captivated by a butterfly, it chased the delicate creature through the grass. After a while, Jio paused before a fluffy, pristine dandelion, lowering its head in curiosity to examine the tiny, soft hairs upon it. Suddenly, it felt an itch in its nose. Unable to resist, it let out a tremendous sneeze, scattering the dandelion's seeds into the azure sky. Jio gazed upward, its eyes wide with innocence and a hint of wonder at the spectacle. By the riverbank, Jishu turned to the side and inquired of Groudon, "Aren't you going to play?" Groudon shook its head, gazing at the gently flowing river and the various fish shadows beneath the surface, then glanced at the fishing rod in Jishu's hand. Suddenly, a light bulb lit up above Groudon's head. It conceived a splendid idea. Before Jishu could react, Groudon's aura surged dramatically, and it leapt high into the air, transforming as it ferociously plunged into the water. Splash! A torrent of river water was sent soaring into the air. cascading down like a sudden rainfall. Jishu stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. Groudon emerged from the water, jubilantly claiming credit. Gaa. Jishu looked down to see the turbulent water gradually calming, and shadows rising to the surface. Rolling their eyes in a clear display of being stunned by Groudon's assault, Jishu momentarily found himself at a loss for words. He gazed at Groudon and couldn't help but say, "While I appreciate your effort to repay my kindness, there was no need for such theatrics." Groudon's expression fell, its head drooping. Gaa. Jishu, feeling helpless, replied, "All right, I didn't mean to criticize you. You did splendidly." Groudon's eyes instantly brightened. Gasi. Jishu sighed and directed Groudon to collect the unconscious fish and place them in a small bucket filled with river water. Groudon obediently complied, swiftly retrieving the fish. The fish of this season were not particularly plump, but for Jishu, who was just beginning, this was of little consequence. He managed to extract a few king carps among the ordinary river fish. Groudon looked at the 3 red fish, perplexed. Gaa? They cannot be eaten. Jishu shook his head. He initially intended to release the king carps back into the river, but suddenly remembered the lake on his own ranch. Cultivating crops and raising dairy cows required extensive preparation, so in the meantime, why not raise a few fish? Not only the king carps, but these ordinary river fish could also be nurtured. After a moment of contemplation, Jishu carried the iron bucket to the lakeside and released the 3 king carps. After doing so, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he remained to observe the fate of the king carps. He was uncertain whether they had merely been stunned by Groudon or had been killed outright. Fortunately, the 3 king carps were quite resilient. After a few minutes of unconsciousness, they slowly opened their eyes. In this new aquatic environment, they showed no signs of panic, continuing to swim languidly in the water. Chapter 11. The Caterpillar's Exclusive Enhancement. New facility at the ranch. Fish Pond 1. Observing the king carps swimming in the lake, Jishu felt a sense of harvest joy in his heart. The fishing expedition was disrupted by Groudon. Jishu glanced up at the sky, gauging the passage of time in his mind, and decided to return to the wooden cabin to check if the glutinous rice dumplings had finished steaming. Grasping a metal bucket filled with fish, he turned around only to see the motor lizard scurrying towards him, clutching a yellow wildflower in its claws. "For me?" Jishu asked in surprise. The motor lizard nodded its head, displaying an endearing smile. How utterly charming it was. Jishu reached out to accept the wildflower, contemplating the petals and thinking, perhaps this is why so many are enamored with Pokémon? They are pure, innocent, and kind. Most Pokémon will stand by you for life, even sacrificing themselves to protect you if you treat them well. With a sigh of reflection, Jishu affectionately patted the motor lizard's head before turning to call for Groudon to return. Yet, the Groudon that had been by his side moments ago had vanished. Looking up, he saw Groudon swiftly weaving through a lush patch of grass, startling butterflies that fled in fright. After a few minutes, Groudon returned, clutching a handful of colorful flowers, including bluebells, tulips, and hyacinths. Jishu immediately understood Groudon's intentions, but truth be told, Groudon must be one of the least dignified divine beasts. Over the past 2 days, its every action lacked the demeanor of a divine creature, instead resembling that of an innocent child. Groudon presented the flowers. Gaheo. Jishu sighed internally and reluctantly took the offering. Just as he was about to lift the bucket, he noticed Groudon leaning in closer. Indeed, just like a childish little chick, he thought, chuckling as he patted Groudon's head. Only then was Groudon satisfied. "Let us go," Jishu said, picking up the bucket, with the motor lizard and Groudon flanking him as they returned to the wooden cabin. He placed the bucket in the shade to prevent the fish from perishing under the sun, intending to hand them over to Zach when he arrived at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Upon entering the cabin, he checked the dumplings and found they were still uncooked. Settling at his desk, he retrieved the ledger and pen he had previously purchased from the general store. Meticulously recording daily expenses and income was a fundamental duty for any competent rancher, ensuring that when the ranch expanded, he would not be left in the dark. Lifting his pen, Jishu began to calculate and write. Spring of the year 198, January 5th. Income, black truffles 33,000 expenditure. Purchase of seeds, fishing rods, seasonings, and ingredients for 190 remaining funds. 28,810 spring of the year 198, January 6th. Income, fish expenditure, 0. The fish has yet to be sold, and Naoki is unaware of its price. Thus, he left a blank space to tally the amount later in the evening. In addition, Naoki noted the funds required for expanding his residence and repairing the Pokémon house and chicken coop. This method not only facilitates his review, but also provides him with motivation to strive towards these goals. After recording the accounts, Naoki rose to check on the steamer. This time, the glutinous rice dumplings were finally cooked. Amidst the billowing steam, they resembled plump, tender little white dolls. As Naoki gazed down, information about them emerged. Glutinous rice dumplings, a delightful spring delicacy made from glutinous rice and red bean filling, highly favored by the youth. Culinary effect. Bug-type Pokémon exclusive, enhances Bug Silk 2. Significantly increases the resilience and strength of Bug Silk. If ingredients with attributes are added, the Pokémon consuming them may undergo even more transformations. Evaluation. Snow White in appearance. Chewy and soft, sweet and delicate, fragrant and refreshing, with a hint of red bean sweetness. It is a delightful snack. Bug-type Pokémon exclusive enhancement? Upon noticing the inscription, Naoki was instantly intrigued. The plump, white glutinous rice dumplings lay in the pot, each possessing identical enhancement effects, yet differing in levels. There were level 1 enhancements, level 2 enhancements, and the highest being level 3. However, what piqued Naoki's interest was not the term bug-type Pokémon exclusive, but rather the phrase regarding ingredients with attributes. If he recalled correctly, it seemed that such ingredients did not exist in the Pokémon world. Yet, in that dreadful game, they certainly did. For instance, ice-infused ice fruits and electric-charged lightning lemons, among others. But could they be cultivated in this world? Naoki instinctively felt it unlikely. Yet he suddenly recalled a particular dish from the game. It was a recipe called grass cake, which, when consumed by the little characters cultivated by players, allowed them to assist in tending to crops on the player's farm. The crops tended by these little helpers would undergo slight mutations. For example, ordinary mushrooms could transform into armored mushrooms, regular lemons into lightning lemons, and common apples into glowing apples. Feeding an apple to a little character would cause it to glow, transforming into a large light bulb, akin to a free metamorphosis. So, the question arises, if he successfully creates grass cake and then feeds it to a Pokémon, could it grant the Pokémon that extraordinary ability as well? After a moment's contemplation, Naoki deemed it feasible. However, the crux of the matter was that as a technician, he did not know the necessary ingredients and detailed recipe for grass cake. How does one make a cake from grass? This matter is likely known only to the inhabitants of Sheep Village, particularly the likes of Pleasant Sheep. When the time comes, introducing electric citrus into the glutinous rice dumplings may yield silk threads imbued with electric properties. The dream of the green caterpillar employing an electric net may no longer be far-fetched. Contemplating this prospect, Naoki felt a surge of excitement. It seems prudent to experiment with the recipe for grass cake next. However, that is not feasible at present, as the ranch is still in its nascent stages, and every bit of currency must be conserved. Keeping this matter in mind, Naoki placed the glutinous rice dumplings onto a clean plate to cool. The motorcycle lizard gazed curiously at the dumplings, while Gollett's interest appeared somewhat subdued in comparison. Noticing the motorcycle lizard's demeanor, Naoki cautioned, "They're hot. Wait until they cool before eating." The motorcycle lizard obediently refrained from touching the dumplings at Naoki's command, remaining still, reserving the majority for Gollett and the motorcycle lizard. Naoki extracted a dumpling enhanced with 3 silk attributes. He recalled that green caterpillars could be found in the back mountain. He was eager to discover what transformations such a small dumpling could impart upon the green caterpillar and to what extent it could enhance the silk. Chapter 12. The effects of silk enhancement. In the afternoon, Naoki rode Gollett directly towards the back mountain. The reason he chose Gollett over the motorcycle lizard was that, upon mentioning his intention to visit the back mountain, Gollett eagerly volunteered to accompany him. The motorcycle lizard was left behind at the ranch to guard against small Pokémon such as Psyduck, Swimring Weasel, and big-tailed raccoon from pilfering fish. Riding on Gollett provided a distinctly different experience compared to riding the motorcycle lizard. While the motorcycle lizard resembled a small electric sheep vehicle, Gollett's larger stature made it akin to a substantial motorcycle. However, Naoki mused that if one were to consider motorcycles, the futuristic Miltank might be a closer match. Given that this world emerged from the depths of the Paldea crater, it must belong to the realm of Zhu. It is likely that Pipa has already lost his mother. Dr. Orin, Naoki pondered to himself. Gollett moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they entered the back mountain region. Their purpose this time was not to forage for mountain goods to sell, but rather to locate a green caterpillar and experiment with the culinary effects on it. The afternoon forest was lush and vibrant, filled with the distant calls of bird Pokémon. Naoki gently tapped Gollett's shoulder to slow down, then meticulously surveyed the surroundings, seeking traces of the green caterpillar amidst the dense canopies and deep underbrush. It is well known that among all Pokémon, The green caterpillar is notoriously feeble. Although there are weaker Pokémon such as Magikarp and Sunkern beneath it, the green caterpillar does not seem to possess significantly greater strength. Prior to evolution, it can only utilize Tackle, String Shot, and Bug Bite as its moves. Upon evolving into a hardened chrysalis, the creature merely possesses the singular ability to fortify itself. Beyond this, it lacks any offensive capabilities. Only upon reaching its ultimate form as a Butterfree can the caterpillar truly metamorphose into a butterfly, completing its transformation. In the natural world, such a diminutive caterpillar often falls prey to other Pokémon. The Pidgey stands as the most notorious of its adversaries. Consequently, within the forest, the caterpillar typically conceals itself amidst dense foliage to evade the watchful eyes of its predators, utilizing the surrounding environment for camouflage. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby thicket. Jishu, accompanied by Groudon, cautiously approached, treading lightly. The Pokémon hidden within the underbrush, upon hearing the approaching footsteps, immediately halted its movements, and the rustling noise subsided. As Jishu parted the foliage, he indeed discovered a tense and terrified caterpillar. "It's you." Upon recognizing the caterpillar's form, Jishu's eyes sparkled, but he quickly noted that this caterpillar appeared to be injured. A closer inspection revealed several claw marks upon its body, seemingly inflicted by a bird Pokémon. The caterpillar, now aware of Jishu and Groudon's presence, exhibited signs of fear. Jishu raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this caterpillar was fortunate, as he happened to carry 2 orange berries for restoring vitality. He retrieved the berries from his backpack and extended his hand toward the caterpillar. However, the caterpillar seemed somewhat agitated upon sensing the approaching figure. It instinctively opened its mouth and spat out a strand of white silk. The silk ensnared Jishu's hand, but its quality was rather poor. With a firm tug, he easily tore it apart. "Too weak," Jishu muttered, shaking his head. He opened his palm to reveal the berries, explaining, "You should be able to understand me, right? I mean you no harm. Consuming these will aid in your recovery." Upon hearing this, the caterpillar paused, its large, dark eyes fixed upon the human before it. "Here." Jishu placed the berries on the grass before the caterpillar. This time, the caterpillar refrained from attacking. Instead, it lowered its head and began to munch on the orange berries scattered on the ground. Once both berries were reduced to mere pits, the caterpillar's injuries had healed significantly. Observing this transformation, Jishu inquired, "Do you wish to grow stronger?" His tone was imbued with temptation. The caterpillar gazed back at him, bewildered. "You are far too weak at present. The silk you take pride in is utterly feeble against other Pokémon. Do you often find yourself pursued as prey?" The caterpillar nodded vacantly. "Then, are you content with your current existence? The world perceives you as feeble, and you never imagined that one day you could vanquish those who regard you as mere prey, reigning supreme over the forest, instilling fear in all Pokémon. Is it truly possible?" The Caterpie was utterly stunned. Was it resigned to this fate? No, it was not. The world deemed it the weakest of Pokémon, easily outmatched even by a newly hatched Pidgey. The Caterpie envisioned itself standing triumphantly over a Pidgey, instilling awe in all avian Pokémon. A surge of unprecedented fervor ignited within its heart. The persuasion had succeeded. Without further ado, Naoki produced a prepared rice ball and placed it before the Caterpie, saying, "Consume it. It shall grant you strength." The Caterpie gazed at the white morsel, then, without hesitation, approached and began to devour it. Once it had finished the entire rice ball, the Caterpie could not help but let out a satisfied burp. On the surface, its body appeared unchanged. After a moment's contemplation, Naoki asked, "Could you show me your silk-spitting technique once more?" With a hiss, the Caterpie opened its mouth, and a stream of slightly viscous white silk erupted forth. Compared to its previous attempt, the quantity of silk produced was significantly greater, leaving even the Caterpie astounded. Naoki grasped the silk, wrapping it around his hand and pulling with force. Though the silk bent into a curve, it did not break as it had before. Indeed, both its resilience and stickiness had greatly improved, the strength now clearly on an entirely different level. Inwardly, Naoki mused, while outwardly he congratulated the Caterpie, saying, "Congratulations. You have grown stronger." With the effects of the rice ball tested, there was no longer a reason for him to linger. Naoki mounted his Gardevoir and turned to depart. Having heard those words, the Caterpie appeared quite exhilarated. Yet, it quickly regained its composure. This newfound strength was merely a beginning. It yearned for more. It sought to become formidable enough that none would dare to underestimate it. As it gazed at the retreating figures of the human and the imposing Pokémon, the Caterpie's mind wandered in contemplation. Chapter 13. To farm or not to farm at dusk. Precisely at 6 o'clock, Zack arrived at the ranch in his truck. Naoki was diligently planting the last sapling of fruit-bearing trees with his Gardevoir and Charmeleon, having just watered them when he heard Zach's robust voice call from behind. Did you do all this? It's astonishingly swift. Has it been less than a day? Gazing at the transformed ranch, Zach was left speechless. The fields, once overrun with weeds and trees, had been rendered tidy and pristine, with plots of land arranged in perfect order, the soil slightly damp, as if it had just been watered. Jishu turned around, smiling at Zach as he said, "This is all thanks to them." He then shifted slightly to reveal the nearby Gollet and Motor Lizard. Zach was momentarily taken aback, then lifted his gaze to find that, in addition to the Motor Lizard he had seen the day before, Jishu was now accompanied by a Pokémon he had never encountered before. It was a creature of imposing stature, with a robust physique, muscular limbs, and a powerful tail. What on earth is that? Zach's eyes widened in astonishment. He swore he had never seen such a Pokémon in the Paldea region. As a truck driver who traveled far and wide, Zach had visited various places and encountered countless Pokémon. He was well acquainted with those dwelling in Paldea, although he was not a trainer. He often engaged in exhilarating Pokémon battles with trainers he met along his delivery routes, especially those who had recently emerged from the Orange Academy. Yet, he had never heard of such a Pokémon. Observing Zach's reaction, Jishu was not surprised, for at this time, apart from Dr. Oren, no one had ever laid eyes on Gollet. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from disclosing Gollet's name, simply stating, "I do not know where it came from. It appeared in the ranch last night, injured, and my Motor Lizard and I rescued it. To express its gratitude, it decided to stay and assist us." "I see," Zach murmured, nodding thoughtfully as he gazed at the unfamiliar Pokémon. "It seems to be quite fond of you. The fact that you encountered it indicates a special bond." With his curiosity satisfied, Zach chose not to dwell further on the matter, instead turning his attention to the cargo box, inquiring, "Did you manage to find any mountain goods like black truffles today?" "Not exactly, but I did catch some fish," Jishu replied, stepping under the eaves to lift a metal bucket filled with fish and placing it before Zach. As Zach crouched down to peer into the bucket, he was taken aback by the sight within. Wow, so many. As a novice ranch owner, he marveled at Jishu's exceptional fishing skills. "Let me see." He released his own Pokémon, a Machoke, and directed it to retrieve a glass fish tank from the truck specifically designed for storing fish. Striped bass, carp, catfish, herring, wow, and 2 rainbow trout. "These are rare catches," Zach exclaimed, genuinely impressed. "Your fishing prowess is remarkable." He stood up, giving a thumbs up in admiration. Jishu responded with a polite, yet somewhat bashful smile. Zach took out his ledger and began calculating. Striped bass is 300 league coins each, carp is 120, and rainbow trout is 1,200. That totals 3,680 league coins. Upon completing his calculations, Zach tucked away his ledger, retrieved his wallet, and proceeded with the payment. "This is splendid. I hope to see similar yields tomorrow." Indeed, regardless of the world, fishing in the early stages remains a primary source of income. As Jishu contemplated this, he received the payment. Once the transaction was complete, Zach turned to leave. He had to collect goods from other ranches and farms, and then deliver them overnight to the G Market and surrounding cities. However, a sudden thought struck Zach, prompting him to pause and ask, "By the way, have you decided on a name for this ranch yet?" "A name?" Jishu was momentarily taken aback. Zach grinned. "A good name can serve as the ranch's signature, attracting more attention. Eventually, the town will hold a harvest season, and nearby ranches will participate to see who cultivates the finest crops. The winning ranch will receive a mysterious award from the town." Jishu understood. To be honest, he had yet to finalize the ranch's name. Nevertheless, he was typically decisive in such matters. After a brief contemplation, he declared, "Let us call it Jishu Ranch. Simple and memorable, without any unnecessary embellishments." "Using your own name? Excellent. Then it shall be Jishu Ranch," Zach exclaimed. "I eagerly anticipate the day this name resonates throughout Paldea." As Zach departed, Jishu watched him disappear into the distance and turned his gaze toward the freshly revitalized patchwork fields before him. After returning from the back mountain, he noted that the soil had sufficiently recovered, so he, along with his companions Groudon and the Moto Lizard, planted the seeds he had purchased. With a plethora of seed varieties at his disposal, Jishu, who preferred orderliness, meticulously divided the land into different sections prior to planting. Potatoes, turnips, garlic, spring wheat, strawberries, cabbage, cucumbers, and tomatoes were among the crops sown. Additionally, he had previously acquired several fruit saplings, including oranges, peaches, cherries, and lemons. These saplings occupied a dedicated plot, which Jishu intended to transform into a specialized orchard. In this world, ordinary fruits were remarkably inexpensive, For instance, an orange was priced at merely 20 alliance coins. Consequently, Jishu did not aim to profit from them, but rather planned to use them for making delightful treats such as fruit cakes, fruit yogurt, and fruit pies for the Moto lizard and Groudon. After several hours of diligent work, Jishu felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Yet, gazing at the orderly fields, he experienced a peculiar sense of satisfaction. I may have sown a few too many seeds, he mused, worried about potential confusion. After a moment's thought, he decided to craft a few wooden signs to stake into the ground, labeling the types of crops to differentiate the various plots. He found a saw in the storage room, intended for cutting wood. However, it was getting late, so he resolved to postpone this task until the following day. Stretching his limbs, Naoki felt his entire being relax as he removed the mud-caked rubber shoes from his feet. He washed his face at the faucet and slipped into a pair of comfortable sandals. Upon turning his head, he was greeted by the sight of his two companions. The Mudkip and the Motochick, both caked in dirt, their feet and tails smeared with mud. With a resigned sigh, Naoki addressed them, "Stand still, let me clean you up." The two Pokémon obediently complied, standing still as Naoki took the hose and rinsed off the grime. Once the mud was washed away, the two large creatures shook themselves off in unison, splattering Naoki with droplets of water. At that moment, he couldn't help but think they resembled two large dogs. Amused by this peculiar thought, he turned back to the house, retrieved a towel, and dried off both the Mudkip and Motochick before ushering them inside. The wooden floor of the cabin was immaculate, devoid of dust, as Naoki always changed his shoes to keep it clean. The night had deepened, and the two Pokémon lay lazily on the floor. The Motochick couldn't stifle its yawns, while the Mudkip looked somewhat disdainfully at its own muddy state. The warm glow of the lamps illuminated the room as Naoki, dressed in home attire, stood at the stove preparing dinner for them. "What shall we have for dinner tonight?" he pondered. Although he had intended to try a new recipe, exhaustion from a long day led him to opt for simplicity instead. A quick pansier of a pork chop, accompanied by pre-sliced toast and lettuce with ham, culminated in a nutritionally balanced sandwich. "Here you go." Naoki placed the sandwich before the two Pokémon and settled at his desk with his own portion, picking up a pen to complete the day's ledger. Spring of the year 198, January 6th. Income, fish 3680. Expenditure, 0. Remaining funds, 32490. With the records complete and dinner finished, Naoki contentedly collapsed onto his bed, ready for sleep. Chapter 14. A new member of the ranch. The following morning, Naoki awoke to the gentle patter of rain outside. Gazing through the window, he observed a gray and somber world, the sky heavy with clouds. It was raining. The spring rain, a soft and persistent drizzle, enveloped the freshly planted crops. "Well, that saves me the trouble of watering," Naoki thought. On a rainy day, he wished to avoid muddy feet and opted not to venture out for fishing or foraging in the mountains, choosing instead to remain indoors and reorganize the old house. Rearranging the furniture to suit his preferences, he moved the desk beneath the window, allowing for a broader view while reading, alleviating the previous sense of confinement. The bed remained in its corner position, providing him with a sense of security. As for the cupboard, Naoki circled it once before deciding to shift it to the opposite side to create a partition between the resting area and the kitchen. As Naoki directed Guretin to move the cabinet aside, he was astonished to discover a dusty fireplace concealed behind it. The hearth appeared dark and bore remnants of charred marks. Leaning in to inspect it, Naoki quickly realized that the fireplace seemed to be functional. With a sense of idleness, he began to clear out the ancient ash and debris. Before long, the fireplace was immaculate, and gazing at it, Naoki couldn't help but think, what a delightful surprise. In the approaching winter, he could ignite the fireplace to warm the room, alleviating any fears of the bitter cold. As an ordinary individual living in modernity, this was his first encounter with such an object. The mere thought of a fireplace conjured up memories of enchanting tales from his childhood. He recalled heartwarming scenes from storybooks, where a mother bear knitted by the fire while her cub played with a ball of yarn. Indeed, that kind of life was quite appealing. Naturally, it would be even better if there were more Pokémon around. Adorable Eevee, the cozy Vulpix, lovable Pikachu, and the charming Espurr, among others. That, he mused, would be the essence of true living. He couldn't help but sigh. Had he not traversed into this realm, he would likely be braving the pouring rain to catch the subway for work. Yet, the past was behind him, and there was little worth longing for there. Embracing the present was of utmost importance. Shaking his head to dispel the lingering thoughts, he opened the door to let in a refreshing breeze, dispelling the stuffiness of the room. With the cool air flowing in, Naoki settled at his desk and began perusing the book titled Complete Guide to Ranching. seeking information about spring crops, including fertilization methods, growth cycles, and harvest frequencies. Groudon and the motorcycle lizard remained undisturbed, quietly resting by the door, listening to the rain. At that moment, Groudon seemed to sense something, suddenly rising and taking a couple of steps forward. Grizzle? Naoki turned at the sound and saw Groudon peering outside, its head poking out of the door. What is it? Grizzle. Groudon tilted its head, observing a familiar green caterpillar. Noticing its movement, Naoki rose to investigate. Gazing at the caterpillar curled beneath the eaves, drenched by the rain, Naoki's face displayed surprise. A caterpillar? It seemed to hear his voice, weakly opening its eyes to look back at him. Sizzle. Witnessing this scene, a bold idea sprang to Naoki's mind. Could this caterpillar be the very one he had used yesterday to test the effects of the rice dumpling? What did its arrival signify? Jishu was taken aback as he observed the condition of the green caterpillar, which appeared quite feeble. He decided to bring it into his room, gently drying its rain-soaked body, and then wrapped it in an old, worn blanket. Upon witnessing this human's actions, the caterpillar's eyes brimmed with excitement. It had followed him yesterday, but, hindered by its sluggish pace and ambushed by some formidable Pokémon along the way, it had only arrived after nightfall. Those Pokémon were quite powerful, and prior to consuming that extraordinary fruit, the caterpillar had known nothing but flight in their presence. However, after its transformation, it gained the ability to confront them. Though it could not defeat those adversaries, its resilient silk could ensnare them. Realizing its newfound strength filled the caterpillar with gratitude towards the human who had aided it. It yearned to grow stronger, to ensure that no Pokémon would dare to underestimate it, which is why it came. Yet, fearing it might disturb the human, the caterpillar remained outside the door. Jishu placed a warm fruit juice in front of the caterpillar to help it regain strength. Watching it sip the juice, Jishu pondered the caterpillar's intentions, wondering if it was akin to Ash's her across from the anime, seeking to accompany him on a journey. After a moment of contemplation, he tentatively inquired, "Do you wish to choose me as your trainer?" The caterpillar paused its drinking, feeling the warmth enveloping it, and nodded vigorously. "SSS. However, Jishu replied, "But I am not a trainer." He raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. "As you can see, I am merely an ordinary rancher and possess no knowledge of how to train Pokémon." His understanding of Pokémon training was limited to theoretical knowledge gleaned from anime. With no practical experience whatsoever, the caterpillar appeared somewhat disheartened. Jishu scratched his head. After all, it was a Pokémon world, and even a humble caterpillar displayed remarkable intelligence. To become stronger, this caterpillar had proactively followed him, reminiscent of the tenacity of Cheng Yi Qingmin Li Xue. Jishu found it necessary to make an effort in return. He fell into deep thought. While this caterpillar might be weak, its evolved form, the Butterfree, was quite impressive, capable of pollinating the crops on the ranch and aiding their growth. Reflecting on this, Jishu added, "I am not a trainer, so I cannot treat you as one would a Pokémon. However, I may assist you in other ways to help you become stronger. Even so, would you still wish to stay with me?" With a multitude of culinary possibilities, it was conceivable that one day he might create a dish that enhanced the abilities of Butterfree or caterpillars. Yet, the probability of such an occurrence was not guaranteed. Hence he used the phrase might. If the caterpillar was willing, he would allow it to remain on the ranch to lend a helping hand. The green caterpillar comprehended the essence of the words spoken. It lowered its gaze to the blanket enveloping its body and then glanced at the juice before it, which promised warmth. This human is truly kind. Not only did they rescue it when it was injured in the wild, but they also provided it with a fruit to grow stronger, and now they offered it a blanket and nourishment. In this moment, the green caterpillar no longer chose this human merely for the sake of becoming stronger. It had developed a fondness for them. With that thought, the caterpillar nodded its head. Chapter 15. The Fish. Enduring hardship, the spring rain persisted until evening before finally ceasing. Naoki glanced at the antique wall clock, noting that there were still over 20 minutes until 5 o'clock. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to take ROLLOUT outside to see if they could catch some fish, which he intended to sell to Zack to help with household expenses. The post-rain air was saturated with moisture, creating an overwhelmingly humid sensation. Transparent droplets slid gently down the veins of the grass, falling into the soft, damp earth below. Naoki stood beneath the eaves, donning his rain boots, leaving the green caterpillar and the motor lizard at home, while he took ROLLOUT to the riverbank. He opted for this arrangement because Pokémon could not wear shoes. Venturing outside would inevitably result in them becoming dirty. If he brought them along, he would have to bathe them upon returning, which he found cumbersome. Thus, he chose to take only ROLLOUT with him. The motor lizard that remained behind stood under the eaves, gazing longingly in their direction. ROLLOUT looked back, delighted at being chosen for the outing, despite the fact that the motor lizard was also its own self. Unaware of Gollet's thoughts, Naoki and Gollet arrived at the riverbank, where Naoki cheerfully addressed Gollet. "All right, Gollet, it's up to you." On overcast days, the atmospheric pressure drops, causing the oxygen levels in the river to decrease, prompting fish to swim into shallower waters to breathe. This often presents an optimal opportunity for fishing. Upon hearing Naoki's words, Gollet immediately understood. It confidently patted its chest with its paw, exclaiming, "Leave it to me." With that, Gollet's expression turned serious, its aura swelling as its robust crimson form leapt into action. The tendrils atop its head transformed into wing-like appendages, morphing as it descended with ferocity. With a resounding crash, a large hole erupted in the water's surface, sending waves crashing upward, which then fell back as droplets. Naoki mused, that must have been Gollet's signature move, the full throttle charge. Observing Gollet's movements as it returned to shore in its battle form, Naoki's suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, it was the full throttle charge, a signature move in the game. Wielding a power of 100 and a perfect accuracy of 100, further amplified when striking a weakness. Using full force to catch fish seems rather extravagant. Straightening his posture, Jishu gazed upward, where an array of fish of various sizes floated. These fish had endured considerable distress, yet Groudon appeared to deliberately moderate its strength. Although the display seemed exaggerated, it did not inflict genuine harm upon the fish, merely stunning them with the residual waves. Gaheo, having accomplished the task assigned by Jishu, Groudon exhibited a demeanor of great enthusiasm. It watched the shadows of fish moving upstream, eager to leap into action. Gaheo, though the meaning eluded him, Jishu instinctively grasped its intent and quickly interjected, "That's enough. As a responsible rancher, one must contemplate the long term. Overfishing would jeopardize sustainability. Surely, one must allow the fish ample time to reproduce." After releasing ordinary Pokémon such as the king carp, he finally captured all the common river fish after an industrious 15 minutes. The iron bucket brimmed with the day's catch, and Jishu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. What a bountiful harvest. Returning to the wooden cabin with the bucket of fish, he noticed the motor lizard still perched under the eaves, peering outside. Upon seeing Jishu's return, its eyes brightened, and it approached eagerly, reminiscent of a dog awaiting its owner's homecoming. "All right, tonight we shall feast on roasted fish." Jishu chuckled, affectionately patting the motor lizard's head as he sifted through the bucket to select several plump, fresh rainbow trout, rich in flavor and low in bones. Just as he finished his task, the sound of a truck engine echoed nearby. Looking up, he saw Zack stepping out of the vehicle, clad in rain boots. "What dreadful weather!" he exclaimed. "It has rained all day, and I've visited several ranches without selling a single item. I only managed to collect a few baskets of eggs and some jars of milk." Zack couldn't help but grumble. In such weather, most ranchers would remain indoors, spending time with their families, watching television, or engaging in conversation. "Do you have anything to sell?" Zack inquired. Jishu presented the bucket of freshly caught fish. "It's easier to catch fish on rainy days." Zack's eyes widened in astonishment. "So many?" Jishu exchanged a knowing smile with Groudon. "This is indeed surprising." Zack advanced to sort and weigh the fish, later announcing, "The total comes to 210 alliance coins. You truly are diligent." With that, he handed over the money. Jishu accepted the payment, feeling the weight of his efforts. At that moment, a fine drizzle began to fall again. Zack glanced up, lifted the iron bucket, and remarked, "I want to linger. I must be off." As he turned, the rain intensified. "Very well." The truck hurriedly arrived and departed, carrying the fresh seafood towards Ziqing town. Taking a deep breath, Jishu began to wash the mud off Groudon's body. Once thoroughly cleaned, Groudon instinctively shook off the droplets of water clinging to its body, then transformed into a swift form, joyfully bounding towards Naoki and licking his face. Naoki, taken aback by the sudden onslaught of saliva, nearly toppled over and could only express his bewilderment. "What has gotten into you?" He draped a blanket over Groudon, helping to dry its fur, before turning back to the house to stow away the day's earnings in a drawer. Spring of 198, January 7th. Income, 5210 from fish expenditure, 0 remaining funds, 37700. He was still about 10,000 short of the funds required to restore the Pokémon house. Once repaired, he could begin raising ROLLOUT and Miltank on the ranch. However, he was uncertain about the prices of these Pokémon, and it was quite possible that his current funds would fall short. Should he consider constructing a chicken coop instead? Naoki fell into contemplation. Unlike the Pokémon house, building a chicken coop required only 20,000 alliance coins, and in comparison to Miltank and ROLLOUT, ordinary hens were significantly less expensive. Hens laid eggs at a rapid pace, A healthy hen could produce 1 egg daily. These eggs could be sold, used for hatching chicks, or reserved for culinary delights such as omelets, steamed eggs, and fried rice with eggs. This way, he would no longer need to purchase eggs from external sources and could achieve self-sufficiency. Although chicken eggs were inferior to those of the Happiny, raising Happiny was currently unfeasible for him. In contrast, the cost-effectiveness of raising chickens was considerably higher. With this thought in mind, Naoki resolved to act. Once the weather cleared, he would commission Klee at the carpentry shop to construct the coop, officially commencing his farming endeavors. Chapter 16. Special Cuisine. The transformation of Caterpie after the recent rain, the interior of the house felt somewhat damp. Naoki turned to his 3 Pokémon and inquired, "Are you hungry?" Ru, Gree, Hiss, Golton, Lizard, and Caterpie shook their heads in unison. They had hardly moved all day and had yet to digest the lunch they had eaten, so they were not hungry at present. Observing this, Naoki replied, "Then I shall prepare dinner a bit later." Taking advantage of the daylight, he ventured into the storage room behind the house to begin his tasks. With the assistance of Golton and Lizard, Naoki used an axe to chop some of the collected timber into firewood, which he planned to throw into the fireplace for warmth while also combating dampness. Additionally, Naoki retrieved nails and wood, constructing a simple workbench in the storage room. He then sawed the wood into planks and sticks, ultimately combining them to create a straightforward sign. After gauging the size of the sign, he handed it to Lizard to hold, intending to take it back to his room later to paint images of crops on it, to mark the plots of his farmland. At last, Naru fashioned 2 wooden sticks and carried them back to the previous bedroom. "Caterpillar, could you kindly provide me with some silk?" Naru inquired. Without delay, the caterpillar promptly exuded a strand of silk, which Naru deftly wound around the 2 wooden sticks, creating a rudimentary clothesline. Satisfied with his handiwork, he clapped his hands and rose to check the time, noting it was already 7 in the evening. He addressed the 3 dream beasts, "Wait here. I shall prepare dinner for you." Before commencing his culinary endeavors, Naru placed firewood into the fireplace and set it ablaze. As the flames danced, the room gradually warmed up. He shed his coat, donning only a shirt as he ventured into the kitchen to prepare the evening meal. Tonight's fare was grilled trout, specifically rainbow trout. Known for its tender flesh, exquisite flavor, and lack of a fishy taste, free from small bones, making it ideal for carbon grilling. After preparing the fish, he brushed a thin layer of cooking oil over its surface and placed it in the pan, frying it until both sides turned golden brown. Once it was nearly done, he removed the fish, stuffed its cavity with a carefully crafted sauce, and placed it over the open flame to roast. Soon, an enticing aroma began to waft through the room. The languorous Groudon and Lizard, stirred by the delightful scent, perked up, their heads eagerly turning in that direction. Naru placed the grilled fish onto a plate, golden oil glistening as it flowed over the fish, while the crispy skin concealed tender, velvety flesh reminiscent of red velvet, infused with the fragrant sauce that tantalized the senses. Looking down, the details of the dish materialized before him. Grilled rainbow trout, a culinary delight derived from simple carbon grilling that preserves the fish's inherent freshness, rendering it an irresistible delicacy. Culinary effect, massive health restoration, capable of instantly reviving both stamina and energy to peak condition. Evaluation, a dish imbued with primal flavors, highly nutritious, suitable for all ages. Health restoration, that equated to the effect of a fully replenishing potion combined with a multi-benefit restorative elixir. Overall, it was quite commendable. Unable to resist the alluring aroma, Naru surreptitiously tasted a bite. The moment the morsel touched his tongue, he first savored the crispy skin, followed by the soft, delicate flesh. The fish was extraordinarily tender, nearly dissolving upon contact, its layered texture rendering it utterly addictive. Just as he contemplated indulging in another bite, he suddenly felt 2 fervent gazes fixed upon him. Looking up, he saw Lizard and Groudon, their mouths watering in anticipation. Naru turned and placed the other 2 fish before them, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Take it easy. You're drooling all over the floor." With that, Lizard and Groudon began to feast heartily. Naru then turned his attention to the caterpillar. However, the caterpillar displayed a lack of enthusiasm towards the grilled fish. "Aren't you going to eat?" Jishu inquired. The caterpillar shook its head in response. At that moment, Jishu recalled that fish was seemingly not part of the caterpillar's diet. Rather than meat, they preferred the tender, verdant leaves and the succulent fruits of trees, possessing quite an appetite capable of consuming 100 leaves in a single day. Very well. Jishu turned away, retrieving some fruits from the cupboard, slicing them into small pieces to create a fruit platter for the caterpillar. Presenting the platter before it, the caterpillar's eyes sparkled with delight. and it bent down to begin feasting on the fruit flesh. Observing its enjoyment, Jishu took the opportunity to assess the effects of the fruit platter. The fruit platter, a culinary creation made from various fruits, harmonizing different flavors, greatly favored by certain Pokémon. Culinary effect, skill refinement. Upon consumption, a skill possessed by the Pokémon may undergo a random change. Evaluation, a basic dish, easy to prepare, making it a splendid choice for home or travel. Jishu nearly sputtered at the revelation. Astonishingly, this simple dish exhibited such a unique effect. Skill refinement sounded quite sophisticated, but in reality, it was a double-edged sword reliant on fortune, commonly referred to as playing by chance. In the game, when players fed this dish to their characters, they discovered that the skills could change randomly. The changes were classified into 5 categories. 1. Skill level enhancement, increasing power. 2. Skill level reduction, diminishing power. 3. Forgetting the skill entirely. 4. Skill specialization, resulting in a unique alteration of the skill. 5. Learning a new skill. In his previous life, this dish's effect nearly led to his game company being berated by players. Many players, initially hopeful to strengthen their trained character's skills, were shocked to find that, upon feeding the dish, their skills had not only failed to enhance, but had been forgotten instead. One disgruntled player, undeterred, fed the dish repeatedly, resulting in the first blank slate character in the game. Infuriated, the player nearly stormed into the development office with a weapon in hand. Reflecting on this, Jishu gazed at the fruits consumed by the caterpillar. It was too late to intervene now. Patiently awaiting the caterpillar to finish its meal, Jishu cautiously inquired, "Caterpillar, do you sense any changes in your body? Perhaps regarding your skills?" The caterpillar, initially puzzled by the question, soon began to introspectively feel for any bodily changes. Before long, it seemed to have an epiphany, as a glowing light bulb appeared above its head. Jishu. The caterpillar took a deep breath, its mouth forming an O shape. Immediately, a web composed of white silk emerged, unlike any ordinary silk, shimmering with strands of yellow electric light. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Jishu inhaled sharply, for he had come to understand the transformation of the green caterpillar. That fruit platter had enabled it to learn the electric net. Chapter 17. The Past of the Motorcycle Lizard, the Future of Groudon. The electric net, a tool to ensnare adversaries with its charged threads, also served to diminish their speed. One cannot deny the extraordinary fortune of this green caterpillar. It appeared quite elated with its newfound abilities. Having realized that its transformation was a consequence of its sustenance, food could indeed enhance its strength. Eagerly, the green caterpillar turned its gaze toward Jishu. No. Jishu shook his head. One must not be greedy. Master today's technique before pursuing further skills. Moreover, a crucial point remained. The effects of the fruit platter's cuisine were unpredictable. No one could assure the outcome of continued consumption. This time, luck had favored it with the electric net, yet next time, it could lead to unfortunate consequences, causing it to forget all learned techniques. After some contemplation, the green caterpillar recognized the wisdom in Jishu's words and resolved to diligently practice this powerful technique until it was thoroughly mastered. For only then could it grow stronger. Its heart brimmed with determination. However, before proceeding, it felt compelled to express gratitude to Jishu. Affectionately, the green caterpillar brushed its antennae against Jishu's arm in a gesture of appreciation. Jishu smiled and advised, "You should rest now." The green caterpillar obediently nodded, turning away to settle in a corner to recuperate, while Jishu cast his gaze upon the empty white porcelain plate. In the future, he vowed to exercise caution and refrain from hastily preparing such dishes. He kept this thought firmly in mind, concerned that the motorcycle lizard and Groudon might become foolish as a result. After consuming the grilled fish, Groudon and the motorcycle lizard displayed satisfied expressions, squatting on the ground and licking their lips with their tongues. Jishu glanced at their silly demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. As the temperature dropped on this rainy night, a chill permeated the outdoors. However, the warmth from the lit fireplace filled the room, creating a cozy atmosphere. The 3 well-fed Pokémon found themselves in this comforting environment, soon yawning and drifting towards sleep. Having lounged throughout the day, Jishu felt little fatigue. He moved a wooden stool in front of the fireplace and, seated upon it, began to illustrate the crops he had sown on the signboard, carefully replicating the patterns from the farm compendium. Jishu etched with great seriousness. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast his shadow gently upon the wall behind. The green caterpillar was already snoring softly. The motor lizard, lying beside the bed, raised its head to glance this way. Noticing that Jishu had yet to retire for the night, it rose and approached. The firelight illuminated the motor lizard's form in a brilliant red. prompting Jishu to turn his head and regard it for a moment. With a yawn, the motor lizard settled obediently beside Jishu, accompanying him in his work. Witnessing this scene, Jishu felt a warm surge of affection. He smiled and was about to resume his tasks when he heard the sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Gleaming was also coming over. Lying down on Jishu's other side, much like the motor lizard, Gleaming shot an irritable glance at the motor lizard, cursing silently for having claimed the spot first. Comfortably nestled beside their master, the motor lizard closed its eyes and drifted into a peaceful slumber, completely oblivious to the future of its own gaze. Seeing the motor lizard in such a state, Gleaming felt as though it had struck a punch into a pile of cotton. With a sigh, it lay down on the floor, resting its head on its front paws, and memories began to swirl in its mind. It recalled the time when it first joined Jishu, when it encountered another Gleaming. At that moment, it had no inkling that this Gleaming was, in fact, its former self. Eventually, as the motor lizard, it had fallen into a time machine, transformed by mysterious forces into Gleaming. This raised a pressing question. Would the current motor lizard, too, evolve into Gleaming as it once had? Contemplating this, Gleaming felt its mind become a tangled mess, unable to comprehend the reasons behind its transformation, and it found it difficult to discern who it truly was. Was it Gleaming or the motor lizard? Gleaming became ensnared in its own thoughts, feeling as if a swirling constellation had appeared above its head, ultimately resigning itself to a state of confusion. Regardless, all it desired was to return to Jishu's side. Hearing Gleaming sigh beside him, Jishu turned his head and couldn't help but inquire, why the sudden sigh? Does the Great Wing King have troubles of his own? Could it be due to losing a territorial battle against another Gleaming? Recalling the plot of the game, Jishu reassured, do not fret. Once you recover, you will surely defeat that fellow. Although he lacked the secret seasoning, the dishes he prepared could not be far from satisfactory. There would surely be a recipe that could aid Gleaming in regaining its strength. Jishu was brimming with confidence, yet Gleaming was left with a myriad of questions. Gur? Jishu encouraged, do not overthink it. We will surely find another way. Witnessing Jishu's demeanor, Gleaming couldn't help but feel its spirits lift, straightening up and leaning closer, followed by a flurry of affectionate nibbles. After much effort, Naoki finally managed to push it away and, with a deliberately stern expression, remarked, from now on, do not lick people indiscriminately. Upon witnessing Naoki's anger, Gleaming's face instantly transformed into a pitiful visage. Naoki sighed, oh well, do as you please. The following morning, as daylight broke, the fire in the hearth had long extinguished. The rain had ceased, and the sky regained its crystalline clarity. Stepping out of the wooden cabin, Naoki inhaled the fresh outdoor air, feeling invigorated and refreshed. He stretched languidly. A new day was about to commence. After putting on his shoes and clutching the prepared sign, Naoki made his way to the fields, placing the sign in front of the corresponding plots of crops. Following the recent rain, droplets of varying sizes clung to the leaves of the trees. While Naoki worked, the green caterpillar ventured outside, climbing onto a large tree. It began to munch on fresh leaves while observing Naoki and his companions, the motorcycle lizard and Gleaming, who were assisting nearby. It was determined to grow stronger, not only to prove itself to the Pokémon that looked down upon it, but also to express gratitude to Naoki. Only by evolving into the mightiest Butterfree could it truly aid Naoki. Hence, after consuming a few leaves, the caterpillar began practicing its electric net independently. Once the sign was in place, Naoki, along with Gleaming and the motorcycle lizard, proceeded to the western side of the ranch. This area remained untended, overrun with weeds and trees, creating a chaotic scene. Naoki's intention for this visit was to fell the trees in this region to construct a chicken coop. He had saved enough funds for the construction. All that remained were wood and stones. Within 2 days at most, he could travel to Ziqing Town and enlist Kelly's help from the carpentry shop to build the chicken coop and embark on his farming venture. Chapter 18. The unfortunate trainer. At 5 o'clock in the evening, Zack arrived punctually to collect the goods. However, today Naoki had nothing to sell. Perhaps due to Gleaming's excessive fishing 2 days prior, the fish population in the nearby river had drastically diminished. He had only caught 3 ordinary perch. Zack, seemingly accustomed to such occurrences, offered words of comfort to Naoki. This is quite normal. Fishing relies heavily on luck. You've had good fortune. Some people sit by the river all day without catching a single fish. Naoki replied, is that the case? After selling the 3 perch and accepting the 600 alliance coins Zack handed him, Naoki contemplated whether to try his luck fishing in the ocean to the west of Ziqing Town. The river's fish stock had nearly been depleted, and it might take some time for it to recover. During this period, the crops on the ranch had yet to mature, leaving him without other means of earning money aside from fishing. Yet, Naoki remained unperturbed. After all, the priority was to successfully establish the chicken coop. Using a faucet, now swiftly washed himself and his two Pokémon before returning to the wooden cabin to prepare dinner. The rainbow trout was long gone, leaving only some smoked sausages and ham, common delicacies found in the market. These provisions were convenient for storage, remaining unspoiled for several days at room temperature, making them ideal for places devoid of refrigeration. However, the sandwiches crafted from smoked sausages and ham lacked any extraordinary appeal. Nevertheless, Gollet and Motisma relished their meal, which reminded now of an old saying from his previous life: a dog does not disdain a poor home. In this world, Pokémon, much like beloved pet dogs, would not judge their owner based on wealth or poverty once they recognized them as their master. Moreover, Pokémon lived alongside humans, and with their emotional depth and intelligence, now felt it more fitting to refer to them as family. As for the Caterpie, now knew it had spent the entire day outside diligently practicing its moves, and whenever it felt fatigued, it would nibble on the fresh, green leaves of the trees. After a day of foraging, it was likely not very hungry now. In fact, it had not even returned. When Now ventured outside to check, he discovered it peacefully sleeping atop a large tree in the pasture. It seemed that Caterpie preferred the great outdoors to the confines of the cabin. After dinner, Now, who had been busy all day, decided to retire early to bed. Meanwhile, in the hills, a disheveled 10-year-old boy with golden hair emerged from a ditch. His uniform, emblazoned with the emblem of Orange Academy, was caked in mud and damp, decayed leaves. Disdainfully glancing at his soiled attire, the boy sat on a tree trunk, his face a portrait of despair. The boy's name was Carter, a first-year student at Orange Academy, who had left the school 2 days prior to participate in an outdoor course, only to find himself lost along the way. Hoping to press forward and discover a place inhabited by others, he was caught off guard by a rainstorm that lasted the entire day, trapping him in a cave. At last, when the rain ceased, he attempted to venture out, only to tumble into a ditch, dirtying his clothes further and scraping his leg. With his food completely depleted, Carter leaned against a tree, hunger gnawing at him, his face reflecting utter despair. He wondered if his messenger bird had located the town. How vexing it was. Had he known, he would have abstained from this extracurricular activity. In the afternoon, Carter released his only Pokémon, the messenger bird, entrusting it to discern the direction from the skies and seek out human habitation. Suddenly, the call of the messenger bird echoed through the sky. Carter quickly lifted his head, a look of surprise lighting up his face. As the bird descended before him, he eagerly inquired, "Did you find the location of the town nearby?" The messenger bird nodded as it drew a blue fruit from its white cloth pouch and offered it to its trainer. "Is this food specially found for me?" Carter exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face as he embraced the messenger bird tightly. "Thank you so much, messenger bird." The bird squawked, struggling to breathe. Fortunately, Carter soon released his grip, taking a bite of the fruit to regain his energy. "All right, let us continue our journey." With the messenger bird leading the way, Carter followed closely behind. After approximately an hour of walking, illuminated by the moonlight, a small, dark wooden cabin came into view. "Is that a cabin?" Carter felt a pang of disappointment. He had anticipated a bustling human town. Alongside the cabin, he noticed farmland, suggesting they were at a farm. The messenger bird nodded, indicating that it had previously observed signs of human activity here. "This isn't too bad. It's better than getting lost in the mountains," Carter thought as he approached the door and knocked. "Excuse me, is anyone home?" Soon, footsteps echoed from inside, and the lights flickered on as the door swung open to reveal a tall, slender young man. He looked at the dirt-covered boy in surprise. "Who are you?" Carter quickly introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Carter. I'm a student from Orange Academy. I accidentally got lost in the mountains and would like to know how far this is from the town." The young man scrutinized him briefly before responding. "It would take about 3 hours on foot." 3 hours? Carter was taken aback, momentarily at a loss. His strength had been severely depleted, and he doubted he could make it there. The young man glanced at the badge on Carter's chest, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Come in. You look like you won't make it much further. You can stay here for the night." Carter expressed his gratitude profusely. "Thank you so much. We won't impose. I'll pay for the room. Don't worry about it. It's a simple favor," the young man replied. From the original owner's memory, Carter recalled that accommodations in this world were quite affordable, with the cheapest inns costing around $200 for a night. With that in mind, the young man stepped aside. Hearing this, Carter felt even more thankful. What a kind person. He entered the room with the messenger bird. From the exterior, the cabin seemed modest, but the interior was well equipped. It featured a single bed, a writing desk, a partitioning cabinet, and a functioning fireplace. The wooden floor was spotless, and the overall environment was impeccably clean. The owner must be a very tidy person, Carter mused, concerned that his shoes might soil the interior. Carter removed them before stepping inside, donning only a pair of knee-high socks. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to the two Pokémon resting by the bed. One was a motor lizard, while the other was a strikingly crimson creature he had never encountered before. Despite the unfamiliarity, the instincts of a trainer stirred within him, whispering that this Pokémon was extraordinary. Chapter 19. The Caterpie Messenger Bird. Carter's attention was captivated by the Gollet. Naoki, noticing his expression, turned to see Gollet yawning languidly. "Are you traveling at the moment?" Naoki inquired, observing that the young man's attire resembled that of trainers he had seen in motion. Carter nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. By the way, how should I address you?" The curriculum at Orange Academy operates on a flexible system. Students are not compelled to attend classes daily. Rather, the institution encourages exploration across the Paldea region and challenges at various gyms to collect badges. Naoki, understanding this, refrained from further inquiries, simply responding, "You may call me Naoki. I recently took over this abandoned ranch." "Thank you, Mr. Naoki, for your hospitality," Carter acknowledged, noticing the singular bed in the room. He retrieved his sleeping bag from his backpack and spread it on the floor. His gaze frequently flickered towards Gollet, and ultimately, he could not suppress his curiosity, asking, "What Pokémon is that?" The name Gollet was bestowed upon it by Dr. Oren, who discovered the creature. At this time, Gollet's name had yet to become widely recognized. Realizing this, Naoki feigned ignorance, shaking his head. "I am not aware. I only encountered it recently, and it seems its information is not yet recorded in the Pokédex." Upon hearing this, Carter's excitement surged. Then it must be an undiscovered Pokémon. "Mr. Naoki, have you captured it?" "Captured?" Naoki glanced at Gollet and replied, "I suppose so." "Wow." Admiration sparkled in Carter's eyes. "Mr. Naoki, you must be a remarkable trainer." Naoki replied modestly, "No, I am merely a rancher." However, Carter appeared skeptical. The aura of that Pokémon was immensely powerful. Surely, only an exceptional trainer could have captured it. It is well known that to capture a Pokémon, one must first confront it and demonstrate their strength, thereby earning the creature's respect and willingness to be enclosed within a Pokéball. Naoki, unsure of how to respond, glanced at the time and, noting the hour was late, chose to retire for the night. Having endured a day of exposure to the elements, Carter, feeling utterly fatigued, obediently crawled into his sleeping bag and soon drifted into slumber. Silence enveloped the night, and by dawn, Carter awakened early. After a refreshing slumber, Carter felt invigorated throughout his entire being. Glancing up at the bed, he noticed that Mr. Jishu had yet to awaken. Quietly, he rose from his slumber, taking his messenger bird's Pokéball and stepping outside. Standing beneath the eaves, the ranch, shrouded in the night's darkness, finally revealed itself before his eyes. Neatly arranged fields, the soft brown earth, and the markers standing proudly in the soil came into view. As the distance was somewhat far, Carter approached the agricultural area to discern the inscriptions and designs etched upon those markers. "Turnip, potato," he read aloud, reflecting on Mr. Jishu's meticulous nature. It was evident that this abandoned ranch was being tended to with great care. Everyone was putting forth their efforts. With this thought in mind, Carter grasped the Pokéball, saying, "Messenger bird, we must not be idle." In a flash of white light, the messenger bird materialized midair. "Before we have breakfast, let us engage in a good workout," Carter declared, filled with determination. This was his established routine for training the messenger bird. Each morning, they would run several laps around the schoolyard before breakfast. "BB." The messenger bird responded, promptly flapping its wings and joining its trainer in exercising around the ranch. After several laps, both trainer and bird paused beneath a tree at the edge of the ranch to catch their breath. Carter then suggested, "Next, let us practice the moves you've mastered. Have you perfected the frost wind you learned last time?" "BB." The messenger bird nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Carter noticed a wild caterpillar perched on a branch overhead. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he instructed the messenger bird, "Let us have a friendly spar with that caterpillar." "BB." The caterpillar calmly gazed down, unperturbed by the challenge. Prepared for battle, the caterpillar looked back at the messenger bird. Seeing the caterpillar ready to engage, Carter commanded, "Messenger bird, use frost wind." "BB." With the command given, the messenger bird concentrated its ice-type energy, flapping its wings as a chilling gust coalesced, sweeping towards the caterpillar on the branch. Although ice-type moves were not particularly effective against the caterpillar, the messenger bird had trained diligently, and the power of frost wind had surely increased significantly compared to before. Defeating a caterpillar should pose no challenge. It is well known that caterpillars are notoriously weak Pokémon, possessing little to no resistance against others. aside from emitting fragile silk. Watching the advancing frost wind, Carter couldn't help but think. However, in the next moment, the green caterpillar executed an unexpected maneuver. It calmly gazed at the icy wind, then swiftly expelled silk threads from its mouth to shield itself. The quantity of silk was astonishing. Within just a few breaths, it formed an impenetrable net. When the icy wind struck the silk net, although it froze it into a solid mass, the resulting ice shield, reminiscent of an umbrella, protected the green caterpillar behind it. What? Carter was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was lost in thought, the frozen net fell to the ground, and immediately, a net crackling with yellow electricity shot out from behind. The messenger bird had no time to react before its body was ensnared by the electrified net. Tendrils of electricity spread forth, causing the messenger bird to emit a cry of pain before it rolled its eyes back and succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing this scene, Carter stood frozen in place, his face betraying disbelief. If he was not mistaken, the technique employed by the green caterpillar was an electric net? How could that be possible? Was this truly the green caterpillar he knew? At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Carter turned to see Naoki walking towards him. Just as he was about to speak, the vibrant green caterpillar leaped down from the tree and made its way to Naoki's side. Carter's eyes widened, and the words he intended to say were abruptly altered. "Mr. Naoki, is this green caterpillar your Pokémon?" "Yes," Naoki nodded, glancing at the unconscious messenger bird. Raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Did you just battle with it?" Given the condition of the messenger bird, it seemed to have been defeated by the green caterpillar's electric net. The electric type had a double advantage over the flying type, and combined with the caterpillar's unexpected assault, its victory was hardly surprising. Upon hearing this, the young gentleman from the city flushed crimson and quickly apologized. "I am so sorry. I thought it was a wild Pokémon." Just as Naoki was about to respond, a rich, milky light suddenly erupted from the green caterpillar beside him. Within the radiance, the caterpillar's form transformed rapidly. Its once soft body became as hard as iron. Its legs vanished, becoming smooth and crescent-shaped, with a green protrusion on its back and its black eyes half open. As the white light dissipated, the former green caterpillar vanished, replaced by a brand new armored cocoon. Witnessing this transformation, Carter's mouth dropped open in astonishment. It evolved. A smile graced Naoki's face. "I should thank you for helping the green caterpillar achieve its evolution." "No, this is not my doing," Carter replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Naoki chuckled, gently lifting the armored cocoon as he began to walk toward the wooden cabin. "Let us head back. Your messenger bird appears to be in need of treatment." Carter followed closely behind. Jishu lowered his head to gaze at the green caterpillar and spoke. "Congratulations, you have successfully evolved." The iron armor chrysalis was unable to speak or move, restricted to merely hardening its form. Typically, wild green caterpillars seek a secure location prior to evolution, spinning silk to suspend themselves from a tree before commencing the transformation. Thus, upon sensing the imminent onset of its evolution, the green caterpillar hastened to Jishu's side. It held an unwavering trust in Jishu, believing that he would lead it to safety. True to its expectations, Jishu brought it back to the wooden cabin. Considering the caterpillar's preferred environment, Jishu inquired, "Would you prefer to stay outside or inside the room? If you wish to remain outdoors, simply blink." The iron armor chrysalis blinked in response. Jishu nodded. "Very well. I shall craft a box for you from some wooden planks shortly." The iron armor chrysalis, unable to move, could only express its gratitude through its eyes. Jishu temporarily settled the caterpillar on a blanket before turning his attention to Carter's messenger bird. The bird had succumbed to unconsciousness, its body twitching slightly, seemingly affected by electric energy. "We just need to mix the cherry fruit and the orange fruit to feed it," Jishu remarked as he rose. Retrieving the two types of fruits from the basket and combining them before administering them to the messenger bird. Before long, the bird groggily opened its eyes, regaining consciousness. Witnessing this, Carter breathed a sigh of relief, but soon after, recalling the caterpillar's earlier performance, he asked in astonishment, "Mr. Jishu, how did you accomplish that?" Jishu was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Carter continued, "How did you train the green caterpillar to such a level?" A bug-type caterpillar was able to defeat a flying-type messenger bird with a single move. Even more astonishing was its ability to execute an electric net technique. It is inconceivable for a green caterpillar to learn such a move on its own unless it underwent specialized training. Yet, this is exceedingly difficult. A novice trainer could never achieve such a feat. Moreover, considering that the caterpillar lacked any electric energy within, teaching it the electric net would require a certain secret technique. Even a champion-level trainer might not succeed. Capturing such a mysterious and powerful Pokémon and teaching a weak green caterpillar the electric net, Mr. Jishu must be an exceptionally skilled trainer. Carter gazed at him with excitement. Jishu, donning an awkward yet polite smile, replied, "That is the caterpillar's own effort. It is indeed a very special Pokémon." This statement held truth, for apart from providing the caterpillar with a few meals, Jishu had not offered any further assistance. Relying solely on its own determination. To become a formidable Pokémon, one must rely equally on diligence and fortune. However, the expression on Tetsu's face conveyed an understanding that was perhaps a touch presumptuous, for this was a secret technique known only to Mr. Naoki. Naoki, oblivious to the musings of the young lad before him, sensed an air of whimsical imaginings reflected in his expression and gaze. Not wishing to dwell further on the topic, he rose to prepare breakfast. This morning, Naoki opted not to cook, but rather took a leisurely approach, crafting a simple sandwich with smoked sausages and tomatoes procured from the Zichin market. Nevertheless, Gollut and Motoclaw relished the meal with great delight, and Cater and the messenger bird displayed expressions of heartfelt gratitude. Once breakfast concluded, Carter prepared to leave the ranch, setting off towards the nearest town for supplies before making his way back to Orange Academy. Standing at the ranch's exit with the messenger bird, he waved farewell to Naoki, saying, "Goodbye, Mr. Naoki. Thank you immensely for your hospitality. I shall always remember you. When I find the time, I will visit you with the messenger bird." Naoki inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. "Go on." Carter waved vigorously before turning to dash towards Zichin town. Naoki remained rooted in place, watching his retreating figure, suddenly feeling reminiscent of the supporting characters encountered by Ash in the anime, occasionally assisting passing trainers, engaging in conversations about their journeys and Pokémon, and after brief encounters, parting ways to continue their own adventures. With this thought, Naoki shook his head and chuckled to himself. It was only after Carter's silhouette had vanished that he turned and made his way to the storage room, beginning to construct a nest for his kakuna. He sawed the wood into planks, then retrieved some nails, assembling the planks into an open wooden box. Returning to the front cabin, Naoki lined the interior with fresh leaves, placed 2 berries inside, and gently set the kakuna within. Finally, he tied the box together with string and hung it under the eaves, sheltered from the rain. The open box would allow the kakuna to observe the outside world while facilitating air circulation. After evolving from a Caterpie into a kakuna, it no longer required battles for growth. The entire kakuna stage served as a period of preparation for its evolution. The hard shell protected its body while it grew by continuously renewing its cells. Once it reached a significant stage of development, the kakuna would break free from its shell, metamorphosing into a Butterfree. Naoki eagerly anticipated that day. His fondness for Butterfree, influenced by Ash's own Butterfree, imbued his memories with a nostalgic filter from his childhood. "Grow quickly," Naoki said, reaching out to gently touch the kakuna's exterior. Seemingly sensing his hopeful sentiment, the kakuna hardened, a shimmering green glow emanating from its body in response to Naoki's words. It had heard him. Chapter 20. Constructing the chicken coop 2 days later. The trees and rubble on the ranch had been meticulously cleared, leaving only an uneven expanse of weeds. The Moto lizard frolicked among the grass, while Gallatin stood nearby, maintaining a respectful distance. This mutual avoidance stemmed from Gallatin's uncertainty in confronting its past self, leading it to keep a significant separation from the Moto lizard. The latter, bewildered by Gallatin's disdainful glances and the palpable aura of intimidation emanating from it, hesitated to approach. Unbeknownst to them, Jishu, the caretaker of the ranch, was preoccupied with his duties, having dedicated the past few days to the upkeep of the property. At that moment, he stood beneath the eaves of his wooden cabin, surveying the results of his hard work. With the trees no longer obstructing the view, the ranch appeared more expansive, allowing him to take in the entirety of the land from his vantage point. It was finally time, Jishu exclaimed softly, turning to check the stock of lumber behind the cabin. Finding an ample supply, he resolved to head to Zichin town to enlist the help of Kelly from the carpentry shop in constructing the chicken coop. Mounting the Moto lizard, he glanced at Gallatin and said, "I entrust the task of guarding the place to you." Gallatin looked back with a pitiful expression, casting a jealous gaze at the Moto lizard. Jishu reached out, affectionately patting Gallatin's head, reassuring it, "Be good, and I promise to take you out next time." With a joyful yip, Gallatin sprang to life, playfully licking Jishu's hand like an eager puppy, leaving Gallatin to keep watch over the ranch. Jishu gently patted the Moto lizard's shoulder, prompting it to spring into action. As Gallatin and the ranch gradually faded from view, Jishu reflected, "Not having a Pokeball is indeed somewhat troublesome. It prevents me from carrying my Pokemon with me at all times." Though he could take Gallatin along, it would draw too much attention, and Jishu preferred to remain discreet. The price of Pokeballs was quite reasonable, so he planned to purchase a few as spares during his trip to town, allowing Gallatin and the others to roam freely on the ranch. If an outing was necessary, he could simply store them in their respective Pokeballs for convenience. Upon arriving in Zichin town, Jishu promptly headed to a shop specializing in trainer supplies to acquire several standard red and white Pokeballs. Following that, he visited the market to stock up on ingredients for the forthcoming days before finally making his way to the carpentry shop. From a distance, he spotted Kelly, the shop owner. Today, she donned a khaki jumpsuit, paired with a pink blouse. Her pink hair was styled high, with bangs secured by a headband, revealing her smooth forehead. Kelly possesses a visage that epitomizes the classic oval shape, and perhaps due to her long-standing engagement in woodworking, her physique exudes remarkable strength, giving her an overall impression of grace and efficiency. At this moment, she is diligently sawing a wooden plank atop a stump at her doorway. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, she turns her head and instantly recognizes the young ranch owner. "Ah, it's you. The weather today is splendid. How are things progressing on the ranch?" Klee inquires with a smile. "Everything is nearly complete, Miss Klee," Naru replies, clarifying his purpose. "I would like to request your assistance in constructing a chicken coop." Klee's expression shifts to one of surprise. "So soon? It seems we've barely crossed a week since our last meeting. Have you already gathered enough funds for the expansion?" Naru nods with a cheerful demeanor. "Thanks to the help of my motor lizard, the progress has accelerated significantly." Klee glances at the motor lizard, understanding dawning upon her. "I see. Please wait a moment." She sets down her saw and swiftly enters her home, soon emerging with specialized measuring tools and an adult motor lizard. "Let us go. Take me to your ranch. I need to assess the site. Once we determine the location for the chicken coop, I shall return with the construction crew tomorrow morning." "Certainly," Naru affirms, nodding as he rides ahead on his motor lizard, with Klee following closely behind. After approximately half an hour, they arrive at the ranch. From a distance, Naru spots Golton awaiting his return at the ranch entrance. Golton, who had been languidly lying on the grass, springs up excitedly upon seeing Naru. Klee also notices the Pokémon, one she has never encountered before. "Is that also your Pokémon?" she asks, as she is not a trainer. Her knowledge of Pokémon is limited to those residing near Zichin town and the occasional glimpses on television. Thus, Golton appears merely as an unfamiliar creature to her, and she does not exhibit much astonishment. "Indeed, it is thanks to its assistance that I could gather materials so swiftly," Naru responds with a smile. Klee, upon hearing this, refrains from further inquiries. They dismount their motor lizards at the ranch entrance, and Naru gently strokes Golton's head before strolling alongside Klee to explore the ranch. The motor lizard and Golton leisurely follow in their wake. Observing the scenery before her, Klee praises, "This place is wonderfully maintained." She becomes pensive, recalling, "I visited here as a child. My father brought me to experience milking cows. The owner back then was a very kind old man who warmly welcomed us. He was my grandfather," Naru recounts, adhering to the memories of the original owner. "Due to my parents suffering from a unique ailment requiring a serene environment for recuperation, we relocated to the Hoenn region when I was quite young." "I see. No wonder I did not encounter you at that time." Cleary nodded gently and then inquired, "Have you selected the location for the chicken coop?" Naoki pointed to a vacant plot on the west side of the farmland and said, "There. That spot is adjacent to the river, and once the chicken coop is constructed, a wooden fence can be erected nearby, allowing the flock to roam freely on sunny days." Cleary glanced over and, from a carpenter's perspective, acknowledged that the location was indeed quite favorable. A splendid choice. Besides the chicken coop, one could also construct a watermill by the riverside, utilizing the wind and water currents to grind the wheat and corn harvested, producing flour and cornmeal for personal consumption as well as chicken feed. Naoki's interest piqued. "A watermill? Is it complimentary?" Cleary discerned his thoughts and chuckled. "That would be an additional cost. Once you have sufficient funds, I will assist you in its construction." With the site confirmed, Cleary took out her tools to commence measurements. After gathering the necessary data, she, under Naoki's guidance, began to explore the ranch. Given that future collaboration was essential, it was prudent to conduct a preliminary inspection of the ranch, which would aid in its planning. Chapter 21. Rancher? Capitalist. The two arrived at the agricultural area, where Cleary crouched to observe the surroundings and remarked, "The soil here is excellent, ideal for cultivating crops." Naoki, recalling the ranch games he used to play, asked, "Miss Cleary, do you have any automated irrigation machines? You know, the kind that can be inserted into the soil for automatic watering." He envisioned automatic sprinklers. Considering that as the ranch expanded and the crops multiplied, he would likely find himself overwhelmed. In such circumstances, an automatic sprinkler would be invaluable, effortlessly watering the surrounding plots each morning. Yet, Reality often diverges starkly from aspirations. Cleary sighed. Where would one find such devices? Naoki lamented. Indeed, games are merely games. Cleary replied. However, there is another form of automation. Oh, Naoki inquired. By laying water pipes underground, installing faucets, and employing precision instruments to schedule watering. It can automatically irrigate at designated times. She added, the type you mentioned, which can simply be inserted into the ground to conjure water, does not exist in our era. Upon hearing this, Naoki's interest was rekindled. Could your store provide such a service? Of course, Cleary raised an eyebrow, but it comes at a steep price. A system capable of covering the entire farmland would cost approximately 30 to 40,000 Alliance coins, while the individual components like the underground pipes, pumps, and timers are not exorbitant. The quantity required can add up. Naoki understood. 30 to 40,000 Alliance coins, though not a substantial amount, was evidently beyond his current means. As if she had become acutely aware of her current situation, Cleary remarked, of course, there is another method for watering. What is it? Naoki asked, slightly taken aback. A smile graced Cleary's face as she continued, water-type Pokémon can utilize their water-based abilities to assist in irrigation. In urban areas, some wild Pokémon collaborate with humans and are employed for various tasks, such as the Pelipper that helps deliver mail or the Machoke utilized by construction companies. I believe you must have encountered them, haven't you? Naoki had not personally seen them, but the original host had. He nodded in acknowledgement. Cleary elaborated. The needs of Pokémon are quite simple. As long as we provide ample food and treats, they will willingly assist us. This has led to an increasingly harmonious relationship between humans and Pokémon over the years. There is no longer a need to forage in the wild for sustenance or to battle other Pokémon for berries, while also securing a shelter that offers protection from the elements. For Pokémon, can there be anything more delightful than this? As the saying goes, no beast shall ever be a slave, except when their needs are fully met. Compared to the former method, this approach to watering was evidently far more economical. He would only need to offer a berry, a bottle of milk, and a little food to acquire a free and obedient workforce. Naoki felt a surge of excitement. Did this not imply that he could employ hundreds of Pokémon to help manage the ranch, allowing him to recline comfortably on the sofa while the money flowed in? Goodness, was this not the behavior of a capitalist? Naoki quickly shook his head, dismissing the alarming notion. He could not help but inquire. Wouldn't this lead to some individuals coercing Pokémon into labor? Cleary replied, in this regard, it truly depends on the character of the person employing the Pokémon. If they view Pokémon merely as tools, the Pokémon will sense this and may become angry and distressed, retaliating against their employer or refusing to work and returning to the wild. Should an employer resort to force to suppress these Pokémon and compel them to work, this is strictly prohibited by the League. If such a situation arises, Miss Junsha will promptly intervene to apprehend the offender. However, if the employer regards the Pokémon as companions, friends, or even family, and works and lives alongside them, I believe that even the most arduous tasks will be met with cooperative efforts from the Pokémon. Naoki grasped her point and nodded thoughtfully. Observing this, Cleary smiled gently and resumed her exploration of the ranch. Currently, aside from the fields, the ranch appeared quite barren. Oh, but that was not entirely accurate. Behind the wooden cabin lay a small cave. The cave was modest in size, with a dark and damp environment, offering a refreshing respite from the summer heat. Cleary entered the cave, gazing at its interior before speaking. This place is perfect for cultivating mushrooms. Jishu shared the same sentiment. It was truly a case of heroes seeing eye to eye. Kelly remarked, coincidentally, I have a mushroom cultivation dish. If placed in this damp and dark environment, we could harvest a variety of delectable edible mushrooms daily. Are you interested? It's quite affordable at 5,000 Alliance coins. The price of 5,000 was indeed reasonable. Should he be able to cultivate mushrooms himself, there would be no need to venture into town for purchases. Jishu nodded in agreement, signaling his intent to buy. Observing this, Kelly smiled. All right, when I come with the construction crew tomorrow, I will bring the mushroom cultivation dish along. I shall await your arrival, Jishu replied. Kelly nodded lightly, noticing the hour was late, so she mounted her motorcycle Lizard and returned to town. Early the next morning, as Jishu was preparing breakfast, the sound of a truck engine echoed from outside. Upon stepping out, he spotted a truck laden with tools parked in the yard. Kelly descended from the vehicle, accompanied by several sturdy workers and a seasoned builder. Spotting Jishu, Kelly greeted him. Good morning, Jishu. He reciprocated with a gentle nod. Good morning, Miss Kelly. Kelly smiled. The construction work commences today and is expected to take approximately 3 days. Until then, you may oversee us. Very well, Jishu replied, though his curiosity was barely contained. He took a sandwich and, accompanied by Groudon and the motorcycle lizard, settled under the eaves to observe the crew's activities. Under Kelly's direction, the workers carried out all the timber and stones Jishu had prepared from the back. During this process, Kelly moved several wooden boxes filled with soil into the cave behind the wooden cabin, saying, "This is the mushroom cultivation dish. Once placed in the cave, the mushrooms will grow on their own. I'll move it inside now. Thank you for your hard work." Jishu responded. Kelly smiled, and after relocating all the boxes, she and her crew began to get busy. Some used saws and picks to process the wood and stones, while others mixed a cement-like slurry. Kelly then took out measuring tools and a white powder, using them to mark the area for the chicken coop on the ground. With crops flourishing and minimal chores on the ranch, Jishu found himself with idle time. He decided to bring a small stool to the riverbank. Fishing while observing the construction team at work. Groudon, noticing his fishing, initially considered using his full force to assist, but was promptly halted. Confused, Groudon glanced over. Jishu leisurely explained, "There's no rush. I'm merely passing the time. Once the chicken coop is constructed, there will be new tasks to undertake." Chapter 22. Dishes inedible to humans. While Kelly busied herself with the chicken coop's construction, Jishu did not remain idle. He began experimenting with the preparation of certain unique dishes, such as grass cake. In the realm of this game, there exists a peculiar ingredient endowed with the extraordinary ability to transform the quality of crops. When players prepare a dish using this ingredient and serve it to the little beings, the culinary creation undergoes a wondrous metamorphosis through their care. Yet, one must ponder, can grass truly be utilized as a culinary ingredient? Standing in the kitchen, Naoki rolled up his sleeves, prepared his utensils, and cast his gaze toward a patch of grass collected by Gollet and Motostoke. He also observed a clean stone and a glimmering piece of metal. It is widely acknowledged that the Pokémon world is replete with diverse species, each with its unique dietary preferences. Some consume meat, eggs, dairy, and vegetables akin to humans, while others feast on grass, stones, metals, emotions, and even souls. Thus, he resolved to embark on a daring experiment. Although constrained by his kitchenware, preventing him from crafting a grass cake, he recognized that the same ingredient can be prepared in various ways. The grass of early spring was exceptionally tender and vibrant. He rinsed it thoroughly with clean water, removing the soil and roots, then placed it in a pot to steam with fresh water. If I were a grass-type Pokémon, I would undoubtedly prefer the freshest of greens. During the waiting period, Naoki envisioned himself as a grass-type Pokémon. Therefore, it was imperative not to oversteam the grass, ensuring that its moisture and original essence were preserved. He mentally calculated the time, and when 5 minutes had elapsed, he donned gloves and retrieved the white porcelain dish containing the steamed grass. The tender greens lay damp in the dish. As he gazed down, information about the grass began to materialize in his mind. Steamed grass, a basic dish that locks in the internal juices and moisture of the grass while enhancing its texture through steaming, making it particularly favored by certain herbivorous Pokémon. Culinary effect. After consumption, the likelihood of grass-type Pokémon learning grass-type moves is slightly increased. Evaluation. A dish inedible to humans is, for Pokémon, a rare delicacy. Your audacious attempt is poised to forge an unprecedented path in the Pokémon culinary world. One day, your remarkable creations will resonate throughout every corner of this world, driving Pokémon to frenzy. Forge ahead. Strive to craft dishes that bring joy and happiness to Pokémon. Naoki, diverting his gaze from the lengthy exposition, was astonished as he beheld the grass in the porcelain dish before him. Though he had anticipated this moment, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly astounded. It was truly possible to create a dish from grass, and its quality was not the lowest. This raised an intriguing question. Could he also create something from stones and metal? A bold idea ignited within him. He turned his attention to the gleaming piece of metal, resolving to employ an alternative culinary method. He heated oil in a pan, and once the oil reached the desired temperature, he introduced the metal, followed by an array of spices, predominantly chili. As the metal became enveloped in the vibrant red chili oil, he promptly plated it. Jishu lowered his head to observe the scorching iron block. This rudimentary dish, due to its excessively tough ingredients and its fiery taste, was deemed inedible by ordinary Pokémon. However, it was possible that a particular Pokémon might develop an affinity for it. Culinary effect. Consuming this dish slightly enhances a Pokémon's control over fire and steel-type energies. Additional effect. When consumed by Sherdolin, it slightly increases its affection. Evaluation. What on earth is this evaluation? Jishu felt somewhat bewildered, but upon reading the effects above, a thought surfaced in his mind. Indeed, metals and grasses could be utilized in culinary creations. Thus, It was likely that the ordinary stones found by the roadside could also be repurposed for cooking. After all, Pokémon like Onix and Geodude primarily feast upon the rocks of the mountains. Nevertheless, what astonished Jishu the most was the additional effect of the scorching iron block, increasing Shidolan's affection. Speaking of Shirdolan, one could not help but recall the distant Sinnoh region and the ancient myths that pervade that land. Legend has it that the creator deity Arceus fashioned this world. To provide it with a material and spiritual foundation, he subsequently created Dialga, the Pokémon governing time, and Palkia, the Pokémon governing space, along with the Lake Guardians, Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf, who inhabit another dimension, bestowing emotions, wisdom, and knowledge upon this world. Shirdolan was birthed in this very process. In ancient times, during the fierce battles between Dialga and Palkia, many fragments fell to the ground, transforming into Shirdolan. It occurred to Jishu that Shirdolan was likely in the Sinnoh region now. He fell into deep contemplation. According to the game's lore, aside from the Sinnoh region, Shirdolan also existed in the Hoenn region. However, he currently had no means to venture to either of those regions, and even if he could, he was unaware of Shidolan's precise location. With this thought in mind, Jishu gazed at the scorching iron block with a hint of regret. Turning his head, he noticed Golur and Modoclaw eagerly waiting by his side, prompting him to tease them. "Would you like to eat this?" Golur and Modoclaw looked at the iron block smeared with red chili oil, their expressions reflecting hesitation as they shook their heads in unison. In this instance, they were surprisingly in agreement. Jishu, with a sigh, discarded the stones and grasses into the trash bin. For the time being, these two unique dishes would remain unused. However, he resolved that when he had the opportunity, he must visit the Sinnoh region. A fire-steel Shirdolan, after all, was a legendary creature. Although it might be considered a lesser deity, it was still far rarer than Pokémon like Caterpie. As a former collector, Jishu felt a familiar urge to gather stirring within him, to bring all the adorable, fluffy, and rare Pokémon of the world back to the ranch. Tending to them while cultivating the fields each day is indeed a delightful existence. Suddenly, Now noticed a couple of large creatures observing him. He cleared his throat, stifled his grin, and turned to pat the heads of Gollut and Modicon, before stepping outside to find Ms. Cleary, who was constructing a chicken coop. "Ms. Cleary, do you know where I might encounter Eevee, Vulpix, Pikachu, Meowth, Pachirisu, or Espurr?" Now asked, his eyes brimming with hope. With the crops still growing, he found himself with some leisure time, making it the perfect opportunity to take Gollut and Modicon on an adventure to catch one of these Pokémon. Despite Gollut and Modicon's endearing and gentle nature, their size posed a challenge. Now also yearned to care for smaller, soft, and fluffy Pokémon that could snuggle beside him in bed. When winter arrives, as snow blankets the landscape outside, and a fireplace crackles within the cozy home, Gollut and Modicon would rest by the bedside, while Eevee, Vulpix, and the like would curl up under the covers at his feet, by his pillow, and in his arms. Such a life would be priceless. Chapter 23. Chickens. Eevee, Vulpix, Pikachu? Miss Cleary pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I'm afraid I have not seen any of them nearby. The forest near the carpentry shop is home to Pokémon such as Spinarak, Kricketot, and Swablu." "All right," now replied, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet understanding that some things cannot be rushed. He knew that if he ventured out more often, he would eventually encounter these Pokémon. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. This day marked the completion of the chicken coop. Now stood before the small structure built of wood and stone. Gazing inside, the coop was modest in size, its floor covered with a layer of yellowing hay. A mixture of hay and soil compressed into a unique surface by specialized machinery. To the left of the coop was a row of feed containers, adjacent to a water trough where the hens could quench their thirst. To the left of the containers was a space for hay and feed, connecting to the exterior granary. Indeed, Cleary had generously provided a granary with the construction of the chicken coop. Tall and robust, the granary was made of red bricks and stone, standing out prominently on the ranch. In the corner of the coop, a pile of thick hay and hay forks was stacked, alongside a special circular nest enclosed by wooden planks. As the construction work concluded, the seasoned builders and Machoke began loading tools and debris into the truck. Meanwhile, Cleary remained below, introducing now to the features of the chicken coop. That is a place designated for incubating eggs, commonly referred to as an incubator. Once the eggs are placed inside, the hens will instinctively go there to incubate them, and after a period of time, they will hatch into chicks. If you prefer not to purchase every hen from the town, incubating them personally is indeed a commendable option. Naozumi nodded in understanding. Kiri entered the house and continued her explanation. Each morning, you must retrieve the feed from the granary and place it into these wooden troughs. and fill the water trough to the brim, allowing the chicks to feed themselves. However, it is imperative to ensure that the feed is ample. If the chicks are not sufficiently fed, they will become distressed, adversely affecting the quality of the eggs they produce. Furthermore, on sunny days, you may open the chicken coop door to let the chicks roam, but be sure to enclose the area with a fence to prevent them from straying. Naozumi nodded. Committing all this information to memory, he could indeed construct a wooden fence himself, though he lacked experience. Just then, Kiri's face broke into a smile. I happen to have just crafted a new batch of wooden fences at my shop. If you need assistance, I can help you enclose the entrance to the chicken coop. Naozumi inquired, how much will it cost? Kiri replied, not much, merely 500 alliance coins. Upon hearing this, Naozumi sighed in relief. The price was indeed reasonable. He had not fished much over the past few days and had little to show for it, leaving him with approximately 16,000 coins after constructing the chicken coop. He needed to reserve some funds for purchasing chicks later that afternoon, and if the cost of the fence were too high, he would have to reconsider. However, he found the price of 500 coins acceptable. With decisive action, he made the payment, and Kiri waved her hand, summoning two strong creatures to begin unloading the wooden fences from the cart with their muscular forearms. Witnessing this, Naozumi remarked, you were well prepared. Kiri chuckled softly. I anticipated you would make the purchase. Naozumi accepted a hammer from the old craftsman and collaborated with the strong creatures to enclose the chicken coop with the wooden fence. Once the final fence post was driven into the ground, she pointed to an area directly opposite the chicken coop door and said, there, you could construct a watermill. With it, you will be able to grind your own flour for the chicken feed. The cost is also reasonable, only 15,000 alliance coins, and we will assist in preparing the necessary materials. Naozumi suddenly realized that Kiri had organized everything in greater detail than he had anticipated, leaving him momentarily speechless. Noticing his expression, Kiri wore a merchant's smile. When you're ready, come find me at the carpentry shop. Until next time. With that, she boarded the truck, driven by the capable creature, and departed from the ranch. As I watched the truck vanish from sight, Naoki turned to gaze upon the newly constructed chicken coop on the ranch. Regardless of the circumstances, the chicken coop was completed, and it was time for him to embark on his poultry-raising venture. That very afternoon, Naoki left his motorcycle lizard to guard the house and rode with Golton to Zichin town, fulfilling a promise he made to Golton previously. Golton was so exuberant that it seemed ready to take flight, sprinting joyfully along the narrow country lanes. Its speed surpassed that of the motorcycle lizard, and in less than 10 minutes, it whisked Naoki to Zichin town. Golton, now in its swift, quadrupedal form, kept pace alongside Naoki. Occasionally, trainers passed by on the streets with their Pokémon, so the sight of Golton did not elicit much astonishment. Rather, curious glances were cast in its direction. As it was a Pokémon they had never encountered before, Naoki chose to ignore them and quickly arrived at the ranch in town. Although it was a ranch, it did not primarily engage in breeding, but focused on selling ordinary animals and farm Pokémon. Due to the nature of these sales differing from the illicit trade of Pokémon, the Alliance openly permitted such transactions. The ranch was named Happy Ranch, with a sign depicting a large milk can wearing a broad smile. Naoki entered the establishment with Golton, where the owner, a kindly elderly man with graying hair, was peering through a pair of reading glasses at a newspaper. Upon hearing footsteps from outside, the old man looked up, startled by Golton's imposing figure. However, upon spotting Naoki beside it, he relaxed, placing a hand on his chest and exclaiming, "You gave me quite a fright. I thought a wild Pokémon had wandered into my shop. Are you here to purchase animals from the ranch?" Naoki was somewhat taken aback. "How did you know?" The old man's face lit up with pride. "Of course. Mayor Thomas recently informed me that a new ranch owner had moved in. That must be you, right?" Naoki nodded slightly. "Indeed." "Huh, I guessed correctly." The old man chuckled, folding the newspaper neatly and rising to lead the way. "In that case, let us see what animals and Pokémon you might need in the back of the ranch." Chapter 24. The Delectable Frostlax. Upon passing through the back door, a transparent glass-enclosed area appeared before them. This place resembled the backyard of Professor Oak's laboratory from an anime, complete with rivers, grassy fields, trees, caves, and lakes. Numerous artificially bred Pokémon frolicked here without a care in the world, some resting in the shade of trees. Naoki's gaze swept over them, his mind quietly reciting their names: Miltank, Mareep, Minun, Salandit, Salazzle, Frostlax. Undoubtedly, these were the Pokémon suitable for nurturing on the ranch. The elderly man, with a kind visage and gray hair at his temples, exhibited a slight stoop as he led the way, his hands clasped behind his back. He began to introduce the Pokémon and ordinary animals of the cheerful ranch to Naoki. These children were raised by my own hands. Each one possesses robust health and an amiable disposition, eagerly anticipating the arrival of a new owner to take them home. As expected, the frolicking Pokémon turned their curious gazes toward Naoki, who followed closely behind the elder. He was somewhat astonished by the group of salt Pokémon gathered around the salt giant, and could not help but inquire, "Can salt Pokémon also be kept?" "Indeed," the elder replied with a warm smile. "Do not underestimate them. In ancient times, they were exceedingly significant Pokémon, indispensable to the humans inhabiting this land." Reflecting on the characteristics of the salt Pokémon, Naoki asked, "Is it because they can produce salt?" "Precisely," the elder nodded. The bodies of salt Pokémon are composed of precious rock salt. As they traverse the ground, their bodies experience abrasion, leaving behind a considerable amount of salt residue. By collecting this salt, one can acquire a bottle of highly coveted rock salt. Of course, this process does not harm them. They can continually generate new salt within their bodies whenever they wish. Once they evolve into salt pile and salt giant, the salt they produce becomes even more nutritious, rich in various minerals. Sprinkling the salt created by the salt giant on injured Pokémon can heal even the most grievous wounds. Moreover, dishes prepared with this salt are far more delectable, commanding a higher price in the market than that of moo moo milk from the large milk cans. Upon hearing this, Naoki understood and then inquired about the price of the salt Pokémon. "How much do they cost?" The elder replied, "A single salt Pokémon is priced at 10,000 alliance coins. 10,000 seemed rather steep, yet as Naoki contemplated the value that a salt Pokémon could bring, he found the price quite reasonable. With a salt Pokémon by his side, he would no longer need to purchase salt externally, and beyond personal use, he could sell it as well, quickly recouping his investment. Nevertheless, this price was still somewhat burdensome for Naoki, who was facing financial constraints. He clicked his tongue softly as he rummaged through the bills in his pocket and ultimately sighed. "Alas, I shall wait until this season's crops ripen before making a decision." In the meantime, he could venture to the back mountain in hopes of discovering some rare mountain goods to sell. However, whether fishing or foraging for mountain treasures, these activities were not sustainable and relied heavily on fortune. Reality, unlike games, limited the number of fish inhabiting a water body. After extensive fishing, it would become increasingly challenging to catch more from the same spot, unless he sought a different water source. A map of the ranch's vicinity materialized in Naoki's mind. To the west of the ranch, passing through Jichin town, lay the seemingly endless Padia Sea, abundant with even richer seafood resources. To the north of the ranch, one can traverse over the rear mountains and through a woodland to reach Lake Big Pot, a place abundant with freshwater fish. With some time remaining before the crops reach maturity, I can persuade Galton to accompany me to these two locations. In his mind, Jishu was contemplating his forthcoming plans. If his memory served him correctly, Lake Big Pot was rumored to be home to the exceedingly rare Pokémon, Dragonite. The evolved form, Dragonite, is both intelligent and formidable. Once the ranch flourished, there would also be an opportunity to establish a local business, allowing townsfolk to order fresh milk directly from the ranch. At that time, the swift Dragonite could assist in delivering the goods. Under the elder's guidance, Jishu meandered through the ranch, encountering a variety of extraordinary Pokémon. Among them were the milk-producing Miltank, the fluffy Wooloo, the olive oil-producing Flabby, the berry-harvesting Woobat, and the cream-producing Frostless. The Frostless, composed entirely of cream, exuded a delightful, sweet aroma that evoked a profound sense of happiness. As Jishu approached, he found himself swallowing several times in anticipation. The Frostless, sensing his presence, trembled and scurried behind a tree, appearing as though it feared being devoured at any moment. The elder chuckled softly at this sight, reassuring the Frostless, "Do not be afraid. This is the new ranch owner in town." With the elder's calming words, the Frostless' anxiety lessened significantly. The elder then smiled at Jishu, saying, "It is indeed a remarkably unique Pokémon. Currently, there are 63 confirmed forms of Frostless, each producing cream with a distinct flavor. For instance, this little one creates vanilla-flavored cream, while there are others that produce caramel-flavored cream." Hearing this made Jishu feel quite hungry. After their exploration, the two returned to the front desk. The elder retrieved a price list from a drawer, stating, "Take a look and see what kind of animals and Pokémon you wish to purchase." Jishu lowered his gaze to the list, which clearly indicated the price for each Pokémon. The prices were as follows: common animals, rooster 1,000, hen 1,200, duck 1,200, Pokémon, Beedrill 2,500, Flabby 2,500, Frostless 2,600, Woobat 3,000, Wooloo 6,000, Miltank 8,000, and Salandit 10,000. Feed: chicken feed 50, cow and sheep feed 100, sweet grain 100, and savory grain 100. Observing the prices, Jishu inquired, "How much does a portion of feed weigh?" "Approximately 2 kilograms," the elder replied. "This feed is crafted from berries, edible salt, flour, eggs, and other ingredients, with a single portion sufficient to sustain a Pokémon for about half a month." The elder lowered his head and began to explain. "Chicken feed is made from a mixture of cornmeal and grains, with a portion sufficient for a month. The feed for cattle and sheep consists of dry hay, and the consumption of large milk cans and woolly sheep is modest, with a portion lasting approximately 2 weeks. As for the 3 honeybees and the buzzing bat, they do not require you to provide sustenance. Simply offering them a home will suffice, as they will forage for food themselves. The buzzing bat will return with a variety of fruits and nuts. In contrast, the 3 honeybees reside in a beehive, and maintaining them necessitates the presence of a flower field in the pasture. Once a flower field is established, they will diligently gather nectar daily to produce sweet honey in their hive." Jishu nodded, understanding the situation. Currently, he had roughly 14,500 in savings, which would allow him to purchase 10 hens and 1 rooster. Initially, Jishu had planned to reserve the remaining funds for vegetables. However, upon observing the Pokémon before him, he decided to alter his plan. He would reduce the number of hens and first acquire a frost fairy and a mini fufu. The frost fairy could produce cream, aiding him in crafting grass cakes, while the mini fufu would yield olive oil, saving him a considerable sum on cooking oil. This adjustment would leave him with 9,400. Thus, he resolved to purchase 3 hens and 1 rooster, which would leave him with 4,008. And he would acquire 4 portions of chicken feed and 3 portions of sweet grain, which would suffice. The remaining 4,300 would be reserved for unexpected needs. With this thought, Jishu made his decision. "I will buy 3 hens, 1 rooster, 1 frost fairy, and 1 mini fufu." The elder smiled and nodded. "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to deliver these items to your pasture shortly." Jishu. "The location is..." He was about to specify the exact location of the pasture, but the elder shook his head. "No need. I am familiar with it." Jishu was somewhat surprised. "Oh?" A nostalgic smile appeared on the elder's face. "I was friends with your grandfather. When he was alive, I often visited him there. And I even held you when you were little. You simply do not remember it now. So that is how it is," Jishu realized. At this point, the elder crouched down and rummaged through the counter for a moment, eventually retrieving a transparent glass jar. He handed the jar over. "This contains rock salt produced by the saltstone giant. Take it home and give it a try." Jishu looked at the jar, filled to the brim with fine pink salt crystals. Pure rock salt, a premium seasoning, sourced from the fingertips of the saltstone giant, rich in minerals and trace elements, possessing the miraculous ability to heal wounds. The saltstone giant sprinkles it upon injured Pokémon, and in an instant, their injuries are mended. Thus, a multitude of Pokémon are always drawn to the vicinity of the saltstone giant, eager to taste its mineral-rich salt. It is an exceptionally precious seasoning, commanding a steep price. When incorporated into dishes, it bestows additional restorative effects. Its value is indeed remarkable. Naoki instinctively shook his head in response. However, the elderly man spoke with a serene demeanor, saying, "Do not worry. Consider it a gift to celebrate the revival of the ranch. Your grandfather passed away prematurely, and I shared a deep bond with him. It is only fitting that I assist in caring for you." The old man's resolve was unwavering. At such a moment, further refusal would be inappropriate. Naoki nodded in acknowledgement and expressed his sincere gratitude. A smile finally graced the elder's face. "You are Naoki, correct? Your grandfather would surely wish to see the ranch flourish once more. So do your best. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek me out." Naoki replied affirmatively, bid farewell to the elder, and turned to leave the shop, riding back to the ranch on his trusty gullet. Before long, a girl of about 16, with twin ponytails, a sprinkle of freckles adorning her round face, and large expressive eyes, arrived at the ranch driving a 3-wheeled cart laden with goods. She glanced at Naoki, who was waiting, and timidly inquired, "You must be Mr. Naoki, the new ranch owner that my grandfather mentioned?" Naoki nodded slightly, affirming, "That would be me." The girl sighed in relief, parked her cart on the grass, and gently clapped her hands. From the box emerged 2 small, adorable Pokémon. The one on the left was a pastel pink creature, resembling sweet cream, sporting 2 strawberry-like adornments atop its head. The one on the right had an olive-like shape, its body a tender green, adorned with a few green leaves on its head, and a fruit dangling from a stalk above its face. Both Pokémon peeked out cautiously, their half-visible heads betraying a mix of fear and concern as they gazed at Naoki from a distance. Observing this, the girl reassured them, "Do not worry, Mr. Naoki is a kind person, and he will take good care of you." However, the 2 little ones, Mama and Fufu, still exhibited signs of trepidation. Their apprehension seemed directed not at Naoki, but rather at the fearsome creature squatting beside him, a gollet. Entirely crimson and appearing rather intimidating, at least in the eyes of the Snom and the mini-PH. Noticing this unease, the girl expressed her apologies. "I am truly sorry, Mr. Naoki." Naoki, following the gaze of Snom and mini-PH, quickly realized what they feared. After clearing his throat, he decided to send Gollet on another task. He patted Gollet's pouch and instructed, "Go see where the motor lizard has wandered off to, and bring it back to welcome its new companions." The motor lizard was happily chasing butterflies in the grass on the other side of the ranch, a fact Naoki was aware of. Yet it did not hinder his decision to send Gollet on the search. With a cheerful "Ga," Gollet obediently turned and set off to find the motor lizard. Upon witnessing Gollet's departure, Snom and mini-PH visibly relaxed. The girl, Fu Ma, finally comprehended the fears harbored by Frostlass and Mini-Fu. As the unfamiliar Pokémon departed, she encouraged them, saying, "Go ahead." Only then did Frostlass and Mini-Fu cautiously descend from the vehicle and approach Naoki. To alleviate any sense of intimidation, Naoki crouched down, gently stroking the heads of the two Pokémon, and said, "I look forward to our time together, Mini-Fu and Frostlass." The inherently gentle and innocent nature of Pokémon shone through as they sensed the kindness emanating from the human before them, their faces lighting up with joyful smiles. The girl stepped forward, saying, "I entrust them to you, Mr. Naoki. Please take good care of them." Naoki nodded in affirmation, "I will." The girl's gaze shifted to Mini-Fu as she remarked, "By the way, Mr. Naoki, my grandfather asked me to convey something to you. The oil produced by Mini-Fu before evolving into a Linium is quite bitter and unpalatable. It is only after the evolution that the oil becomes delicious. This Mini-Fu had been hatched for nearly a year, and its evolution was imminent." Naoki paused slightly, then nodded. "I understand." The girl let out a quiet sigh of relief and turned to unload several large boxes of feed from the tricycle, finally placing a cage containing 3 hens and a rooster on the ground. "May I ask where the chicken coop is?" Naoki first placed Frostlass and Mini-Fu inside the wooden house to allow them to acclimate, then moved forward to lift a wooden box. "Allow me." Thank you." The girl quickly expressed her gratitude and followed suit with a box of feed. The large cage proved cumbersome for her alone, so Naoki stepped forward to carry it to the chicken coop. As the door swung open, the hens clumsily waddled out, exploring their new home, sniffing the hay, and pecking at the ground as if familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. The girl set the feed box down, and Naoki opened it, pouring the contents into the feeding trough, ensuring convenient access for future feeding. Chapter 25. The gradually lively farm inside the chicken coop. Naoki dispensed feed into the trough. Enticed by the aroma, the 3 hens and the rooster ambled over, beginning to feast. It appeared they had already adapted to their new environment. The girl, observing this scene, smiled and said, "In that case, Mr. Naoki, I shall take my leave. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call the store. Our phone number is 957-3868. Naoki replied, "I haven't had the chance to purchase a phone yet." The girl paused, seemingly surprised by this notion. Naoki then cheerfully inquired, "Is it not possible to simply visit the store for inquiries?" The girl nodded eagerly, of course. After conveying the necessary details, she donned her straw hat and rode off on her tricycle, leaving the farm. Naoki remained in the chicken coop, gazing at the hens. Although hens can lay eggs without the presence of roosters, these eggs are merely unfertilized and incapable of hatching. Only eggs produced after mating with a rooster can yield chicks. This is precisely why Naoki decided to procure a rooster. The 3 hens he owns are all healthy, mature, and ready to lay eggs. This implies that starting tomorrow, he can expect a minimum of 3 eggs daily. While a single egg may not fetch a substantial price, it would be most prudent to use all 3 for incubation. Naoki mused. This way, when the crops outside reach maturity, the farm will welcome 3 new lives. The newly constructed chicken coop appeared somewhat disordered. Naoki took a pitchfork and began to clear the hay piled by the door into the corner. After completing this task, he glanced down at his attire. Clad in brown overalls and shouldering the pitchfork, he resembled a quintessential farmer. Setting the pitchfork aside, Naoki exited the chicken coop, ensuring the door was securely closed to prevent the hens from wandering off. On his way back to the wooden cabin, Naoki reflected on the words spoken by the girl earlier, considering that, aside from Pokémon and crops, the essential facilities on the farm also required enhancement. Items such as a telephone, television, gramophone, and computer were necessary. A telephone would facilitate communication with the townsfolk, while a television would keep him informed about news beyond the farm. The gramophone could serve to cultivate his spirit, providing a lovely serenade on rainy days when outdoor work was impractical. thus offering a delightful form of entertainment. As for the computer, it would enable Naoki to swiftly access required information and connect with people from distant regions such as Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, and Alola. Yet, from the memories of the former owner, it was evident that these items were not inexpensive. Before considering entertainment facilities, he must first address the immediate needs of himself and his Pokémon. Regardless, with an eye towards a brighter future, he felt an invigorating sense of determination. In front of the wooden cabin, Golett and Dunsparce had returned. Facing them, Frosmoth and Minccino trembled in fear. Upon seeing Naoki, the two little creatures immediately sought refuge behind him, clutching his legs and peering out cautiously at Gollett's movements. Naoki, noticing Gollett's bewilderment, wondered, is it frightened of him? But what was there to fear? Golett looked down at its own form and then at the obedient Dunsparce beside it, pondering, it's just a slight change in appearance. Naoki knelt down and gently patted the heads of Frosmoth and Minccino, reassuring them, relax, he won't harm you. Golett nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Hearing this, Frosmoth and Minccino cautiously turned their gaze towards Golett. Gulatin stood there, subject to their scrutiny. After a considerable interval, Frostmilk Fairy and Mini Fu exchanged glances. It appeared that Mama Fu truly would not consume them. Observing this interaction, Gulatin, displaying a rather endearing human-like gesture, patted its chest with its large paw. Gao Ss. Look, look. The apprehension on Frostmilk Fairy and Mini Fu's faces vanished, replaced by innocent, cheerful smiles. Jishu, uncertain of what the various Pokémon had communicated, noticed that Frostmilk Fairy and Mini Fu seemed considerably less frightened of Gulatin. Consequently, he gently cradled them, one on each side, and led them into the wooden cottage. This shall be our home from now on, Jishu declared, surveying the surroundings and inquiring, where would you like to reside? He entrusted them with the choice. Understanding Jishu's intent, Frostmilk Fairy and Mini Fu began to explore their new environment, assessing their options for suitable living spaces. Soon, Mini Fu eagerly selected a spot atop Jishu's desk on the windowsill. This location basked in sunlight and was occasionally graced by a gentle breeze from outside, an ideal dwelling for a grass-type Pokémon that thrived on photosynthesis. Jishu nodded approvingly, placing Mini Fu on the windowsill, then turned his attention to Frostmilk Fairy. And what about you? Frostmilk Fairy's gaze drifted towards the kitchen area, fixating on the cupboard, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Ma, the cupboard? Jishu raised an eyebrow, guiding Frostmilk Fairy closer. He opened the cupboard, revealing an assortment of stored berries and various seasonings. Frostmilk Fairy eagerly leaped inside, finding a snug corner within the cupboard. Ma, this is perfect. Jishu initially thought the space was a tad cramped for Frostmilk Fairy, but upon reflection, considering its ecological needs, he realized there was perhaps no better place for it. Perhaps due to a natural instinct to avoid being consumed by sweet-toothed Pokémon, Frostmilk Fairy inherently preferred confined spaces that provided ample security. Quite reasonable indeed. Jishu nodded, inhaling the faint, sweet aroma wafting through the air, pondering that the cream produced by this Frostmilk Fairy must be caramel-flavored. Having not indulged in sweets for some time, the enticing scent sparked a whimsical urge to taste Frostmilk Fairy's cream. He quickly suppressed that thought, ensuring Frostmilk Fairy was settled before turning back to Mini Fu. Gazing at the somewhat sparse windowsill, Jishu fell into contemplation. It seemed to lack something. Grass-type Pokémon, besides sunlight, required soil and water. Ah, flower pot. Jishu recalled that there was an empty flower pot in the storage room behind the cottage. He promptly made his way to the storage room, where he unearthed a dusty flower pot. After rinsing it clean under the tap, he retrieved a scoop of soft soil from the farmland and filled the pot. He then placed the flower pot before Mini Fu, who beamed with delight. It leaped into the pot, stretching its tiny feet into the soil, and lazily basked in the sun. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Naoki chuckled softly as he set the flower pot on the windowsill and opened the window to allow the gentle breeze to waft in. Chapter 26. Caramel-flavored cream fruit cake. Certain grass-type Pokémon possess a unique trait. They do not require food, thriving instead on sunlight, soil, and clean water. Mini Fu is one such creature. While basking in the sunlight, it converts the nutrients derived from photosynthesis into oil, storing it in the fruit atop its head, enabling it to go a week without sustenance. Observing Mini Fu's languid demeanor, Naoki settled at his desk. Glancing back, he noticed Goldeen standing there, brimming with vitality as it gazed at him. Perhaps exhausted from chasing butterflies outside, the motor lizard lay yawning on the wooden floor. Inside the cupboard, Frostmilk Fairy surveyed its new home with satisfaction. On the windowsill, Mini Fu languidly soaked up the sun while the gentle breeze caressed it. Beneath the eaves outside, an armored chrysalis, evolved from a green caterpillar, was diligently preparing for the day of its transformation. In the newly constructed chicken coop, hens wandered about clucking softly. Beneath the soft earth, crops that promise hope were flourishing. In the cave behind the house, mushroom mycelium was sprouting, and it wouldn't be long before they grew into delicious, plump mushrooms. Compared to when Naoki first arrived, the entire farm had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was becoming increasingly vibrant. A profound sense of satisfaction welled up within him. He took out his ledger and meticulously recorded the day's financial transactions. Spring of 198, January 14th. Income and expenditure. Completion of the chicken coop, wooden fence. Purchase of 3 hens, 1 rooster, 1 frost milk fairy, 1 mini foo, totaling 32,200. Remaining funds, 4,300. As he gazed at the names of frost milk fairy and mini foo in the ledger, Naoki suddenly realized something. In fact, there were certain Pokémon he need not purchase from the farm in town. The farm owner was not a trainer and lacked combat prowess. Wild Pokémon such as the Salt Giant, Bat, and Miltank were nearly impossible for these ordinary farmers to capture, and even if caught, considerable time would be required to train them for farm duties. In contrast to wild Pokémon, those bred through human intervention exhibited docile temperaments, posed no threat to humans, and willingly cooperated with the farm owner in their tasks. For them, the most convenient option was to purchase directly from specialized breeding farms. However, for Naoki, the situation was different. He turned to exchange a glance with Glutton, the legendary Pokémon known as the Majestic Winged King, whose combat prowess undoubtedly surpassed that of ordinary Pokémon. With Glutton by his side, Naoki could achieve feats unattainable by typical ranchers, capturing Pokémon from the wild to bring back to the farm. He resolved to investigate the Pokémon ecosystem at Lake Big Pot the following day, seeking suitable candidates for his ranch. As twilight descended, enveloping the entire farm in a warm glow, Naoki, accompanied by Glutton and the motor lizard, inspected the crops in the fields. After a fortnight, the fast-growing turnips had flourished, their leaves arranged neatly in clusters across the grid-like farmland, a sight most pleasing to behold. Fortunately, only a few weeds had sprouted, with no pests in sight. After uprooting the weeds, Naoki glanced at the darkening sky, realizing it was getting late. He returned to the house with Glutton and the motor lizard to prepare dinner. Upon noticing his movements, the frosted milk fairy leapt from the cupboard to the stove, showing no fear of the flames. Naoki raised an eyebrow, speculating, "Would you like to assist me in preparing dinner?" The frosted milk fairy nodded enthusiastically. Naoki surveyed the ingredients laid out before him: eggs, berries, smoked sausage, toast, raw meat, and noodles. These could be transformed into dishes such as pork cutlets, steamed eggs, sandwiches, or clear soup noodles. To celebrate the arrival of the frosted milk fairy and mini foo, he planned to prepare several additional dishes that night. Inspired by the frosted milk fairy's eagerness, he began to ponder what culinary delights could be crafted with cream. It was well known that the frosted milk fairy could conjure fresh whipped cream from her hands, adorning berries to present to her trusted trainers. The happier she felt, the richer the flavor of the whipped cream she produced. The extraordinary taste of desserts embellished with this cream made the frosted milk fairy a cherished companion for every pastry chef. As Naoki gazed at the bread and berries in the packaging, a brilliant idea struck him: a cream fruit cake. Although he lacked an oven and mixer, he could use the slices of toast as the cake base. By spreading a layer of whipped cream on top and adding a few berries, he could create a simple fruit cake. "Let us prepare this together," Naoki declared, stacking several slices of toast and shaping them into rounds with a knife. Placing them before the frosted milk fairy. "Please spread your cream onto this cake base," he requested. The clever frosted milk fairy instantly understood his intention. It extended its hand, and a continuous stream of fresh cream flowed forth, generously spreading over the cake base made of toast. When the moment was just right, Naoki called for a stop, smoothing the cream with a knife before artfully placing pieces of fruit atop. Thus, a caramel-flavored cream fruit cake was born. As Naoki gazed down, the cake's information materialized. Cream fruit cake, caramel flavor, a dessert of moderate quality, crafted from fruit cake using whipped cream made by the Whimsicott. Had a standard cake base been employed, its grade might have been elevated. Culinary effect, Sweet Dream 1. When consumed by a Pokémon, it allows them to temporarily forget their worries and sorrows, granting them a splendid dream where they encounter beloved people and events. Evaluation, a delightful dessert that brings happiness to both humans and Pokémon. Oh, the effect of enabling Pokémon to have sweet dreams? Naoki was somewhat astonished. He had initially anticipated a restorative effect. Nevertheless, it seemed that creating beautiful dreams aligned with the abilities of the dream deity, Cresselia. Naoki pondered briefly. The Whimsicott, having successfully assisted Naoki in creating the cake, appeared quite elated. Naoki chuckled. Just a moment longer. I shall prepare a few more dishes. Mama? Upon hearing this, the Whimsicott promptly raised its hand, inquiring if more cream was needed. Not for now, Naoki replied, shaking his head. Let's create desserts together next time. Mama. The Whimsicott joyfully agreed. Naoki then commenced preparing the remaining dishes: fried pork cutlet, clear soup noodles, steamed eggs, and finally, a few cups of fruit juice. While crafting the first 3 dishes, Naoki deliberately added the pure rock salt gifted to him by the elder from Happy Ranch. As expected, once these dishes were completed, an additional effect of health recovery manifested. Naoki had previously prepared fried pork cutlet and clear soup noodles. Only the steamed eggs were a new endeavor. The steamed egg mixture presented a subtly yellow hue, adorned with a sprinkle of green scallions, and finished with a drop of sesame oil that shimmered under the light. When lifted, the bowl of steamed eggs would gently sway with movement, resembling pudding. Steamed egg, a dish of moderate quality, enhanced by the addition of pure rock salt, bestowing it with an extraordinary effect. Culinary effect, slippery 3, exclusive to hairless Pokémon. Upon consumption, the Pokémon's body becomes smooth and shiny, making it easier to escape contact-based moves during battle. Duration, 3, additional effect, health recovery. Evaluation, enjoy it alongside your Pokémon. Chapter 27, the exclusive enhancement for Chicken Brother, Slippery. What an assortment of peculiar dishes. After presenting several dishes to the table, Naoki lifted the Whimsicott onto the table. Stealthily, he inhaled, and indeed, a sweet aroma of caramel cream lingered. Gallatin and Motor Lizard gathered around the table, while Jiju went to fetch Mini Fu, placing it alongside Frost Fairy. The 2 adorable little creatures sat side by side, joyfully indulging in the cake that Jiju had cut for them, their faces smeared with cream. How does it taste? Jiju inquired with curiosity. Frost Fairy and Mini Fu beamed with delight, suggesting that the cake was indeed quite delectable. That's wonderful, Jiju thought, knowing that the quality of the fresh cream produced by Frost Fairy was exceptional, and thus the cake would surely be delightful. When Jiju turned to look at Gallatin and Motor Lizard, he was not surprised to find them similarly smeared with cake, resembling 2 large tabby cats. No, to be precise, they are 2 big, silly lizards, Jiju mused, pondering how the effects of the sweet dream would manifest. After a moment of thought, he resolved to retire for the night later, intending to observe the sleeping patterns of the Pokémon. As for the smooth steamed egg, Motor Lizard, having finished the cake, immediately grasped the bowl, and the silky steamed egg slid effortlessly into its mouth. With a gulp, Motor Lizard swallowed the egg almost without effort, seemingly unable to savor its flavor due to the rapidity of its consumption. A look of confusion crossed Motor Lizard's face. It felt as though it had eaten but not truly enjoyed anything. Lowering its head, it gazed at the empty bowl, then glanced at the other bowls containing steamed eggs. Frost Fairy and Mini Fu were still enjoying their cake, while their portion remained untouched. Gallatin's bowl was already clean, although it had consumed its meal more delicately than Motor Lizard, savoring the taste of the steamed egg. After surveying the scene, Motor Lizard returned its gaze to its own bowl, feeling rather foolish. Jiju recalled the words of the Old Town Mayor, realizing that Motor Lizard had yet to fully mature, and its intellect was still developing. This could explain its attraction to butterflies, foolishly darting into the bushes to chase them. With a chuckle, Jiju pushed his portion towards Motor Lizard, saying, "You can have mine." Gao. Motor Lizard's eyes lit up, just as it was about to eagerly reach for it, when it suddenly sensed an undeniable gaze beside it. Gallatin, stare. Gao. Motor Lizard appeared somewhat intimidated by Gallatin. Jiju raised an eyebrow. Gree. Gallatin warned Motor Lizard with a sharp tone, extending its large claw to push Jiju's portion back. Jiju could not help but exclaim, "Gallatin, don't frighten Motor Lizard. It's still young." Gree. To Jiju's surprise, upon hearing this, Gallatin's whiskers drooped, adopting a notably aggrieved expression. "I didn't mean it that way," Jiju clarified. "How does one appear akin to a biased father favoring his younger son?" For a moment, he was rendered speechless, uncertain of how to respond. At that juncture, the Motor Lizard sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Although not particularly astute, it gradually grasped the situation. Furthermore, it recalled the words of Gulitin, who mentioned that Chizuru had prepared 5 servings of steamed eggs, 1 for each Pokémon. If it consumed its share, Chizuru would be left without. The Motor Lizard lowered its gaze to its bowl and then shook its head at Chizuru, emitting a cry of protest. Chizuru, in turn, discovered his own resolution. Refusing to be perceived as partial, he rose and proceeded to prepare 4 additional servings of steamed eggs. Thus, everyone could partake. He glanced at Gulitin, presenting it with a cup of fruit juice. I was wrong. I shouldn't have blamed you earlier. Please, do not be upset. Groudon regarded him and then extended its claw to accept the juice, a joyful smile returning to its face. Chizuru exhaled in relief, suddenly likening the care of Pokémon to that of raising children. Groudon represented the eldest, the Motolizard the second, while Frostlass and Minifu were akin to infants nestled in a stroller. After a relatively harmonious dinner, the night fully enveloped the surroundings. Chizuru cleaned the utensils and stood at the door, gazing towards the chicken coop in the distance, suddenly uncertain whether he had securely shut the door. A sense of unease crept in, prompting him to fetch a flashlight and inspect it. Only after confirming the door was indeed closed did he return to the wooden cabin with a sense of tranquility. Chizuru drew a basin of water and used a towel to wipe the cream off the Pokémon, allowing them to rest before stepping outside for a quick rinse under cold water. Though ranch life was undoubtedly exhausting, it was infinitely preferable to the relentless grind of his previous life, characterized by endless overtime. The satisfaction that arose from witnessing the fruits of his labor sprouting from the soil was indescribable, not to mention the assistance of a delightful cohort of Pokémon. Reflecting on the events of recent days, Chizuru felt his spirits lift, shedding the initial confusion and disorientation he had experienced upon arrival. One must always seek endeavors to lead a fulfilling life. After drying himself with the towel, he donned loose shorts and re-entered the cabin. Several Pokémon had already drifted into slumber. Initially, he intended to observe their sleeping states. However, as he glanced over, he noticed ethereal wisps above their heads, manifesting scenes of their dreams. This sight left Chizuru astonished. Was this the essence of a sweet dream? At that moment, he recalled that there seemed to be a similar culinary creation within the game, which induced dreams in the little characters, allowing the player and creator to glimpse into their dreamscapes through the screen. This feature deepens players' understanding of the characters they cultivate, allowing them to invest more emotion into these two-dimensional figures, prompting them to spend money on various items to enhance their experience, thereby generating greater profit for the company. As a culinary creator, he is also able to witness the dreams of Pokémon. Naoki, intrigued, wipes his hair while observing the dreams of several Pokémon. Gollet's dream is quite simple. The backdrop is a vast sky, with Gollet's long whiskers unfurling and transforming into wings, carrying him aloft. There are no other Pokémon there. The endless sky is shared only by the two of them. In his dream, Gollet appears exceedingly joyful, soaring with Naoki as if this were the epitome of happiness for him. Naoki chuckles at this scene, pondering how, despite their acquaintance being less than a month, Gollet has already come to regard him as his entire world. Gently, he reaches out to stroke the head of the sleeping Gollet, careful not to wake him, before turning his gaze towards the side, where the motorcycle lizard dreams. The backdrop of the motorcycle lizard's dream does not ascend to the sky. It remains within the confines of the small wooden cabin. However, it appears to be winter outside, with snow gently falling, blanketing the roof and window sills. Inside, a roaring fire crackles in the fireplace, while the wooden floor is covered with a thick carpet, upon which several books lie. Naoki sits on the carpet, engrossed in reading, while the motorcycle lizard reclines behind him, serving as a cushion, eyes closed in peaceful slumber. Its expression is serene, devoid of any worries or sorrow. Observing this scene, Naoki muses, is this what the motorcycle lizard yearns to see? It seems rather simple. When winter returns, he can help fulfill this aspiration. Naoki then approaches the windowsill. Minnie Fluff is curled up in a flower pot, dreaming of a pastoral landscape. In her dream, she has evolved into Oliva, gently providing Naoki with the nutritious and delicious oil she has crafted. Because Naoki treats her well, not only preparing delicious meals for her, but also reserving the best spots in the room and even acquiring a flower pot for her abode, Minnie Fluff adores her caretaker. Thus, she aspires to evolve into Oliva, striving to produce even more oil. Witnessing this scene, it is impossible not to feel moved. Pokémon are simple creatures. When you treat them kindly, they reciprocate with affection. With a sense of reflection, Naoki reaches out to stroke Minnie Fluff before making his way to the cabinet, opening the upper door to glimpse the dream of Frostlass. In Frostlass's dream, the setting is a kitchen where she seems to have become a pastry chef. In this dream, Frostlass is collaborating with him to prepare desserts, providing fresh cream while he takes charge of the confectionery creation. In just a few fleeting moments, they conjured a delightful array of cream cakes, cream pies, cream puddings, and fresh fruit milk. These confections overflowed into every corner of the room, engulfing them in a sweet embrace. The frosted milk fairy blissfully navigated the ocean of desserts as the backdrop shifted continuously, transitioning from the kitchen to a land composed of various sweets and chocolates. The fairy reclined leisurely atop a gigantic fruit cake, basking in the sun's warm rays. In this dreamscape, he resembled a jester, indulging voraciously in the towering desserts that surrounded him. Naoki pondered, could this be the reason the frosted milk fairy subconsciously wished to share his freshly whipped cream with him? Nevertheless, the dream scene was rather alarming. If he truly indulged in such gluttony, it was likely that within a month he would succumb to diabetes. Having witnessed the effects of the fruit cream cake, Naoki began to form a preliminary understanding of its nature. This was merely the most basic level, level 1. What wonders awaited at level 3? The thought left him in awe. As he lay in bed, Naoki reflected on the events that had just transpired. Clearly, for these Pokémon, his sudden intrusion into their world had rendered him an indispensable presence in their lives. Taking a deep breath, he felt a newfound vigor replace the confusion he had experienced upon arriving in this realm. He was no longer content to merely coast through life. He was now determined to cultivate a thriving farm for the sake of the Pokémon around him and for his own embrace of this new existence. He vowed to diligently manage the farm and construct a home that belonged to them all. Filled with resolve, Naoki rose early the next morning to tend to the chickens. After a night's rest, he discovered 3 eggs of varying sizes nestled on the coop floor. He collected them carefully before adding water to the trough and sprinkling feed into the feeding trough. The chicken feed itself was a blend of various grains, resembling small morsels akin to cat food. As he gazed at the feed in his hands, a spark of inspiration ignited within him, reminding him of the steamed grass and fiery iron blocks he had discarded earlier. A question arose. Could the chicken feed be processed in a similar manner? Although he was human, Naoki believed his creativity should not be confined to ingredients traditionally deemed edible by humans. Instead, he should broaden his horizons and experiment with alternative materials for culinary creations. With that thought, he seized a handful of chicken feed and returned to the wooden cabin. Contemplating the feed in the bowl before him, he fell into deep thought. What method should he employ to prepare it? Steaming, boiling, frying? Chickens are omnivorous, relishing both vegetables and grains as well as meat. Naoki concluded that these techniques bore a striking resemblance to melting purchased chocolate and pouring it into molds to set. Regardless, it is best to give it a try. With this thought in mind, Naoki set a pot of water to boil, eager to experiment with the steamed chicken feed. Composed of grains, the feed would disintegrate if steamed for too long. Thus, Naoki removed it from the pot after merely 3 minutes. The steamed chicken feed appeared somewhat mushy, and as the steam wafted upward, Naoki caught a whiff of the grainy aroma. Yet, aesthetically, it resembled an unappetizing concoction. Looking down, pertinent information manifested before him. Steamed chicken feed, an inedible dish for humans. Perhaps some other creatures may find it appealing. Culinary effect. Egg explosion. When consumed by roosters, it accelerates the fertilization of eggs. When fed to hens, it enables the rapid production of numerous eggs within a short span. However, following this surge, hens will enter a cool-down period of 15 days during which they cannot lay more eggs or consume this dish, necessitating a substantial intake of food to replenish their strength. Evaluation. A remarkably imaginative creation. What? Is it truly effective? Naoki was astounded. Eager to witness its effects, he carried the concoction to the chicken coop, accompanied by his 2 companions, the motor lizard and Groudon. Naoki casually selected a hen and placed the steamed, mushy feed before it. The hen tilted its head, examined the feed for a moment, and then promptly consumed it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. At the 5th second, the hen suddenly flapped its wings and took off from the ground. Its eyes wide with astonishment, it dashed toward a patch of hay, every muscle in its body tensing simultaneously. Cluck! With a triumphant crow, a perfectly round egg rolled from behind the hen. Then another, and yet another, as eggs cascaded onto the hay like a rapid-fire machine gun. Naoki, the motor lizard, and Groudon stood in stunned silence, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle. The frenzy of egg-laying continued for approximately a minute, and as the last egg fell, the hen displayed a look of profound relief, akin to a human finally finding relief after a prolonged bout of constipation. Exhausted, it flapped its wings and staggered away. Meanwhile, the heap of hay was now piled high with eggs, resembling a small mountain. Chapter 28. An Unexpected Visitor. 1, 2, 3, 17, 18, 20. What an astonishing number. Naoki was taken aback. He turned to glance at the hen, which, after producing such a multitude of eggs, appeared to be in a state of exhaustion, swaying unsteadily as if it lacked the energy to walk. After wobbling for a moment, the hen approached the feeding trough, ravenously devouring the chicken feed within. Witnessing this, Naoki felt a twinge of concern. Could it be that he had inadvertently overexerted the hen? After observing for a while, Naoki recalled the remarkable effects of that special chicken feed. When consumed by roosters, it expedited the fertilization of eggs, and when ingested by hens, it enabled them to produce a substantial quantity of eggs in a short span of time. However, once the hens laid their eggs, they would enter a cooling period of 15 days during which they could not lay any more eggs or consume this particular feed, necessitating a significant intake of food to replenish their strength. Thus, she was currently recuperating from her exertions. Naoki sighed in relief. Fortunately, the effects of this feed did not completely exhaust the hens at once. From the description, it seemed akin to an advance on future production, allowing the hens to lay the eggs they would otherwise produce over the next 15 days all at once. After laying, the hens would enter a state of exhaustion and would require considerable feed to regain their vitality. Naoki stood by, observing the actions of the hen. After finishing her share of the feed, she began to consume the feed of the other two hens. She did not cease until she had devoured all the feed in the trough. Finally, she returned to her nest, nestled atop her pile of eggs, yawned, and soon fell asleep. Naoki rose, beginning to calculate in his mind. From the memories of the former owner, he learned that eggs in this world were exceedingly inexpensive. A box of 10 eggs sold at the market for merely 250 currency units. Since Zach purchased the eggs directly from the farm at cost, his selling price was slightly lower than the market rate. This implied that the pile of eggs before him was worth less than 500 in total. After deducting the cost of the feed consumed by the hen, the profit would be negligible. This realization made the effects of the feed seem less outrageous. Naoki took half of the eggs for his own use, leaving the other half for the hen to incubate. He also opened the door to the chicken coop, allowing the other 3 hens to bask in the sunlight and breathe in fresh air. After completing these tasks, Naoki proceeded to water the crops in the field. With only a little over 4,000 currency units remaining and more than half a month until the next batch of crops would mature, earning a profit from the eggs was unlikely. Thus, today, Naoki planned to explore the large pot lake located to the north of the farm. To prevent any wild Pokémon from causing trouble during his absence, he decided to leave his motorcycle lizard to guard the premises. Returning to the wooden cabin, he retrieved the 6 Pokeballs he had purchased at the shop in G-Town, which had been left in the drawer since his acquisition. He had intended to keep them for future endeavors when he might wish to have a Pokémon by his side. With this thought in mind, Naoki glanced at his companion, Golett, who was also observing him. "Have you seen anything?" Naoki inquired. Golett nodded its large head. Seeing this, Naoki mused that Golett must have encountered something during its time in Zone 0 with Professor Orin. In the game, Guzzlord has always been the Pokémon of Dr. Orin. After Dr. Orin's demise, Guzzlord, having failed in a territorial dispute with another Guzzlord, fled from the Paldea crater and encountered the protagonist by the seaside. Subsequently, the protagonist received Guzzlord's Pokeball from Peepa, Dr. Orin's son. Therefore, the Pokeball containing Guzzlord should now be in Peepa's possession. Naoki found himself in deep contemplation. Peepa, nicknamed Batman because his parents, Dr. Orin and Dr. Furtu, like Batman's parents, had also passed away. As the offspring of Dr. Orin and Dr. Furtu, Peepa had spent considerable time living with both his parents and Guzzlord. However, Guzzlord's latent wildness and combative spirit eventually compelled it to attack other Pokémon. Realizing that Guzzlord's existence was on the verge of being revealed, and to prevent further Pokémon from falling victim to Guzzlord's aggression, Dr. Orin had no choice but to return it to the depths of the Paldea crater, where it would reside henceforth. This decision left young Peepa feeling as though Guzzlord had taken his mother away. Coupled with Dr. Orin's preoccupation with experiments, which led to neglecting Peepa, he grew resentful towards Guzzlord and his parents, disliking any mention of them. Perhaps it was best to set this matter aside for now. After all, with Guzzlord's Pokeball in Peepa's hands, it was impossible to capture a Pokémon that had already been subdued. When a Pokeball captures a Pokémon for the first time, it marks that Pokémon in a manner akin to a seal. Thus, attempting to capture it again with another Pokeball would yield no reaction. If Naoki recalled correctly, this was indeed how standard Pokeballs operated. To test this, he pressed the ball against Guzzlord. Yet, after several seconds, Guzzlord did not get pulled into the Pokeball. Observing this, Guzzlord glanced down at the Pokeball, appearing somewhat perplexed. Indeed, it was futile. Naoki stowed the Pokeball away, abandoning the idea of capturing Guzzlord. He packed water, berries, and the Pokeball into his travel backpack, slinging it over his shoulder, and prepared to set off with Guzzlord to explore Lake Big Pot, investigating the local fish information. Just then, a commotion erupted outside as a motor lizard called out. Naoki, with his travel backpack on, stepped outside to investigate, only to see the motor lizard staring intently at the entrance of the ranch, barking. Curious about the commotion, Naoki followed its gaze and soon spotted two familiar, yet unfamiliar figures, one large and one small. In the lead was a striking woman clad in a white lab coat, beneath which she wore primitive-style leather garments, adorned with a necklace of animal teeth, exuding an aura of untamed charisma. Following closely behind her was a small boy, approximately 8 years of age. She, like the woman before her, possessed a mane of chestnut short hair, and to an untrained eye, the two appeared to be mother and son. They halted not far away, their gazes directed towards Naoki and Groudon, who stood beneath the eaves. The woman's eyes brimmed with confidence as her attention lingered on Groudon, before she politely inquired of Naoki, "Hello, did you rescue this Pokémon?" Chapter 29, Determination, damn it. Upon gazing at the two before him, Naoki's mind immediately conjured the names of two individuals, Dr. Orin and her son, Pipa. What was happening? Hadn't Dr. Orin already passed away? Naoki swiftly engaged in a mental whirlwind, casting his eyes towards the young boy beside Dr. Orin. Though the boy was still quite young, the striking resemblance he bore to Dr. Orin unmistakably indicated a familial bond. He was indeed Pipa. So what time was it exactly? Had he not arrived at the beginning of the Pokémon Scarlet game as plot, but rather a decade earlier? Yet, why did Groudon resemble the narrative of the game? Escaping the party a crater in a wounded state? No, it seemed ill-timed to ponder this matter now. Naoki glanced towards Dr. Orin and Pipa, who awaited his response, and nodded. Feigning ignorance, who are you? Dr. Orin held his gaze for a moment before diverting her attention to Groudon. I am Dr. Orin, and the Pokémon beside you is called Groudon, hailing from a distant ancient era. Not long ago, we utilized a certain technology to summon it from that time. Yet upon its arrival, it attacked us and fled the research facility. Naoki pondered the information that was absent from the game. Dr. Orin continued, however, the primal and elemental force from the distant past is exceedingly violent. It will inevitably incite it to assault other Pokémon and humans. Following Groudon's emergence, my husband, Dr. Futu, and I summoned another Groudon and a Pokémon from the future named Miltank using a time machine. We brought these two Pokémon home and lived together with our son, Pipa, for a period. Initially, all was well, but one day, Groudon and Miltank suddenly turned ferocious, attacking other Pokémon. To avert further assaults, we returned them to Zone 0 at the base of the Partia crater. Simultaneously, we began tracking the Groudon that had escaped from Zone 0, eventually discovering its whereabouts near Zichin Town. Naoki furrowed his brow as he listened. Meanwhile, Groudon appeared tense, letting out a growl. When Naoki turned to look at it, the tension on Groudon's face instantly softened. Gazing at the scene before her, Dr. Orin felt a mixture of surprise and disbelief. However, recalling the terrifying image of Groudon and Meltdown attacking Pokémon and ravaging the land, she continued, "It seems you have formed a bond with it. Yet, I must express my profound regret. The Pokémon summoned from ancient times possess a ferocious temperament, distinct from those of the modern era. We cannot assure you that it will not cause you harm, nor can we guarantee it will refrain from attacking other Pokémon and humans. Thus, I implore you to return Groudon to us, so we may take it away from the Paldea region to its rightful place." Upon hearing this, Riku felt a tightening in his heart. He recognized the truth in Dr. Orin's words. Although Groudon appeared somewhat silly and endearing in the game, its fiery temperament had compelled Dr. Orin to bring it back to Zone 0, both emotionally and rationally. Dr. Orin had every right to reclaim Groudon. She then produced a specially crafted Pokeball from the pocket of her lab coat, preparing to capture Groudon and return to Zone 0. With a swift motion, she hurled the Pokeball toward Groudon. As the Pokeball soared through the air, Groudon suddenly became agitated, an aura of formidable power surging from its form. It took a step forward, letting out a fearsome roar, its towering crimson figure lunging forth, its dragon-like claws glinting ominously as they struck downward. Before anyone could react, the Pokeball was sent flying. The red and white sphere shattered under the might of Groudon's claw, crashing to the ground with a cacophony and releasing a plume of smoke, rendering it useless. Next, Groudon exhibited aggressive behavior towards Dr. Orin. Startled by Groudon's sudden actions, Riku shouted, "Groudon!" At the same time, the previously discontented Pippa sprang into action, positioning itself protectively in front of Dr. Orin, exclaiming, "No, do not harm her." A beam of white light erupted from its pocket and materialized into the figure of the Mastiff Patriarch. Ignoring the Mastiff Patriarch, Groudon halted upon hearing Riku's call, turning around to emit a plaintive sound directed at him. "Groudon?" Riku tentatively called out. To his astonishment, Groudon approached him, sorrowfully wrapping its massive claws around him in a gesture akin to affection. Riku was momentarily taken aback. Dr. Orin observed this spectacle, her face reflecting astonishment, confusion, and incredulity. Though Riku could not comprehend what had transpired, he miraculously grasped Groudon's sentiments, feeling its emotions resonate within him. It wished to remain here. It did not want to part from him. Memories flooded Riku's mind as he gazed into Groudon's eyes and asked, "Will you harm me or the other Pokémon?" Gillerton shook his head vigorously. Having secured Gillerton's promise, Naoki turned to face Dr. Olin and Pipa, apologizing. "I cannot hand Gillerton over to you, Dr. Olin." Dr. Olin, puzzled, inquired, "Why not? Are you not afraid it might suddenly attack you one day?" Naoki shook his head, his thoughts as clear as a still pond. "I trust it. Rather than fret over events that have yet to transpire, I prefer to rely on my own observations. The Gillerton I have come to know and understand would never act in such a manner." Upon hearing these words, Dr. Olin was momentarily taken aback. In that instant, she gazed at the distinctly remarkable Gillerton, a sudden curiosity igniting within her about what had transpired after its departure from Zone Zero. Dr. Olin harbored a dream, a vision of a world where ancient Pokémon and modern Pokémon coexist harmoniously. Inspired after reading the Crimson and Azure Chronicle, she and her husband ventured into the perilous depths of the Paldea crater, where they established an observation station. Utilizing the deepest crystals, they commenced their research on time machines, aiming to summon ancient and future Pokémon into their timeline. However, the Gillerton and Millerton they had summoned exhibited a ferocious side, leaving Dr. Olin and her husband feeling disheartened. Yet, now she stood here, witnessing another facet of the Pokémon referred to as the Winged Monarch in the Chronicle. "If possible, please share with me the events that unfolded after your encounter with this Gillerton," Dr. Olin requested. Chapter 30. The Crimson and Azure Chronicle. Inside the wooden cabin, Dr. Olin and little Pipa occupied chairs meant for guests, keenly observing their surroundings. The room, though somewhat cramped, was adorned with various pieces of furniture, all meticulously arranged. On the windowsill rested a flower pot, within which a mini-fu basked lazily in the sunlight, appearing well cared for. It was evident that the owner of this abode was a tidy individual with a profound affection for Pokémon. "Thank you for your patience," Naoki announced as he brought forth drinks for Dr. Olin, little Pipa, and the Mastiff Patriarch. Lacking tea on the ranch, he opted for Moo Moo milk purchased from the Zichin market, blending it with cream from the Frosty Fairy and fruit chunks to create a simple caramel-flavored fruit milk. This delightful concoction could evoke sweet, happy memories in Pokémon while also replenishing their strength. Still appearing somewhat discontent, little Pipa took a sip of the milk, and astonishment immediately illuminated his face. Beside him, the Mastiff Patriarch licked at the drink, his eyes widening with delight, prompting him to hasten his licking. Dr. Olin remained still, beginning to recount. "My husband, Futu, and I have been studying ancient and future Pokémon within the Paldea region's crater until recently, when our time machine was successfully developed, allowing us to summon the Pokémon chronicled in the Crimson and Azure Chronicle into our world." Naoki cast a discerning glance at Dr. Olin, keenly attuned to the implications embedded within her words. "The Scarlet and Violet books?" Dr. Olin exclaimed in surprise. "You are unaware?" He nodded, his mind clear. However, what captivated Naoki's attention was Dr. Orin's reference to the Scarlet and Violet books as a singular entity, rather than merely distinguishing between the Scarlet Book and the Violet Book. It is well known that the game is divided into two versions for sale. The narrative of Pokémon Scarlet recounts Dr. Orin's encounters with ancient Pokémon, encapsulated within the Scarlet Book. The author of the Scarlet Book is a figure named Ja, who chronicled his expedition with a research team into the uncharted territories of the Paldea region, where they encountered a myriad of paradoxical Pokémon unknown to Paldea. Conversely, Pokémon Violet narrates the adventures of Dr. Orin's husband, Dr. Futu, alongside future Pokémon. In this version, the Scarlet Book is absent, supplanted by the Violet Book, which features ancient paradoxical Pokémon replaced by their future counterparts. According to Dr. Orin's statement, the Scarlet and Violet books of this world are not separate, but rather a single tome. Similarly, the Dr. Futu, who is responsible for researching the future forms of paradoxical Pokémon, also exists in this reality. Upon discerning this revelation, Naoki's initial response was not to reflect on the paradoxical Pokémon of the past and future, but rather to contemplate the possibility that Pipa might one day simultaneously lose both his father and mother, transforming into a true Batman. With this thought, Naoki turned his gaze towards little Pipa, who was drinking milk alongside the Mastiff Godfather. Noticing his attention, Dr. Orin turned to her son, a subtle softness gracing her expression as she introduced him. "This is my son, Pipa." At that moment, Pipa was not yet the future Pipa, who would roam in search of secret seasoning, but rather a child not yet 10 years of age. Naoki recalled how Pipa had bravely confronted the Guzzlord to protect Dr. Oren, exclaiming, "He is a remarkably courageous boy." Due to his parents' demanding careers, young Pipa mistakenly believed that Guzzlord and Miltank had taken his parents away, leading him to harbor a dislike for discussions surrounding them. Yet, deep within, he cherished his father and mother, yearning for their companionship. Alas, the poor child. Naoki felt a wave of sympathy wash over him. Upon hearing his words, Pipa glanced up at him. Dr. Oren, smiling, added, "Pipa has always been very understanding. My husband and I, due to our work commitments, have had little time to care for him, and he has been living independently from a very young age." Pipa lowered his head once more, silently sipping his juice. "Woof woof," called the Mastiff Godfather beside him. Dr. Oren further remarked, "Ah, and the Mastiff Godfather has been accompanying Pipa in his life." Jishu nodded slightly, refraining from further words, and began recounting his encounter with Glutton to Dr. Oren. That fateful night, it had unexpectedly appeared in the pasture, injured. Together with the motor lizard, I brought it back to the house, treating its wounds with tree fruit and medicinal ointment. Ever since, it has remained, living alongside us. During this time, has it ever exhibited any signs of aggression or anger? Jishu pondered deeply before shaking his head. No, it has always been quite well behaved. The thought of Glutton's grand display while fishing brought a smile to his lips. It also contributes to my endeavors in its own unique way. Although at times it lacks discernment, using its most adept techniques to assist me in fishing. Dr. Oren envisioned the scene and felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. A moment of contemplation crossed her face. After a brief pause, she turned to Glutton, who lay nearby, feigning rest yet ever vigilant of their interaction. Its robust frame, crimson skin, flamboyant whiskers, and heavy paws bore an unmistakable resemblance to the Glutton they had summoned later. Was it aware that this rancher had saved its life, forging a bond of affection? Beyond this, Dr. Oren could conceive of no other explanation. After a moment's reflection, she retrieved a somewhat outdated mobile phone from her lab coat pocket. "Please hold on a moment. I wish to communicate with my husband, Dr. Futu," she said to Jishu. He nodded in acknowledgement. Stepping outside onto the ranch's verdant expanse, Dr. Oren dialed the number. Inside, only Jishu and Pipa remained, observing the unfortunate boy before him, who bore the weight of a tragic existence. Jishu could not help but inquire, "Your name is Pipa, correct?" Pipa withdrew his gaze from his mother's figure and replied in a subdued tone, "Yes." Following his line of sight, Jishu remarked, "Your mother is an extraordinary individual. She has developed something as remarkable as a time machine. Have you ever fantasized about traveling through time to witness the distant past or future?" Pipa cast his eyes downward toward his godfather, his voice tinged with melancholy. "That is their wish." At that moment, Dr. Oren returned, having concluded her brief conversation. After thoughtful deliberation, she and her husband had resolved to allow Glutton to remain. She glanced at Glutton and then addressed Jishu. "Jishu, I entrust Glutton to your care." It seemed they had reached an agreement. Jishu nodded, affirming, "I will." Dr. Oren continued, "Do you have a means of contact? Let us exchange information. Should anything happen with Glutton, or if you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Additionally, I hope to learn more about Glutton from you." Chapter 31. Video call. Jishu felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I do not possess a phone." Dr. Olin was momentarily taken aback. She belatedly recalled the conditions she had observed outside. The ranch appeared to be in its nascent stages, and judging by the young man's attire and living conditions, his livelihood seemed rather meager. Contemplating this, Dr. Olin refrained from saying much. She merely mentioned that she would return in the afternoon and departed with little Pipa. Jishu, bewildered, watched her retreating figure until she was out of sight, then turned to glance at Gulitan, who was stealthily observing from behind the door. Jishu sighed with relief in his heart, smiling as he remarked, "They've left." Gulitan responded with a squeak. Jishu affectionately petted Gulitan as one would a dog, and Gulitan appeared to revel in the attention, nearly purring with delight. Observing its contented demeanor, Jishu chuckled and asked, "Do you really like me that much?" After all, they had only cohabited for a mere fortnight. Upon hearing this, Gulitan opened its eyes wide, exhibiting a joyful expression, and began to exuberantly lick Jishu's face with its large tongue. Jishu, no longer feeling any fear, was aware that Gulitan harbored no malice towards him. Wiping the saliva from his face, Jishu rose to his feet and gazed at the crops flourishing in the nearby fields, inhaling deeply. Since Dr. Olin had mentioned she would return in the afternoon, it appeared that his expedition to Big Pot Lake would need to be postponed for another day. The motor lizard had dashed off in pursuit of a butterfly, and there remained a while before the armored cocoon would evolve into a bada. Minifu basked in the sunlight on the windowsill, while Frost Fairy rested in its cozy nook. Seizing the opportunity, Jishu took Gleaming to the cave behind the wooden cabin. Upon entering, a refreshing coolness enveloped him. In a corner of the cave lay a series of mushroom cultivation dishes, and after just one night, mushrooms had begun to sprout. Jishu approached to inspect them, utilizing his special ability to glean information about the mushrooms. Little mushroom, a rare species flourishing in the wilderness. It is highly sought after for culinary purposes and can be sold at a premium, enjoying considerable popularity among enthusiasts. Is his luck truly this remarkable? Jishu felt a twinge of astonishment. If memory served him correctly, these little mushrooms were a valuable currency exchange item in the game, fetching 500 alliance coins each, far more valuable than eggs or other common goods. Besides the little mushrooms, the mushroom currency items included large mushrooms and fragrant mushrooms. A single large mushroom could be sold for 5,000 alliance coins, while fragrant mushrooms commanded an astonishing price of 15,000. It was said that these were exceedingly rare mushrooms capable of perfuming an entire area surrounding their growth site. More often than not, they were utilized to create expensive perfumes sold to society's elite. Unfortunately, the cultivation dishes revealed no trace of these prized specimens, aside from the two little mushrooms. Only ordinary mushrooms remained. However, Naoki was already filled with joy. The mushrooms had an exceptionally brief growth period, which meant that in just a few days, he could sell them for 1,000 alliance coins, depositing the cash into his little treasure trove. After checking the growth progress of the mushrooms and realizing there was still ample time, Naoki took ROLLOUT on a trip to the back mountain. Compared to their last visit, the back mountain had undergone little transformation. This area was primarily inhabited by gentle, diminutive bug-type and grass-type Pokémon, which, upon spotting ROLLOUT, fled in a panic deeper into the woods. Naoki chose not to pursue them, but instead guided ROLLOUT along the river that meandered past the pasture, hoping to encounter some water-type Pokémon to recruit for irrigation duties. Regrettably, the river was predominantly home to Magikarp and tiny Wishiwashi, leaving Naoki somewhat exasperated. It seemed he would have to seek water-type Pokémon at Lake Cassar. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped into the afternoon. Naoki and ROLLOUT had yet to find any success, and glancing at the sun overhead, they decided to head back to the pasture. Just before their departure, ROLLOUT lowered its body and called out to him. "Ga?" Naoki assumed it wanted to carry him back, so he quickly mounted. However, as soon as he settled in, ROLLOUT unexpectedly transformed. The flamboyant whiskers on its head morphed into wings, its hind legs propelled it into a leap, and it soared gracefully into the sky, gliding smoothly towards the pasture. Wow! Naoki was startled by ROLLOUT's sudden movement, the ground below shrinking away. Fearing he might fall, he clutched tightly to ROLLOUT's neck and exclaimed, "You can fly?" ROLLOUT appeared delighted and responded with a jubilant, "Gah." It dawned on Naoki that, at this moment, ROLLOUT had not yet engaged in any territorial disputes with the ROLLOUT from the game, meaning it had remained unscathed and was always capable of flight. After the initial shock faded, Naoki's excitement gradually settled into a profound sense of wonder as he experienced the exhilarating sensation of soaring atop a Pokémon for the first time, curiously gazing around. ROLLOUT did not ascend to cloud-kissed heights. From its back, Naoki could clearly observe the sprawling landscape below, the vast, endless forest, the towering back mountain enveloped by verdant trees, the distant pasture, and even further, the town of Zichin and the boundless Padia Sea. Feeling the rhythm of the wind, Naoki's heart soared with joy. This sensation was simply marvelous. At 3 in the afternoon, Dr. Orin and Pipa finally returned. She directed a man clad in a blue cap and work attire, saying, "This is the place." Naoki paused, momentarily taken aback, and inquired, "What is this?" Dr. Olin chuckled softly, remarking, "This is the latest model of a visual phone, funded by our research institute for your convenience. With this device, you shall be able to contact me at any time. Consider it a gift for aiding us in observing Gleaming." Naoki quickly discerned that Dr. Olin's intent was likely to gain insights into the behavioral habits of the Gleaming that surrounded him. He had no objections to this. In fact, he was quite willing to assist. The visual phone was installed at the foot of his bed, adjacent to the windowsill where a small creature basked in the sunlight. Once the installation was complete, Dr. Olin sincerely expressed her gratitude to Naoki, saying, "I am truly thankful for your willingness to help us study the ecological habits of Gleaming. You must have a fondness for Pokémon, do you not?" Naoki nodded, his gaze drifting towards the nearby Moto lizard and Gleaming, smiling as he remarked, "They are intelligent, thoughtful, innocent, and pure. I believe no one could possibly dislike them." Hearing this, Dr. Olin smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further as she turned to leave with Pipa. There were matters in Zone 0 awaiting her attention. As Naoki watched the duo depart, he reflected on Dr. Olin's fate. He envisioned a future day when she and her husband, Dr. Futu, would meet their demise in an explosion caused by a laboratory accident. Chapter 32. Familiarity. After bidding farewell to Dr. Olin and Little Pipa, Naoki returned indoors, gazing at the familiar visual phone, which reminded him of the scene in the anime where Ash called Professor Oak from the Pokémon Center. The arrival of Dr. Olin also made him acutely aware of the temporal juncture in which he found himself. This was a decade prior to the events of the Juzi storyline, a time when Ash had likely not yet embarked on his journey, though he may have just recently set out. If that were indeed the case, it would be quite intriguing, for it implied that Mutwo had yet to be born, Lugia had not yet emerged, and Groudon and Kyogre remained dormant, with Team Galaxy yet to seize control over the time-space deities. Of course, all of this hinged on the existence of Ash in this world. Nevertheless, whether he existed or not seemed to bear little relevance to Naoki, as he was merely an ordinary rancher. Life must go on. Today, he had yet to yield any profit, and such a situation could not persist. With a sigh, Naoki hoisted the iron bucket and rowed his Galeton upstream towards the river. Upon his return, the bucket was brimming with fish. At 5 in the evening, Zack arrived promptly in his truck to collect the catch. As the temperature gradually warmed, Zack shed his heavy jacket and donned a short-sleeved shirt for work. Gazing at the revitalized ranch, Zack remarked, "My, how things change from day to day." He looked towards the seedlings in the fields and said to Naoki, "In another half-month, the crops will be ripe for harvest." Naoki replied, "Indeed. Before planting the next batch of crops, you can head to town to purchase some fertilizer for them. The higher the quality of the crops, the more lucrative their sale will be," Zack casually remarked, before inquiring, "Did you have any harvest today?" Naoki handed over the bucket of fish. Zack counted them, then retrieved his ledger for calculations, ultimately pulling out a stack of coins from his satchel. Smiling as he handed it over, "The total is 2,620 Union coins. Please take it." Naoki accepted the money. Zack moved the goods to his cart, then took his seat in the driver's position, waving at Naoki as he reversed. "See you tomorrow." Naoki replied, "See you tomorrow." After bidding farewell to Zack, the sky darkened. Realizing it was getting late, Naoki returned home to prepare dinner. The Frost Milk Fairy jumped down from the cupboard and ran to play with Minnie Fu on the book. Observing them, Naoki noted that these two little creatures had been indoors for days without venturing outside, so he addressed them. "Don't you feel bored staying inside all the time? You should go out and explore occasionally." Upon hearing this, Frost Milk Fairy and Minnie Fu glanced out the window, seemingly apprehensive of the unfamiliar world beyond. Naoki understood. Before arriving here, Frost Milk Fairy and Minnie Fu had lived in the fields of Happy Ranch, where they had grown up and were not afraid. Now, in this completely alien ranch, only this cramped wooden house and Naoki provided them with a sense of security. Thus, they had chosen to remain indoors these past few days. This situation could not persist. After a brief contemplation, Naoki resolved to take them for a stroll around the ranch after dinner to help them acclimatize to their new surroundings. For dinner, Naoki prepared a rich and fragrant cream of mushroom soup, Chinese-style meat sandwiches, peppered grilled pork chops, authentic boiled eggs, and concluded with 5 cups of milk infused with different fruit juices. A sumptuous meal was thus completed. The Pokémon enjoyed their feast heartily. Minnie Fu and Frost Milk Fairy ate gracefully, savoring each bite, while Gollet and Modicam displayed a more boisterous and rugged eating style, their paws and mouths smeared with grease. Naoki, with a serious expression, reminded them, "After eating, remember to wash your faces and paws at the faucet outside." The last time he went to clean the dishes, he returned to find the bedding and floor covered in grease stains due to their antics. Gollet and Modicam nodded obediently, acknowledging the instruction. Soon, dinner concluded. Naoki prepared to wash the dishes, while Gollet and Modicam went to the faucet to clean their mouths and paws. Seeing them manage well on their own, Naoki nodded in satisfaction and turned to clean the kitchen. Minnie Fufu and Frost Fairy exchanged glances, their eyes drifting to each other's mouths and tiny hands. "Mama, let us wash ourselves and become clean," Minnie Fufu said, a hint of trepidation in her voice, directed towards Golem and Motorcycle Lizard. In contrast, Frost Fairy displayed a measure of courage. After spending the last couple of days together, she had discerned that the two formidable Pokémon bore no malice towards them. This revelation alleviated some of her initial fear. She took Minnie Fufu's hand and jumped down from the chair, stealthily edging towards the door, peeking out with just half her head to observe Golem and Motorcycle Lizard. Golem had transformed from its 4-legged charging form into a bipedal battle stance. In this posture, it exuded an unparalleled aura of wildness, accentuated by its nearly 2-meter height and muscular physique. creating an imposing presence that instilled considerable dread. With its chest puffed out and a fierce expression, it wielded a water hose, spraying water onto the comparatively diminutive motorcycle lizard beside it. "Mama, how frightening." Frost Fairy hesitated. Observing her unease, Mini Fufu innocently inquired, "Fufu, did you not just say you weren't afraid of that giant?" "And no, of course not." To avoid losing face in front of her companion, Frost Fairy took a deep breath, summoning her courage to step forward. Just then, Golem noticed them. It turned its head, its golden pupils narrowing slightly as it fixated on the diminutive Frost Fairy and Mini Fufu. Frost Fairy felt as if she were ensnared by the world's most terrifying predator, her small frame petrified in place. Fortunately, Golem soon averted its gaze, calling out to them, "Agaji, Fufu." Mini Fufu trembled, questioning whether it was indeed calling them. "Mama, what should we do?" Frost Fairy echoed her concern. Witnessing their frightened expressions, Golem was taken aback. It softened its tone, "Agaji," and proceeded to shoo away Motorcycle Lizard. Then gently scooped up Frost Fairy and Mini Fufu, using the water hose to sprinkle water over them. After a considerable time, the tension that had gripped Mini Fufu and Frost Fairy began to dissipate. They gradually realized that this imposing creature, despite its fearsome appearance, seemed harmless. When Naoki returned after his bath, he found no trace of Frost Fairy and Mini Fufu in the house. Curiosity piqued, he heard the sound of water outside. Upon opening the door, he beheld Golem playing with them in the water, while Motorcycle Lizard stood idly by, watching without approaching. It appeared to shy away from Frost Fairy. Was it perhaps due to type disadvantages? Naoki pondered. After all, the fairy-type Frost Fairy had a double advantage over the Motorcycle Lizard. Yet, Golem, also a dragon type, showed no aversion towards Frost Fairy whatsoever. Perhaps it is due to the formidable strength of Gardevoir, powerful enough to render the effects of Frostlass's attributes inconsequential, Naoki mused. Upon seeing him approach, several Pokémon paused in their activities. Naoki returned to the house, retrieving a towel to dry off Frostlass and Minifu. Curiously, he inquired, "How do you feel?" Frostlass responded with a joyful exclamation, "Ma?" Minifu appeared equally delighted, exclaiming, "Fu." It seemed they both were quite fond of Gardevoir. After thoroughly drying them, Naoki guided them through the pasture, introducing them to their surroundings. Gardevoir and Motostoke trailed behind. The sky had not yet succumbed to the darkness, as a remnant of the setting sun lingered on the horizon, casting a gentle twilight over the landscape. The hens, having grazed throughout the day, returned to their coop, settling into the hay to rest their weary eyes. The crops in the fields thrived remarkably. The rapidly growing turnips had already sprouted several large leaves, and the fruits buried beneath the soil were likely beginning to flourish. As Naoki strolled across the grassy expanse with a few Pokémon, he pointed towards the distant fence that encircled the pasture, saying to Frostlass and Minifu, "That area enclosed by the fence is our pasture. It is safe here, free from any harm." Frostlass and Minifu gazed around with curiosity. Naoki smiled and remarked, "This patch of grass is adorned with many wildflowers, and during the day, countless butterflies flit about among them." The grass in this world flourished abundantly. With a slight trimming, it transformed into a neat, picturesque lawn. Thus, Naoki had merely cut down the excess trees, opting not to use a scythe on the grass. He planned to take some time in the next couple of days to clear away the stones from the storage room and lay a stone path connecting the chicken coop and the wooden house. Noticing the curiosity of Frostlass and Minifu, Naoki said, "Tomorrow, during the day, you can come to see. There are many butterflies and flowers." "Fu," they chimed excitedly. After Naoki's introduction, they had formed a preliminary impression of the pasture, realizing that the enclosed area was a sanctuary, and they were less apprehensive about the world beyond. After walking a circuit of the pasture, the last traces of the twilight faded from the sky, and once the sun was no longer visible, Naoki concluded their stroll. He led the Pokémon back to the house. Frostlass made her way to the cupboard, while Minifu returned to the flower pot, perched on the edge, swinging her little feet while yawning, her expression one of drowsiness. "Time for sleep," Naoki said with a smile. "Fu," Minifu replied, reclining in the flower pot, resting on the soft soil, her eyes gently closing as she soon began to snore peacefully. Naoki then turned to Gardevoir and Motostoke by the bedside, proceeding to tidy up his belongings on the bed. Tomorrow morning, he plans to set off for Big Pot Lake. Uncertain whether he will return in time for lunch, Naoki intends to prepare several nutritionally balanced sandwiches and fruit juices for the Motor Lizard. This visit not only aims to discover new fishing spots, but Naoki also plans to recruit a water-type Pokémon capable of using a water gun to invoke rain. Additionally, he must bring along some provisions, as capturing a Pokémon requires a certain level of skill. Based on years of watching anime, Naoki knows that in order to capture a wild Pokémon, one can resort to combat, but also to culinary delights and emotional appeals. After all, even beasts can be tamed, provided their basic needs are met. Pokémon are even easier to charm. Aside from those that can only be captured through battle, most will willingly follow if offered a morsel of food. Thus, Naoki prepared a variety of visually appealing and flavorful dishes, catering to those fond of berries, meat, and varying tastes, sweet, spicy, and sour. These culinary creations also needed to be convenient for transportation and storage. After working diligently to complete them, Naoki packed them into his backpack. As he unzipped it, he suddenly spotted a few Pokeballs nestled at the bottom. Gazing at them, a realization struck him. Dr. Orin had not given him the Pokeball for Golem. No, to be precise, Golem's Pokeball had been destroyed by it. The image of Golem swatting the Pokeball away with its dragon claw flashed through Naoki's mind. So, the question arose, did the mark left on the Pokemon still remain after the Pokeball was destroyed? After a moment of contemplation, Naoki picked up a Pokeball and directed it towards Golem. Seconds passed, but the Pokeball remained unresponsive. It seemed the mark still existed, Naoki mused. He casually tossed the Pokeball back into his backpack, and, just as he zipped it up, he recalled another thought. He reopened the backpack and randomly retrieved a red and white ball, presenting it before the motor lizard. Grr? The motor lizard quickly recognized the Pokeball and realized its master was finally intent on capturing it. A joyful expression spread across its face as it eagerly nudged its head forward. The moment it touched the central button of the Pokeball, its body transformed into a beam of red light and was drawn inside. After a gentle shake, it fell silent. This indicated a successful capture. Is this what it feels like to capture a Pokémon? Naoki pondered. Weighing the Pokeball in his hand and mimicking a throwing motion he had seen trainers perform in anime. However, fearing that the Pokeball might collide with a wall and break, he refrained from actually throwing it. Instead, he held it in his hand and pressed the button. Instantly, the Pokeball opened automatically, and a beam of light shot forth, revealing the motor lizard on the wooden floor. How does it feel? Naoki inquired. The moto lizard appeared to be quite exhilarated. From its reaction, it seemed that the experience of entering the Pokeball was rather pleasant. However, to Jishu's eyes, there was a discernible distinction between the quality of different Pokeballs. The ordinary red and white ball served as the most basic type, while there were superior options such as the Great Ball, Ultra Ball, and Luxury Ball, each exhibiting enhanced performance and improved living conditions for the Pokémon. The Luxury Ball, known for providing a lavish and comfortable interior, had even received the endorsement of Meowth from Team Rocket. For now, Jishu decided to make do. Once he amassed a fortune, he would procure a luxury ball for his moto lizard to reside in. As for the present, it was late, and the time had come to retire for the night. Stretching lazily, Jishu discarded his clothes and flopped onto the bed, oblivious to the gaze of Golett fixated on the Pokeball. Chapter 33. The Pokémon of Big Pot Lake. Early the next morning, after feeding the chickens and watering the plants, Jishu donned his backpack and bid farewell to Moto Lizard, Frostless, and Mini Fluff in the pasture. I've placed the food in the cupboard. The top shelf contains freshly squeezed berry juice and moo moo milk, while sandwiches and smoked sausages are on the bottom. I may not return in time for lunch, so if you find yourselves hungry, feel free to help yourselves, Jishu instructed. Aside from its riding form, Moto Lizard also possessed a combat form in which it could stand upright on two legs. In this form, Moto Lizard was equipped with hands and feet, capable of performing tasks that humans could do exceptionally well, making it a loyal and reliable companion in the Paldea region. Jishu felt reassured in trusting the pasture to it. Upon hearing this, Moto Lizard nodded its head before glancing at Golett. Although Moto Lizard was not particularly astute, it gradually realized that Golett could accomplish tasks it was capable of, as well as those it could not. This made Moto Lizard, whose purpose in life was to carry its master, feel somewhat unnecessary. It could not help but lower its head in disappointment. Seeing Moto Lizard in such a state, Jishu gently patted its shoulder and comforted. Alright, don't be sad. There are many dangerous Pokémon residing near Big Pot Lake, and Golett's flying abilities will help me avoid them. After a brief pause, Jishu added solemnly, more importantly, I have a vital task to assign to you. A more important task? Moto Lizard raised its head eagerly. Jishu continued, that is to take good care of Frostless and Mini Fluff, to protect our home, and to ensure that wild Pokémon do not invade and consume our crops and chicks. Can you manage that? In an instant, Moto Lizard felt a profound sense of responsibility wash over it, and it earnestly nodded. Jishu smiled, very well. He then turned his gaze towards Mini Fluff and Frostless, bidding them, until we meet again, Frosty Nymph and Mini Fufu stood on either side of the motor lizard, gently waving their small hands and swaying their bodies to bid farewell. Naoki climbed onto the back of Gulton. With a powerful leap of its hind legs, Gulton soared into the sky. Below, the pasture gradually shrank, and the figure of the motor lizard transformed into a tiny black, vanishing from sight. Gazing down at the vast expanse of the patio land, Naoki surveyed the surroundings and, having determined the direction, instructed Gulton, "Let us proceed." "Caw," Gulton responded, leaning forward and racing toward their destination. On the pasture, the remaining duo stood on the grass, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Uncharacteristically, the motor lizard refrained from chasing butterflies today. It felt a profound sense of responsibility, knowing that Naoki entrusted such an important task to it. Thus, it was determined to fulfill its duty with diligence. Consequently, the motor lizard positioned itself beneath the eaves of the wooden cabin, lying on the floor and silently observing Fufu and Frosty Nymph frolicking and chasing butterflies on the nearby lawn, safeguarding the area. Above it, the iron-armored pupa was diligently accumulating nutrients, awaiting its transformation. A gentle spring breeze caressed the scene, causing the motor lizard to grow a bit larger with the passing of time. Gulton's flight was remarkably swift. Within an hour, they reached the region of Big Pot Lake. This vast area, located in the northwest of the patio region, resembled a large cauldron, with a misty lake surface dotted by islands of various sizes, reminiscent of boiling dumplings. From above, Big Pot Lake indeed appeared as a grand cauldron, with the islands resembling floating ingredients atop the water. To the east, one could see a waterfall cascading down from Frosty Mountain, its waters flowing into the lake and subsequently into the western Patio Sea. Ethereal white mist drifted across the lake's surface, imparting an otherworldly ambience, obscuring the horizon from view. In light of this, the Patio authorities constructed a watchtower in 3 distinct directions around Big Pot Lake, facilitating travelers and trainers in observing the ecological environment of the lake. Such abundant water resources have fostered a complete Pokémon ecosystem, teeming with countless wild Pokémon. Seasonal deer quenched their thirst by the lakeside woodlands, while tropical dragons feasted beneath the heavy-laden fruit trees. Groups of dopey beasts basked lazily in the sun atop the water's surface, and the fierce and menacing Gyarados prowled the waters. Meanwhile, a rice grain dragon camouflaged itself as sushi, feigning weakness to lure its prey closer. Beneath this rice grain dragon, a plump catfish Pokémon, Chatot, lay in ambush with its wide-open mouth, waiting for an opportunity. Naoki was certain that, should a prey descend to capture the rice grain dragon, the lurking Chatot would leap from the water, swallowing both the prey and the rice grain dragon whole. Of course, Chatot would not consume the rice grain dragon alongside its meal. To the grain dragon, the gluttonous roar is a splendid partner in hunting. Although the gluttonous roar is a voracious eater, it lacks proficiency in the art of capture and is not particularly astute. Thus, it collaborates with the grain dragon to ensnare prey, regarding the grain dragon with a reverence akin to that of a leader, while the grain dragon takes refuge within the mouth of the gluttonous roar, safeguarding itself from external threats. Truly, it is a remarkable Pokémon ecosystem. Naoki diverted his gaze from the grain dragon, scanning his surroundings for the silhouette of his desired Pokémon. Indeed, his primary intention for this excursion was to capture a wild Dragonite, or perhaps an unevolved Dratini or Dragonair. This was due to their endearing appearance, as well as their ability to summon rain, thereby serving a dual purpose. They could not only facilitate irrigation but also assist in the delivery of messages. In this era, the internet had yet to flourish, and life moved at a leisurely pace, causing many to still rely on rather antiquated methods of communication, such as sending letters. However, it was unfortunate that Naoki, while riding his Galade over the lake's surface for an extended period, failed to catch a glimpse of Dragonite. How peculiar. Could it be that the distribution of Pokémon in reality differs from that in the game? Naoki pondered quietly. If memory served him correctly, Dragonite could indeed be found near the Great Pot Lake in the game. With the elusive Dragonite nowhere in sight, Naoki redirected his attention to other Pokémon. Tropical Dragon, riding lambs, and riding goats. The tropical dragon bears fruit upon its neck, yielding twice a year, sweet and delectable. It is said that children from the southern regions enjoy munching on the clusters of fruit that grow on the tropical dragon's neck, making it quite a favorite among the young. Consequently, many farms dedicated to raising tropical dragons thrive in warmer locales. Riding lambs and riding goats produce sheep's milk. Although not as renowned as the milk from mooing cows, they serve as an excellent source of nourishment. To Naoki's delight, he discovered traces of the salt rock Pokémon and salt rock piles on a hillside not far from the lake. In town, a single salt rock Pokémon sells for 10,000. If he could capture a few here, it would mean substantial savings for other ventures. Chapter 34. The Mysterious Pokémon. During his last visit to town, Naoki purchased 6 Pokeballs. After using one for his Moto Lizard, he had 5 remaining. This meant he could return to the ranch with 5 Pokémon today, 1 Tropical Dragon, 2 Riding Lambs and Goats, and 2 Salt Rock Pokémon. Perfect. Oh. But he still required a Pokémon capable of summoning rain and using Water Gun. Naoki silently contemplated in his heart. Naturally, if these Pokémon were unwilling to be captured, he would not force them. The principle of mutual consent was paramount. Otherwise, even if he were to capture them by force, they might not cooperate once back at the ranch. Thus, the will of the Pokémon remains a crucial factor. Jishu meandered above this area, observing the diverse species and ecology of the wild Pokémon below him from the sky. He was not in a hurry to capture any. A competent rancher must possess ample patience, for haste can lead to poor decisions. At that moment, Jishu suddenly heard a voice calling out. He turned in the direction of the sound and spotted a young man, donned with a backpack and holding binoculars, atop a nearby watchtower, vigorously beckoning him. Hey there, over here. Jishu paused for a moment. Was he calling to him? After a brief contemplation, he instructed his Pokémon, Gallatin, let us go check it out. Gallatin complied, soaring towards the towering structure by the lakeside. As he approached, the man's gaze fell upon Gallatin, his attention instantly captivated, a mix of surprise and curiosity illuminating his expression. What Pokémon is that? He inquired, eyeing Gallatin with intrigue. Jishu interjected, this is Gallatin. Gallatin? The man quickly picked up a book lying on the ground, hastily flipping through its pages in search of information. Soon, his eyes widened in astonishment. A Pokémon not listed in the Pokédex. Does this mean it's an undiscovered species? How incredible! The man circled around Gallatin, examining it closely, while Gallatin cast a disdainful glance in his direction. Noticing the man's enraptured demeanor, Jishu remarked, do you need something? Realizing his oversight, the man swiftly tucked away his Pokédex and introduced himself. I'm Yosuke, visiting from the distant Galar region. Currently, I am traveling through Paldea to study various Pokémon ecologies. His expression turned sheepish as he continued, I apologize for staring. I was merely captivated by the sight of you riding it through the sky. Nevertheless, the Pokémon ecology here in Paldea is truly enchanting. I've resided in this watchtower for half a month, and I've already documented an astonishing 48 species. As he spoke, the man squatted down and retrieved a hand-drawn book from his casually placed satchel. Look, these are my sketches of the Pokémon. It contains detailed records of their ecological habits and habitats. Jishu felt a stir of interest at this scene. Given the vast expanse of Great Pot Lake, he was uncertain about the timings of Pokémon appearances. Perhaps he could glean more information about rare and elusive Pokémon from this individual? With this thought, he reached out to accept the hand-drawn book, casually flipping through its pages until he came across a depiction of a Galar region Pokémon. It was a large, gentle-looking bear-like Pokémon, its face radiating warmth, accompanied by a slightly immature-looking boy with short hair standing beside it. The martial arts bear master is indeed a divine beast. Naoki expressed his astonishment. Beside him, Yosuke, noticing his reaction, leaned in closer and, upon seeing the scene depicted in the drawing, cheerfully inquired, can you guess their relationship? Naoki raised an eyebrow, and the Gollet beside him also leaned in for a glance. A trainer and a Pokémon? Naoki ventured. Incorrect. Yosuke shook his head, his demeanor animated. They are father and son. What? Naoki was momentarily taken aback. His initial reaction was disbelief, but Yosuke seemed to anticipate his thoughts. Surprising, isn't it? Yet, it is indeed the truth. I encountered them in the Galar region, and they made me realize that there are other possibilities between humans and Pokémon. I was quite startled at the time. Later, I learned that the child had been abandoned and floated down the river to the home of this martial arts bear master, who adopted him. The bond between humans and Pokémon, father and son, I had never considered such a thing existed in this world. As he spoke, Yosuke's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Naoki thought to himself that this was not as remarkable as he imagined. He had heard of humans marrying Pokémon before. Pokémon like Shiny Gardevoir and Machamp were quite common. He did not dwell on the matter further, but shifted his focus to the hand-drawn book before him. At that moment, Yosuke leaned in once more, eagerly asking, may I draw this Pokémon? In return, I shall prepare you my finest sandwiches, which even Pokémon rave about. Please. Naoki nonchalantly waved his hand and settled cross-legged. Go ahead, draw. The man was visibly thrilled. Arigato. He retrieved another half-used sketchbook and a pencil from his backpack, sitting on the ground with utmost concentration as he began to depict Gollet's likeness. Naoki noticed that the sketchbook in his hands was already filled to the brim with drawings. Hearing Gollett's call, Naoki looked up to see it stiffened, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Just as he was about to speak, Yosuke interjected, "There's no need to be overly tense. Just sit in your most relaxed and natural pose." Thus, Naoki beckoned to Gollett, who lay beside him, resting its large head on his lap. Witnessing this scene, Yosuke's eyes lit up. "Excellent, splendid, just like that. A perfect pose. This Pokémon trusts you immensely." Naoki chuckled, scratching Gollett's chin, and then resumed flipping through the hand-drawn book, exploring the Pokémon ecology around the Great Pot Lake. Indeed, the variety of Pokémon in this area surpassed his expectations. In addition to the recently discovered creatures outside, there exists the gentle Marylull, the cloud-like, soft-winged Swablu, the sticky Mimikyu dwelling in damp caves, and the pink lowly blacksmith wielding a hammer. The narrative unfolds from Yosuke's perspective, revealing not only the Pokémon he is familiar with, but also some enigmatic silhouettes shrouded in mist, only vaguely discernible. Beside these shadows, a question mark appears, suggesting they are rare Pokémon Yosuke has yet to encounter. Some of these silhouettes are beyond even Daiki's recognition, yet as he turned to one particular page, he suddenly spotted a familiar outline. It appeared to be a cliff, its summit cloaked in mist, where the shadow of a Pokémon loomed. The creature's form was robust and quite rounded, accompanied by another question mark. Beneath the question mark, a description was inscribed. The unknown Pokémon arrives promptly at 7 every evening, sitting quietly until 5 the next morning before returning to the sea. Regrettably, the cliff is too high for me to ascend, and I cannot discern its true appearance, only catching a glimpse of its indistinct shadow. Chapter 35. The choice of target is that a Dragonite? Gazing at the silhouette, Daiki's mind instantly conjured an image of Dragonite's plump, rounded body. He intended to inquire with Yosuke about this Pokémon, but upon lifting his gaze, he found Yosuke deeply engrossed in his drawing, his expression earnest. After a moment's contemplation, Daiki decided it best not to interrupt him. He continued to peruse the illustrated book in his hands. However, his thoughts were entirely captivated by the Dragonite, rendering him indifferent to other Pokémon such as Trevenant, Kingler, and Amoonguss, who appeared equally disinterested. After a little over an hour, the man finally set down his pen. Observing his artwork, a look of delight spread across his face. "Perfect. Look." He presented the drawing of Guzzlord to Daiki. On the paper, Guzzlord lay peacefully beside Daiki, its large head resting against his leg, while Daiki was absorbed in his book, a scene that appeared both natural and heartwarming. "Awesome," Daiki exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. "You must have been studying art for quite a while." Yosuke scratched his head. "Actually, not really. My parents enrolled me in an art class, but I only attended for 3 months before embarking on my travels. I am still honing my skills." Daiki, not well versed in this realm, listened attentively. Yosuke, satisfied with his work, closed the sketchbook and, with genuine curiosity, asked, "By the way, you're a traveling trainer, aren't you?" "No," Daiki shook his head. "I am a ranch owner and am currently managing a farm. If you need eggs, you can purchase them at Daiki Ranch, located east of Zichin Town." As he spoke, Daiki seized the opportunity to promote his farm's offerings. Upon hearing this, Waisuk widened his eyes in surprise. "A rancher? Very well." He opened his mouth and said, "I initially thought you were a trainer here to capture Pokémon from Lake Dago. This area is home to a multitude of Pokémon species, and I've frequently seen trainers coming here to capture them." Speaking of wild Pokémon, Naoki casually unfolded the page depicting what appeared to be a Dragonite before Waisuk. "Is this Pokémon still around here?" "You mean it?" "Yes, it's still here," Waisuk exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Are you also interested in it?" Naoki did not deny this and asked, "If convenient, could you share more about it?" "Of course." Waisuk began to recollect, narrating, "I discovered it a week ago. I was investigating a Pokémon not found in the Galar region on an island in the western part of Lake Dago. It had camouflaged itself as sushi. Out of curiosity, I attempted to observe it up close, but for some reason, I was suddenly attacked by a Snorlax. In a panic, I fell into the lake, pursued by a swarm of Magikarp. Eventually, I was swept to the base of a cliff, where I looked up to see this Pokémon sitting atop the precipice, gazing at the moon. However, during the evening, Lake Dago becomes misty, obscuring my view. I could only discern a vague silhouette. Such a Pokémon does not exist in the Galar region, and I was captivated by it. I began to observe its behavior and later found that it would arrive at that spot every night at 7 o'clock. It would remain there until 5 the next morning, flying back to the sea precisely on time, regardless of the weather. Unfortunately, I don't possess a flying Pokémon to reach such heights." Waisuk's face was filled with regret, But then he suddenly remembered that right in front of him was a Pokémon capable of flight. His eyes sparkled with excitement. "Could you take me to see its true form? I only wish to glimpse it." "That is possible," Naoki replied, though with some hesitation. "That elusive Pokémon only arrives at 7 in the evening, but I cannot linger here for too long. I have ranch duties to attend to, including preparing dinner for several Pokémon." After a moment of contemplation, Naoki asked, "It will stay here for the night and won't leave midway, correct?" Waisuk nodded affirmatively. "Indeed," Naoki said. "Then here's the plan. I will return after 7 o'clock." He recounted the tasks awaiting him at the ranch. Waisuk nodded eagerly. "No problem. I will wait for you." After they made their arrangements, Naoki rode away on his Galade from the lookout tower. He gazed at the 5 Pokeballs in his hand, pondering which Pokémon to bring back to the ranch. At this stage, a Salandit was the most needed, given its high salt production and value. According to the comprehensive guide to ranching provided by Mayor Thomas, the Pokémon known as Saltstone generates salt crystals through friction with the ground whenever it moves. Consequently, humans construct specialized shelters for them, laying down a unique storage membrane on the floors. On average, a single saltstone can produce a small pouch of approximately 500 grams of rock salt every 5 days. The market price for such a pouch is around 3,000 Alliance coins. This high cost is attributed to the abundant minerals found in rock salt, which offer significant health benefits to both humans and Pokémon when consumed over an extended period. Furthermore, this rock salt can be administered directly to Pokémon, facilitating swift recovery from their injuries. Excluding the costs of care, a single saltstone can yield over 2,500 Alliance coins every 5 days, amounting to 15,000 coins in a month. With 10 saltstones, a rancher could earn a staggering 150,000 coins monthly. Moreover, as they evolve into Saltstone Fortress and Saltstone Titan, their salt production will further increase. If the rancher treats the saltstones well, dedicating time to play with them and ensuring their happiness and health, avoiding any neglect that might lead to illness, then it would be nearly impossible for the rancher not to reap substantial profits. Reflecting on this, Naoki directed his glutton to soar towards the location where he previously discovered the saltstones. This spot was situated on the eastern side of Great Pot Lake, near a rocky area by Frosty Mountain. There was a cave at the back, which appeared to be the dwelling of the saltstones. Naoki gently patted Glutton's neck, prompting it to descend in understanding before landing gracefully at the cave's entrance. A few saltstones basking in the sun and frolicking among the rocks sensed the unfamiliar presence and scattered in panic back into the cave. Naoki wondered, "Am I that frightening?" Despite the initial setback, he remained undeterred. He retrieved his prized culinary delights, salted fish jerky and pickled plums. Fearing that a sudden intrusion into the cave might startle the saltstones, he opted to remain outside, tossing the fish jerky and plums inside. Chapter 36. Fishing for saltstones. If his memory served him correctly, the saltstones had a preference for salty flavors. Upon evolving into Saltstone Fortress, they would even spray salt at their prey, turning it into salted delicacies. Therefore, the specially salted plums and fish jerky held great allure for them. Initially, the saltstones that had retreated into the cave showed no response. However, as the quantity of fish jerky and plums increased, they could no longer resist the temptation and cautiously approached, indulging in the plums that lay on the ground. How delicious! The expressions of joy illuminated the faces of the saltstones. Yet, the treats were limited, and with more than one saltstone in the cave, it wasn't long before the plums and fish jerky were entirely consumed. Just as a group of saltstones felt a sense of melancholy, a small fish jerky unexpectedly flew in from outside. The little fish jerky landed precisely a short distance in front of them. A few saltstones blinked their eyes, ultimately unable to resist the temptation, and moved forward to pick up the morsel to consume. At that moment, another piece of fish jerky was tossed a short distance ahead. The previous piece had posed no danger, thus they concluded that this one was equally safe. After their recent experience, this group of saltstones evidently arrived at this conclusion. They joyfully walked and ate, gradually being lured out of their cave. By the time they became aware of their surroundings, they had unknowingly approached the 2 imposing figures. Salt. The saltstones trembled in panic. If only they had known better than to indulge in greed. Jishu glanced at the 5 saltstones before him. Neither more nor less than 5. 5. Just enough for the 5 Pokeballs he held. If he could capture these 5, it would be ideal. Jishu cleared his throat and opened his backpack, retrieving a piece of plum to offer to the foremost saltstone. Here. The saltstone froze in place. Then, he distributed food to the other 4 saltstones. Except for the smallest one, which appeared somewhat malnourished, the others seemed noticeably less afraid of him. Eat, eat. Jishu endeavored to convey his goodwill, while the nearby gullet transformed into a gentle, swift form, restraining its presence. The salt stones hesitated for a moment, then cautiously began to eat. Jishu glanced at the smallest salt stone, which was slightly slower to react, and took a while before it started to eat. Patiently waiting for them to finish, Jishu could not help but reveal his true intentions, his words laced with temptation. Is it delicious? Salt. Would you like to enjoy this food every day? He inquired. The salt stones blinked their eyes, joyfully responding, Salt. Then, come with me. Jishu produced an empty pokeball, to my home, where I have a large ranch filled with abundant food. Just as he believed success was within reach, a clear hesitation emerged in the eyes of the salt stones. Salt. Huh, is that not possible? Jishu fell into contemplation, when suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Ying, what are you doing here? Jishu turned to see Ying approaching with a backpack, his face reflecting surprise. Jishu stood up, revealing without hesitation, I wish to capture these salt stones to live together on the ranch. Salt stones. Following his gaze, Ying also spotted the group of salt stones. He gazed around, seemingly in search of something strange. I recall there was a giant salt spirit accompanying this group of salt creatures. Have you seen it? The giant salt spirit? Jishu shook his head. No. When I arrived, I only saw these few salt creatures, and they appear quite famished. Noticing his confusion, Yongjia explained. I have been observing the ecology of wild Pokémon in this vicinity for some time. A few days ago, I encountered this group of salt creatures surrounding a giant salt spirit. That giant seemed to be the leader of their clan, typically guiding them in their search for food. Wandering about. As he spoke, Yongjia produced a sketchbook and flipped it open, revealing a vivid illustration of the group of salt creatures encircling the giant salt spirit. In the giant's large hand were several berries, which it was feeding to the salt creatures. I did not see it, Jishu reiterated. Yongjia stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. This is peculiar. The giant salt spirit Wudenti abandoned the salt creatures, and there are no Pokémon nearby capable of overpowering it. Thus, it seems there is only one possibility left. At this point, Jishu reached the same conclusion, and the two spoke in unison. Captured by a trainer? If that is the case, that trainer is quite irresponsible, taking away the leader and leaving behind a group of hungry little ones. If it were me, I would make sure to take them all, Jishu declared. This simply cannot stand. Yongjia furrowed his brow. With the giant salt spirit absent, other Pokémon will soon come to contest this territory. The weak salt creatures possess little combat ability. Upon hearing this, Jishu's resolve to escort them back to the ranch intensified. However, it seemed the salt creatures were reluctant to leave, patiently awaiting the return of their giant leader. Jishu, why not take them back to your ranch? Yongjia suggested. But they seem unwilling to leave this place, Jishu replied. Then capture them the trainer's way. Prove your strength to them through battle. Upon hearing this, Jishu turned to look at Gulitan. Using Gulitan to battle the salt creatures felt excessively cruel. After much contemplation, he resolved to employ his own method. Jishu squatted down, refraining from using food as bait, and addressed the group of salt creatures, asking, Are you waiting for the giant salt spirit? The salt creatures, resembling salt mushrooms with no limbs or necks, had an aesthetic akin to that of Minecraft. Jishu could not discern their response through actions or words, so he turned to Gulitan. Gulitan quickly grasped his intent and nodded, letting out a cry that signified they were indeed waiting for the giant salt spirit. Although the likelihood of the giant having been captured was high, Jishu could not be entirely certain without having witnessed it firsthand. Therefore, he decided to remain with the group of salt creatures for a few more days. If the saltstone giant spirit has not returned in a few days, it may never come back. Understanding his sentiment, Yongjia felt somewhat helpless. There is nothing I can do about it, but I'll keep an eye on them for you. You can return to your work at the ranch without worry. Just remember to take me to see that divine Pokémon at 7 o'clock tonight. Rest assured, he had already prepared food in advance, so there was no need to fret that the motor lizard and others would go hungry. Thus, Jishu lingered by the Great Pot Lake until the afternoon before heading back. Upon returning to the ranch, before Jishu could even land, he noticed a gray-haired elderly woman standing outside, peering inside. He approached her politely and inquired, Hello, may I ask what you need? The old lady appeared equally courteous as she replied, You must be the owner of this ranch. I am Mrs. Potterton from the town, and I would like to know if you have goat's milk for sale. My husband is ill and requires fresh goat's milk to prepare medicinal dishes. If you do have it, I would be willing to pay a premium for it. This was a method of healing she had learned from a mysterious culinary master. Known as dietary therapy, said to have been passed down from an ancient kingdom, it is believed that long-term consumption would gradually restore health. She had made numerous trips to the Zichin market and visited several nearby ranches, but it found no one selling goat's milk. Just as she was about to give up, she heard that this ranch had resumed operations. Therefore, she made a special trip here. Compared to the more common mooing cow's milk, goat's milk is indeed somewhat rare. Jishu looked at Mrs. Potaton and shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, but we do not have any at the moment. However, perhaps it will be available in the near future." This statement undoubtedly rekindled hope in the old lady, her eyes sparkling with renewed light. Jishu contemplated going to town soon to purchase more Pokeballs and then to the Great Pot Lake to capture riding goats and riding lambs, which would provide him with goat's milk. He said to the elderly woman, "If it's convenient, could you please leave me your phone number? I will contact you once we have goat's milk." Mrs. Potaton hurriedly provided her phone number, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you so much." Chapter 37. The plumpness at 7 o'clock in the evening, after preparing dinner for the Motor Lizard, Frost Fairy, and Mini Phoeba. Jishu informed them of his departure and rode off to the Great Pot Lake on his Gutan. The moonlight was bright that night, casting a gentle mist over the lake, with the hazy moonlight spilling onto the water's surface. As the Pokémon below leaped from the water, the silvery round moon would shimmer and ripple with the waves. "You've finally arrived." Instead of returning to the lookout tower, Yangjia had simply set up a makeshift campsite by the lake, with a bonfire blazing brightly in the night. Beside him stood a Pokémon, gripping a shield in its left hand and a sword in its right, characterized by a pair of thick black eyebrows and an air of calm composure. Meanwhile, the group of Salt's Pokémon nestled by the fire, drowsy and lethargic. Upon placing the prepared food before it, the little Pokémon instantly opened their eyes, expressions of delight adorning their faces. "Indeed, it seems that the Salt's Pokémon favor your dried fish far more than my sandwich," Waisuk remarked, gently stroking its head. "They Haven Tea had dinner tonight. My specially crafted sandwich holds no allure for this group of Salt's Pokémon." Observing the Pokémon beginning to feast, Naoki chuckled. After all, they are Pokémon born from the rock salt layers beneath the earth, and their culinary preferences are surely distinct from those of humans. Waisuk nodded in agreement. Glancing at the time, "It's already 7:30. When shall we set off?" Naoki replied, "We can depart now." "Wonderful." Waisuk appeared quite exhilarated, rising to his feet, retrieving an illustrated book and a pen from his backpack, and pocketing them. He then addressed the knight-like Pokémon. "Scallion Knight, I entrust this to you." "Ga." Scallion Knight saluted, pledging to safeguard the group of Salt's Pokémon. Naoki observed Scallion Knight with keen interest, inquiring, "It must have evolved from the leeked duck, correct?" "Indeed. Only the Galarian form of leeked duck can evolve into Scallion Knight," Waisuk cheerfully explained. "It is a remarkably brave and diligent Pokémon, and its battle stance resembles that of valiant warriors in films." Naoki nodded, his gaze captivated by the sword fashioned from Scallion stalks and the shield composed of Scallion leaves that Scallion Knight wielded. That Scallion is of paramount importance, as it is employed as a weapon. For Scallion Knight, the Scallion that has accompanied it for many years holds more significance than anything else. Yet, simultaneously, it serves as an exquisite culinary ingredient. Sensing a malicious gaze directed toward it, Scallion Knight stiffened, sharply turning its head. Waisuk followed Naoki's gaze. Chuckling, "Scallion Knight wields Galarian Scallions, which only grow in the Galar region. Would you like some? I have a few in my backpack that I could offer you." Naoki, intrigued by the Galarian Scallions, recalled that they are a delectable seasoning that enhances the flavor of dishes. "Then I shall express my gratitude in advance." Naoki turned to gaze at the distant Great Pot Lake, saying to Waisuk, "It's time for us to depart. Do you remember the location of that Pokémon?" "Of course." "Then hop on." Naoki patted Galarian, who obediently lowered its body. As Naoki mounted first, Waisuk appeared astonished. "May I ride this Pokémon as well? It won't be upset, will it?" In response to this, Naoki looked at Galarian. In deference to Naoki, Galarian graciously shook its head. "Gah." Yangjia immediately became animated. "Thank you so much." He carefully climbed aboard. Once he settled in, Golton soared into the sky, gliding above the delicate veil of mist. Yangjia glanced around, discerning their direction, and pointed westward, saying, "That area lies on the western side of Big Pot Lake, near the Padia Sea. We must first traverse the lake." Jishu succinctly affirmed his statement. As night fell, some Pokémon that were rarely seen during the day began to appear in this region. Jishu's gaze swept downward, where he spotted several dark ravens perched on branches, as well as the elusive dream demon lurking in the shadows, engaged in some mysterious activity. At that moment, Yangjia suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my, the Sloth King has risen." Following his gaze, Jishu observed a Sloth King ambling about on a patch of grass below. Sensing an unfamiliar presence, the Sloth King sharply lifted its head and looked in their direction. "It has noticed us," Yangjia remarked, somewhat astonished. It is well known that sloth kings are notoriously lazy, spending their days sprawled on the ground, only moving reluctantly when the surrounding grass has been depleted, and even then, they remain indifferent to any disturbances caused by trainers. However, this particular sloth king was not only upright but also quite active, keenly surveying its surroundings with an alert demeanor. It bore no resemblance to the typical lethargy associated with its kind. A phrase from a game Jishu had played once resurfaced in his mind. When you encounter a wandering sloth king, it is certainly not a sloth king, but rather a ditto or a Zoroark in disguise. So, was it a ditto or a Zoroark? Judging by its vigilant movements, Jishu estimated an 80% probability that it was a Zoroark, the fluffy fox Pokémon and master of illusions. His heart raced with excitement. Gulton continued on, and soon the trio distanced themselves from the area, the sloth king vanishing from their sight. Jishu cast a wistful glance back at the scene, contemplating whether he should have descended to verify if that creature was indeed a sloth king or a Zoroark. Oh well, he thought. One cannot forsake a watermelon for a sesame seed. There will be bread, and there will be milk. Big Pot Lake lay before him, and he could explore it at any time in the future. Regaining his focus, Jishu noticed that Gulton had crossed the vast expanse of Big Pot Lake, arriving at the opposite shore. Behind him, Yangjia gazed excitedly at a nearby cliff, exclaiming, "That's south the place." Following his gaze, Jishu spotted a familiar Pokémon at the summit of the steep cliff. This Pokémon had a rounded body, adorned with a delicate dragon horn and whiskers atop its head, and a pair of petite dragon wings sprouting from its back. Perched upon the verdant grass at the cliff's edge, it sat in a contemplative daze, its melancholic gaze fixed upon the moon above, occasionally releasing a sorrowful sigh. Could it truly be a Dragonite? A wave of exhilaration surged through Naoki. The Dragonite, a quasi-deity Pokémon from the Kanto region, is renowned for its formidable prowess and extreme rarity, famously associated with the Dragon Master, Lance. It certainly did not disappoint. What Pokémon is that? Upon discerning the form of the Dragonite, Waisuk, standing behind him, could not suppress his astonishment. Naoki slowly uttered its name, Dragonite. Gyarados circled gracefully in the air, not descending immediately. The Dragonite either did not notice their presence or chose to disregard them. After observing for a while from above, Naoki commanded Gyarados to alight behind the Dragonite. Waisuk swiftly produced a pen and sketchbook, eager to immortalize the enchanting scene of the Dragonite gazing at the moon. Hearing the sounds from behind, the Dragonite turned, seemingly puzzled, and upon encountering the sudden appearance of several individuals and Pokémon, it was startled, its face instantly reflecting surprise. "How did you get here?" it exclaimed, its cuteness undeniable. Naoki's gaze was drawn to this Dragonite. In reality, the Dragonite appeared remarkably plump, its round belly exuding softness, leaving one to wonder how it would feel to the touch. Its chubby, rounded claws looked irresistibly adorable. Truly, it was a hefty creature. Naoki yearned to bring this Dragonite back to his farm to care for it. Thus, he endeavored to convey his goodwill as much as possible. "Good evening, Dragonite." The Dragonite blinked its large, round eyes, displaying no hostility or inclination to attack. It merely glanced back a few times, let out a soft sigh, then rose to the sky, departing toward the depths of the ocean. Naoki and Waisuk exchanged perplexed glances. After a moment, Naoki spoke. "Did we disturb it?" Waisuk, gazing at the Dragonite's retreating silhouette, murmured, "It seems to carry a certain sorrow. Does even the apex of the Pokémon ecosystem bear burdens it cannot resolve?" Suddenly, Waisuk recalled something. "You should have immediately commanded Gyarados to battle it and capture it in a Pokeball, right? That would be quite a challenge for a Dragonite." Naoki diplomatically replied, "Moreover, I am not a Pokémon trainer, nor do I intend to become one. Even if I were to capture it, I would not use it for battles. I merely wish to coexist with it. Surely, you understand that feeling?" Waisuk nodded in comprehension. "Ah, a collector's passion, I see. I've encountered individuals who exclusively capture specific Pokémon for their collections." This remark brought to Naoki's mind the eccentric collector from the Lugia incident. He could not help but inquire, "Surely it's not as I imagine, being turned into a specimen for collection? How could that be possible?" Waisuk widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Those individuals merely possess peculiar interests. They are not perverts. I have encountered someone who exclusively captures Pokémon that are fluffy, adorably petite. It is said that this individual sleeps alongside those Pokémon every night, relishing the sensation of being enveloped by them. There are also trainers who favor muscular Pokémon, such as Machamp, Blaziken, Conkeldurr, and Golem. I believe they must have lacked a sense of security in their childhood." Naoki displayed an awkward yet polite smile. "What a coincidence. He is one of them." Waisuk inquired further, "But, don't you intend to pursue them?" Naoki pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Let it be. Forcing interaction may provoke their aversion. If I am not mistaken, they will return here eventually, and I can gradually get to know them then. Besides, I cannot stay out all night. Otherwise, my Pokémon will worry. Waisuk concurred. That makes sense. The two returned to the campsite on the eastern side of Great Pot Lake. After satisfying their hunger, the salt Pokémon nestled close to the warm campfire and fell asleep. Waisuk lowered his voice, asking, "Are you heading back?" Naoki replied quietly, "Yes. I will come again tomorrow." Beyond feeding the salt Pokémon, he had a more pressing task at hand, to fish in Great Pot Lake for sale at the ranch. If the group of salt Pokémon accompanied him, it would add 5 more mouths to feed at the ranch. Additionally, he needed to consult with Clea about constructing a salt house specifically for the salt Pokémon, facilitating the collection of rock salt. The limited funds he possessed were insufficient. Watching the traces left by the salt Pokémon on the ground, Naoki felt a pang of sorrow. There were countless expenses to address. He had to strive harder. Whenever you have time in the future, you are welcome to visit my ranch. I will ensure you receive a warm reception, Naoki informed the traveler from the Galar region, detailing the location of his ranch. Waisuk smiled and replied, "I shall visit once I complete the ecological survey of the Pokémon around Great Pot Lake." He was curious about what sort of ranch this young man had constructed. Naoki nodded with a smile, bid farewell, and rode off on his Galarian Rapidash back to the ranch. Before departing, he left the salty snacks from his backpack behind, as he needed to make a trip to town in the morning and might not return until noon. By the time Naoki returned to the ranch, it was already deep into the night. Although it was late, his Moto Lizard was still awake, perched beneath the eaves and gazing outside. Upon seeing Naoki and his Rapidash return, the Moto Lizard's eyes lit up with joy, and it stood up excitedly. Naoki approached and gently patted its head, acknowledging its diligent watch over the ranch with a smile. "All right, I'm back now. Go get some rest." Gao Ao, the Motor Lizard, took a respite, while Naoki proceeded to the chicken coop to inspect the feed and water in the trough, along with the condition of several chickens. Noticing that the water trough was nearly empty, he replenished it before finally retiring for the night. The following morning, after completing his duties at the ranch, Naoki ventured into town, locating the fishing tackle shop according to the roadside sign, where he purchased several oversized fishing nets. Regrettably, the iron pupa had yet to evolve into a butterfree. Otherwise, he could have woven the nets himself. In the ensuing days, Naoki became increasingly industrious. He and Golett tirelessly traversed the Great Pot Lake, the Sapatia Sea, and the ranch in pursuit of fish, often toiling until nearly dawn. Not just he, but even the legendary Pokémon Golett was significantly fatigued. Despite the arduous labor, Golett exhibited no signs of discontent. Instead, it felt a profound sense of happiness and fulfillment. Observing Golett darting back and forth between the Great Pot Lake and the ranch, Yosuke began to grasp the challenges of managing the ranch. On one occasion, while Naoki visited the Salandit to deliver food, Yosuke could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "You are exhausting yourself. Sometimes, you ought to relax a bit." Naoki, drenched in sweat, handed Golett a bottle of energy-replenishing juice and replied, "There remains a plethora of tasks awaiting my attention at the ranch, and many mouths depend on me for sustenance. I must earn more." Seeing that he could not persuade Naoki, Yosuke turned to the 5 Salandit, attempting to sway them. "The behemoth of salt has been captured by human trainers and will not return. Have you noticed? The food you have received these days has been provided by that individual, who hopes you will join him at the ranch to live together." The images of Naoki working at the Great Pot Lake, taking the time to visit them, and bringing delectable food flooded the minds of the Salandit. Even their leader could not have been so kind. Moreover, their current leader had been taken by humans and would not return. The Salandit exhibited expressions of deep emotion. The 5 little ones exchanged glances and resolutely decided to follow the human who had protected them and offered them sustenance, leaving this place to live at his ranch. Although their understanding was still immature, they could faintly sense that, apart from Naoki, there would be no one else in this world who would treat them so kindly. Chapter 38. Effort and Reward. At 11 o'clock at night, after a long day of toil, Naoki and Golett returned to the ranch. Despite the late hour, the ranch remained brightly illuminated. Following their return from the Great Pot Lake, Naoki began to study the stone pathway at the ranch. Lacking professional machinery, he was unable to shape the stones into slabs. Ultimately, he resorted to laying wooden planks to create a pathway throughout the ranch. In recent days, they have been laboring until the late hours of the night. To provide illumination, Jishu ingeniously crafted torches from wooden sticks and oil-soaked cloth, placing them along the wooden path. As darkness fell, igniting the torches illuminated a considerable area. Under the glow of the flames, the entire ranch appeared more vibrant. By evening, Jishu's motorcycle lizard lay exhausted beneath the eaves, fast asleep. Rather than disturb it, Jishu joined forces with Groudon to transfer the fish from their net into a small lake on the ranch. Lacking a vehicle, their method of fishing proved rather cumbersome. Jishu had previously scattered bait across the lake's surface, drawing nearby fish to congregate. Groudon then deftly scooped fish from this area, while Jishu fished in another, until their net was filled to the brim, at which point they would airlift the catch back to the ranch. Finally, they released the fish into the lake, awaiting Zach's arrival the following evening to collect the haul. Provided Groudon worked swiftly, they could deposit the fish into the lake before the creatures suffocated. Naturally, some fish did perish. These were often utilized by Jishu to prepare a meal as a reward for Groudon. To facilitate their efforts, they had laid a large fishing net across the lake's bottom. Thus, when Zach came to collect, he could simply lift the four corners of the net, capturing all the fish in one sweep. Notably, to ease the process of capturing fish, a few king carps that Jishu had carelessly tossed into the water were returned to the river. Well done, Jishu exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow with the hem of his shirt, smiling at Groudon. Groudon, too, wiped the sweat from his face with a large paw. Letting out a contented grunt, Jishu surveyed his surroundings, noting the time, and suggested, "Let us call it a day." Upon returning to the wooden cabin, he roused the motorcycle lizard, encouraging it to come inside to rest, while he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a late-night snack. Their commotion roused Minnie Fu and Frost Fairy, who opened their eyes to observe. Consequently, Jishu prepared 2 additional servings. The delightful late-night snack concluded, and Minnie Fu and Frost Fairy returned to their slumber. Groudon, having exerted himself throughout the day, lost any desire to compete for attention with the motorcycle lizard. He returned to his spot, yawned, and rested his head on his paws, drifting into dreams. Meanwhile, the motorcycle lizard stood beside Jishu. Jishu shed his soiled blue work attire, donning only a thin white short-sleeve shirt. Noticing the motorcycle lizard's demeanor, he reached out to gently stroke its head, saying, "It will be all right after this period." Nothing significant occurred at the ranch today, did it? The motorcycle lizard, having diligently guarded the premises, shook its head in response. "That is good to hear," Jishu replied with a smile. "You've done exceptionally well. I must express my gratitude." Gao Ao gently patted Naoki on the shoulder, saying, "All right, it's getting late. You should head to bed. I'll finish recording the accounts and then follow suit." The moto lizard obediently went off to sleep. Meanwhile, Naoki took out his ledger and documented the day's earnings. The primary source of revenue for the ranch in recent days had been the fish they caught from Great Pot Lake and the Capacious Sea. Rather than selling the eggs laid by the hens, Naoki had prepared them as steamed, boiled, fried, and scrambled eggs to reward his Pokémon. After deducting the costs for bait and fishing nets, they had earned a total of 320 Alliance coins over the past 5 days. By selling the fish from the lake tomorrow, along with the remaining funds, his savings would surpass 50,000 Alliance coins. Though the work had been exhausting, the sight of a drawer brimming with money invigorated Naoki. The relentless toil had rendered his physique increasingly robust, his muscles more defined, and his skin tanned, making him resemble a genuine rancher. Perfectly, he could now afford to take a well-deserved break. Naoki stretched lazily and leaned back in his chair, contemplating his plans for the following day. With money in hand, he intended to visit Clean Town to finalize the salt house arrangements. Although uncertain whether the salt Pokémon would be willing to come to the ranch, it was prudent to prepare in advance. Additionally, he needed to purchase several more Pokeballs, allowing him to seize the opportunity to capture the riding sheep, riding goat, and tropical dragon while Klee constructed the salt house. Once these tasks were completed, the first batch of crops would be ready for harvest. After gathering the yield, he would need to plow the fields again and sow the next batch of seeds. As he pondered these matters, Naoki glanced up at the antique pendulum clock on the wall and was startled to realize it was nearly 1 in the morning. "Time for bed," he exclaimed. The next morning, Naoki first visited the friendly shop in town to purchase 10 Pokeballs. Although he spent 2,000 Alliance coins, he believed the Pokémon he could capture with them would yield far greater value. After leaving the shop, he proceeded to Klee's carpentry workshop, located on the outskirts of town in a forest cabin. Klee was clad in a lightweight blue work outfit, skillfully chopping wood with an axe. Upon seeing Naoki approach, she raised an eyebrow slightly. "I've heard all about your recent endeavors from Zach. He mentioned you and Groudon caught a lot of fish and made quite a sum. Truly impressive." Naoki smiled in response. "After all, the ranch has so many Pokémon waiting for my care. I must work hard." Klee assessed the young man before her. Compared to their first encounter, he had clearly become much stronger, his skin tanned, and he appeared healthier overall. Klee remarked, "Indeed, You are increasingly resembling a true rancher. Have you not yet met the owners of the nearby farms? Naoki shook his head. I haven't had the opportunity to visit them. Is something the matter? Clea chuckled. Each of them is quite robust. Years of labor have rendered them remarkably strong. I sense that one day you may resemble them. Naoki shrugged nonchalantly, as he had never been particularly concerned about his appearance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Clea turned to the matter at hand. What would you like me to construct this time? A salt house, Naoki replied. Upon careful consideration, he realized that raising salt-producing Pokémon and selling rock salt was one of the most lucrative ventures. Thus, he prioritized the construction of the salt house. Chapter 39. Premium Milk Porridge. Certainly, the construction fee amounts to 20,000 alliance coins. However, I must ask, do you have any timber left on the farm? Cleo inquired. She recalled that during her last visit, the trees on the farm were nearly depleted. Clea seized the opportunity to market. If not, you can purchase it from the store. A single piece of timber is priced at 100 alliance coins, while stone is slightly cheaper at 50 coins. The 20,000 encompasses labor costs. And should the farm owner lack materials, they would need to procure them from her. Naoki pondered. He had been preoccupied with fishing lately and had not taken the time to chop any wood. The trees on the farm were limited. And although there were plenty in the back mountain, large-scale deforestation would not only harm the environment, but also leave certain Pokémon homeless. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively stated, I shall purchase from you. Clea's face lit up with a smile. Very well. The construction team will head to the farm this afternoon to commence work. You will be present, I trust? The salt house was a standard design, and Clea was well aware of the materials and space required for its construction. Naoki nodded and proceeded to make the payment, totaling 25,000 alliance coins. After departing from the carpentry shop, he made his way to the soaked market to procure some fresh ingredients. It had been some time since he had experimented with new recipes, as the limited ingredients on the farm, coupled with his busy schedule, had constrained him to a few familiar dishes. With eggs and milk now available, it was time to explore new culinary creations. By the time he returned to the farm, midday was fast approaching. There was no time for rest. He immediately began preparing the ingredients. With many diners to cater to, and given gluttons enormous appetite, there was a significant risk of inadequate food leading to hunger. Consequently, Naoki had to prepare a substantial quantity of food daily, which extended his cooking time. Initially inexperienced, he would often find himself working late into the evening, but eventually, he began to prepare meals in advance. For instance, at precisely 10:46 a.m., Naoki set to work. He scaled the fish, removed the entrails, and added ginger, Galarian leeks, and a touch of garlic, before seasoning with a carefully prepared sauce and placing it in the steamer. Simultaneously, Naoki began multitasking. After thoroughly cleansing the purchased pork ribs and blanching them, they were removed and placed into the rice cooker alongside diced white radish to commence the simmering process. With each passing day, Naoki's culinary skills flourished, his knife skills becoming increasingly adept. As time slipped away, the rich aroma of the pork rib broth began to waft through the air. The bubbling broth surged continuously, causing the lid of the rice cooker to rise and fall under the pressure of the escaping steam, accompanied by a gentle gurgling sound. Groudon and the motor lizard were drawn in, gazing longingly at the steaming rice cooker. Naoki, clad in an apron, waved his finger at them, saying, Not yet. The meal isn't ready. You must wait a little longer. Why not play outside for a while? Reluctant to venture outdoors, Groudon and the motor lizard settled onto the wooden floor, peering curiously in his direction. Observing their demeanor, Naoki shook his head in resignation and began to prepare rice porridge. He had previously made a simple rice porridge, which served as a basic dish that restored a modest amount of vitality to Pokémon. However, gazing into the pot of porridge, Naoki found himself lost in thought. What could he add to enhance its flavor? A plethora of names surfaced in his mind. Century egg and lean meat porridge, carrot millet porridge, chicken and mushroom porridge, oatmeal porridge, 8 treasure porridge, corn porridge, purple sweet potato porridge. Regrettably, most of these ingredients were not available in his pantry. Naoki glanced towards the windowsill, which appeared empty. Minifoo and Frost Milk Fairy were likely frolicking in the sunlight. In contrast to the meat-loving Groudon and Motor Lizard, Frost Milk Fairy and Minifoo preferred sweeter flavors. Since both the steamed base and the pork rib soup were meat dishes, there remained a need for a dish that would appeal to Frost Milk Fairy and Minifoo. With this in mind, Naoki turned and opened the cupboard, examining the ingredients within. Ultimately, he extracted a bottle of Moo Moo milk and some granulated sugar. He poured the Moo Moo milk into the pot and added an appropriate amount of sugar. Moments later, the name of the dish transformed. Milk porridge, a delightful concoction of Moo Moo milk and sugar. Culinary effect, superior milk, exclusive to milk-producing Pokémon. Upon consumption, it slightly enhances the quality of the milk produced by the consumer, improving its taste and nutritional value, while also providing a restorative effect on vitality. Review: a nourishing milk porridge, suitable for all ages. A new item. Naoki raised an eyebrow. Superior milk, as the name suggests, would enhance the quality of milk produced by Pokémon. Images of Miltank and the riding sheep family danced in his mind. How intriguing. He could visit the Saltstone Pokémon in the afternoon and perhaps seize an opportunity to capture the riding sheep. However, it was somewhat disappointing that the effect level of this dish was merely 1. Naoki speculated that this was likely due to the average quality of the rice he had used. If one were to substitute with higher quality rice and white sugar, the enhancement effect of the dish would undoubtedly increase further. As the porridge neared completion, Naoki contemplated serving it and calling Mini-Fu and the others to partake in the meal. At that moment, a thought struck him. There remained a small piece of black truffle that he had deliberately set aside. With this realization, Naoki promptly turned around and retrieved the truffle. Images of the black truffle danced in his mind. Black truffle, a premier quality gourmet ingredient. It is a rare delicacy that can be combined with eggs to create truffle-steamed eggs or blended with butter to make a rich cream soup. While it does not possess inherent enhancements, it significantly amplifies the quality of any dish. Indeed, he had remembered correctly. It was the effect of strengthening the dish. Naoki's heart raced at the prospect of adding it to the milk porridge. With that thought, he swiftly sliced off a quarter of the black truffle and added it to the pot. Soon enough, the name of the dish transformed once again. From ordinary milk porridge, it became black truffle milk porridge. Black truffle milk porridge, a luxurious blend of milk porridge infused with black truffle, white sugar, and moo milk. The addition of the truffle greatly enhances the quality of the dish. Culinary effect: superior milk, exclusive to certain Pokémon. After consumption, it maximally elevates the quality of fresh milk produced by the consumer, enhancing its taste and nutritional value while also providing rapid stamina recovery. Review: an exquisite milk porridge. Rich in nutrients suitable for the growth of all Pokémon, it is a rare and delectable delicacy. In disbelief, Naoki exclaimed, "Incredible." He immediately recognized the significance of the black truffle. At that moment, he even considered adding it to rib soup and steamed base to observe the effects. However, rationality held him back, as the effects of those two common dishes were rather ordinary. One temporarily boosts stamina and strength, while the other aids in stamina recovery. Perhaps it would be wiser to save this precious ingredient for future use, Naoki mused. He carefully stored the remaining truffle while formulating plans for the future. Pig farming. It is imperative to raise pigs. He envisioned a large herd of fragrant pigs to send into the mountains to assist in the search for black truffles. Chapter 40. Saltstone Pokémon on board. During lunchtime, Naoki rested his chin on his hand, observing several Pokémon as they enjoyed their meal. Frosty Milk Fairy and Mini-Fu maintained their usual dainty eating habits, savoring each bite. Golton and Moto Lizard, as per their custom, were rather boisterous. After consuming several large bones, Golton lifted the bowl of black truffle milk porridge and gulped it down with an almost hasty fervor, creating a rather gluttonous impression. Alas, neither Golton nor Moto Lizard could produce milk. Gazing at the scene before him, Naoki could not help but feel a tinge of regret. Although the Frost Fairy could emit cream, it was not the same as milk. It resembled the relationship between water and ice, with a distinct conceptual difference. Meanwhile, the Mini-Fu produced olive oil, which had no connection to milk whatsoever. In the afternoon, Kiri arrived punctually with the construction crew. Naoki informed her of the location he had selected in advance, and then mounted his trusty Golton, heading toward the Great Pot Lake. He was not there for fishing today. Rather, he intended to check on Yosuke and the 5 saltstones. Noticing that Naoki was not equipped with a fishing net or rod, Yosuke seemed somewhat taken aback. "Not fishing today?" he inquired. Naoki shook his head, replying, "One must occasionally indulge in relaxation." Yosuke remarked, "A few days ago, you did not say that." Naoki explained, "Well, I've saved enough funds for constructing the Pokémon cottage, so I plan to take a break until the project concludes." "Ah, I see." Yosuke exclaimed with a mischievous grin, "I have some good news to share with you." Naoki paused, inquiring, "What is it?" Yosuke turned and clapped his hands, calling out, "Everyone, come out." At the sound of his voice, the 5 salt stones emerged from their cave, clustering together. "Salt, salt, salt, salt." Yosuke laughed. They made a decision. They want to leave here and live with you on your ranch. Hearing this, Naoki was instantly filled with joy. "Really?" he asked, astonished. Without a direct answer from Yosuke, the salt stones chorused in unison, "Salt." Naoki's heart swelled with happiness. "That is wonderful." Yosuke urged, "What are you waiting for? Quickly take out the Pokeballs and catch them. They have been looking forward to this for quite some time. Oh right. Naoki swiftly retrieved 5 Pokeballs from the pocket of his blue overalls. He knelt down, placing the Pokeballs on the ground, and the 5 salt stones lined up. Approaching one by one, gently nudging their heads against the balls, their small bodies transformed into beams of red light and were drawn inside. The Pokeballs wobbled twice before falling silent. One after another, he captured the second, third, and finally the last, holding the 5 Pokeballs in his hands. Naoki's heart brimmed with joy. Congratulations, Yosuke said with a smile. Naoki carefully stored the Pokeballs and expressed his gratitude to Yosuke. I should be thanking you. You've been quite a help these past few days. Yosuke waved his hand dismissively. It was merely a small favor. I also needed to investigate the Pokémon ecology in this area. By the way, have you visited that Dragonite at night these past few days? Naoki nodded. I have. Indeed. He and Golton would take time to observe the Dragonite while fishing. However, it remained as indifferent as ever, sighing softly before leaving, seemingly averse to being disturbed. Yosuke rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. Is that so? He also shared his recent discoveries. According to my investigations, there are no sightings of Dragonite near the Great Pot Lake, considering its habitual flights from the depths of the Cepadia Sea to the lake and back. I surmise that its lair is not in this vicinity, but rather in the distant ocean. Upon hearing this, Naoki felt a stir within, which reminded him of the enormous Dragonite that appeared near the Kanto region's Seiko lighthouse. He inquired, by the way, Yosuke, have you heard of the legend of the giant shadow on the sea? No, Yosuke replied curiously. What is that? Naoki continued. It is said that deep within the ocean resides an extraordinarily large Dragonite, towering at 10 meters, akin to a monster, roaming the seas while emitting its cries. Yosuke was somewhat astonished. A Dragonite of such colossal proportions, how could such a creature possibly exist? It must only be found in the monster films produced by Pokémon Hollywood. Forget I mentioned it, Naoki said dismissively. Yosuke, undeterred, resumed his contemplation. However, I have heard another tale related to Dragonite. Would you care to listen? Naoki showed interest. Yosuke continued. Legend has it that somewhere in the vast ocean lies an isolated island inhabited solely by Dragonites. A fleet of travelers once sailed across the sea and unfortunately encountered a storm. One unfortunate man clung to a piece of driftwood, and a Dragonite rescued him, bringing him back to that island, a paradise belonging to Dragonites. Such an occurrence is indeed plausible, Naoki remarked, for most Dragonites are known to possess kind hearts. It is often reported that they rescue drowning individuals or Pokémon from the sea. If a Dragonite detects a ship in distress during a storm, it guides them to the safety of the shore. Consequently, many vessels at sea place Dragonite statues at their bows, hoping for a safe return from their journeys. Now, a question arises. Did the Dragonite come from Dragonite Island? At that moment, both Naoki and Yosuke shared this thought. They exchanged a glance, and Yosuke's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he exclaimed, does such an island truly exist in the ocean? A unique place, home to a multitude of Dragonites. It must exist. Naoki pondered, recalling how Ash had visited such an island in the anime, where he captured a Dratini. That Dratini later evolved into a Dragonite, which helped Ash secure the championship of the 8 Masters. Upon hearing this, Yosuke grasped Naoki's shoulder tightly, startling him. Naoki, let us embark on an adventure together. Yosuke's eyes radiated with a dreamlike glow. An island where only Dragonites exist. How exhilarating that would be. If only I could behold such a spectacle. Jijong, at a loss for words, pushed his face away, saying, you do not even know the precise location of that island. Waisuk's expression fell instantly. That's true. However, he soon regained his composure, filled with renewed determination. But I shall not give up. As long as I continue my journey, one day I will discover that Dragonite Island. Let us go. Jijong encouraged him and then waved his hand. I must take my leave. Waisuk hurriedly asked, where are you going? Jijong began to pack away the Pokeballs containing his newly acquired Saltstone Pokémon and glanced at the empty Pokeballs. I am going to see if I can capture other Pokémon to bring back to the ranch, such as the Riding Sheep and Tropical Dragon. Chapter 41, Riding Sheep. Prove your worth to me. As the saying goes, everything is prepared except for the east wind. The black truffle milk porridge that enhances the quality of milk has already been made. Now, the only thing missing is a Pokémon that can produce milk. The large milk tank is not to be mentioned for now. Firstly, because after constructing the salt house, he had little money left and needed to save it to purchase a batch of crop seeds. Secondly, the Pokémon house had yet to be repaired, leaving no place for the large milk tank to reside. These domesticated milk-producing Pokémon have certain requirements for their living environment. It is preferable for them to be indoors in a warm setting, as a good environment benefits their milk production. In contrast, the riding sheep and riding goat do not share such concerns. They lead a more rugged existence, relying solely on water and sunlight to generate energy from the leaves on their backs, allowing them to survive even on barren rocky mountains devoid of food. They favor grassy fields where the wind can blow through, as it is there that they can graze on the freshest grass at any time. Consequently, Jizhong planned to enclose the tall grass on the western side of the ranch with a fence, constructing an open sheep pen for the riding sheep family to inhabit. I will go with you. Upon hearing Jizhong's plans, Waisuk promptly rose and began to pack up the campsite alongside Song Yubing. They extinguished the campfire and folded the tent, stowing it into their backpacks. The sizable tent was effortlessly crammed into Waisuk's small backpack. Jizhong was immediately drawn in, his face expressing astonishment. A spatial backpack? Waisuk affirmed. Isn't it remarkable? This little backpack can hold so many items. It is an essential for every traveling trainer. Waisuk unzipped the backpack, and Jizhong leaned in to take a look, discovering a vast space within. Besides the tent, it contained tables, chairs, and pots. This is incredible technology. Truly advanced. Jizhong thought to himself, if I could use this to store fish, it would certainly be far more practical than a fishing net. Resolute, he decided to inquire about the spatial backpack at the town's general store. For now, he set off with Waisuk toward the lively area of the riding sheep. Upon hearing about the Pokémon he wished to capture, Waisuk willingly offered to guide him, as he was quite familiar with the area and knew precisely where to find the mounting lammies. The two made their way around the Great Pot Lake, and after traversing a shallow expanse, they arrived at a lush region thick with verdant grass. There, indeed, they spotted several mounting lammies leisurely grazing, 1, 2, 3 in total. Which one do you intend to capture? Waisuk inquired softly. Naturally, I want them all, Naoki exclaimed, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Waisuk momentarily found himself at a loss for words, but then recalled how he had criticized the trainer who captured the salt-scale colossus, leaving behind a horde of salt Pokémon. It then dawned on him that if he were in the same position, he too would want to take them all home. Well then, you should leap out and challenge them now, he suggested. Knowing that Naoki was not a trainer, Waisuk began to explain the process of capturing Pokémon. However, Naoki's method was quite unconventional. He shook his head, declining Waisuk's suggestion, and instead retrieved 3 green dumplings from his bag. Waisuk looked puzzled. What are those? Are they the sticky balls used by ancient trainers to capture Pokémon? He had heard tales that centuries ago, trainers employed a substance called sticky balls to engage Pokémon in close combat to capture them. Naoki replied with exasperation, no, these are special treats I prepared for them. The green dumplings, crafted from glutinous rice flour and filled with tender spring grass and a hint of white sugar, were a unique delicacy. Their culinary effect, upon consumption, they slightly increased the likelihood of a Pokémon grasping grass-type moves, with an additional effect of moderately enhancing the affection of grass-type Pokémon. The evaluation read, an imaginative dish. In reality, the mounting lammies appeared exceedingly adorable. Their appearance resembled that of a small goat, adorned with fluffy dark fur, while their faces were white with a patch of brown fur connecting to their backs, exuding an endearing charm. They sported round black noses and glossy, bright eyes that conveyed remarkable intelligence. Most captivating was the leafy green mane encircling their necks, resembling a sweet pet adorned with a triangular scarf. How delightful! Naoki began to envision himself strolling alongside a mounting lammy. At this moment, Waisuk interjected, the temperament of mounting lammies is notably gentle. Historical records indicate that they were among the first Pokémon to coexist with humans. Even in modern times, there are still residents of mountainous regions who ride them along rugged paths. You should have no trouble capturing one. Naoki nodded slightly, and, leaving Glutton behind, ventured forward with several grass dumplings in hand. The sounds of his approach immediately captured the attention of the 3 mounting lammies. They turned their heads to look this way. Yet instead of fear, their dark, glossy round eyes revealed a sense of curiosity. Naoki gently tossed a handful of grass, capable of enhancing rapport, into their midst. The grass landed precisely before one of the small riding sheep, which lowered its head, glanced at it a few times, and then opened its mouth to consume the offering. In the next moment, a joyful expression graced its face. Bah! How delightful! Naoki, encouraged by this, threw a handful of grass to the other 2 small riding sheep as well. After they consumed it, their faces reflected the same contentment. Only after devouring all 3 handfuls did the small riding sheep lift their heads, gazing expectantly at the human. Naoki responded with an exceedingly friendly smile. He retrieved 2 Pokeballs from his pocket and said, come with me. This way, you shall enjoy such food every day. Upon hearing his words, Two of the small riding sheep immediately approached him, obediently bleating as they raised their heads. Naoki thought to himself, how remarkably docile. At that moment, he began to comprehend why the small riding sheep were among the first Pokémon to coexist with humans. It seemed likely that ancient ancestors inadvertently fed them excess grass, leading the small riding sheep to realize that following humans meant a steady supply of food, prompting them to live alongside humanity. Not only Naoki, but even the companions of the two small riding sheep appeared utterly astonished. One of them stared blankly at its two companions, who had followed the human trainer over mere food, lost in thought for quite some time. Its expression seemed to question, how could you do this? At that moment, Naoki's gaze shifted to the last remaining small riding sheep. Sensing his attention, the small riding sheep, instantly brimming with determination, gently tapped its hooves on the ground. Bah! Human trainer, if you wish to capture me, you must prove your strength. Naoki was taken aback by this display. Tentatively, he inquired, do you wish to engage in a Pokémon battle with me? Bah! The small riding sheep nodded affirmatively. Naoki responded, but I'm not a trainer. Just then, the small riding sheep's gaze shifted to something behind Naoki. Following its line of sight, he noticed that Groudon had somehow appeared beside him, with Kai trailing behind. Kai had also noticed the small riding sheep's demeanor and remarked to Naoki, it wishes to battle you. In such circumstances, a trainer must indeed battle the Pokémon. Only through victory would it be willing to enter a Pokéball and accept the trainer. Naoki was well aware of this, yet he turned and whispered conspiratorially to Groudon, can you battle? Groudon nodded vigorously, brimming with enthusiasm. Of course. A mere small riding sheep? Watch me defeat it with a single move. Upon witnessing the unwavering confidence of Groudon, Naoki felt that a full-force charge from the creature might cause the riding sheep to succumb instantly. He hastily exclaimed, do not exert your full strength. Take it easy. Groudon blinked, pondering for a moment, seemingly grasping Naoki's intent. With renewed confidence, it patted its chest with a mighty paw, proclaiming, leave it to me. Transforming into a formidable and flamboyant battle form, it positioned itself opposite the riding sheep. Chapter 42. New members of the ranch with Guillotin's arrival. The battle for recognition commenced. The riding sheep bleated defiantly, its gaze fierce, as two long, whip-like vines shot forth from its body. Recalling Naoki's words, Guillotin symbolically extended its dragon claw. One of the vines coiled around its wrist like a serpent. In an instant, the riding sheep unleashed its strength. The vine tightened around Guillotin, a signature move designed to ensnare opponents and elevate them into the air for a powerful slam. Every part of the riding sheep's body exerted force, attempting to lift Guillotin skyward. However, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Guillotin remained utterly still, gazing quizzically at the vine around its wrist. To the riding sheep's astonishment, the next moment saw Guillotin grasp the vine and gently tug, pulling the sheep closer. How incredibly strong! Exclaimed Kai, eyes wide with disbelief. Naoki remained silent, intently observing the unfolding battle. Guillotin's immense strength caused the vine to snap midway through its pull. The riding sheep managed to regain its footing, albeit somewhat disheveled. Demonstrating commendable physical prowess and decisiveness, the riding sheep swiftly launched a leaf blade attack towards Guillotin. Simultaneously, Guillotin sprang forward, its right claw raised high, energy surging as it transformed into colossal dragon claws, charging towards the flurry of leaf blades raining down. When the leaf blades struck Guillotin, they seemed light as feathers, inflicting minimal harm. Just as Guillotin was about to make contact with the riding sheep, it glanced at its own dragon claws, suddenly questioning the magnitude of its power. Consequently, the surging energy was retracted, and the enormous white dragon claw shrank instantly, gently tapping the riding sheep instead. Yet, Guillotin still misjudged its own strength. With a swift swipe, the riding sheep was sent flying, landing in a heap on the grass behind. Guillotin stood there, astonished. She quickly turned to Naoki, her eyes filled with guilt, as if to convey that it was unintentional. All right, let us leave it at that. Naoki interjected at the opportune moment. He and Yosuke rushed to the little mount sheep, thoroughly examining it, and soon discovered that it was merely unconscious, which brought a sense of relief to his heart. Guillotin approached, inquiring about the condition of the mount sheep. Noticing her worried expression, Naoki reassured her, she is fine, just fainted. Don't worry. Yosuke chimed in. Every Pokémon prepares for injuries during battles, Naoki. It's time for you to capture her. Naoki nodded, retrieving an empty Pokeball from his pocket and gently pressing it against the mount sheep's forehead. In the next moment, the sheep's body transformed into a beam of red light and was drawn inside. Once the capture was successful, Naoki opened the Pokeball, releasing the injured mount sheep. The stimulation from being captured had awakened her. As she gazed at Naoki, her demeanor shifted significantly, becoming much more docile. Bah, she bleated, indicating her acceptance of this human-s prowess, recognizing him as worthy of capturing her. I look forward to your care. Naoki smiled and affectionately patted the Mount Sheep's head, then took out some restorative berries from his backpack to feed her. Upon seeing the food, the other 2 Mount Sheep approached eagerly. With a sigh of resignation, Naoki retrieved 2 more berries from his bag to share with them. After they finished eating, he produced 2 additional Pokeballs to capture them. The 2 Mount Sheep offered no resistance. The Pokeballs quivered slightly before settling into silence. Observing this, Naoki speculated that the slight movement of the balls was due to the Pokemon turning inside. Come back as well. Naoki captured the last Mount Sheep in a Pokeball, then stood up to gaze at the shimmering expanse of Lake Boiling. The evening had descended, and the setting sun cast a golden glow across the lake's surface, creating a breathtaking scene. A gentle breeze swept through, filling Yosuke with an invigorating sense of tranquility. He took a deep breath and asked, "Do you have any other Pokemon you wish to capture?" Tropical Dragon. Naoki pondered carefully, but soon realized that he had already acquired too many too quickly. 5 salt stones and 3 Mount Sheep amounted to a total of 8. The facilities at the ranch were still inadequate, and capturing too many at once would not only overcrowd the ranch, but also overwhelm him as the ranch owner. After a moment of contemplation, Naoki decided to first settle the Mount Sheep and salt stones before considering other matters. With that thought, he shook his head, saying, "On second thought, perhaps not." Yosuke inquired, "What is the matter?" Naoki explained, "My ranch is just starting out. I cannot manage too many Pokemon at this time." Yangjia, struck by a sudden realization, chuckled and said, "If that's the case, there won't be anyone to guide you the next time you come." In recent days, Jishu had been exceedingly busy with work, hardly managing to find a moment of respite. He twisted his neck and flexed his wrists before inquiring, "Where do you plan to go next?" "Oh, I might head to the Kanto region," Yangjia replied. "I've developed an interest in Dragonite, and I've heard that Kanto and Johto are renowned for their Dragonite culture, so I intend to explore that area." "Kanto, huh?" Jishu remarked. "That's quite a nice place." "Indeed." Yangjia nodded, then asked, "It's getting late. You should return to the ranch now, right?" Jishu extended an invitation. "Would you like to visit my ranch?" Yangjia hesitated. "Not just yet. There is still a section of the Great Lake I have yet to explore. I want to catalog the Pokemon there before heading over." "All right," Jishu replied with a smile. "You are always welcome." He mounted his Golduck, waved goodbye to Yangjia, and turned to retrace his steps to the ranch. With the milking sheep secured and the salt-producing Pokemon acquired, his next priority was to arrange their habitat and sustenance. Jishu mentally outlined his next phase of planning. At that moment, a thought struck him. During this trip to the Great Lake, he had not captured a Pokemon capable of utilizing Rain Dance or Water Gun. He recalled the Dragonite perched atop the cliff. He planned to make one last attempt to encounter it that evening. If it flew away upon seeing him again, it would indicate a clear desire not to be disturbed, and he would respect that wish. Chapter 43, Milking at 5 in the evening. Jishu returned to the ranch with his salt-producing Pokemon and milking sheep. The crew, led by Kelly, who were constructing the salt house, had not yet departed, and Zach's large truck was parked in front of the ranch. He stood before the salt house, observing Kelly's work. Kelly was the first to spot Jishu's return. She pointed and said to Zach, "He-s back." Zach turned to look and then laughed heartily. "Finally back. Do you have anything to sell today?" "Indeed." Jishu and his Golduck approached the lake, working together to haul up the fishing net. Instantly, a multitude of fish was lifted from the water. "Wow, that's quite a haul," Zach exclaimed in surprise, stepping forward to weigh and tally the fish. As he scribbled in his ledger, he casually remarked to Jishu, who was waiting nearby, "By the way, Jishu, news of your bountiful catches has spread throughout the Zichin market. A seafood restaurant in town has expressed interest in collaborating with you, wishing to order fish directly from you. Are you considering this partnership?" "A seafood restaurant?" Jishu was taken aback. Zach nodded, a broad smile lighting up his dark face, his white teeth standing out prominently. "It's a well-known establishment. Many visitors come specifically to savor their delicacies." Jishu pondered for a moment, but ultimately declined the offer. Perhaps not. The ranch is situated quite far from Big Pot Lake and the Sea of Sapatia, and the fishing technique he employs with Gallerton is rather primitive. Such a method is only suitable for initial overexploitation. If he were to continue laboring day and night in that manner, it would be no better than a 996-work schedule. Furthermore, cultivating saltstone treasures proves to be far more lucrative than fishing. "I understand now." Zach nodded. "I will inform them." In total, it amounts to 7,360 Alliance coins. With that, He retrieved an ample sum of money from his bag and handed it over. Naoki reached out to accept it. Zack turned back towards the truck. See you tomorrow. Naoki inclined his head slightly. See you tomorrow. Zack drove away in the truck. Clea and her construction team also ceased their work. It is getting late today. We shall return tomorrow to continue. Very well. Watching Clea depart, Naoki retrieved 7 Pokeballs from his backpack, releasing the salt stone treasures and the riding sheep one by one. The 8 Pokemon curiously surveyed their surroundings. Naoki addressed them, from now on. This will be our home. The salt stone treasures expressed their joy, while the riding sheep were captivated by the lush green grass. They leisurely strolled across the vast, danger-free meadow, occasionally lowering their heads to nibble on the tender, succulent grass. As the salt house had yet to be constructed, Naoki decided to bring the salt stone treasures indoors, allowing them to stay there for the night. The riding sheep, however, remained outside, preferring the grassy expanse. After briefly introducing the new members to each other, Naoki hurried to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The new arrivals elicited little reaction from the motorcycle lizard and the mini fufu in the flower pot. The motorcycle lizard went outside to observe the riding sheep grazing, while mini fufu lay drowsily in the flower pot. Gollerton clung to Naoki as he made his way to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Frosty Cream Fairy gazed curiously at the group of saltstone treasures. Ma? The saltstone treasures timidly glanced at this Pokemon exuding a delightful aroma. In comparison to them, Frosty Cream Fairy was slightly larger, and being newcomers, the 5 saltstone treasures huddled together in fear. Mama, Frosty Cream Fairy was puzzled. Was it really that intimidating? To soothe their nerves, Frosty Cream Fairy decided to share her delicious whipped cream with them. Thus, when Naoki brought dinner to the table, he was greeted by the sight of the saltstone treasures covered in cream. They were savoring the cream in small bites, looking exceedingly pleased. Frosty Cream Fairy stood before them, joyfully watching these rock-like Pokemon as she distributed her delectable cream. Mama, eat up, eat up. Don't be afraid of me. Once you've enjoyed the cream, we shall be good friends. Naru, although uncertain about what transpired, he sensed that they had become good friends. Naru placed the meal on the table, and as he glanced towards the salt sheep, an unexpected event unfolded. The cream from Frosty Cream merged with the rock salt from Salt Sheep, resulting in a wondrous chemical reaction. Information related to this phenomenon surfaced in Naru's mind. Caramel rock salt cream, a novel blend of milky sweetness, caramelized aroma, sugary delight, and the savory essence of rock salt, harmoniously fused into a unique cream. This exquisite combination serves as an excellent choice for dessert making, holding immense allure for Pokemon that relish both sweet and savory flavors. Mama. Upon seeing Naru, Frosty Cream joyfully turned and called out to him. Observing their amiable interaction, Naru casually remarked, "Remember to take good care of these salt sheep for me." Mama. Frosty Cream assured him that it would indeed look after these oddly flavored Pokemon. Naru smiled, contemplating the delightful image of Frosty Cream perched upon the shoulders of the salt sheep once they evolved into the majestic salt sheep titan. The combination of caramel cream and rock salt sounded truly delightful. As the pleasant dinner hour concluded, the outside world gradually darkened. Naru settled a few salt sheep onto the floor of the room before stepping outside with a bundle of grass. Upon catching the familiar aroma, the 3 little riding sheep immediately gathered around, eagerly consuming the grass Naru had prepared for them. Naru circled around them, then crouched down to closely examine their bodies, discovering the presence of milk-producing organs nestled within their wool. Indeed, the riding sheep were capable of producing milk. Naru mused to himself. They, like the Miltank, could utilize the move Milk Drink, originally a signature move of Miltank. It allowed the Pokemon to recover a substantial amount of health by drinking its own produced milk during battle. Eventually, the riding sheep would be able to master this move as well. However, it puzzled him why they would drink cow's milk rather than sheep's milk. These wild riding sheep had not undergone systematic training, leaving Naru uncertain of their attitudes towards milk production. After a moment of contemplation, Naru pointed to one riding sheep's milk-producing organ and inquired, "May I touch it? Can sheep's milk be extracted here?" Upon uttering these words, Naru felt a twinge of awkwardness. Yet the riding sheep did not seem uncomfortable. It lowered its head to glance at him, appearing somewhat perplexed and bewildered. In its understanding, only the young riding sheep would drink milk. The trainer desired its milk, yet the trainer seemed no longer a baby, did he? Chapter 44. The Clumsy Dragon Takes Flight. Bah! The riding sheep emitted a sound of confusion. The other 2 riding sheep looked over in bewilderment. Naru suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. At that moment, a small sheep Pokemon had a light bulb appear above its head, as if it had suddenly realized something. Bah! Perhaps the trainer intended to provide milk for the other Pokemon on this ranch. They produce a substantial amount of milk daily, which they would feed to any young sheep Pokémon in need. If there were no young ones, they would temporarily store it. Thus, the 3 small sheep Pokémon adopted a nonchalant attitude towards this situation. Baba, you want milk? Well, here you go. After all, you are our trainer, and you provide us with such delectable food. Seeing the sheep Pokémon's demeanor, Naoki felt a twinge of confusion and tentatively asked, "Would you be willing to share your milk with me?" Bah! The sheep Pokémon nodded in unison. Naoki's heart leapt with joy, yet he sensed that the sheep might have misunderstood something. After a moment's contemplation, he explained his intention to sell the milk for profit. Pausing briefly, he added, "The money I earn will be used to purchase more ingredients to make you an abundance of grass cakes." Bah! The sheep Pokémon appeared puzzled, seemingly inquiring how much more that would entail. Naoki thought for a moment and replied, "A great deal, so much that you could never finish it all in your lifetime." Bah! Upon hearing this, the eyes of the sheep Pokémon sparkled with eagerness, as if they wished to immediately offer all the milk within their bodies in exchange for the grass cakes. Naoki reassured them, there is no need for such haste. Feeling relieved, he smiled and said to the sheep Pokémon, "So it's settled then. You will provide milk, and I shall care for you 3 for a lifetime." Mutually agreeing to accompany one another. As night deepened, the expansive ranch was cloaked in darkness, and the sheep Pokémon, yawning, lay down on a patch of grass, quickly drifting into slumber after flattening a large expanse of greenery. Inside the wooden cabin, the well-fed salt rock Pokémon nestled against each other, succumbing to sleep as well. Naoki stood at the door, gazing at the Pokémon within, a slight smile gracing his lips. The ranch was indeed becoming increasingly lively. "You should rest too," Naoki said to the lurking Moto lizard. "I need to head out again tonight, so you needn't wait for me. Go to sleep." "Gah!" The Moto lizard obediently nodded. Naoki patted its head gently before quietly closing the door, mounting his Gallarton and soaring towards the Great Pot Lake. Following the direction etched in his memory, he soon arrived at the cliff summit. Before he could approach, he spotted the familiar figure atop it. The Dragonite sat there, lost in thought, gazing sorrowfully at the moon above. Gallarton descended gradually, and upon hearing the sound, the Dragonite turned to look back. Naoki had expected the Dragonite to take flight as it had done in the past few days. However, to his surprise, it remained seated, motionless. Upon closer inspection, it appears that this Dragonite bears some conspicuous scars that were not present a few days prior, and its exterior is decidedly disheveled. Hurt. Shizuki instinctively retrieved a restorative berry from his backpack and offered it to the Dragonite. The creature blinked, gazing down at the berry in the human's hand, before lifting its head to regard him. "Please, consume it. By doing so, you shall heal your wounds," Shizuki urged. With a gentle sigh, the Dragonite declined the human's kind gesture and shut its eyes once more. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, Shizuki sat beside the Dragonite, accompanied by his friend Gardevoir. And together they gazed at the moon. "Have you encountered some troubling matters?" A soft murmur escaped the Dragonite as it lowered its head. "Grr? Is it because you feel inadequate, dismissed by that other Dragonite?" Gardevoir inquired suddenly. At this, the Dragonite lifted its head sharply, a look of astonishment adorning its face. "Grr? How do you know?" "I just know," Gardevoir replied, tilting its head with playful intrigue. With another sigh, the Dragonite admitted, "Indeed, I am a rather feeble Dragonite. Due to my inherent clumsiness, while other Dragonites grasp powerful techniques during their growth, I have yet to learn a single one. Over time, I have come to accept this reality, but recently, I found myself enamored with another Dragonite. Alas, that Dragonite rejected me for my inability to utilize my tail. Heartbroken, I have been coming here alone each day to ponder my woes. Just last night, I sought to strengthen myself through battles with other Dragonites, but instead of growing stronger, I returned with injuries." Upon reflecting on this, the Dragonite couldn't help but sigh again. Curious, Shizuki observed Gardevoir's dialogue with the Dragonite. Being human, he could not comprehend their conversation, yet it seemed that Gardevoir was engaging harmoniously with the Dragonite. Then Gardevoir posed another question. "Grr? Have you considered seeking a human trainer to aid you in becoming stronger?" The Dragonite blinked in bewilderment. "Grr? A human trainer? What is that?" Gardevoir explained. "That is a human. They can assist Pokémon in becoming stronger, evolving, and learning techniques." The Dragonite's eyes widened in disbelief. "Grr? Can I really?" With unwavering confidence. Gardevoir nodded. "Grr." Excitement sparked within the Dragonite as it eagerly inquired. "Grr? Where can I find them?" Gardevoir, feeling a bit weary of its companion's simplicity, directed its gaze toward Shizuki. Following Gardevoir's line of sight, the Dragonite looked at Shizuki with anticipation. "Grr? Is he the trainer?" Gardevoir nodded affirmatively. In the next moment, the excited Dragonite stood up. Shizuki was momentarily taken aback, and then Gollut retrieved a Pokeball from his pocket with a claw. Shizuki, perplexed, accepted the Pokeball handed to him, but before he could inquire further, he observed Gollut conversing with Dragonite. Subsequently, Dragonite extended its claw. The instant it touched the button of the Pokeball, its body was enveloped in a beam of red light and drawn inside. Witnessing this scene, Gollut felt immense satisfaction. Ah, at last, I can return and enjoy a good night's sleep. Shizuki remained bewildered, glancing at the Pokeball in his hand and then at Gollut, unable to suppress his curiosity. What did you say to it? Why did it suddenly change like that? Gollut shook his head, indicating he had said nothing, then pointed at the Pokeball and flexed his arm to showcase his muscles. Shizuki paused for a moment, speculating. It wants to become stronger? Ah, indeed. Gollut enthusiastically nodded. What a peculiar notion. To become stronger, it requires a trainer. This Dragonite seemed rather foolish. Yet, he himself was not a trainer. Shizuki regarded the Pokeball in his hand. This must be considered as having captured it, right? Chapter 45. Goat Milk Arrival. Upon returning to the ranch, Shizuki remained in a state of confusion. From Gollut's gestures and calls, it appeared that it was Gollut who first discerned Dragonite's desire to grow stronger, and Dragonite was unaware of what a trainer was. Then, Gollut had recommended Shizuki to Dragonite, informing it that he could assist Pokémon in their journey to strength. While this assertion held some truth, Dragonite entered the Pokeball with excitement, blissfully unaware of the possibility that Shizuki could be a fraud. Should one deem it innocent or merely naive? Shizuki found himself unable to judge. As Gollut descended upon the ranch, Shizuki released Dragonite from the Pokeball. Noticing the injuries upon its body, Shizuki once again retrieved a berry. This time, Dragonite did not refuse. It eagerly accepted the berry and consumed it with delight. As long as it could grow stronger and learn more moves, it could return to the island and prove its worth to that Dragonite who had deemed it weak. But how could it achieve this strength? Dragonite gazed expectantly at the human before it. Shizuki sighed. Let us leave it for today. It's getting late. Tomorrow, I'll seek ways to help you grow stronger. Dragonite felt a wave of disappointment wash over it. Due to the limited space in the cabin, Shizuki decided to return Dragonite to the Pokeball for the night so it could rest inside. The next morning, as dawn broke, Shizuki rose and began to attend to the ranch's tasks alongside his Moto Lizard and Gollut. The Dragonite eagerly followed closely behind, awaiting assistance to enhance its strength. As Naoki placed feed and water into the chicken coop's trough and turned around, he noticed the Dragonite trailing behind him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Returning to the wooden cabin, Naoki quickly prepared a steak capable of boosting strength and stamina in a short period, which he then fed to the Dragonite. Upon consumption, the Dragonite's eyes sparkled with excitement, as it felt an overwhelming surge of power within, akin to an inexhaustible well of energy. This deepened its trust in the human before it. Naoki said, "You stay here at the ranch. I have some errands to run and will return in the afternoon." The ranch was bustling with activity. After feeding the chickens and watering them, Naoki needed to head into town for supplies. He entrusted the Dragonite to Groudon's care, offering a few brief reminders before mounting his motorcycle and riding to Shurchin Town. His primary intention for this visit was to procure milking tools and ingredients. His first stop was Happy Ranch. Upon entering, he immediately spotted the girl who had accompanied Frostmilk Fairy and Minnie Puff during his last visit. She was clad in an apron, wielding a cloth while undertaking a thorough cleaning. Upon noticing him, she stood up and greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Naoki." "Good morning," Naoki replied, surveying the area before inquiring, "Where is your grandfather?" The girl responded, "Grandfather had some matters to attend to and stepped out. If you need anything, I can assist you." "Is that so?" Naoki continued, straightforwardly expressing his purpose for visiting. The girl's face lit up with surprise. "Did you, Mr. Naoki, catch a Pokémon that produces milk yourself?" Naoki nodded slightly. "Indeed. As the ranch is just starting, we lack sufficient funds to purchase everything. So I thought I might catch one myself." "Ah, I see. You must have been a remarkable trainer in the past, Mr. Naoki." As she spoke, she moved to the back shelf and retrieved an item. "This is a milking machine. In addition, we have milking buckets and glass bottles. Typically, a riding sheep produces milk every 2 days, yielding about 23 kilograms of sheep milk per session. The ranch owner uses the milking machine to extract the milk into the buckets, which is then bottled. This milk can be kept for personal use or sold, with a small 300 milliliter bottle fetching around 200 Union coins." Naoki was already familiar with this information. He proceeded to purchase a milking machine, 3 milking buckets, and 200 glass bottles for packaging, totaling 600 Union coins. After completing the transaction, the girl said, "All right, I will deliver these items to your ranch shortly." "Thank you." Naoki replied politely, then rode his motorcycle to the Shurchin market, where he bought a substantial amount of glutinous rice flour, granulated sugar, and various ingredients suitable for Pokémon. With glutinous rice flour and white sugar, combined with fresh grass, one can create the delightful grass balls that the mountable lambs adore. He intended to prepare a substantial batch to serve as fodder for his cherished mounts. After completing his task, Naoki did not linger in the town. As he rode back to the ranch on his motorcycle Lizard, he discovered that Cleary's construction crew had already arrived and commenced their work. Upon spotting Naoki, Cleary's gaze shifted towards the nearby Dragonite, her expression revealing astonishment. "I never imagined you would capture such a rare Pokémon as Dragonite." Naoki pondered whether he could convey that the Dragonite had followed him of its own accord. However, Cleary did not press further. It was merely a casual remark before she immersed herself in the construction activities. Naoki turned to store the ingredients he had purchased in the cupboard. Upon emerging, he found the milking equipment, milk bucket, and glass bottles had also been delivered. After receiving the goods from the girl, Naoki made his way to the 3 mountable lambs. The 3 lambs stood obediently. Naoki carefully wrapped the milking apparatus around their udders, positioning the milk bucket below. With a gentle squeeze, a stream of sweet-smelling goat's milk flowed into the bucket. "Am I applying too much pressure? Is anything uncomfortable?" Naoki inquired. The mountable lamb shook its head, indicating that all was well. "That's good to hear." Naoki sighed with relief and resumed his work. Once he had successfully extracted milk from all 3 mountable lambs, he managed to fill just over 1 milk bucket, approximately 15 pounds. Naoki glanced at its capacity, 75 liters. The glass bottle held 300 milliliters and was priced at 200 Alliance coins. Thus, 75 liters of goat's milk could fetch around 5,000 Alliance coins. Naoki performed a quick calculation in his mind regarding the potential profit from the goat's milk. In just 2 days, the 3 mountable lambs could yield 5,000 coins, amounting to 75,000 coins over a month, enough to purchase 7 saltstone treasures, thus generating further income. "I've struck gold." Naoki felt a surge of happiness. The ranch finally had a stable source of income. He promptly carried the milk bucket back to the wooden cabin. Recalling the elderly lady who had come to order milk a few days prior, he retrieved his ledger from the drawer, found her phone number, and dialed her using the visual phone. After a few rings, the call connected, and Naoki's voice brimmed with joy. "Hello, Mrs. Tongtai's fresh goat's milk has arrived. Would you like to order some?" On the other end, Mrs. Bogey Tongtai's responded with a hint of excitement. "Yes, please. Thank you so much." After a brief conversation, Naoki learned about her needs and address. Customer name, Bogey Tongtai's request, daily order of 2 bottles of fresh goat's milk each morning. Willing to pay 500 Alliance coins per bottle. Address, 308, Blue Sea Street, Ziqing Town. At 500 coins per bottle, the total for 2 would be 1,000 coins, 600 coins above the normal market price. Even as the seller, Naoki found this pricing rather astonishing. After much contemplation, he resolved to sell at the usual price, with a modest additional fee of 100 Alliance coins for delivery. However, another question lingered: who would undertake the daily task of delivering milk to the town? As he sank into thought, a sound emerged from behind him. Turning around, he beheld Dragonite soaring eagerly towards him, its demeanor seemingly imploring when it could begin its journey to become stronger. With a smile gracing his face, he declared, "All right, it shall be you." He then elaborated on the nature of the task. Upon hearing the details, Dragonite's expression shifted to one of understanding. "Can this truly aid my strength?" He reassured, No. Delivering is not as simple as you might imagine. The journey will require you to master your flying abilities, and sustaining this effort over time will benefit your physique, making you stronger, while also honing your perseverance." Chapter 46, The Quality of Goat's Milk. In the afternoon, after preparing lunch for his Pokémon, he began crafting grass balls using the glutinous rice flour he had purchased, along with the freshly cut grass from the ranch. Clad in a gray, stain-resistant apron, he worked diligently at the countertop, where washed and chopped grass lay alongside a syrup he had prepared. Under his skilled hands, round, flat glutinous rice balls began to take shape. These grass balls, unlike traditional feed, could not be stored for long periods, prompting him to prepare a week's worth at once. Once his little goats consumed them all, he would commence making the next batch. The afternoon sun streamed through the window, dusting his hands with flour. Outside, the Frostlass and Mini Fione frolicked with the salted stones, while the little goats lounged leisurely on the grass. Gollet and Dragonite engaged in quiet conversation, and the Moto lizard dozed in the shade beneath the eaves. Listening to the sounds from outside, he suddenly felt a sense of contentment envelop him. Stretching his arms wide, he began to wrap the grass within the glutinous rice balls, steaming them all together. and his labor persisted until 3:30 in the afternoon. Each vibrant green ball resembled a plump newborn, stacked within a large stainless steel basin. As he gazed down, information about these delicacies materialized in his mind. Grass ball, a special dish made from glutinous rice flour, encasing succulent grass that flourishes in spring, complemented by a touch of white sugar as filling. Culinary effect. Consuming this dish slightly enhances a Pokémon's chance of comprehending grass-type moves. Additional effect. A slight enhancement of affection for grass-type Pokémon. Evaluation. A culinary creation that sparks the imagination. Capable of marginally increasing the probability of Pokémon comprehending grass-type moves. Naru, in a moment of contemplation, mused, is it acceptable to consume this as a meal 3 times a day? He dismissed the thought, reassured by the fact that the ingredients for the grass rice balls were quite ordinary. Setting the grass rice balls aside to cool, Naru retrieved rice and moo milk from the cupboard, commencing the preparation of a milk porridge designed to enhance the quality and nutrition of the milk. This time, he employed a more prudent approach, opting not to chop the black truffles directly, but instead grating them into a fine powder to blend into the dish. Shortly thereafter, a simple bowl of milk porridge was completed, yielding results identical to the previous attempt. Black truffle milk porridge. This porridge, enriched with black truffle, white sugar, and moo milk, experienced a significant elevation in quality due to the additional black truffle. Culinary effect. Superior milk 3, exclusive to milk-producing Pokémon. Upon consumption, it maximally enhances the quality of the fresh milk produced by the consumer, rendering it more palatable and nutritious, while also providing rapid stamina recovery. Evaluation. An exquisite milk porridge, brimming with nutrients suitable for the growth of all Pokémon, a rare delicacy indeed. Naru ladled out 3 bowls and presented them before his trusty sheep steed with a cheerful invitation. Enjoy. The sheep steed immediately detected the rich aroma of the milk. Having previously consumed grains, they were not averse to rice and milk. Perhaps the flavor was truly delightful, as the 3 sheep steed devoured the porridge with remarkable speed, leaving their bowls spotless, their expressions betraying a desire for more. Regrettably, they would have to wait 2 days before they could produce milk again, Naru mused. After all, he had already fully milked them today, leaving no immediate opportunity to assess the changes in the sheep's milk. Before evolution, the sheep steed could only produce milk every 2 days. It was only upon evolving into the riding goat that they could do so daily, with both quantity and quality of milk significantly enhanced. After feeding his sheep steed, Naru returned to the wooden cabin, washed the bowls, and sought out Clea to discuss the construction of a sheep pen. A sheep pen? That's simple. For the riding sheep, we merely need to enclose them with wooden fences. Clea replied with a smile. This is easier than building the salt house. The salt house will be completed by tomorrow morning, and I can bring the materials over to help you build the pen. Sounds good, Naru nodded. The profits from his recent fishing venture had left him with approximately 15,000 alliance coins, which would dwindle to 5,000 after constructing the sheep pen. He couldn't help but exclaim, this money disappears too quickly. He felt no tangible sense of loss. Once the salt house was completed tomorrow, he would officially embark on the project of raising salt rock Pokémon, and with the milk produced by the sheep steed, he was confident that he would recoup his expenses within a month. The crops in the fields are nearing maturity, promising a substantial profit. As Shizuki contemplated the tasks awaiting him at the ranch, he realized there was one more matter to attend to, familiarizing himself and his Dragonite with the delivery route. With this thought in mind, Shizuki approached Dragonite and said, "Let us depart." Roar. Dragonite responded with a joyful cry. Shizuki instructed Golett to remain at the ranch while he mounted Dragonite's back, soaring into the sky toward the town. Dragonite seemed unfazed by the burden of being ridden. Perhaps its mind was solely occupied with aspirations of becoming stronger. Unlike his experience riding Golett, Dragonite's body was soft and pleasant to the touch, though Shizuki lamented the missed opportunity to caress its ample belly. As they flew, Dragonite felt a twinge of concern. This flight felt no different from its previous flights over the ocean. Could this really make it stronger? Dragonite emitted a sound of uncertainty. While conversation was impossible, Shizuki could discern its feelings through its expressions and tone. It questioned whether this delivery task could truly enhance its strength. This will not do. Shizuki promptly addressed Dragonite. Delivery is not merely about transportation. It is about engaging your heart and experiencing everything along the way. The flow of the wind, the formation of air currents, and even the flora that lines the roadside. Use your eyes to observe, gradually getting to know your surroundings through each delivery. Understand them, emulate them, and ultimately master them. You can mimic the flow of wind with your wings or immerse yourself in the currents. No Dragonite is born knowing those powerful moves. Every creature requires extensive practice and relentless effort to master the techniques. Roar. Such profound words. Dragonite thought, though some of it seemed perplexing. Nonetheless, it sounded impressive. It was determined to learn those formidable techniques and become stronger. Instantly, Dragonite's spirit surged with determination. Chapter 47. The delivery person witnessing this transformation. Shizuki felt a wave of relief wash over him. Together, Shizuki and Dragonite arrived in town, and following the signs, he found himself on Blue Ocean Street. This residential area, nestled in the northeastern corner of the town, was characterized by traditional Japanese homes neatly aligned along the roads, surrounded by meticulously cultivated flowers and greenery. The streets were exceptionally tidy, and the distance from the marketplace lent a serene ambience to the vicinity. After making a circuit with Dragonite nearby, Shizuki finally located number 308 at a junction. He stepped into the flower-filled courtyard and knocked on the door, inquiring, "Pardon the intrusion, is Mrs. Dantes at home?" After waiting for what felt like an eternity, no one came to open the door. In his heart, Jishu began to suspect that the other party might have stepped out. This address should be accurate. He glanced at the note in his hand, confirmed the house number, and chose not to linger any longer. Instead, he turned to his Dragonite and asked, "Are you able to remember the route?" Dragonite nodded enthusiastically, "Whoa." Jishu responded with satisfaction, acknowledging that it was getting late, and thus he set off with Dragonite. However, Jishu did not head straight back to the ranch. Instead, he made his way to a local general store to purchase a small red satchel. Once equipped with the satchel, Dragonite transformed into a delivery creature, proudly sporting its new accessory. Not bad, Jishu mused contentedly, circling around Dragonite a couple of times before mounting it and returning to the ranch. The following day, Jishu rose early to prepare breakfast for several Pokémon. After they had eaten, he placed 2 bottles of goat's milk into the red satchel slung over Dragonite's shoulder. "Do you remember the route?" Jishu inquired. Dragonite looked down at the 2 bottles of milky liquid and, with innocent enthusiasm, nodded, "Wool." Jishu declared, "Then let us set off. Deliver this goat's milk to the owner of that house." With the instructions clear, Dragonite soared into the sky, heading towards the town. Jishu watched its retreating figure, contemplating that he could not deceive Dragonite indefinitely. After all, Dragonite was a highly intelligent Pokémon. Should it discover that it had been misled, it might become quite upset. Consequently, Jishu returned to the wooden cabin, secretly preparing dishes that would aid Dragonite in becoming stronger and mastering new moves. This led him to ponder, what kind of cuisine could yield such effects? At Jiqing Town, 308, Blue Sea Street, Bo Jitang Tai Si awoke early to assist her ailing husband with his daily hygiene. The elderly man lay frail and gaunt in bed, with hair as white as snow, appearing exceedingly weak. Observing the pallor on his face, Bo Jitang Tai Si comforted him. "I have found a ranch that offers goat's milk. Do not worry, everything will be all right." The old man coughed a couple of times, inhaled deeply, and with emotion replied, "You have endured much over the years." Bo Jitang Tai Si gently shook her head. There is no need to speak of hardship. Just as she was about to say more, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Her eyes brightened with realization, and she exclaimed to her husband, "It must be the goat's milk delivery." She hurried to open the door, and upon doing so, was met with the sight of a 2-meter-tall Dragonite, robustly built and adorning a small red satchel. Bo Jitang Tai Si stood momentarily frozen. The Dragonite, standing at the threshold, gazed at the elderly woman with its large, bright eyes. Recalling Jishu's instructions, it reached into its satchel with its large claw and retrieved the 2 bottles of goat's milk, presenting them with a cheerful, "Woo." Bajitang Tais suddenly came to her senses. She gazed in astonishment at the Dragonite before her and stammered, "You came from the Naoki ranch to deliver goat's milk?" The Dragonite gently nodded. Bajitang Tais's eyes widened in disbelief. "My goodness, a human actually uses a Dragonite, such a rare and extraordinary Pokémon, for milk delivery. Typically, people employ Polyper for such tasks. This is utterly extravagant." The notion of luxury consumed her thoughts. Dazed, she accepted the goat's milk from the claws of the Dragonite. Just as it was about to turn and take flight, she finally regained her composure and called out, "Wait a moment." The Dragonite turned back, puzzled. "Woo? I haven't paid you yet." Bajitang Tais retrieved the deposit she had prepared, initially intending to place it in the Dragonite's claws. She was reminded of how it had almost taken off without hesitation and instead tucked the money into its small red satchel at its waist, carefully securing the zipper. This money must be kept safe. The Dragonite then remembered that it had overlooked this matter. During the journey, it had been preoccupied with thoughts of what Naoki had said, observing the flowers and trees along the way, aspiring to grow stronger through them. However, Now that the delivery was complete, it was time to depart. The Dragonite turned and soared into the sky, beginning its return to the ranch. Only after the silhouette of the Dragonite vanished did Bajatang Tais turn back to the house, eager to share the astonishing news with her husband. It was truly remarkable that the recently reopened Naoki ranch had dispatched a Dragonite to deliver milk. The elderly man lying in bed displayed a look of surprise upon hearing this. In their youth, they had been trainers traveling the world. Well aware of the rarity of such Pokémon, they are powerful, charming, and inherently kind, capable of lifting trainers into the sky to traverse mountains and seas. Decades ago, the Paldea region experienced a Dragonite craze, with countless individuals yearning to capture one. Yet they remained elusive, nearly impossible to encounter even after scouring the entire region. Now, such a Pokémon was being utilized for milk delivery. If this were to be shared among fellow trainers, envy would surely ensue. The old man expressed his admiration. Even as age had dulled his physical form, deep within him still resided the dreams of a trainer. He had met his Pokémon partner during his travels and encountered a girl who was also a trainer. That girl had since become his wife. Well, I should prepare breakfast now. Bajatang Tais rose, a gentle smile gracing her face as she envisioned. Once you drink this medicinal concoction, your health shall surely improve. Meanwhile, at the ranch, Naoki and Kelly stood before a newly constructed building. Klee, the salt house has been completed. You may go inside and take a look. Now nodded in acknowledgement. He had been momentarily interrupted by Klee while developing a new dish to inspect the salt house. So he set aside his work to assess the situation. The exterior of the salt house bore a significant contrast to that of the chicken coop. While the chicken coop was entirely constructed of wood, the salt house was built from stone and cement. The interior design emulated a cave, with stones adorning the corners as decoration. Upon entering, Now immediately noticed a layer of a transparent film resembling plastic spread across the floor, though its texture was somewhat rigid. Klee explained, "This is a collection film. When the salt creatures move around here, the friction causes rock salt to fall onto it. Later, we can simply pull out the collection film to obtain a substantial amount of rock salt." Now nodded in understanding. Klee smiled slightly and continued, "Now, I shall proceed to construct the sheep pen for you. You can take this time to bring the salt creatures here to familiarize themselves with their new environment." Chapter 48. The birth of the mountable sheep. In comparison to the salt house and chicken coop, the construction of the sheep pen was considerably simpler. Since the mountable sheep are intelligent Pokémon, they understand what to eat and what to avoid, eliminating the need to confine them like ordinary cattle or sheep. Thus, the design of the pen was semi-open, featuring an entrance without a door for the mountable sheep to come and go freely. Within the enclosure, there was an open-range shelter built to accommodate them. The shelter was spacious enough to comfortably house not only 3 mountable sheep, but even 3 more if needed. It was equipped with a feeding trough and a water trough, with a thick layer of hay covering the floor. During rain, the mountable sheep could graze on grass while enjoying the gentle patter of raindrops. Before long, the sheep pen was completed. Klee put away her tools, stood up, and declared, "It's done. Are you satisfied? If not, I can rebuild it for you. It looks good, quite nice." Now nodded in agreement, and then turned to the 3 mountable sheep that had gathered nearby, asking, "What do you think?" The mountable sheep responded with contented bleats. Compared to the open, unshielded wilderness, this semi-enclosed shelter and fencing provided them with a significant sense of security, alleviating their concerns of being ambushed by other Pokémon from all directions. The 3 little ones bleated cheerfully as they approached, circled around under the shelter, and finally settled down on the hay, looking utterly at ease. Klee walked over to Now, smiling as she said, "It seems they are quite pleased with their new home." Indeed, Now agreed with a nod. Regardless of the Pokémon, they inherently possess a sense of territoriality. Unless they are familiar with one another, they seldom venture into the territory of other Pokémon. Klee pointed at the patch of grass in the sheep pen and remarked, after a while, "Once the young steeds have devoured this grass, you can head to the town to purchase some pasture seeds. Just scatter them on the soil, and even without watering, they will flourish on their own." Once the construction was completed, Klee departed from the ranch with her crew. Jishu retrieved the cooled grass clumps from the house and placed them into the feeding trough for the young steeds, leaving them a hearty dinner, and then filled the adjacent water trough. Having accomplished these tasks, he sought out the salt stones and took them to their new home. Inside the salt house, Jishu smiled at the 5 salt stones and inquired, "So, how do you like your new abode? Are you satisfied?" Just like the young steeds, the salt stones expressed their delight in their new dwelling. They rushed into the room, curiously exploring their surroundings. Meanwhile, Frost Milk Fairy, who was playing outside, heard of the salt stone's relocation and hurried over with Mini Fu to celebrate. Over time, The Saltstones had grown accustomed to Frost Milk Fairy, and they seemed to have become good friends. Jishu affectionately referred to this bond as the friendship of caramel cream and rock salt. Indeed, the blend of the two yielded a surprisingly delightful flavor, reminiscent of cheese rock, salt, Assam milk tea. You all play here while I check if Dragonite has returned, Jishu said. The Pokémon nodded in agreement. Observing this, Jishu smiled faintly before stepping outside. He spotted his friend GOLLOUT waiting for him and asked, "Has Dragonite come back?" GOLLOUT shook its head in response. "Not yet." Jishu continued walking while gazing towards the direction of the town. As he passed the sheep pen, he suddenly noticed 3 young steeds lazily sprawled on the hay, their bellies round and full. Jishu raised an eyebrow. Instinctively, he glanced at the feed trough and, as expected, found it completely empty of the grass clumps. "Hey, that wasn't meant to be a snack for you," he exclaimed. Upon hearing his tone, the 3 young steeds felt guilty, their bleats turning timid. "Moo," they murmured. Jishu sighed. "Well, you've eaten it now. A few grass clumps are no trouble for me to replace. No worries, eat up. Being able to eat is a blessing." He unexpectedly comforted the young steeds. Just as he was about to turn back home to experiment with new recipes, a sudden burst of green light erupted from one of the young steeds. The light sank into the earth, and the surrounding area was soon enveloped in a vibrant, verdant glow. Within this luminescence, countless grass blades shimmered, swaying gently and radiating a robust, flourishing vitality. A large question mark appeared above Jishu's head. Could that be the grass field? In the verdant realm of grassy terrain, the grass-type moves possess the remarkable ability to transform the surroundings into a lush meadow for a brief period. Pokémon situated within this domain experience rejuvenation, and the potency of grass-type moves is significantly amplified. Thus, has the riding sheep truly mastered the grassy field? Initially, Naoki was taken aback, yet upon recalling that the trio of riding sheep had just consumed dozens of grass balls, his astonishment diminished considerably. This, after all, is the effect of the grass balls. If they were to absorb them for a decade or more, what extraordinary moves might they master? Naoki could scarcely fathom. 4 grass-type moves encompass more than merely Vine Whip, Leaf Blade, and Seed Bomb. Beyond these, there exist formidable techniques like Frenzy Plant, Solar Beam, and Grassy Glide. At that juncture, he ought not to ponder whether the riding sheep would consume fodder, but rather whether they were even permitted to do so. No worries, no worries. No worries. Naoki repeatedly reassured himself. All that mattered was the continued production of milk from the riding sheep. With this thought in mind, he turned around. But just as he took a couple of steps, he heard the exuberant call of the riding sheep from behind. Whirling around, he beheld one of the sheep gathering a brilliant orb of light in its mouth. In the blink of an eye, that luminescence transformed into a beam, obliterating the freshly constructed wooden fence. Naoki exclaimed in shock. The path of the solar beam left scorched earth in its wake, as if the very ground had been seared by the intense sunlight. The riding sheep appeared utterly innocent. Taking a deep breath, Naoki decided against leaving. Instead, he crossed his arms and stood still, amused as he watched their performance. "Carry on. Show me what other moves you have yet to unveil." The riding sheep, with their endearing expressions, seemed bewildered by the sudden emergence of their newfound abilities. What is happening? How did they suddenly grasp a new move? Naoki lamented. At this rate, you all could form a troop. One riding sheep initiated the grassy field, another charmed the opponent's attention, while the last unleashed the solar beam upon their adversary. The riding sheep remained oblivious to the notion of forming a troop. Naoki offered no further explanation. He retrieved an axe, saw, hammer, boards, and nails from the storeroom and commenced repairs on the fence ravaged by the solar beam. Just as he completed the restoration, Dragonite finally arrived at the ranch. Albeit fashionably late, adorned with a small red satchel at its waist, it gracefully descended beside Naoki. Naoki eagerly rose to inquire, how did it go? The Dragonite, with a hint of disappointment, replied that it had not acquired a new move. However, it had successfully delivered the sheep's milk to its destination. Dragonite retrieved the payment from Mrs. Dante's within its satchel and handed it to Naoki. As he accepted the coins, he gazed upon Dragonite's forlorn expression and felt a surge of sympathy. However, the culinary creations that could enhance Dragonite's strength have yet to be devised. After a moment of contemplation, Naoki inquired, "Could you demonstrate the moves you currently possess?" "Demonstrate?" Dragonite pondered briefly and then began its display. It soared high into the air, unfurling its wings, and dove toward the ground with great vigor. Naoki mused that this appeared to be a flying-type wing attack. For the second move, Dragonite widened its eyes, its gaze sharpening with intensity. A glare? Naoki raised an eyebrow. This was a technique intended to instill fear in opponents, thereby lowering their defenses. Yet, Dragonite's endearing, rounded form lacked any semblance of menace. Rather, it elicited affection, almost melting hearts with its cuteness. For the third move, Dragonite summoned a small whirlwind upon the grass. Though its scale was rather modest, this must be the move known as Twister. For the fourth move, Dragonite opened its mouth, unleashing a violet shockwave that surged forward. Dragon Rage. Naoki silently acknowledged the name of this technique. He stood still, observing, but Dragonite ceased its actions. Naoki blinked in surprise. Is that all? Dragonite hung its head, appearing dejected. Woo. Well, it seems this Dragonite's comprehension is not as profound as hoped. Naoki took a deep breath, contemplating how, as a trainer, he could assist the Pokémon in mastering its techniques. Countless images flashed through Naoki's mind. The scene of a small trainer guiding Dragon Dance to Dragonite. The image of Greninja instructing Lucario, and the Elder in the Sinnoh region teaching a multitude of Pokémon the move Draco Meteor. Most Pokémon techniques are realized by harnessing the energy within, transforming it into beams, storms, shockwaves, bubbles, and other forms. Indeed, it is the mastery of energy. Gardevoir, also a Dragon-type Pokémon, though Naoki had not witnessed it firsthand, surely possessed a repertoire of Dragon-type moves. Techniques like Draco Meteor and Outrage might be too complex for Dragonite, while Dragon Tail would be considerably simpler. After a moment of reflection, Naoki turned to Gardevoir and asked, Gardevoir, can you employ Dragon Tail? Aga. Gardevoir nodded affirmatively. Naoki's eyes sparkled. Then could you teach it to Dragonite? Gardevoir hesitated. While it could use the move, it lacked teaching experience. Seeing this, Naoki reassured, no worries, just demonstrate it for Dragonite. I'll handle the explanation. That seems manageable, Gardevoir thought. Thus, Naoki focused on Dragonite, saying, there's no rush with the delivery. For now, I have another technique to teach you. Upon hearing this, Dragonite's eyes brightened. Setting aside the task of repairing the fence, Naoki led Gardevoir and Dragonite to an open space. Watch closely, Dragonite, and pay attention to Gardevoir's demonstration. Naoki exclaimed. In the open space, Groudon had already assumed its battle form, with a layer of purple radiance shimmering upon its robust tail. In the next moment, Groudon pivoted, sweeping its powerful tail across the front. The surrounding air currents were stirred, causing the grass on the ground to bend awkwardly. Dragonite watched intently from the side. Once the move concluded, Groudon stepped aside. Shizuki turned to Dragonite and asked, shall we give it a try? Awkwardly, Dragonite hesitated before stepping forward to mimic Groudon's movements, attempting to swing its tail, but it met with failure. This left Dragonite feeling quite disheartened. With arms crossed, Shizuki stood nearby, mentally comparing the states of the two Pokémon as they executed their techniques, and then inquired, can you harness the Dragon-type energy within your body? Dragonite blinked in confusion, but nodded slightly. The Dragon Tail move was not merely about swinging its tail. Groudon's tail was enveloped in a substantial amount of Dragon-type energy. Shizuki explained, thus, you should try to concentrate the Dragon-type energy into your tail before executing the motion. Dragonite listened, somewhat understanding, concentrating Dragon-type energy into its tail. Dragonite attempted once more, yet it still failed. This only deepened its sense of discouragement. Observing this, Shizuki offered encouragement. Don't lose heart. You must possess unwavering perseverance. Do you remember what I told you earlier? Dragonite raised its head, roar. Shizuki continued, no dragon's move is perfected in a single attempt. Since you are currently unable to execute Dragon Tail, let us break it down step by step. Disassemble the entire sequence of movements. First, practice channeling the energy within your body, gathering it to your tail. Once you have mastered that, we can progress to the next step. I believe you can manipulate the energy, and with diligent practice, you will surely be able to execute Dragon Tail successfully. With Shizuki's encouragement, Dragonite regained its fighting spirit. Roar. It stood resolutely, focusing intently, beginning to channel the Dragon-type energy within. Shizuki observed for a while before addressing Groudon. Stay here and accompany it in practice. I have a few matters to attend to. Groudon nodded affirmatively. Shizuki then turned and walked towards the wooden cabin. Outside the cabin, Motor Lizard lounged in the shade beneath the eaves, having nearly claimed the spot as its own. Upon noticing Shizuki's approach, Motor Lizard stood up with a call. Shizuki patted Motor Lizard's head, and it followed him into the room. The two entered the kitchen area, where Shizuki gazed at the array of prepared ingredients and seasonings on the table, feeling somewhat perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Motor Lizard and asked, Motor Lizard, do you have any favorite foods? You know, the ones you particularly enjoy. As both Motor Lizard and Dragonite belonged to the Dragon-type Pokémon, Motor Lizard's preferences held certain reference value. Chapter 49. Moto Lizard and Dragon Tail. A joyous expression adorned the face of the Moto Lizard, indicating its delight in whatever dishes were crafted by Chizuki. Although the creature could not comprehend the words, Chizuki was able to decipher its sentiments through its animated expressions. He playfully inquired, "What about hot soup noodles?" The Moto Lizard immediately drooped its head in dismay. "Gah, just kidding," Chizuki chuckled, reaching out to gently pat the Moto Lizard's head. He then began to contemplate the types of dishes he could prepare. He had already cooked pork chops, sandwiches, steamed base, sweet rice dumplings, steamed eggs, and creamy mushroom soup. With the limited ingredients available at home, Chizuki was constrained to experimenting with different combinations to create new culinary delights. With this in mind, he embarked on a new endeavor. He casually selected a few ingredients from the countertop: fresh tender pork tenderloin, eggs, and rock salt produced by Shiraishi. He envisioned wrapping the pork tenderloin in egg batter and frying it in hot oil, using the cream from Shiranai and rock salt as filling for the sweet rice dumplings, and crafting bass sandwiches from the prepared fish meat. However, after toiling for a considerable time, none of his creations seemed to enhance the strength of the Dragonite. Fried pork tenderloin, culinary effect, restores stamina. Snow cream, culinary effect, significantly increases the affection of dessert-loving Pokémon, particularly appealing to Shiranai. Base sandwich, culinary effect, attracts water-type Pokémon when carried. Chizuki let out a deep breath, turning to feed the fried pork tenderloin to the Moto Lizard, which devoured it gleefully. Meanwhile, Chizuki fell into deep contemplation, pondering the challenge before him. His gaze swept across the various ingredients on the table, and upon noticing a few berries nestled in a basket, a memory surfaced of a dish he had previously prepared. The berry platter? Indeed, the berry platter. It was a special dish capable of randomly altering Pokémon moves. Inspired by this thought, Chizuki promptly retrieved the berries, slicing them into pieces with a fruit knife before artfully arranging them on a white porcelain plate. In no time, a delightful fruit platter was completed. As he gazed down at the dish, its information blossomed in his mind. Berry platter, a culinary creation made from various berries, blending different flavors that many Pokémon adore. Culinary effect, skill refinement. Upon consumption, a Pokémon's move may randomly change. Evaluation, a basic dish that is easy to prepare, making it an excellent choice for home or travel. Chizuki envisioned the Dragonite mastering a plethora of moves and smiled at the thought, imagining the creature playfully nuzzling him in excitement. However, this joyful image was soon overshadowed by the troubling vision of the Dragonite forgetting all 4 of its moves. Filled with sorrow and leaving home in despair, gambling on luck, Jishu felt a twinge of hesitation. He was acutely aware of the odds and nature of these inferior games, rendering him momentarily reluctant to take the plunge. Feeding his Pokémon, the worst-case scenario would merely result in forgetting all 4 moves. In that instance, should he feed it once more, it would inevitably grasp a new technique. If fortune favored him, he might even unlock formidable moves such as the Sword of the Cliff, Root Wave, Time Roar, or the Void Slash. However, should he end up comprehending a move like Impact, it would prove to be a regrettable loss. For him, it might merely be a sunk cost, yet his Dragonite was oblivious to such concepts. If misfortune struck, it could even forget all 4 techniques it had painstakingly learned, leading it to lose trust in him and flee in despair. No, now was not the time to feed it. After much contemplation, Jishu decided to wait a while, to see if Dragonite could master Dragontail first, thereby establishing trust before employing the berry platter based on the actual circumstances. After all, he was in no rush. Time was abundant. With this thought, Jishu tidied up the remaining ingredients and, carrying the snow cake and base sandwich, went to the salt house where he found Frost Moth and miniature Frostless frolicking with the salt rocks, sharing the 2 treats with them. Once they had finished their meal, he collected the empty plates and returned to the wooden cabin. As he entered the kitchen area and placed the dishes down, Jishu suddenly noticed that the berry platter he had left there was empty. He turned to the nearby Motor Lizard and inquired, "Did you consume the berries?" "Gao-ao." The Motor Lizard nodded, and upon seeing Jishu's expression, it couldn't help but worry whether it had made a mistake. Jishu, with a sigh, reassured, "No. I do not mean to blame you. I was merely asking." He then probed further, "Have you felt any changes in your body compared to before? For instance, have you learned a new move or forgotten an old one?" Gao-ao. Initially perplexed by the question, the Motor Lizard's eyes soon brightened. It stood up from the ground and began to demonstrate the move it had just mastered. Its tail shimmered with purple dragon-type energy, and as the energy coalesced to a sufficient degree, the Motor Lizard sprang into action. It snapped its tail sharply, producing a swishing sound in the air. Though nothing was struck, the movement suggested it was indeed a move of considerable power. Dragon tail? Jishu raised an eyebrow. Is this the move you just learned? Gao. The motor lizard nodded in affirmation. You haven't forgotten any of the other moves? Jishu inquired again. The motor lizard continued to nod. In light of this, it appeared that the motor lizard had been quite fortunate. Jishu nodded in understanding. In the spring of the 198th year of the Alliance, at the end of January, the temperature in the Paldea region gradually began to warm. Today marked the passage of 5 days since the salt house had been completed, and following this 5-day incubation period, the care of the salt rocks and the mounted sheep had officially entered a steady rhythm. That morning, after tending to the chickens, Naoki made his way to the salt house. Following 5 consecutive days of movement from the salt creatures, a delicate layer of rock salt had accumulated on the storage membrane. Gazing upon this scene, Naoki's face illuminated with the joy of a bountiful harvest. Beside him stood Groudon, cradling 5 salt creatures, who were nestled together, obediently resting in the crook of Groudon's arm. Naoki, alongside the motor lizard, carefully lifted the storage membrane to collect the rock salt, placing it into sealed fabric bags. The salt creatures, nestled in Groudon's embrace, curiously observed this unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, they realized that Naoki seemed to have a fondness for the salt crystals adorning their bodies, which filled them with immense happiness. To them, Naoki not only rescued them from the perils of the wild, but also constructed an incredibly safe new home, providing them with delicious food daily. Here, they had made many new friends, such as the elder sister-like Frost Fairy and the gentle, serene Misai Fu. This overwhelming sense of gratitude and emotion filled the hearts of the salt creatures. Witnessing the scene, one particularly joyous salt creature leaped down from Groudon's arms, leading the other 4 to follow suit. They scampered to Naoki, emitting cheerful cries of salt, salt, while rubbing against him, causing even more rock salt to cascade from their bodies, akin to a gentle snowfall blanketing the ground. Chapter 50. Steady development. Seeing the salt creatures' antics, Naoki was momentarily taken aback. What are they doing? The salt creatures beamed with delight. Their intention was to share the rock salt they bore with Naoki, stemming from their affection for him. Naoki surmised their thoughts, recalling that this particular Pokémon species was known for such behavior. They were inclined to share their precious salt with those they cherished, which had historically made them highly valued. Thus, these 5 salt creatures, witnessing him collect the salt crystals, believed that he adored them and came forth specifically to offer their gifts. Naoki felt a wave of emotion wash over him. Yet couldn't he help but chuckle as he said, "That's enough. Just a moderate amount will do." The salt creatures would suffer wear and tear while shedding salt. Although the records did not specify, it stood to reason that excessive loss at once could impose considerable strain on their bodies. Hearing this, the salt creatures blinked in confusion. Salt? Is this sufficient? Naoki crouched down, gently patting each of their little heads, saying, "I appreciate your intentions, but take your time. You are still young and must prioritize your health to grow strong and evolve into magnificent salt giants." The salt creatures listened, their understanding wavering between comprehension and confusion. The Saltstone Colossus possesses an innate understanding that every Saltstone Pokémon will eventually evolve into a Saltstone Colossus. At that stage, the Colossus can produce rock salt far exceeding the capabilities of its former Pokémon state. A realization dawned upon them, as if light bulbs flickered to life in the small minds of the Saltstone Pokémon. Evolving into a Saltstone Colossus would enable the creation of even more salt. Meanwhile, the steadfast Jishu remained oblivious to the musings of the Saltstone Pokémon. He gathered them in his arms and returned them to the embrace of Groudon, continuing his efforts alongside the motor lizard to collect rock salt for the storage membrane. Before long, a full bag of rock salt was amassed. After respreading the storage membrane and ensuring the Saltstone Pokémon were fed and their water trough replenished, Jishu made his way back to the wooden cabin. He placed the bag on the scale, and soon enough, a familiar figure appeared on the screen, a weight of 3,250 grams. Jishu silently calculated. The selling price for rock salt is 500 grams for 3,000 Alliance coins. Thus this bag would yield a profit of 19,500 coins. What a delightful surprise. If this trend continues, it won't be long before I can expand my home, purchase a refrigerator and a television. I must also construct a cellar, where I can plant hops and various fruits during the summer, and subsequently brew my own beer. The beer and fruit wines produced would also contribute significantly to my income. Filled with joy, Jishu carefully stored the rock salt, preparing to sell it to Zack when he came by in the evening. However, before that, he needed to set aside some for his own use. Compared to ordinary salt, the rock salt from the Saltstone Pokémon greatly aids in physical development. With long-term consumption, not only would he benefit, but the entire array of Pokémon on the ranch would grow healthier and stronger. After properly storing the rock salt, Jishu made his way to the sheep pen. It was time for milking once again. The 3 riding sheep were already prepared, and upon seeing Jishu approach with the milk bucket, they promptly lined up. Jishu casually inquired, "Have you learned any new moves?" "Bah," replied the middle riding sheep, nodding its head. This particular sheep had previously engaged in battle with Groudon. "Really?" Jishu expressed his surprise, squatting down to begin milking while asking, "What move is it?" The riding sheep eagerly demonstrated, glowing with a faint light, yet nothing occurred. "Is that it?" Jishu was momentarily taken aback. The sheep nodded happily. It realized how splendid this place was, with an abundance of grass to eat each day and no dangers to fear. Most excitingly, it could learn new moves simply by resting. "Can you show me again?" "I didn't quite see it the first time," Jishu requested. The riding sheep gladly obliged, executing the move once more. This time, Jishu discerned what it was: photosynthesis. Photosynthesis, a grass-type move that restores one's vitality, with the recovery amount varying according to the weather conditions. Naoki remarked, "Quite a commendable move." The mount, a little sheep, bleated. "Bah, keep up the good work." Naoki casually mentioned this, as he had no intention of sending the little sheep into battle. However, it is the inherent nature of Pokémon to grow stronger, and for the little sheep, this leisurely existence of gaining strength must surely be delightful. Before long, the milk pail was filled, and Naoki returned to the wooden cabin, cradling it in his arms. His gaze swept over the pail, and the information about the sheep's milk surfaced in his mind. Sheep milk, premium milk of the highest quality and nutrition, offering significant health benefits upon consumption. It can also be crafted into exquisite cheese and butter for culinary use. Naoki chose not to sell the first batch of sheep's milk, preferring to keep it for himself. It was not until the second batch that he decided to sell. The effects of the milk porridge were remarkably evident. So much so that when Zach came to collect goods the other day, he exclaimed in delight upon seeing the sheep's milk. Typically, collectors price fresh milk based on its quality and nutritional value. After a series of assessments, he offered a generous price of 600 alliance coins for this premium sheep's milk, a staggering 3-fold increase from the previous 200. Naturally, Naoki was exceedingly pleased with this outcome. The gentle spring breeze was warm. After completing his daily tasks, Naoki set up a small stool in the fields to inspect the growth of the crops and to pull out some weeds. After a month, the short-cycle crops such as turnips, potatoes, garlic, and radishes were nearing maturity, their stems adorned with plump and heavy fruits. As for the cabbage, cucumbers, and tomatoes, they required more time to ripen. The fruit trees planted at the edge of the field had also begun to thrive, albeit at a slow pace. They would not bear fruit until autumn. At that moment, the Dragonite, having delivered the milk, returned, its face beaming with excitement. Upon landing, it glanced around and finally spotted Naoki in the fields. With an expression of pure joy, Dragonite dashed over, extending its 2 plump claws. Before Naoki could react, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace, perhaps due to its fervent desire to grow stronger. Dragonite had never been as close to Naoki as Soltrock and Frostlass after joining the ranch. Thus, Naoki was taken aback by Dragonite's sudden affection. "What is going on here?" Dragonite, filled with glee, exclaimed "Awoo." Naoki sensed something significant. "Have you learned Dragon Tail?" "Awoo." Dragonite eagerly nodded, following Naoki's guidance. It had diligently practiced Dragon Tail these past few days, even during its delivery runs. At long last, it successfully executed the technique, which deepened Dragonite's faith in the words of Naoki. In a surge of excitement, it dashed back and joyfully embraced Naoki, who had aided in mastering the new skill. "Congratulations." Naoki genuinely rejoiced for Dragonite, pondering whether this might be the essence of being a trainer. Seizing the moment, he took the opportunity to gently pat Dragonite's ample belly. It felt delightfully soft, an exquisite sensation. Naoki's lips curled into a smile, and the bond between the boy and his dragon grew ever stronger. Chapter 51. Dragonite's decision. Never before had Dragonite experienced such joy as it did today. In its youth, lacking guidance, it struggled to grasp those formidable techniques, often relegated to watching enviously as other Dragonites wielded their powers on the island. Renowned as the clumsy Dragonite, it faced no mockery from others. Yet the burden of inadequacy weighed heavily upon its heart, especially as the Dragonite it admired was far more skilled. Consequently, each night, it would stealthily leave Dragonite Island, retreating to a solitary spot to ponder. Now, having successfully learned the Dragon Tail, its repertoire of techniques had expanded from 4 to 5. A truly momentous occasion for the dragon. Consequently, it began to swish its tail proudly, parading around the pasture. Its first stop was before the lounging motorcycle lizard. Resting in the shade, Dragonite executed the Dragon Tail, enthusiastically exclaiming, "Awoo, Gaga." The motorcycle lizard, with a look of confusion, gazed at the exuberant Dragonite. Suddenly, its eyes brightened as if struck by inspiration. It stood up and demonstrated the dragon tail into the air. It too had mastered the technique. In the midst of the motorcycle lizard's bewildered gaze, Dragonite turned and approached the pen of the riding sheep. Like a child eager to share a high score on an exam, it couldn't wait to reveal its newfound accomplishment to its companions. The three riding sheep looked on innocently at Dragonite's antics. Initially puzzled, they quickly grasped the significance of the new technique. The sheep began to demonstrate their own abilities, transforming the pasture into a vibrant scene of green light, photosynthesis, sunbeams, vine whips, and flying leaf blades. The ordinary sheep pen was transformed into a fashionable international stage, with sunbeams acting as dazzling light fixtures, vine whips soaring gracefully, and flying leaf blades resembling delicate snowflakes fluttering about. The three riding sheep morphed into top-tier supermodels, showcasing their talents amidst a dazzling array of lights. Amidst the chorus of bleats, Charizard felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Shortly after, the diligent Shizuki noticed Charizard returning, having forgotten to remove the small red satchel from his waist. "Oh woo!" Shizuki exclaimed in surprise. "What's the matter now?" "Oh woo!" Charizard sorrowfully pointed a claw at the riding sheep and then gestured towards himself. Shizuki, perplexed, guessed wildly, "Did the riding sheep bully you?" Charizard shook his head and then, with a flourish of his tail, let out a spirited cry. "Oh woo!" Shizuki, now enlightened, understood that Charizard had mastered the tail technique and desired to learn further skills. "Oh woo!" Charizard nodded vigorously. Realizing this, Shizuki pondered what other techniques might be suitable for Charizard to learn. Just then, he recalled the fruit platter from earlier. He had previously hesitated to offer it to Charizard, fearing that a lack of trust would arise if Charizard forgot his techniques after consuming the platter. However, seeing Charizard's eagerness, he felt it might now be acceptable. After a brief contemplation, Shizuki entrusted the choice to Charizard. "I possess a rather unique method that can help you acquire new techniques." Charizard's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Oh whoa?" Shizuki continued. "However, this method is unpredictable. It may cause you to forget the techniques you already know, or it may impart new ones." Upon hearing the possibility of forgetting his skills, Charizard hesitated. Shizuki chose not to persuade him, instead patiently waiting by his side. Charizard's mind drifted back to life on the island and the dazzling techniques showcased by the riding sheep. After a moment of contemplation, he finally made a decision. "Oh woo, shall I give it a try?" Shizuki asked. Charizard nodded affirmatively. "Very well." Shizuki exhaled, having completed his work in the fields, and stood up to lead Charizard back to the wooden cabin. He first washed his hands, now caked with dirt, and retrieved the remaining few fruits from the cupboard. These fruits would suffice for 2 portions. Shizuki diced the fruits into pieces, arranged them on a platter, and then presented it to Charizard. Charizard took the platter with his claw, gazing quizzically at the fruit pieces. "Oh woo? Can these ordinary fruits truly aid me in grasping new techniques? Why not give it a try?" Shizuki encouraged. "Oh woo." Charizard nodded, tilting his head back to consume the fruits. After a few chews, he swallowed them whole. After a brief pause, Shizuki eagerly inquired, "Do you feel any changes within your body?" Charizard concentrated, and his eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. "Oh whoa, have I understood? What is it?" Shizuki hastily questioned. The room was too confined for Charizard to demonstrate, so the two stepped outside. The Dragonite flapped its wings, lifting off the ground, its breath descending as its gaze grew resolute. In the blink of an eye, it surged forward with a speed so astonishing that its opponent could scarcely react. Swift as the wind, related techniques flickered in Daiki's mind. Moments later, Dragonite returned, its expression brimming with excitement, eager to attempt once more. Observing this, Daiki retreated indoors and crafted another fruit platter using the remaining berries. However, an idea struck him suddenly. He retrieved black truffle from the cupboard, sprinkling a portion of the powder atop the creation. When Daiki glanced down, he was astonished to see the description of the fruit platter had transformed. Fruit platter, a culinary delight crafted from various berries, harmoniously blending their distinct flavors. Enhanced with black truffle powder, it offers a richer taste, highly favored by certain Pokémon. Culinary effect, skill refinement. Upon consumption, a Pokémon's particular move may randomly change, increasing the likelihood of acquiring powerful and rare techniques. Evaluation, a basic dish, easy to prepare, making it an excellent choice for home or travel. An increased chance of acquiring rare techniques? Daiki raised an eyebrow, finding this effect somewhat anticipated. Yet, he pondered whether it merely expanded the skill pool or genuinely heightened the likelihood of mastering new moves. After a brief contemplation, he presented the enhanced fruit platter to Dragonite. The Pokémon devoured it eagerly, only to soon find itself with tearful eyes. "What's the matter?" Daiki inquired. Dragonite swished its tail, attempting to execute Dragon Tail, but failed. How unfortunate to forget so soon after learning. After a moment's thought, Daiki reassured, "Don't worry. Do you remember how you mastered Dragon Tail?" With a woeful nod, Dragonite acknowledged. "Therefore, the experience remains. With further practice, it shouldn't take long for you to recall the technique." Having briefly tasted the power of the fruit platter, a flicker of trepidation stirred within Dragonite, rendering it hesitant to continue. With a forlorn expression, it ventured outside to resume practicing Dragon Tail. Daiki followed, standing beneath the eaves, observing the diligent efforts of his Pokémon, and sighed softly. Moments later, he murmured, "It seems we've run out of berries at home. I must head to the town to replenish our stock." Chapter 52. Trust. In the evening, Zack arrived to collect the harvest. Daiki brought forth the goat's milk, rock salt, and a few small mushrooms that had grown in the cave. "Wow, today's harvest is quite bountiful," Zack exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. "It seems your farm has finally gotten back on track." A smile crept across Daiki's face as he glanced towards the distant Moto lizard and Groudon, reflecting, "Indeed. It's all thanks to everyone's collective effort. This is how it should be." Zack sighed, lamenting the fact that very few young people today are inclined to remain in the countryside to manage farms or work as farmers. Unlike in the past, the contemporary trend favors aspiring trainers. Almost every child yearns to acquire their own Pokémon, embarking on journeys around the world to compete and aspire to become the strongest Pokémon trainers. The nearby farms and ranches are predominantly run by older individuals, leaving Zack as the sole youth among them. Naoki nodded thoughtfully in response. According to the timeline of the anime, this moment coincides with Ash's early adventures. Although the profession of a trainer has not yet reached the pinnacle it would achieve during Pokémon journeys, it is steadily gaining popularity worldwide. Alright, that's 5 pounds of rock salt, 6 liters of sheep's milk, and 6 small mushrooms. The total comes to 32,300 Alliance coins, Zack announced, handing over the money before returning to his truck. He bid farewell to Naoki, stating, "I must be off. I have to work overtime to deliver these goods to the Zichin market." With that, Zack departed. Naoki returned to the wooden cabin, taking out the ledger to record the day's income and expenses. Spring of 198, January 31st. Income, rock salt 16,800, sheep's milk 13,000, small mushrooms 2,500. Expenses, berries 600, ingredients 5,000, fertilizer 10,000. Remaining funds, 33,680. Gazing at the figures in the ledger, Naoki fell into contemplation. He had previously inquired with Cleary about the cost of constructing a house complete with a kitchen, bathroom, living room, dining room, study, bedroom, and cellar. The price was exorbitant. Including furnishings, the entire project would likely exceed 15 million. Cleary had shown him the design, a 2-story villa equipped with all necessary amenities, which Naoki found highly satisfactory. However, the price was simply beyond his current means. Small structures like chicken coops and Pokémon huts were mere trifles compared to such a villa. Alas, the road ahead is long and arduous. Fortunately, Cleary also offered the option of constructing a modest house, which could serve as a temporary solution. Naoki took a deep breath, mentally designating the villa as his ultimate goal. Come tomorrow, the calendar would officially turn to February, and the crops in the fields would soon be ready for harvest. Life was about to become bustling once more. Naoki lay down in bed and drifted into slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, Naoki entrusted the sheep's milk to Dragonite, sending it off to deliver the milk to Mrs. Dante's. As he watched Dragonite disappear into the distance, Naoki began his daily tasks. Suddenly, a man on a motor lizard burst into the ranch. He was a young man clad in blue overalls, wearing a blue cap, and sporting a brown waste bag slung across his body. A man in a motorcycle lizard paused nearby, glancing at Jishu, and politely greeted him. "Hello, may I ask, is this Jishu Ranch?" "Yes," Jishu replied, somewhat surprised. "And you are?" The young man leaped down from the motorcycle lizard, appearing quite cheerful, his smile revealing a small fawn. He introduced himself. "Good day, Mr. Jishu. My name is Avon. I am the town's mail carrier, responsible for delivering letters and packages. Here is a letter addressed to you. Could you please sign for it?" "A letter?" Jishu was momentarily taken aback. Who would send him a letter? He hardly knew anyone in this world, and the original owner had no ties or friends. Contemplating this, Jishu reached out to accept the letter. He opened the envelope and extracted the contents. Lowering his gaze to read, Jishu Ranch. "Hello, Jishu. I recently heard from Mayor Thomas that you have come to inherit this ranch, and I am delighted to learn of your new endeavor. With spring upon us, It is the season of cherry blossoms, and we will hold a cherry blossom wine festival in the cherry orchard on February 7th. People from the town, trainers, and nearby farm owners will gather to taste last year's cherry wine while enjoying the blossoms, sharing their farm specialties, and selling their goods to attendees. You are also welcome to bring your ranch's produce or any culinary creations made from them to sell. I look forward to seeing you there. A leaf cherry orchard Jishu raised an eyebrow, pondering whether the Cherry Blossom Wine Festival was a local celebration. It certainly sounded intriguing. He nodded appreciatively to Avon, saying, "Thank you very much, I understand." The young mail carrier nodded in return. "All right, then I shall take my leave. See you later." With that, he hopped back onto the motorcycle lizard and sped away. Indeed, the motorcycle lizard served as a means of transportation here, Jishu mused. Moments later, he chuckled softly, shaking his head, and returned to his work on the ranch. Meanwhile, in Zichin Town, on Blue Sea Street, the Dragonite arrived at number 308 as usual, gently tapping on the door with its plump claws. Soon, footsteps approached, and Mrs. Dantes opened the door, her face lighting up with a warm and kind smile. "Oh, it's you, Dragonite." With a cheerful awoo, Dragonite handed over the goat's milk. After Mrs. Dantes accepted it and made the payment, she said, "Please wait a moment. I have something I would like you to deliver to Jishu." "Awoo?" Dragonite responded with a hint of confusion. Mrs. Dantes turned and retrieved a small bag and a letter from inside, handing them to Dragonite with a smile. "These are cookies I made myself. Please take them back for Jishu to enjoy." "Awoo?" Dragonite nodded obediently, accepting the letter and cookies before turning to fly back to the ranch. Madame Dantes watched his figure disappear into the distance, then turned back to the room, where she found her husband looking considerably better, his expression unusually relaxed. "How do you feel today?" she inquired. He replied, "I feel much improved. I have regained some strength." Upon hearing this, Madame Dantes let out a gentle sigh of relief. "This is all thanks to the goat's milk from Naoki." "Is this from you, Madame Dantes?" Naoki asked, as he gazed at the small biscuits and a letter being offered by the Dragonite. He was somewhat taken aback. "Awoo." Dragonite nodded enthusiastically. Naoki reached out, took the letter penned by Madame Dantes, and opened it. The letter expressed her gratitude for the goat's milk that had greatly benefited her husband, included a few small biscuits, and wished Naoki good health and success in his endeavors on the ranch. Chapter 53. A friend's visit. On the 4th of February in the year 198 of the Alliance era, the crops on the ranch officially reached maturity. After breakfast that morning, Naoki changed into a pair of blue work overalls that had yet to be washed, preparing to head out to harvest. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from outside the ranch. Naoki turned to see Yosuke approaching with a large travel backpack slung over his shoulder. From a distance, he waved and called out, "Hi, Naoki. I finally found the place." Naoki paused his work, raising an eyebrow slightly. "Have you finished exploring the Pokémon at Lake Big Pot?" Yosuke nodded, a bit sheepishly. "Yes, I ran into a few students from Citrus Academy along the way, which delayed me a bit." With a visitor arriving, Naoki set aside his tasks and invited him inside. However, Yosuke shook his head, his excitement evident as he surveyed the ranch, still in a state of development. "Did you manage all this by yourself?" he asked, admiring the neat fields and tidy lawns. "Everything appearing so orderly," Naoki replied. "To be precise, Gollet and the motorcycle lizard have also been quite helpful." "That's impressive," Yosuke praised. Naoki chuckled. It was no trouble to delay the harvest for a bit longer, and he took this opportunity to show Yosuke around his ranch. "This is the sheep pen. The young sheep here produce valuable milk, making them an essential part of the ranch," Naoki explained. "These are the 3 you captured last time, right?" Yosuke asked. Naoki nodded. And just as he was about to say more, one of the young sheep stood up and lazily shook its head. In the next moment, a vibrant green light emanated from its body, sinking into the ground and forming an expansive grassy area. Naoki remarked, "It is a grassy field." Yosuke's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is that a grassy field? It seems somewhat different from the ones I have seen before. Is it just an illusion? Or does it appear larger than the grassy fields I know?" Naoki found himself momentarily speechless. Regarding the technique of grass terrain, the little mount, a lamb, has become increasingly adept, nearly transforming the grass terrain into a veritable grass domain. In recent days, the 3 little mount lambs have been consuming numerous clumps of grass daily. This prolonged indulgence in such a wondrous delicacy has kept their grass-type energy in a state of perpetual abundance, to the point where they feel discomfort if it is not released daily. In contrast to the destructive nature of moves like Solar Beam, grass terrain presents no such concerns. Thus, to alleviate their surplus grass-type energy, the 3 little mount lambs engage in the use of grass terrain for a sustained period each day. Initially, Naoki harbored some apprehensions. To address this, he specially visited the local bookstore to acquire a book pertinent to the subject, from which he gleaned a specialized term, energy overflow. This refers to a condition where the energy within certain Pokémon exceeds their control, resulting in an overflow that disrupts the surrounding environment. For instance, consider the Pokémon electrode. Should its electric energy become excessive, it could induce electromagnetic disturbances throughout an entire town, thereby affecting communication signals and the local power grid. However, it appears that the situation with the Little Mount Lambs is quite different, as they are able to manage their energy effectively. Isn't that rather exaggerated? Waisuk exclaimed in astonishment. Naoki mused to himself that what Waisuk had yet to witness was even more astonishing. For these 3 Little Mount Lambs sometimes transform the grass terrain into a stage for their exuberant dance. Yet, he kept this thought to himself. I never noticed their prowess during the battle against Golett. Waisuk murmured. Did you provide them with specialized training? No. Perhaps it is merely their own diligence, Naoki replied. Come, let me show you how the Salandit are faring now. Waisuk, regaining his focus, continued alongside Naoki until they arrived before the salt house. The door stood wide open, and within, the Salandit frolicked around the stones scattered on the ground. Upon seeing the group of Salandit he had once cared for, a smile blossomed on Waisuk's face, and he greeted them warmly. Hello, little ones. It's been a while. The Salandit paused their play, turning to behold the 2 figures at the door, their faces lighting up with surprise. Salt, do you still remember me? Waisuk inquired, pointing to himself. The Salandit responded affirmatively. Naoki stood beside, smiling at the heartwarming scene. Observing the condition of the Salandit, Waisuk remarked. It seems they have been well cared for by you. That's wonderful. Indeed, Naoki felt a sense of nostalgia. Just then, the sound of a Dragonite's cry echoed from outside. Upon hearing this, Waisuk looked puzzled. Naoki explained, that should be Dragonite returning. With that, he bid farewell to the Salandit and turned to leave the salt house. As expected, on the lawn outside, I encountered the Dragonite adorned with a crimson waist pouch. It approached Jishu, cheerfully retrieving the payment for the milk from its pouch and extending it towards him. Awoo, Jishu reached out to accept it, gently patting Dragonite's head. You've worked hard. Now go and play. Dragonite then dashed off to seek advice on techniques from Golett and Motisma. Within these 3 days, it had rekindled its understanding of Dragontail, but yearned to learn even more techniques, thus persistently bothering the 2 Dragon-type Pokémon. Yang Jia watched the retreating figure of Dragonite, somewhat astonished. Is that the same Dragonite that sat atop the cliff gazing at the moon? You captured it? Indeed. Jishu nodded. It seems that perseverance has paid off. Now, it serves as a courier on the ranch, assisting in delivering fresh goat milk to the town. Delivering milk? Yang Jia blinked in disbelief, his mind momentarily stalling. Is there a problem? Jishu inquired, puzzled. You actually have Dragonite delivering milk. Oh my, do you realize how rare a Pokémon it is? Many cherish their precious Pokémon far too much. Jishu, however, saw no correlation between Dragonite's rarity and its milk delivery duty. After all, as a Pokémon trainer, it was not unusual for even legendary Pokémon like Arceus, Dialga, and Palkia to be put to work in the fields, if there is indeed a historical account of the existence of the Sinnoh region. Jishu recalled the history lessons from the Orange Academy covering the Sinnoh region, such as Professor Rowan and the inception of the Pokeball. The remaining chicken coop was rather ordinary. Inside, the hen diligently incubated eggs, which were soon expected to hatch, bringing forth new life to the ranch. After a stroll, the time had reached 8:30 a.m., the sun rising as the air began to warm. Jishu returned to the wooden cabin with Yang Jia, intending to pour a glass of juice for his guest. Outside the cabin, Yang Jia noticed the Metapod hanging under the eaves, his eyes immediately drawn to it. Is that a Metapod? Indeed, I encountered it when it was still a Caterpie, Jishu explained. It evolved into Metapod and has been waiting here for its next evolution. Evolution, Yang Jia recalled relevant information he had previously read. If I'm not mistaken, Metapod is one of the fastest evolving Pokémon. When did it evolve from Caterpie into Metapod? Jishu pondered for a moment before replying. About half a month ago. Ah, Yang Jia remarked. That's quick. It should evolve into Butterfree in just a few days. Butterfree can spread pollen and gather nectar for sustenance, which would be immensely beneficial for your ranch. Fast growth, suitability for beginners, and ease of training. These are all advantages of bug-type Pokémon. Yet, correspondingly, they also possess certain drawbacks. As a consequence of rapid growth, their lifespans are correspondingly fleeting. Many trainers tend to regard bug-type Pokémon as their initial companions, mourning their passing for an extended period. However, the cycle of life, aging, illness, and death is a natural phenomenon that both humans and Pokémon must inevitably encounter. Reflecting on this, Waisuk could not help but click his tongue in contemplation. Naoki approached to inspect the state of the metapod, gently touching its hard green shell. Compared to 2 weeks prior, its exoskeleton had grown increasingly robust, the hue shifting from light green to a deeper shade. All these signs heralded the imminent evolution of the metapod. Butterfree, grow quickly, Naoki thought eagerly. Once the metapod evolves, the ranch will surely become livelier. The metapod was currently in a critical stage of evolution. Its hardened shell rendered it immobile and unable to feed, relying solely on the nutrients amassed during its Caterpie phase to rejuvenate its cells. During this transformation, no external assistance could be offered. It must rely solely on its own strength to emerge from its cocoon and ascend to the skies as a Butterfree. Upon entering the house, Naoki poured a cup of tea for Waisuk before heading out to tend to the farm. Observing him commence his labor, ROLLOUT, who had been nearby, hurried over to assist, soon followed by Motoclaw and Dragonite joining the endeavor. At that moment, Waisuk emerged as well, gazing at the expanse of land before him. Excitement bubbling within. I want to help too. Naoki raised an eyebrow, reminding him that this task was quite arduous, having never engaged in agricultural work before. Waisuk hailed from a modern metropolis in the northern Galar region known as Circhester. Yet, this did not deter his desire to experience farm life. Seeing his enthusiasm, Naoki refrained from dissuading him. Waisuk then retrieved 4 Pokeballs from his pocket. With a flash of white light, a Farfetch'd, a Cinderace, an NDD, and a sturdy Urshifu materialized on the ranch. Everyone, let us assist Naoki in harvesting the crops, he commanded, and the 4 Pokémon eagerly joined the harvesting effort. Soon, mounds of turnips, soil-clad potatoes, cloves of garlic, plump white radishes, glistening cucumbers, and juicy tomatoes began to accumulate alongside the fields. By the time all the ripe produce had been gathered, both the humans and Pokémon were thoroughly encrusted in dirt. With the final cucumber plucked, Waisuk plopped down on the ground, exhaling. Phew, farm work is truly exhausting. In contrast, Naoki displayed considerably greater stamina, perhaps due to his experience with labor. He did not collapse immediately. He expressed his gratitude to Waisuk and his 4 Pokémon, smiling as he said, "Thank you all for your hard work. Please take a rest while I prepare lunch." Hooray! Waisuk, accompanied by his Pokémon, let out a jubilant cheer. Meanwhile, Naoki returned to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Today, the number of guests was notably larger, and everyone had expended considerable energy and stamina. Thus, the focus of the meal was primarily on replenishing vitality. Dishes such as crispy pork cutlet and rice were prepared. In addition, Naoki crafted 3 new dishes using the crops harvested from the field. One was smashed cucumber. Another was scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and he also sliced pork tenderloin, incorporating chili, Sichuan pepper, ginger, and scallions to create a spicy and fragrant boiled meat dish. Upon completion, the boiled meat was tender, the vegetables fresh, and the broth glistened with a rich red hue, emanating a robust spiciness that was utterly enticing. Naoki could not help but swallow hard, his gaze sweeping over the 3 dishes, and their descriptions materialized before him. Smashed cucumber, a simple and easy-to-make dish. An excellent choice for refreshing oneself on a hot summer day. Culinary effect, heat resistance. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a homemade dish, tangy and sweet, where the succulent eggs harmonized perfectly with the unique texture of the tomatoes. Culinary effect, appetite enhancement. Boiled meat, a delectable dish, spicy and fragrant. Taking one bite ignites a fiery sensation. Culinary effect, birth of fire. Oh, Naoki's attention shifted back to the boiled meat. In the next moment, the specifics of the culinary effect revealed themselves. Birth of fire, exclusive to fire-type Pokémon. It significantly increases the internal fire energy for a short duration and slightly enhances the comprehension of fire-type moves. Naoki was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Waisuk, drawn by the enticing aroma, hurriedly rushed in, disregarding his fatigue. What is that smell? It's so fragrant. Upon seeing the boiled meat, his mouth instantly began to salivate profusely. What kind of dish is this? Naoki replied, it's called boiled meat. Boiled meat. Waisuk had neither heard of nor seen such a dish before. His curiosity piqued. Naoki chose not to elaborate further. With so many people present, he simply instructed ROLLOUT to move the table outside, and then brought the prepared dishes to the table. The surrounding Pokémon were immediately captivated by the overwhelming aroma. Naoki clearly noticed that Waisuk's shiny Infernape swallowed hard, likely overwhelmed by the scent. "I'm starting," Waisuk declared, eagerly picking up his utensils and devouring the food. Naoki surreptitiously observed the only fire-type Pokémon present, shiny Infernape. The creature, following Waisuk's example, picked up its utensils, and clutched a piece of boiled meat enveloped in red oil to its mouth. After a couple of chews, its expression flushed a deep crimson. The fire energy within it surged, and shiny Infernape widened its eyes, cheeks puffed, seemingly struggling to contain something. A few seconds passed, and it seemed to have reached its limit. Suddenly, it lifted its head, and in the next moment, a searing burst of fiery red flames erupted from its mouth, shooting toward the sky. Wysook. A moment later, the blazing champion collapsed exhausted onto the grass, gasping for breath. What's wrong? Blazing champion? Wysook inquired hastily. The blazing champion stuck out its tongue and gently shook its head. It's too spicy. Naoki cleared his throat and remarked. Perhaps the fire energy within it was stimulated by the spiciness, causing it to erupt uncontrollably. Pausing, Naoki asked, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Gradually calming down, the blazing champion shook its head, feeling not discomfort, but rather a delightful lightness and refreshment. It seems this blazing champion has had a stroke of bad luck, failing to comprehend a new move. Chapter 55, The Night of Stars and Moons, the transformation of the Iron Shell Cocoon. Different Pokémon possess varying taste preferences. Aside from the blazing champion, the others hardly touched the boiled meat slices. The blazing champion, however, was fixated solely on them. With each bite, it exhaled flames. Its face flushed from the heat, embodying a bittersweet agony. Wysook watched in astonishment. In his nearly 20 years of travel, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. Unable to restrain himself, he asked, is it really okay to continue like this? I feel that although this boiled meat is spicy, it shouldn't be to the extent of causing someone to breathe fire. Naoki, equally perplexed, was just about to inquire into the blazing champion's condition when it suddenly had an epiphany, its eyes widening in surprise. Its cheeks inflated dramatically, and a terrifying surge of fire energy emanated from its body. The blazing champion dropped its utensils and swiftly turned, unleashing a torrent of flames from its mouth towards the sky, transforming into a brilliant crimson star. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the flames burst forth like a dazzling firework display. Staring at this spectacle, Wysook was utterly mesmerized. That move is explosive blaze, Naoki murmured, retracting his earlier comment about the blazing champion's misfortune. As the move concluded, the blazing champion, now drained, leaned on its knees, panting heavily. This was a side effect of explosive blaze. After its use, the Pokémon would enter a state of exhaustion, unable to move swiftly for a brief period. Wysook exclaimed in astonishment, blazing champion, that's your newly learned move, isn't it? This is incredible. A Pokémon learned a new technique from being spiced up. The blazing champion appeared bewildered. It pondered the sensation of executing explosive blaze and was astonished to realize that it vividly remembered the entire process. And if its energy was sufficient, it could potentially unleash that move again. Congratulations, Naoki remarked, not particularly surprised. At that moment, the agile Dragonite, with its keen ears, picked up on the conversations of a few individuals nearby. Has it grasped a new move? During its days at the ranch, it had learned from the likes of Golett, Motostoke, and its mount, the little sheep, that the dishes prepared by Naoki possessed extraordinary abilities. Additionally, having personally sampled the fruit platter, it had become highly attuned to related matters. Witnessing the rabbit Pokémon attain a new move after consuming that dish illuminated Dragonite's eyes with excitement. It pointed its large claw at the remaining boiled meat slices and called out to Naoki, ahem. Naoki raised an eyebrow. You wish to partake as well? Dragonite nodded eagerly. Yes, very well, I shall offer you a piece to taste. Naoki picked up a slice of meat with chopsticks. Dragonite immediately opened its mouth wide, anticipating the morsel. As Naoki fed the meat into its mouth, Dragonite chewed a couple of times before its eyes widened in shock. Its cheeks flushed from the spiciness, as if it could breathe fire. Struggling to contain itself, Dragonite waited in vain for a sensation of having learned a new move. Tears welled up in its eyes, and it gazed at Naoki with a mix of grievance and sorrow. Upon seeing Dragonite's expression, Naoki suddenly understood. It became clear that Dragonite was not merely seeking to savor the boiled meat but was, like the Incineroar, yearning to learn a new move. However, being a non-fire-type Pokémon, this dish held no benefit for it. Poor thing. Naoki retrieved a prepared juice and handed it to Dragonite. It accepted the drink eagerly, gulping it down. After a while, it regained its composure and lost interest in the boiled meat. When I return, I shall prepare other dishes for you to try, Naoki promised. Dragonite obediently nodded. The delightful lunch concluded, and in the afternoon, Naoki resumed his tasks. The first batch of crops had been harvested, and aside from the tomatoes and cucumbers, which could be harvested continuously, the other crops were mostly replanted for a second round. With the assistance of several Pokémon, Naoki spent an hour preparing the soil and sowing the seeds for the new crops. Following that, he applied the pre-prepared fertilizers to both the crops and saplings, working tirelessly until the sun dipped below the horizon. Standing at the edge of the farmland with a watering can, Naoki wiped the sweat from his forehead, contemplating. In the future, he must capture a Pokémon capable of using the plow move. Plowing, a ground-type move, facilitates the tilling of soil, enhancing the growth of grass and crops, while also boosting the attack and special attack of grass-type Pokémon. If he had such a Pokémon, his tasks would become significantly easier. In the mind of Jishu, several Pokémon names emerged that were capable of tilling the land. Sandshrew, Ursaring, Stoutland, Drillbur, Bunnelby, Mudbray, Mudsdale, Diglett, Onyx, Rhydon, Comfey, and finally, Tapu Koko. However, Jishu thought better of including Tapu Koko, as such an action would be exceedingly reckless. Not only would the island guardian refuse to leave the Alola region, but the people of Alola would certainly not permit their guardian to be taken away. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that Tapu Koko's abilities were indeed well suited for agriculture. It possessed the power to manipulate plant life and encourage its growth, making it a formidable protector of farmland. Regrettably, wild Tapu Koko were non-existent. Otherwise, Jishu would have endeavored to capture one to serve as his guardian of the farm. Jishu felt a twinge of regret, but was not in a rush to capture these Pokémon just yet. The seeds had already been sown, and there remained over a month until the next harvest. During this interval, he intended to attend the Cherry Blossom Wine Festival to immerse himself in the local customs of the Pokémon world. Additionally, the farm currently required a Pokémon capable of summoning rain. His gaze fell upon a Dragonite resting on the grass not far away. He initially contemplated capturing this Dragonite to assist with watering the crops. However, it soon became apparent that this Dragonite was unfamiliar with the move Rain Dance. Furthermore, the culinary creations that could help the Dragonite learn the move had yet to be prepared, and due to a previous incident involving the move Dragon Tail, it was now hesitant to use the berry platter to master new techniques. At that moment, Jishu had an epiphany. It was evident that this Dragonite was not lacking in intelligence. Its ability to learn Dragon Tail indicated that its limited repertoire of 4 moves could likely be attributed to a lack of proper learning methods and skill techniques. Moreover, it demonstrated a commendable work ethic, rarely shirking its training. After a moment of contemplation, Jishu called out to the Dragonite, inquiring, "Dragonite, do you know the move Rain Dance?" With a downcast expression, the Dragonite responded with a sorrowful sound. It was aware that many powerful Dragonites on Dragonite Island possessed this move, capable of manipulating airflow and the water energy in the atmosphere to alter the weather and summon rain. Sadly, this particular Dragonite was not among them. Just then, it felt a hand resting on its shoulder. Lifting its head, it saw Jishu offering words of encouragement. "Don't be disheartened. Do you remember how you learned Dragon Tail?" The Dragonite nodded in acknowledgement. Jishu continued, "Therefore, if we find the right method and practice diligently, we will eventually learn Rain Dance and use it to help irrigate the fields." The Dragonite's eyes sparkled with renewed determination, its spirit reignited. Roar. Eager to discover the technique for using Rain Dance, Jishu immediately approached Yangjia, who was resting nearby, to discuss this particular move. Rain Dance. Jishu nodded, for he had yet to witness a Pokémon performing the Rain Dance in reality. From what he gathered from the animated series, it appeared that Pokémon merely needed to beseech the heavens for rain to fall. However, he sensed that there must be intricate details involved, and it was not as straightforward as it seemed. Indeed, Yangjia's subsequent remarks confirmed his suspicions. This technique seemed to be intricately linked to a Pokémon's mastery over energy. Unfortunately, the Galar region lacked researchers and scholars specializing in this field. However, far away in the Alola region, Dr. Kukui had previously published papers on this subject. He was an exceptionally esteemed scholar, particularly passionate about the study of Pokémon techniques, having even personally experienced the effects of various moves. At this point, admiration shone in Yangjia's expression. Jishu remarked, "So, they're all true novices, aren't they?" Yangjia returned to the main topic. It is widely acknowledged that a Pokémon's ability to master a move is directly related to its control over energy, colloquially referred to as intuition. The higher a Pokémon's intuition, the greater the likelihood of grasping a technique. Although I am not entirely certain how to practice the Rain Dance, I feel that one should start by looking to the heavens, as rain falls from above when this move is enacted. From above? Jishu paused momentarily, contemplating and nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, if one wishes to teach a Pokémon a new move, it should first become familiar with it, then comprehend, and finally succeed in executing it. A clear day may not be the most suitable environment. Thus, it would be prudent to wait for a rainy day. Jishu mentally prepared himself, resolving to take Dragonite up to the sky to truly experience the formation and descent of raindrops when the rain returned. For now, however, it was time to prepare dinner. Before that, he needed to sell the crops he had harvested today. These goods were sold by weight, with each type fetching a different price, totaling over 20,000 alliance coins. Compared to livestock, this price indeed seemed lower, possibly due to the limited arable land available on the ranch. Besides what he sold, Jishu also retained a portion of each item as culinary ingredients. Yang Jie planned to depart from Jiqin town the next day to continue his journey, making this his final night here. The wooden cabin was cramped, equipped with only a single bed. So Yang Jie opted to pitch a tent on the lawn outside to camp. The weather was clear, and as night fell, the stars and moon illuminated the deep sky, evoking a sense of tranquility, harmony, and beauty. After dinner, Jishu did not retire to bed immediately. Instead, he lay on the grass with a group of Pokémon, gazing at the stars. The starry sky often inspired philosophical musings. Yang Jie looked up, lost in thought for a long while, before suddenly asking, "Do Pokémon also inhabit the universe, just as they do on this planet?" Jishu rested his arms behind his head, with Golett and Motordrake lying on either side of him. Charizard yawned in the distance, while Frostless frolicked across the grass with 5 Salandit. Mimikyu gazed at them quietly and gently, its petite form swaying lightly amidst the verdant blades. Perhaps, Nara took a deep breath. In the bustling metropolis, it was a rare occasion to behold such a breathtaking night sky. Of course, it could be that in his previous life, he had been too preoccupied with the toils of existence to notice such splendor. Isn't there a rumor that Pikachu arrived on this planet aboard a spaceship from the moon? Naru remarked. Besides Pikachu, there are also small meteorites, tiny nebulae, Necrozma, and Deoxys. Upon hearing this, Yosuke's face lit up with longing. "I wish I could explore the universe." Naru replied softly, "One day, you shall see them." Yosuke, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Huh? Why do you say that?" Naru raised an eyebrow. "Humanity has never ceased its quest for exploration, have we? There remain Pokémon yet to be discovered by humankind. And the accomplishments we enjoy today are the fruits of the relentless endeavors of explorers throughout the ages." Yosuke paused, then smiled. "That is true." Just then, the motorcycle lizard, facing the wooden cabin, seemed to have suddenly made a discovery, calling out towards it. Gah! Naru's attention was drawn, and he turned to see the iron cocoon, previously hanging from the eaves, now radiating a brilliant light. "Evolved!" Yosuke exclaimed, as he had never witnessed the evolution of iron cocoon into Butterfree, igniting his curiosity. The two hurriedly rose to investigate. Amidst the intense glow, a fissure slowly appeared on the hardened, deep green shell of iron cocoon. Soon after, a somewhat juvenile Butterfree, adorned in a blue-purple hue and boasting a pair of enormous white wings, emerged from its shell. It soared forth, dancing gracefully in the light of the stars and moon, the scales on its wings shimmering and leaving a trail reminiscent of the Milky Way in its wake. Yosuke was captivated by this exquisite scene, murmuring, "So beautiful." Naru likewise marveled at the spectacle. If a single Butterfree was this magnificent, how awe-inspiring would it be to witness a multitude of them evolving together? Butterfree spread its wings in midair, gently acclimating to its new form before alighting softly before Naru. Naru beamed. "Congratulations, Butterfree." Butterfree responded softly. Naru turned and entered the cabin to retrieve a few berries, cheerfully saying, "You must be hungry. Let us have a bite first." Butterfree happily accepted the berries and began to nibble them delicately. Naru sat on the grass, watching Butterfree eat, while Yosuke took out paper and pencil from his backpack, eager to capture the vivid memory of Butterfree's evolution beneath the moonlit sky. Jishu leaned against the motor lizard, the evening breeze gently tousling his hair as he gazed at the beautiful Butterfree and the tranquil night surrounding him. An unprecedented sense of peace and lightness enveloped his heart. However, the moment Jelton noticed Jishu resting against the motor lizard instead of him, an overwhelming jealousy began to stir within him. Chapter 56. The Cherry Blossom Wine Party. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Yosuke began to pack his belongings. He was departing from the Padia region to explore other areas. Before leaving, he advised Jishu, "You must visit the Gallo region when you have the chance. It is a truly beautiful place." Jishu nodded, "If time permits." Yosuke's face brightened with a cheerful smile as he waved goodbye to Jishu, shouldering his backpack and embarking on his journey. Jishu stood at the entrance of the ranch, watching Yosuke's figure gradually fade from view until he could no longer see him. Life is akin to a train journey, marked by many stops. Some people unexpectedly enter our lives, while others disembark, bidding us farewell and wishing each other well. Life must go on. Jishu gently shook his head and turned back into the ranch. Today, the weather remained splendid, with no rain in sight, thus preventing him from training his Dragonite in rain summoning. After completing the daily chores around the ranch, Jishu gazed at the empty fields and decided to purchase some decorative plants. For instance, flowers not only beautify the ranch, but also provide a splendid environment for the newly evolved Butterfree to collect pollen. Thus, at 9:30 in the morning, Jishu rode his motor lizard to the seed store in Zichin town, where he bought several packets of flower seeds and, with 20,000 alliance coins, acquired a spatial backpack. Tulips, irises, and hyacinths were among his purchases. Upon returning to the ranch, they cleared a patch of land and planted the seeds together. Soon, a breathtaking flower field would bloom. Looking at the Butterfree beside him, Jishu smiled and said, "In about 20 days, these flowers will sprout. And then you can collect pollen and nectar here." The Butterfree chirped joyfully, eagerly anticipating that day. Meanwhile, Jishu fell into deep contemplation. It is well known that some Pokémon undergo personality changes upon evolution. Ash's Charizard is a prime example. This raised a question: has Butterfree's personality changed? With this thought in mind, Jishu inquired, "Butterfree, how do you feel now? Do you still wish to become stronger like the Caterpie?" The Butterfree pondered carefully and realized that the once fervent desire to grow stronger had faded, replaced by a yearning for a peaceful life and a commitment to protect the ranch. However, safeguarding the ranch necessitates formidable strength. Much like the majestic Butterfree protects the Caterpie from the clutches of predatory Pokémon in the forest. Thus, it will continue to strive diligently. Indeed. Sensing the unwavering determination and resolve of Butterfree, Naoki affectionately patted its head, encouraging, "Let us persist. I shall assist you as well." Butterfree responded with a cheerful As time slipped by unnoticed, it soon reached midday. Naoki returned to the house to prepare lunch, pondering the recent events while handling the ingredients. The evolution of Caterpie had instilled in him a profound realization. All the Pokémon on the ranch were capable of evolving. Minifu evolved into Oliva. The riding sheep transformed into a riding goat, and Salt Rock Pokémon became Salt Rock Goliaths. Post-evolution, these Pokémon would experience a significant increase in both their consumption and productivity. Yet, in reality, there were no levels or experience points, leaving Naoki unable to assess their developmental stages. He could only wait patiently for their growth. Nonetheless, nurturing these Pokémon to their final stages would undoubtedly be a deeply fulfilling and exhilarating endeavor. Perhaps this encapsulates the joy of raising them. Today is February 5th. With merely 2 days remaining until the Cherry Blossom Festival, the workload on the ranch is not particularly hectic, allowing Naoki to take the opportunity to monitor the weather alongside Dragonite, hoping for rain the next day. Regrettably, the forecast for the next 2 days predicted nothing but sunshine. The skies offered no hint of impending clouds, leaving Dragonite feeling quite disheartened. Under this radiant weather, the day of the Cherry Blossom Festival finally arrived. Excitement bubbled within Naoki as it was his first time attending such a grand event. The letter had mentioned that ranchers could showcase and sell their specialties at the festival. Gazing at his unremarkable ranch, Naoki fell into contemplation. What should he bring to sell? Turnips? Tomatoes? Cucumbers? Or perhaps eggs? These options seemed too ordinary. There were certainly other nearby farms and ranches that would offer the same produce. What about goat milk and rock salt? Naoki deemed them viable, but felt they lacked a touch of novelty. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the dish he had prepared the day before, the spicy boiled meat that would ignite the flames of even the most stoic of Pokémon. Although the Paya region boasted a few Chinese restaurants, their numbers were limited, and the flavors had been slightly adjusted to cater to local tastes, rendering them less authentic. Sharing the culinary delights of his homeland with the local populace would certainly align with the spirit of the Cherry Blossom Festival, wouldn't it? Moreover, the selling price of such Chinese cuisine would far exceed that of ordinary crops, promising a substantial profit by day's end. With these thoughts in mind, Naoki immediately set to work. At 7 in the morning, only 1 hour remained until the commencement of the Cherry Blossom Festival. Jishu rode upon his trusty glutton, his pocket brimming with an abundance of Pokeballs. Within these spheres, Frost Fairy, Minifu, and Salt Stone awaited eagerly for the day's activities. Upon hearing of Jishu's departure, they immediately expressed their desire to accompany him. Consequently, all the Pokémon on the ranch, save for 3 indifferent little lambs, were brought along by Jishu. Following the coordinates provided in the letter, Jishu soon arrived at the vast cherry blossom orchard. This expansive area was adorned with numerous cherry and cherry blossom trees. The cherry blossom trees were in full bloom, displaying delicate pink flowers, while the cherry trees bore clusters of heavy, crimson cherries. From a distance, Jishu spotted a designated clearing within the orchard, an ample space where iron display stands were neatly arranged. The venue was already bustling with a considerable number of individuals, predominantly the owners of nearby farms. The orchard's proprietor, Alif, was busy attending to them. Suddenly, he noticed a figure descending from the sky atop an unfamiliar Pokémon. Initially perplexed, Alif's expression shifted as he recognized the person. Recalling what Mayor Thomas had mentioned, and he speculated inwardly, Jishu? Jishu glanced at the robust man with a bushy brown beard and deduced his identity. Greeting him politely, "You must be Mr. Alif." "Haha, I was correct. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," Alif exclaimed, his face lighting up with a hearty smile. "Forgive my absence at your ranch. As you know, this season is the peak for cherry harvesting, and we've been quite busy. However, we have just finished, and you are most welcome to join us, Jishu." Jishu smiled back. At that moment, Alif noticed the items Jishu was carrying and expressed surprise. "Cooking? How delightful. I can already smell the aroma. We have prepared stalls for everyone. Feel free to choose an unoccupied spot." He continued, "In a little while, townsfolk and visitors from other cities will be arriving, along with many passing trainers." "Very well." Jishu nodded and, accompanied by Glutton, selected an empty stall. He retrieved pots and ingredients from his spatial backpack, setting them up at the stall. Once everything was ready, Jishu released several Pokeballs, summoning his Pokémon. "Everyone come on out." With flashes of white light, salt stones and frost fairies materialized behind the stall, their faces lighting up with joy at the lively atmosphere. Jishu arranged 5 salt stones in a row at the stall's front as a welcoming display, while Frost Fairy and Mini Fu stood gracefully behind them for decoration. Meanwhile, Moto Lizard and Glutton positioned themselves on either side of Jishu, assisting him diligently. Charizard sat at the rear of the stall, idly resting against a cherry blossom tree, having no particular tasks at hand. Butterfree lingered atop the stall, curiously observing the nearby crowd. Today, Naoki had prepared an array of dishes, including boiled meat slices that provided energy for fire-type Pokémon, refreshing berry juice to restore strength and quench thirst, sweet and tangy tomato scrambled eggs to stimulate appetite, and exquisitely smooth steamed eggs that would make Pokémon's bodies delightfully slick. Each dish was priced differently, with the boiled meat slices being the most expensive at $200 Poké, although the portion was modest, thus not excessively priced. Naoki had hung a sign with the predetermined prices at the front of the stall. Everything was ready. He merely awaited the arrival of customers. At that moment, an elderly lady with golden hair and a serene expression caught his attention. Leaning on her cane, she approached, gazing at the neatly arranged Salandit with a smile, exclaiming, "Wow, what adorable little creatures. Are they all your Pokémon?" Naoki replied with a grin, "Indeed. They live with me on the ranch. Upon hearing about this event, they eagerly accompanied me here." The elderly woman seemed poised to say more when a youthful voice chimed in nearby. "Daddy, look over there. It's Charizard, and Butterfree and Frosmoth. Wow, there are so many Salandit. They look so well-behaved, standing perfectly still." Naoki looked up to see a little girl, around 7 years old, excitedly running towards him, hand in hand with an adult. She gazed at Frosmoth on the stall and exclaimed, "So cute." Frosmoth beamed with delight. The man accompanying her looked at Guzzlord in astonishment, asking, "What Pokémon is this?" Naoki cheerfully introduced, "This is Guzzlord, my most dependable partner." Upon hearing the term most dependable, Guzzlord immediately stood tall. "Indeed, it is my most reliable companion and my favorite Pokémon." The man murmured, "Guzzlord? I've never heard of it." Clearly, the little girl preferred the adorable Frosmoth over the seemingly fearsome Guzzlord, gazing at it with admiration. Frosmoth cleverly pointed to the sign in front of the stall, "Frosmoth." The girl followed her gaze and saw the sign filled with dish names, innocently asking, "Do you want me to buy the dishes listed? How adorable." She turned to her father, exclaiming, "Daddy, I'm hungry." The man, resigned, pulled out his wallet and bought his beloved daughter a cup of juice and a bowl of steamed eggs. The father and daughter then turned to gaze at the cherry blossoms. Naoki exchanged a knowing glance with Frosmoth, conveying a silent praise for a job well done. Frosmoth, brimming with pride, responded, "Frosmoth. It was indeed quite clever." As time passes, an increasing number of visitors arrive at this cherry orchard. In addition to the people, there exists a plethora of Pokémon in this locale. Some are companions of passing trainers, akin to how Ash would bring Pikachu along to witness competitions and events in nearby towns during his travels. Others are Pokémon nurtured in the Alif cherry orchard, such as the diminutive Sakura Pokémon and Sakurar, which are roughly the size of a salt shell, alongside a wandering Munchlax that guards the orchard. The Munchlax, having evolved from a Snorlax, emanates a delightful aroma that aids the growth of wheat and certain crops, making it quite valued in rural areas. Additionally, there are wild Pokémon that inhabit the vicinity, such as the boisterous noisy parrot, attracted by the lively atmosphere, and the bug roll residing in the muddy forest floor. The Cherry Blossom Wine Festival had yet to officially commence, and Naoki sat on a bench, curiously observing the Pokémon accompanying the trainers. There was a new leaf meow, the grass-type starter from the Paya region. Is that a carnival dance duck? Its posterior seems rather peculiar. Oh, a trainer has captured a charcoal servant. I wonder if it will evolve into a blazing blade demon or a crimson armor knight. An electric belly frog? The signature Pokémon of the quirky tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Indeed, it sports 6 fluffy tails. How adorable. If only I could playfully ravage it. Holding the 6-tailed creature in my embrace, showering it with kisses, and snuggling with it every night like a cat would be blissful. Alas, that 6-tailed Pokémon does not belong to him. And Naoki could only ponder such thoughts in silence. Gazing at the trainer cradling the 6-tailed Pokémon, its 2 soft little paws dangling, Naoki felt a pang of envy. Before he knew it, the clock struck 8. The orchard's owner, Elif, surveyed the growing crowd and cheerfully announced, "Welcome to Elif Cherry Orchard. I hereby declare that this year's Cherry Blossom Wine Festival has officially begun. Please enjoy." Simultaneously, Naoki welcomed his second guest, a male trainer clad in an orange academy uniform, accompanied by a little lion cub. Chapter 57. How can this dish make you breathe fire? Rick, a first-year student at the Orange Academy, had a fiery little lion cub as his initial Pokémon. Not long ago, he departed from school, embarking on a journey through the vast Paldea region to hone his skills while collecting gym badges in various cities. As he passed through the town of Zichin, he fortuitously learned of an event called the Cherry Blossom Wine Festival and decided to bring his little lion cub to participate. After a long trek, both the trainer and his companion felt a pang of hunger. At that moment, they happened to catch a whiff of an incredibly enticing aroma. Following the scent, they eventually found themselves at a food stall selling delectable dishes. It was a rather peculiar stall. The proprietor, a young man clad in a brown denim jacket, was surrounded by an array of Pokémon. On either side of him stood a motor lizard and an unfamiliar Pokémon. A row of diminutive salt stones adorned the stall, behind which were a frost fairy and a gently swaying mini fairy, while in the rear, a dragonite rested beneath a tree. As Rick approached, the Butterfree perched atop the stall lowered its head to gaze down at him. So many rare Pokémon. Rick was astounded and could not help but inquire, "Are all these your Pokémon?" Naoki nodded, smiling, indeed. A look of envy flickered in Rick's eyes. He harbored a dream of capturing various rare and powerful Pokémon. At that moment, a gurgling sound emanated from the belly of the little lion he cradled in his arms, reminding him of the purpose of his visit. Naoki chuckled. "Take a look and see if there's anything you'd like to eat. If it's for the little lion, I highly recommend purchasing a portion of boiled meat." Rick leaned down to scrutinize the price tag, murmuring, "Boiled meat, 800 alliance coins, fruit juice 200 alliance coins, tomato scrambled eggs 500 alliance coins, steamed eggs 300 alliance coins. Then I shall have 1 portion of boiled meat and 1 portion of steamed eggs." Certainly. Naoki produced the pre-prepared dishes, neatly packed in portable containers accompanied by disposable utensils for convenience. Rick retrieved his money and handed it over. The two exchanged goods for coins. As Rick lifted the lid, an enticing aroma of spiciness wafted towards him. Gazing at the meat slices drenched in crimson oil, he could not suppress a swallow. He picked up a piece with chopsticks and, after a couple of chews, his eyes widened in astonishment. Delicious, spicy and fragrant, the meat is tender. Aside from being a tad spicy, it is nearly flawless. "Little lion, you should try some too." Rick placed the little lion on the ground, and they both settled on the grass beside them to share the 2 portions of food. In addition to the boiled meat, Rick opened the other container of steamed eggs. The steamed eggs were smooth and tender, enticingly akin to jelly. Just as he was about to scoop a piece with his spoon, the little lion suddenly reacted. Its face flushed a deep red, cheeks puffed out, and then it opened its mouth wide, releasing a torrent of searing flames. "What is happening?" Rick was momentarily stunned. He glanced down at the remaining meat slices, drenched in red oil, and a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the spiciness had triggered it to breathe fire? Yet, he found it not overly spicy. After a brief bout of fire, the little lion ceased, licked its lips, and resumed devouring the meat. Before he could take a bite, it raised its head once more and unleashed a fiery breath. Rick was taken aback and, bewildered, hurried to the stall, inquiring, "Boss, why does your dish cause such a fiery reaction?" Naoki replied, "It is due to the special secret seasoning I have incorporated into this dish. When fire-type Pokémon consume it, the fire energy within them erupts dramatically. But fret not, it poses no harm to their well-being. Rick remained somewhat perplexed. Just then, a flame suddenly flickered around the little lion Pokémon, rapidly growing and enveloping its body. After an initial spark, the little lion felt an invigorating surge of energy within. Letting out an excited cry, it focused ahead, quickened its pace, and began to dash around the stall, gaining speed with every moment. That's, Rick gasped. If he was not mistaken, that move was the charged flame strike. Naoki remarked, "It appears your little lion is quite fortunate." Rick turned to him, asking, "What do you mean?" Naoki, half-jokingly, explained, "This is the effect of my dish. The spiciness stimulates the fire energy within the Pokémon. When that energy reaches a heightened state, their brains enter a peculiar condition, during which they may sometimes comprehend new fire-type moves." The explanation was rather convoluted, and Rick struggled to grasp it. Naoki continued, "It's akin to trainers allowing their Pokémon to train in whirlpools of the ocean, where the abundant water energy aids them in mastering water-type moves like Whirlpool." Understanding dawned on Rick, and he exclaimed in astonishment. "So this dish can assist Pokémon in their training? How did you achieve this?" Naoki chuckled. "It's a proprietary recipe, not to be shared. If you wish to taste it, come back around this time next year." With no answers forthcoming, Rick's gaze fell upon the remaining dishes. He rummaged through his pocket and asked, "Boss, may I purchase a few more to take home?" "Alas, you may only buy a maximum of 2 portions," Naoki replied, shaking his head. "All right, so I can still buy one more," Rick thought eagerly, promptly producing his money to purchase one of each dish. "Boss, can the other dishes also aid my little lion?" he inquired. "Regrettably, no. Those are quite ordinary dishes," Naoki replied. "Very well," Rick said, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Silently resolving to return next year. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed something unusual. Wait, shouldn't the vendors here be locals? How does this man possess such profound knowledge of Pokémon? "Boss, who exactly are you?" Rick boldly asked. Jishu, with a sense of resignation, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "As you can see, I am merely an ordinary farmer, operating a modest ranch nearby." At that moment, new patrons were drawn in by the enticing aroma. A girl accompanied by a new leaf meow approached, perusing the menu before declaring, "Boss, I would like 2 cups of fruit juice and 2 bowls of steamed eggs." Chapter 58. The conclusion of the floral wine gathering. "Very well, please wait a moment." Jishu retrieved cups to begin pouring the juice. He felt no apprehension that his earlier remarks might provoke suspicion, for the theory he alluded to indeed existed. In this realm, beyond the ordinary evolution stones, there lay a plethora of attribute gems. These gems harbor immense energy, which, upon being entrusted to Pokémon, would be absorbed into their beings, enhancing the potency of corresponding attribute moves, and occasionally, perhaps, even allowing them to grasp new techniques. Secret seasonings were also a reality, flourishing within the depths of the Paldea pit, later extracted and safeguarded by the Pokémon of the treasure owners. After all, this formed a crucial narrative thread within the game. In comparison, was it not reasonable that consuming culinary delights could enable Pokémon to learn moves? Indeed, it was quite rational. Jishu presented the prepared fruit juice and steamed eggs to the girl and her new leaf meow, then looked up to see that Rick had already departed with the small lion. For Pokémon that did not possess the fire attribute, boiled meat slices were merely commonplace fare, while the effects of fruit juice and steamed eggs were rather mundane. Thus, Jishu held no concerns about any peculiar repercussions. As time passed, the foot traffic in the cherry orchard grew increasingly bustling, and Jishu found himself occupied. His companions, Gollet and Moto Lizard, who understood his intentions, lent him a hand. During this time, Mayor Thomas made a special visit to observe for a while. Noticing Jishu was busy, he refrained from interrupting and instead stood quietly at a distance, watching. Witnessing this scene, he felt a genuine joy for Jishu, delighted that the once-abandoned ranch was operational once more, and heartened that the unfortunate boy had emerged from the shadows of losing his parents. The fruit juice, steamed eggs, and tomato scrambled eggs resonated perfectly with the Paldean palate, their popularity surpassing Jishu's expectations, selling out in no time. Eventually, only a few servings of boiled meat slices remained. Gradually, as evening approached, the cherry blossom wine gathering reached its conclusion, with visitors departing in succession. Once the crowd had thinned, Jishu finally settled down to tally the profits from the morning. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 12,000, 18,300. Wow, this exceeds my expectations. Jishu expressed his astonishment. Even after deducting costs, a net profit of 14,000 remained. Culinary endeavors indeed proved lucrative. Jishu contemplated the idea of opening a restaurant in town, but after some reflection, he decided against it. Due to the necessity of adhering to a strict schedule in the restaurant business, one lacks the freedom enjoyed by a ranch owner, who can rise at any hour and indulge in personal pursuits after completing daily tasks. Typically, this leisure time is spent by Naoki engaging in playful activities with the Pokémon on the ranch. After a long day of merriment, the Rockruff, Frostlass, and Minior grew weary, even beginning to doze off. Observing this, Naoki returned them to their Pokeballs, allowing them to rest comfortably within. Soon, only the glutton remained outside. Naoki began to tidy up, preparing to return to the ranch. At that moment, Elif, the proprietor of the cherry orchard, approached with a bottle of wine in hand. "Hello, Naoki. I am immensely grateful for your attendance at today's Cherry Blossom Wine Festival. This fruit wine is crafted from the cherries of our orchard. Please take some home to savor." Naoki hesitated for a moment, instinctively inclined to decline. However, Elif interjected, "Please do not refuse. This is a token of our acquaintance. You cannot imagine how delighted I was to hear from Mayor Thomas that the ranch is reopening. My dear neighbor, I look forward to your continued companionship." Reassured, Naoki accepted the gift and, after a moment's thought, retrieved a portion of his homemade boiled meat slices to offer in return. "Mr. Elif, this is a dish I prepared myself. I hope you enjoy it." Elif, with his boisterous and generous nature, much like his rugged beard, accepted the offering with enthusiasm. Lifting the lid, he sampled a slice of meat and, after a brief moment, gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Absolutely delightful." A smile crept across Naoki's face. Once Elif departed, an elderly gentleman with a head full of white hair approached, holding a package of cheese. "Greetings, I am Matsuda, the owner of Sansui Ranch. This cheese is our specialty. May I exchange it for one of your dishes?" From a distance, the tantalizing aroma of the spicy dish had already whetted Matsuda's appetite. Of course, Naoki replied with a smile, understanding the man's intention. He noticed an elderly lady at a nearby stall and, contemplating the size of the cheese, decided to offer an additional portion of his dish. After all, the cheese was substantial and well exceeded the value of a single meal. Matsuda gratefully accepted, and they exchanged their goods. Naoki stored the cheese carefully and, seeing that he still had 3 portions of boiled meat, resolved to share them with the stallholder who had not yet departed. Adjacent to him was a girl selling desserts. As Naoki shared his dish, she beamed and handed him a yellow box. "This is a poffin, made by our dessert shop," she said with a smile, her voice melodious. "Poffins?" Naoki inquired. The girl nodded. "They are treats that Pokémon absolutely adore. As long as you feed this delightful treat to your Pokémon companion, it will joyfully accompany you on your adventures. Here, take it. I noticed you have quite a few Pokémon around you. They must be in great need of it." Naoki turned to glance at the glutton beside him and nodded with a smile. "Thank you." The girl smiled lightly. "I run a dessert shop in town. If you wish to purchase snacks for your Pokémon, you can find me there." "Snacks, you say?" Naoki pondered the possibilities. What if he crafted the treats himself? The girl continued, "Furthermore, if you wish to make snacks for your Pokémon by hand, you can also come to my shop." Naoki felt a spark of inspiration and nodded in agreement. "All right." Subsequently, he shared the last 2 servings of boiled meat slices with the stall owner who had yet to leave, receiving in return a bag of handmade cookies and a Pikachu mask. As evening fell, the sky was painted crimson by the setting sun. Naoki donned the Pikachu mask and asked the glutton beside him, "What do you think? Cool or not?" "Glutton, grr." Naoki sensed that the mask had little to do with being cool, yet he stashed it away. He then returned to the ranch carrying the items he had exchanged: a bottle of cherry wine, a block of cheese, a box of treats, a bag of cookies, and a Pikachu mask. By the time Glutton landed on the ranch, darkness was nearly upon them. Naoki set the items down and rose to inspect the ranch's condition. Before stepping out, he had filled the feed trough for his mount, the little sheep, with ample grass and feed. There remained a little. Remembering the sheep's gluttonous nature, he added more grass. Afterward, he visited the chicken coop, feeding the hens and replenishing their water trough. Once all was accomplished, Naoki returned to the wooden cabin, swiftly resolved his dinner, and collapsed onto his bed. Reaching out to pat Glutton's large head, which had nestled close to him, Naoki switched off the light. What a joyful day it had been. It was time for sleep. Chapter 59, The King of Swords, Imitation, Boom. The following morning, Naoki was awakened by a thunderous clap. He opened his eyes, momentarily stunned, before abruptly sitting up in bed. It was raining. The relentless raindrops pattered against the window, creating a cacophony, while the outside sky was shrouded in a gloomy curtain of rain. Several Pokémon in the room were also roused by the thunder, blinking sleepily and scanning their surroundings. On a rainy day, there was no need to water the plants, allowing Naoki a brief respite, so he decided to close his eyes once more. At that moment, he suddenly felt an undeniable gaze fixed upon him. Opening his eyes, he found Glutton's large head peering over the edge of the bed, staring intently at him. Its stomach rumbling audibly. Naoki sighed. Well, I suppose I must get up. He reluctantly dressed and rose from his bed. On a rainy day, the air inside the house was permeated with a dampness that rendered it quite uncomfortable. Before preparing breakfast, Naoki donned his rubber boots and raincoat to fetch some firewood from the storeroom, which he then placed into the fireplace to ignite. As the temperature within the room began to rise, the moisture evaporated entirely, restoring the familiar dryness. Glancing up at the aged wooden cabin, Naoki murmured to himself, relieved that there were no leaks. A few Pokémon had awakened. Frostless left the cupboard and joined Minnie Fu by the window, both gazing out at the pouring rain. Golett lay contentedly on the wooden floor, patiently awaiting Naoki's culinary endeavors, while Modicam stood beneath the eaves, savoring the breeze. Above it, Bagon perched atop a wooden crate, gently flapping its wings as it watched the rain. As Naoki retrieved the ingredients, he pondered the history of the old house, which had stood for several decades. The original owner's grandfather had lived here during a time long past, when life was primitive and the ranch was dedicated to livestock farming. Consequently, aside from the wooden cabin and a dilapidated Pokémon house, nothing else remained. Perhaps the elderly man felt that the small cabin sufficed for his solitary existence. Naoki contemplated. Taking a deep breath, he began to devise plans for an expansion of the cabin in his mind. Before long, breakfast was ready. Naoki set the dishes on the table and released a sleeping Dragonite from its Pokeball. Upon awakening, Dragonite rubbed its eyes and quickly noticed the rain outside. Its gaze lighting up with excitement as it exclaimed, "Wow, it's raining." Naoki understood its eagerness. "First, we'll eat, and then we can go outside." Dragonite promptly began devouring its breakfast. Naoki sipped a bowl of porridge and informed Dragonite, "I need to go feed the chickens. We'll explore once you return with the milk." He grabbed a cucumber and stepped outside, munching as he headed towards the sheep pen. On this rainy day, the little riding sheep also wished to venture out. The three huddled together beneath the shelter, watching the downpour. Upon seeing Naoki approach, their eyes turned in unison towards him. Naoki peered into their trough and, as expected, found it completely emptied of grass. "I just filled it last night," he exclaimed, exasperated by the voracity of the little riders. With a resigned sigh, he refilled the trough, noting that the grass supply was dwindling and he would need to prepare more in the afternoon. The little sheep emitted cheerful bleats, as if to convey they had learned a new move. "Have you figured out a new technique?" Naoki casually inquired. One of the sheep nodded eagerly. "Oh, what is it? Show me." The mount, a small sheep, began its demonstration with great seriousness, its grass-type energy swirling around it, coalescing into a sharp blade of leaves. The mount manipulated the blade as if wielding a sword, slicing through the air. "Is this the leaf blade?" Jishu raised an eyebrow. The small sheep appeared quite delighted. Observing this scene, Jishu was suddenly reminded of the legendary Pokémon, the King of Swords, Sangxiang, from the Galar region. He abruptly inquired, "Can you enlarge this leaf and then bite it to attack?" The small sheep, with a bewildered expression, seemed to not comprehend. Jishu glanced around, plucked a blade of grass from the ground, and demonstrated by biting it himself. Ding! A large light bulb appeared above the small sheep's head. It reformed the leaf blade using its grass-type energy, but this time, instead of attacking directly, it bit down on the blade, positioning it horizontally in its mouth. "Wow, cool." Jishu was astonished that the mount could indeed accomplish this. It was now ready to venture to Galar, with the blade in its mouth. The small sheep turned its head side to side, soon discovering that this method was seemingly easier to control. The other two small sheep looked on with envy, eager to imitate, and promptly began munching on grass clumps. Jishu felt somewhat numb to this scene. He bid farewell to the small sheep and headed to the salt house, replenishing the salty feed for the group of salt Pokémon inside. Then played with them for a while, lifting them high. Afterward, he made his way to the chicken coop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a chorus of chirps. Looking down, his face instantly lit up with surprise at the sight atop the haystack. The eggs had hatched. In addition to the original 3 hens and 1 rooster, 6 new lives had emerged, 6 fluffy, pale yellow chicks. How wonderful! Jishu had previously placed 9 eggs, and now 6 had hatched, with 3 still incubating. Well done! To reward the diligent hens, he filled their trough with feed and water and then prepared to clean the coop's floor. Just then, he noticed a line of inconspicuous tiny footprints on the ground. Curious, he crouched down for a closer inspection. The paw prints, shaped like a star, extended from the door to the feed trough and then turned back outside. Were they from an animal or a Pokémon? A myriad of potential figures flashed through Jishu's mind. Following the trail of prints outside, he found that the ground was grassy, and the rain had caused the footprints to vanish. Standing at the entrance and looking around, he noted that the coop was situated by the river, enclosed by a wooden fence. To enter this place, one must first traverse the fence. However, the gaps between the bars are quite narrow, indicating that the intruder is either of a small stature or possesses remarkable agility, capable of leaping high. Upon entering the chicken coop, the intruder did not harm the hens but chose instead to pilfer a handful of chicken feed, drawing no attention from the other Pokémon. This suggests that the intruder is highly vigilant and operates with great caution. Chapter 60. Dragonite discovers the secret. Just as Jishu was pondering this, the Dragonite, returning from its milk delivery, could hardly contain its excitement. It eagerly removed its small red satchel and flew in front of Jishu, its eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Whoa! Jishu chuckled helplessly. I understand. Let us head over there. The creature that had invaded the chicken coop seemed harmless at present, and since its size was smaller than that of a hen, Jishu was not concerned about any potential harm to the chickens. He set this matter aside and redirected his focus to training Dragonite. Dragonite, being rather slick, was not suitable for riding in the rain, especially as it needed to comprehend its moves, making it inconvenient for carrying passengers. Thus, Jishu opted to ride on his Gyarados into the sky. Clad in a raincoat and seated atop Gyarados, he nodded to Dragonite, which flapped its wings and soared into the rain-soaked sky. Jishu followed closely behind. The heavens above were shrouded in dark clouds, with inconspicuous flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder brewing within, ready to erupt at any moment. Such weather was ideal for lounging in a cozy shelter, yet Jishu felt compelled to honor his promise to Dragonite. He exhaled slowly, and suddenly a thunderclap reverberated, startling him and stirring a flicker of fear within. The might of nature. He gripped Gyarados tightly and gazed upwards. By the way, Gyarados shouldn't attract lightning, should it? If a bolt were to strike, this legendary Pokémon might remain unscathed, but he, a mere human, could be in peril. Perhaps sensing Jishu's trepidation, Gyarados turned back and let out a reassuring call. Agar. It quickened its pace and plunged into the thunderclouds, breaking through to the skies above the clouds. Instantly, the rain ceased. Jishu looked down at the scene below and expressed his gratitude to Gyarados. At this unprecedented altitude, Jishu felt somewhat breathless, taking quite a while to adjust. At that moment, Dragonite also ascended to join him. Jishu sought a seemingly tranquil patch of cloud and instructed Dragonite. Feel the surrounding water energy deeply and attune your senses to the process of raindrops forming and falling. Then, attempt to emulate and control it. Dragonite listened, appearing to grasp the essence of his words. It lowered its altitude slightly, enveloped by the rain, closed its eyes, and began to contemplate the world around it. Jishu allowed Miltank to descend below, gazing at the Dragonite from a distance. As time passed, the intensity of the rain in the sky showed no signs of abating. Observing this, Jishu murmured, "It seems this downpour will last the entire day." Just then, thunderclouds gathered above, and without warning, a bolt of lightning struck down. The intended target was none other than the Dragonite below. In the next moment, the Dragonite was struck by the lightning, yellow currents swiftly enveloping its body. "Dragonite!" Jishu shouted. The torrential rain fell heavily, and the Dragonite, in pain, gritted its teeth and persevered. Jishu's mind raced as he beheld the Dragonite cloaked in electric energy, and a bold idea suddenly emerged in his thoughts. "Dragonite, remain calm. Attempt to control that electrical current. Release it," Jishu urged firmly. From a distance, the Dragonite heard his voice. It clenched its teeth, striving to harness the lightning energy that had struck it. With a resounding roar, a powerful energy erupted from within the Dragonite. Its body, enveloped in electricity, charged up momentarily before a dazzling bolt of electricity shot forth. Witnessing this scene, Jishu's eyes flickered with surprise. That move was Thunderbolt. Indeed, it was the classic Thunderbolt used by Ash's Pikachu. Only after releasing all the electric energy within its body did the Dragonite regain calm. It looked quite disheveled. Having suffered minor injuries from the lightning strike, the surface of its scales had changed from a pale yellow to a charred black. Multiscale? Jishu's thoughts stirred as he finally comprehended the Dragonite's ability. Multiscale reduces damage taken when at full health. "How do you feel?" Jishu inquired. Roar. The small dragon wings behind the Dragonite fluttered gently as it lowered its head to glance at its scorched scales, a look of grievance crossing its face. "What bad luck." Struck by lightning for no reason, woo woo woo. It extended its chubby paw, mournfully touching its scales. Suddenly, a residual spark of electricity surged from its paw. Huh. Startled, the Dragonite swiftly shook its paw. In the following moment, more electric currents erupted, enveloping its fist. Roar? The Dragonite raised its paw, bewildered, gazing at it. What is happening? What just occurred? Is this a new move? The Dragonite looked questioningly at Jishu, seeking answers from him. Gazing at the fist of Dragonite, Naoki's heart was filled with understanding. He smiled and said, "You have indeed turned misfortune into fortune. Congratulations, Dragon. This is the Thunder Punch, a technique you can utilize to strike your adversaries. Those struck by you may occasionally succumb to paralysis. In summary, it is an exceptionally commendable move." Roar. Upon hearing this, Dragonite's face brightened, its eyes sparkling as a silly grin adorned its previously distressed visage. "Can you still execute that Thunderbolt move you just performed?" Naoki inquired. "Unleash all the electrical energy within you for an attack." Roar. Dragonite began to attempt this. It focused intently, trying to manipulate the electrical energy coursing through its body, striving to release it. However, it failed in its endeavor. Compared to before, the electrical energy within Dragonite felt somewhat feeble, insufficient to support the execution of Thunderbolt. Disheartened, Dragonite looked downcast. Naoki reassured, "You have performed remarkably well. From my observations, it is merely that the energy within you is still quite weak and your experience limited. With diligent practice, you will undoubtedly succeed." Encouraged by these words, Dragonite regained its fighting spirit. "Now, it is time to continue mastering the rain dance." Roar. Dragonite looked up at the pouring rain, its expression more serious than ever. After days of effort and Naoki's guidance, it felt as if it had gradually begun to grasp the techniques and nuances of learning moves. The execution of a move is inextricably linked to the energy and control within a Pokémon's body. To perform a technique, one must first learn how to manipulate the relevant elemental energy. Thus, Dragonite closed its eyes once more, focusing on the incessant raindrops falling around it. They formed in the sky, dripping from the clouds, nourishing all life on the earth. The gentle breeze, the rain, the currents of air, and the clouds. Chapter 61. Mastering Rain Dance 1,000 times, achieving unparalleled mastery. As noon approached, the rain finally ceased. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing bright, yet gentle sunlight. Naoki removed the hood of his raincoat and gazed at Dragonite, now in a state of concentration, and asked Grovyle, "Do you think Dragonite will successfully comprehend the rain dance?" Grovyle yawned. Suddenly, Dragonite abruptly opened its eyes. Almost immediately, the sky shifted. The clouds, which had just cleared, gathered once more, colliding above Dragonite's head. Observing this scene, Naoki felt a surge of excitement. Has it succeeded? However, the anticipated rain did not materialize. The clouds quickly congregated and dispersed again, and the weather brightened once more. Witnessing the failure of the rain dance, Dragonite gazed up at the sky with a puzzled expression. As Jishu rode, Gelatin flew to his side and inquired, "How is it?" Woo. Following its gaze to the heavens, Jishu pondered and asked, "Is it akin to the Thunderbolt just now?" The Dragonite, after a moment of contemplation, displayed a perplexed expression. It, too, was uncertain. Observing this, Jishu fell into deep thought. Thunderbolt ranks among the most potent electric-type moves, and naturally, its learning curve is steep. Based on Dragonite's recent behavior, it appeared to be imitating the process of lightning striking it, and then being released, yet it failed to grasp the essence of Thunderbolt, leading to its unsuccessful attempt. What about Rain Dance? The Dragonite had just successfully summoned dark clouds, mere steps away from executing the move, yet faltered at the crucial moment. Nevertheless, it seemed to have gleaned some understanding from the rain. This was already commendable. It had managed to summon clouds, and with further practice, it would undoubtedly master Rain Dance one day. After all, this was its first attempt, and it had performed admirably. Jishu felt a sense of satisfaction, and a thought crossed his mind that the Dragonite appeared to have grown more astute. Although it was the serendipitous discovery of Thunder Punch, Rain Dance was something it had come to comprehend on its own. For an ordinary Pokémon, this was indeed a remarkable feat. Could that recent lightning strike have sparked a surge of intelligence in the Dragonite? Yet, upon reflection, the fact that the Dragonite had mastered Dragon Tail within just a few days suggested that its aptitude was not so lacking. It was merely straightforward in its thinking, unaware of the methods to utilize its moves. Considering how easily it had been misled before, Jishu found this possibility plausible. Furthermore, this Dragonite was sufficiently diligent. If that were the case, he might have truly stumbled upon a gem. Upon returning to the ground, Jishu guided the Dragonite to the farming area and outlined its training direction. There was no rush regarding Thunderbolt. The priority was to expedite the mastery of Rain Dance. "So from now on, you shall practice Rain Dance here." Whoa! The Dragonite eagerly agreed, and even if Jishu had not mentioned it, it would have diligently practiced Rain Dance until it successfully executed the move. Observing this scene, Jishu smiled and remarked, "Once you have perfected it, I will entrust you with the task of watering the fields." Huh. The Dragonite blinked in confusion. Jishu did not elaborate, but chose instead to tell it a story. The protagonist of the tale was a Pokémon named Keldeo, known for its industrious nature. Every day, it practiced drawing and swinging its sword with unwavering dedication. After drawing its sword 10,000 times, it finally comprehended an unparalleled move. With but a single holy sword, it vanquished the legendary Pokémon known as the strongest dragon, Kyurem. Upon reaching this point, Naoki abruptly shifted his tone, employing exaggerated rhetorical devices to proclaim, "Perhaps at present, you can only summon rain over this small patch of land. But with relentless practice, one day the entire world shall be enveloped in your downpour, and all Pokémon will regard you with reverence." Awoo. The eyes of Dragonite gleamed with newfound brightness. Although it was unaware of who Kyurem and Keldeo were, their names sounded remarkably formidable. It immediately accepted this watering task, turning to stand before the agricultural fields, diligently commencing its rain-summoning practice. Naoki observed, indeed, it remained so innocent and pure-hearted. He gently patted Dragonite's shoulder, a smile gracing his face. "Work hard." While Dragonite practiced, Naoki turned away, shedding his raincoat and casually draping it over the fence before making his way toward the chicken coop. Along the way, he pondered whether there might be any culinary creations that could assist Dragonite. Unfortunately, his thoughts were limited, and he could not conceive of any dishes that might enhance a dragon-type Pokémon. This predicament left Naoki feeling somewhat vexed. What if he approached it from an unconventional angle? For instance, utilizing dragon fangs or scales. If these items were ground into powder and crafted into a dish for Dragonite, could it fortify its abilities? Naoki was keen to experiment, yet the acquisition of such items proved to be a daunting challenge. While it was possible to extract fangs or scales directly from Dragonite, the creature was still young, not yet at the age for shedding scales or losing teeth. Forcing such actions upon it could inflict considerable harm, potentially causing severe pain. Naoki continued to contemplate. His mind raced through the various moves of Pokémon, the items within the game, and an array of dragon-related materials. At that moment, he suddenly recalled a particular move, Nature's Blessing. Nature's Blessing, a normal-type move, draws power from berries to execute attacks, with its attributes and potency varying according to the type of berry held. This move suggested that berries also harbored different elemental energies. Images of several berries associated with dragons surfaced in Naoki's mind: Lepa berry, Lum berry, Babiri berry, and Citrus berry. Could he possibly utilize these berries? While crafting dishes from berries was feasible, Naoki had an even better idea: Pock Puffs and Energy Blocks. Both of these delectable treats were made using berries. With this thought, Naoki resolved to visit the local confectionery the following sunny day. As for now, he needed to tend to the newly hatched chicks. Entering the chicken coop, Naoki intentionally surveyed his surroundings, taking note of the condition within. The small, star-shaped footprints remained imprinted on the floor, and beyond that, no other signs had emerged. This indicates that the other party has not visited this place during this period. Without further contemplation, Jishu decided to take a look back. Newly hatched chicks are exceedingly fragile and tender. They require a warm environment, ample water, and an appropriate amount of feed. Indeed, an appropriate amount of feed. Unlike Pokémon, these little yellow chicks lack intelligence and do not experience a discernible sense of fullness after eating. Consequently, as long as there is food in the trough, they will incessantly consume it, potentially overeating to the point of self-harm. Therefore, Jishu abolished the free feeding policy in the chicken coop and opted for manual feeding. Planning to reinstate the former practice once the chicks matured, he added a suitable quantity of feed to the trough and securely closed the doors and windows of the coop to prevent the chicks from escaping or cold winds and rain from entering. After completing these tasks, it was noon, and Jishu began preparing lunch for his mini Pokémon. Once lunch was finished, he started making grass balls using glutinous rice flour and fresh grass. His mount, the little sheep, consumed them so rapidly that he decided to steam a larger batch this time, continuing his work until 4 in the afternoon when the vibrant green grass balls were finally ready. After placing the grass balls neatly, Jishu glanced at the clock. Goodness, it was already 4:30, and he had to begin preparing dinner soon. After a long day, Jishu felt physically exhausted, with a slight ache in his wrists. Reminiscent of a character in a farming game whose stamina was entirely depleted, he settled onto a small stool beneath the eaves, gazing at his flourishing ranch. Although weary, his heart brimmed with satisfaction. How delightful it would be to have a hot spring. When tired, one could simply soak in it for relaxation. Unfortunately, Zichin town is located in the northwest of Paldea, characterized by plains, snow-capped mountains, and lakes, devoid of volcanoes, thus making the existence of hot springs impossible. However, it is not entirely unfeasible. Jishu suddenly recalled a dish he had once prepared, the fiery iron block. This dish possessed an additional effect. It would slightly increase the affection of Citolin upon consumption. If he could persuade Citolin to join him, he could excavate a cave beneath the ranch for Citolin to create a magma habitat, thereby constructing an artificial hot spring above ground. Citolin would gain a caretaker and a new home, while he would acquire a hot spring. In such a scenario, he could enjoy soaking in the hot spring with his beloved Pokémon. Just imagining such a life brings immense joy. However, while the imagination is splendid, reality is often stark. The old-fashioned wall clock chimed precisely at 5. It was time for him to prepare dinner. Gazing at the heap of ingredients awaiting his attention, Jishu took a deep breath. No, he needed a Pokémon skilled in household chores to assist him with the preparation and tidying up. For instance, a butler Pokémon or a Mimikyu. Both of these Pokémon excel remarkably in household chores. The notion that Mismagius is adept at such tasks has become deeply ingrained in the public consciousness, largely due to its portrayal in the anime, where it diligently cleans the yard, rouses Ash from slumber, and washes the utensils. Beyond this, it possesses a keen intellect, rendering it an exceptional domestic helper. Similarly, the abilities of NDD in household management are equally commendable, especially considering its role as Miss Joy's assistant in the Galar region. NDD comes in both male and female forms, each exhibiting distinct strengths. The male NDD behaves like a butler, remaining perpetually at its trainer's side, managing all affairs with unwavering dedication. It employs its psychic powers to anticipate the trainer's actions and attends to their daily needs. Conversely, the female NDD is particularly skilled in childcare. It abhors conflict and communicates through gentle exchanges of information with its companions. Regardless of gender, both forms display a diligent commitment to caring for humans and other Pokémon, driven by a desire for joy and gratitude. This is because positive emotions serve as their source of energy, which they absorb through their antlers and convert into their own vitality. However, it appears that Mismagius does not inhabit the Paldea region, while NDD does. It seems prudent for now to pay closer attention to information regarding NDD. Due to an overwhelming schedule, now retired early to bed after dinner. The following morning, he awoke feeling achy and dizzy. A pang of concern struck him, and he couldn't help but think, could I be coming down with a fever? Surely not. It was merely a brief exposure to the rain. Struggling to sit upright, he surveyed his surroundings, his foggy mind beginning to ponder. With no thermometer or fever reducers at home, it seemed he would have to visit the town's hospital. At that moment, his Pokémon, ROLLOUT and Mitochondria, who were resting by his bedside, noticed his condition and hurriedly approached, their faces etched with concern. Now affectionately patted their heads, reassuring them, "It's nothing serious. I must have caught a slight fever from the rain. A minor ailment. I'll just fetch some medicine in town shortly." With that, he rose to prepare breakfast, closely followed by ROLLOUT and Mitochondria, who stayed by his side. Frosmith and Minium also exhibited expressions of worry. Frosmith leaped onto the counter, lamenting, "If only it weren't for practicing rain dance with you, now wouldn't be unwell." Dratini felt a wave of guilt wash over it. Observing their concerned demeanor, now couldn't he help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He sniffed, then began issuing instructions to his Pokémon. "Really, it's nothing to worry about, Dratini. You go deliver the goat milk to Mrs. Dantes. ROLLOUT, Mitochondria, Frosmith, Minium. You all wait over there, don't crowd around here." With a heavy heart, Dragonite set off to deliver the milk. The Pokémon of Glutton retreated to the side, exchanging glances and murmurs before beginning to assist Naoki with the farm tasks. Glutton helped Naoki with watering the plants, while Motor Lizard tended to the feeding of the little sheep. Frosty Milk Fairy brought some savory food to the Salt House, where the Saltstone Pokémon resided. Under the eaves, Bada Butterfly observed the scene with concern as it flew in and perched beside the bed. The tiny Minifu could do nothing but anxiously flutter about. Naoki found humor in this sight, yet inexplicably, he felt a profound sense of pride, akin to a parent witnessing their child beginning to mature and take on responsibilities. Indeed, they had become sensible. Naoki smiled with satisfaction and continued preparing breakfast. Due to health reasons, today's breakfast was quite simple. He casually fried a few eggs, sliced some tomatoes, and crafted sandwiches from them. Just as these sandwiches were completed, the Pokémon returned. Naoki, lacking a strong appetite, allowed them to eat first and ventured to the chicken coop to personally feed the chicks. At that moment, he noticed a series of small, plum blossom-shaped footprints within the room. Recently rained upon, the ground was not yet entirely dry. The unknown creature must have inadvertently stepped in the mud on its way over. leaving a trail once again. It appeared to be a quadrupedal creature, clearly targeting the chicken feed in the trough. This time, Naoki remained vigilant, planning to set a trap to catch the thief. Chapter 62. 3 honeybees and honey each night. The chicken coop door is secured. Yet the intruder managed to enter without disturbing the surrounding glass and items. This indicated that the thief could push the door open and even took care to close it behind them to avoid drawing attention. However, in a lapse of judgment, the thief overlooked the fact that the weather would leave footprints on the floor. Moreover, the dryness of the prints suggested that the theft occurred in the early hours of the morning. Thus, the truth was evident. Naoki sniffed, preparing to set a trap as soon as he returned from town. After pouring the chicken feed into the trough, Naoki checked the granary and, finding the remaining feed scarce, resolved to purchase some more upon his return from town. At that moment, Dragonite, carrying a small red satchel, descended gracefully before Naoki. Upon seeing the money Dragonite offered, surprise illuminated Naoki's face. "Oh, the milk has been delivered?" Dragonite nodded eagerly. Naoki, even more astonished, inquired, "How is it so fast today?" At this, Dragonite appeared somewhat bewildered. While on its way to town with the milk, it had felt a deep sense of guilt for Naoki's illness, which had arisen from practicing moves to assist it. In order to swiftly deliver the milk to its destination and then return to the ranch to visit Naoki, Dragonite exerted itself mid-journey, soaring with unparalleled speed. This led to its current state. Upon reflecting on this, Dragonite attentively sensed its surroundings, and suddenly, an epiphany struck. It was a new move. The practice it had undertaken during its milk delivery endeavors had finally borne fruit. To showcase this newfound skill to Naoki, Dragonite focused intently, a subtle blue aura emanating from its eyes. In that moment, it felt its body become considerably lighter, and its speed of flight appeared to have accelerated. High-speed movement? Naoki was taken aback. Though surprised, he felt a genuine joy at Dragonite's acquisition of yet another new technique. With moves such as Quick Attack, Thunder Punch, High-Speed Movement, and the yet-to-be-mastered Rain Dance and Thunderbolt, Dragonite's repertoire was increasingly impressive. However, it was imperative for him to visit the hospital now. With Dragonite readily available, Naoki requested its assistance to journey to the town. Dragonite eagerly obliged. After bidding farewell to Gollet and Motorcycle Lizard, Naoki mounted Dragonite and set off towards Zichin Town, leaving Gollet and Motorcycle Lizard gazing longingly at the silhouette of the boy and his dragon as they receded into the distance. Though Zichin Town may not rival the scale of Jutai City or Nyangwang City, its infrastructure was nonetheless quite comprehensive, featuring a hospital, a market, a town hall, a department store, a bank, and a myriad of other shops. Notably, the hospital and Pokémon Center were distinct entities, one dedicated to human ailments and the other serving trainers and their Pokémon. The process at the hospital mirrored that of his previous life, and after undergoing a series of examinations, it was confirmed that he was suffering from a cold due to exposure. After receiving medication, Naoki made another stop at Happy Ranch. Upon learning of his purpose, the elderly caretaker headed to the storeroom to retrieve the feed, while Naoki and Dragonite stood at the counter, awaiting their turn. Bored, Dragonite glanced around, while Naoki's gaze was fixated on the list of animal Pokémon displayed on the counter. Regular animals: Rooster 1000, Hen 1200, Duck 1200. Pokémon: Combi 2500, Mini Fluff 2500, Frostless 2600, Woobat 3000, Mareep 6000, Miltank 8000, Salandit 10,000. Feed: chicken feed 50 units, cattle and sheep feed 100 units, sweet grain 100 units, savory grain 100 units. Naoki mentally calculated the funds available at the ranch. During this period, Salandit and the riding sheep had earned him a considerable sum, which was more than sufficient to acquire a few new Pokémon. The ranch already housed Salandit, Frostless, and Mini Fluff. He currently has no plans to expand his breeding operations. Firstly, he finds it challenging to manage alone, and secondly, such competition is overwhelming. After attending the recent Cherry Blossom Wine Gathering, Naoki observed that the pace of life among people in this world is remarkably slow and leisurely, devoid of urgency. Moreover, earning money here is not particularly difficult, and the abundance of resources has led most individuals to adopt a rather casual attitude toward finances, content with just having enough. In contrast, Naoki feels he is becoming somewhat of a workaholic. Consequently, there are only a few Pokémon left on the ranch: Combi, Zubat, Wooloo, and Miltank. Zubat can bring back berries from the wild, but since he has already planted numerous berry trees on the ranch, their necessity is diminished. Wooloo can produce a substantial amount of wool, which is excellent material for clothing and fetches a high price. Thus, raising some would be beneficial. Miltank can produce moo milk, allowing him to forego purchasing it from the market, though the Pokémon house has yet to be repaired. Combi, on the other hand, is quite suitable. They require no substantial facilities, merely a beehive placed in the grass, where they will automatically build their nests and produce honey. Additionally, the ranch is abundant with flowers, providing Combi with ample nectar to create various flavors of honey, such as tulip honey and rose honey. These honeys are exquisite and often claimed by bear cubs and teddy ursa in the wild without hesitation. In summary, Combi is currently the most suitable Pokémon for the ranch. Having some money on hand, Naoki intends to bring a few back to the ranch. Just then, the elderly man who had gone to the warehouse to transport feed returned. Noticing Naoki's gaze fixed on the list of Pokémon, he inquired, "What Pokémon do you wish to take back this time? However, I must inform you that we are out of Miltank." "Huh, out?" Naoki responded, puzzled. "Yes, sold out," the elder replied with a sigh. Miltank originally did not inhabit the Paldea region. The ones on the ranch were imported from the distant Johto region. Unfortunately, a shipping issue occurred recently. The vessel transporting Miltank encountered a storm at sea, and we lost contact. As you know, the ocean is formidable, rendering humanity utterly insignificant in its presence. This statement holds truth. In any world, lives are claimed annually by tsunamis and maritime storms. Naoki sighed and wished, "I hope the people aboard that ship and the Miltank return safely." "Indeed." The elder nodded, then asked, "Is there any other Pokémon you desire?" Naoki replied, "Combi." Chapter 63. The plan for capture Combi, you say? The elder chuckled. They are also an excellent choice. Once settled on the ranch, they will automatically gather nectar for you. Jishu nodded, though a hint of perplexity lingered in his mind. The three Combis, a species of Pokémon, are inherently social creatures. From the moment they are born, they exist in a trio, pledging their loyalty to a queen bee. They strive to please their queen by tirelessly gathering sweet nectar from dawn till dusk. However, Jishu observed that the Combis at the Happy Ranch seemed to thrive without the presence of a queen. Contemplating this, Jishu inquired, "If I were to purchase Combis, would I also need to acquire a queen bee?" The elder immediately grasped his implication, chuckling as he shook his head. "Certainly not. The Combis sold to customers differ from their wild counterparts. They have been specially bred to survive autonomously, even in the absence of a queen. In essence, to them, you are the queen bee responsible for their care and nurturing." Jishu found this notion somewhat peculiar, yet comprehensible. The elder continued, "Combis reside in hives, grouped in threes. If there are vast flower fields nearby, they can produce honey at an astonishing rate, yielding a harvest once a day. Conversely, should the local flora be sparse, their honey production will significantly diminish." Jishu nodded thoughtfully, deciding, "In that case, I shall purchase a trio." Initially, he had intended to save for a home expansion to enhance his quality of life. However, it was becoming evident that accumulating 2 million would require considerable time. It seemed wiser to first complete the essential infrastructure of the ranch, such as the hive for the Combis, a Pokémon house for the milk tank, and the pen for the Mareep. "Very well," the elder replied with a smile. "I shall have Xiao Mei deliver the Combis and their feed to you." Xiao Mei was the elder's granddaughter, the same girl who had previously brought chickens to Jishu. She worked as a delivery person here. Jishu nodded, paid for his purchase, and departed back to the ranch. After consuming some medicine with warm water and allowing a brief interval of about 10 minutes, the round-faced girl with freckles, Xiao Mei, arrived at the ranch. She greeted Jishu politely. "Hello, Mr. Jishu." Jishu acknowledged her with a nod. "Hello, Xiao Mei." He stepped forward to assist her in transferring the chicken feed into the grain bin, then turned his gaze towards the hive atop the tricycle. The hive resembled a small wooden house with a square triangular roof, supported by 4 pillars, with a square entrance at the front. Peering through the entrance, Jishu observed the 3 Combis huddled together, timidly peering out at the world. Indeed, the Combis were quite endearing, resembling little blocks of honey with wings. Moreover, it appeared that all 3 were male, as Jishu noticed no red dots on their faces, a distinguishing feature of the females. Unlike their female counterparts, male Combis lack an evolutionary form and can never evolve into a queen bee. Within the community, they typically assume the role of worker bees. At this moment, the young Mei inquired, "Mr. Naoki, where shall we place this beehive?" Naoki gestured towards the patch of grassy land beside the wooden cottage, suggesting, "Let us put it there. It is conveniently close to the cottage and directly facing the flower fields, making honey collection much easier." Mei nodded in agreement, approached, and carefully set the beehive in place before bidding farewell to Naoki and departing. Naoki then crouched down to observe the 3 honeybees, greeting them with a warm, "Hello. Little honeybees, I am Naoki, the proprietor of this ranch. I look forward to your companionship from now on." The honeybees sensed the kindness emanating from this human and felt less fearful. Observing their response, Naoki retrieved some fruits and snacks from the cottage, intending to foster a bond with them. However, the 3 honeybees merely approached to sniff the offerings before retreating without indulging. Oh, not interested in the fruits? Naoki expressed his surprise, for he believed that fruits were universally accepted by all Pokémon. He had forgotten to ask May about this earlier. After a moment's contemplation, Naoki returned to the cottage to locate the book, The Complete Guide to Ranching, left to him by Mayor Thomas. He eventually found the section on feeding Pokémon, specifically the dietary needs of honeybees. Honeybees are quite unique Pokémon. They typically do not require human feeding, as they venture out to forage for pollen and nectar. However, during inclement weather or winter, honeybees usually refrain from leaving their hives. In prolonged rainy conditions, beekeepers can provide syrup to help replenish their energy. It is crucial to note that before winter arrives, beekeepers must leave a portion of honey within the hive for the bees to sustain themselves during the scarcity of blossoms. Syrup, you say? Naoki mentally noted this information, resolving to learn how to make honeycomb in town tomorrow and to procure some supplies. Due to his fever today, he was unable to visit the dessert shop, thus postponing his plans until the following day. At this moment, the honeybees began to venture out of the hive, eagerly engaging with the world around them. The flower field had just been sown and had yet to flourish, yet other blossoms dotted the ranch. With spring in full bloom, the meadows were adorned with a plethora of wildflowers, attracting numerous butterflies. Previously, the motor lizard would often dart over to chase butterflies playfully. The honeybees followed the scent to those wildflowers, their delicate, transparent wings fluttering gracefully above as they gently collected pollen and nectar. After feasting on some, they carried the remainder back to the hive to store for honey production, with the other 2 honeybees mirroring this process. Observing their industriousness upon arriving at the ranch, Naoki couldn't help but think how remarkably diligent they are. He must also make an effort. Naozuki recalled the thief who had intruded upon the henhouse and devised a series of capture plans in his mind. Subsequently, he found Butterfree in the ranch. Butterfree, are you able to use sleep powder or stun spore? Naozuki inquired. With a joyful nod, Butterfree acknowledged its capabilities, stating that it could also unleash a more potent electric web. Excellent, I now have a task for you. Naozuki disclosed his entire plan to Butterfree and proceeded to the henhouse, where he utilized tools from the ranch to craft a simple contraption. As soon as the door of the henhouse was opened, it would trigger a noise, allowing Butterfree to locate the target and apply the sleep powder. Everything was prepared. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the arrival of the unsuspecting prey. Chapter 64. Capture, the Midnight Thief. The full moon hung high in the sky. Bubo returned to the ranch once more, feeling ravenously hungry. Since losing its parents, it had been deprived of a food source and had to fend for itself. After observing the area throughout the day, it became aware that a human resided there along with a terrifying assembly of Pokémon. There were the fearsome Yu with their menacing energy, the salt Pokémon that roamed in groups, the Butterfree capable of unleashing electric webs, and the most fearsome creature of all, a monstrous scarlet beast. In the depths of midnight dreams, this creature haunted Bubo's sleep. Bubo dared not reveal itself in their presence. Gripped by fear and hunger, it could not venture out during the day to seek food. Instead, it waited for night when the formidable beings were fast asleep, cautiously leaving its hiding place to steal small biscuits made from barley grain from the safety of the henhouse. This evening, under the cover of darkness, it returned once more. Leaving its secure hiding spot in the tree hollow, it approached the daunting location, squeezing through the gaps in the fence. Bubo scampered to the henhouse and gently nudged the door open with its tiny paw. Suddenly, an unusual sound erupted from within. Bubo was startled, its fur bristling, and it swiftly transformed into a fleeting shadow, hiding in a concealed corner. Its heart raced furiously, as though it were about to burst from its chest. Pressing closely against the wall, it dared not move. The sound soon dissipated, and after a while, the surrounding silence remained unbroken. Was there no danger? Cautiously, Bubo peered out, half of its head emerging to observe the surroundings. Inside the modest henhouse, a group of hens dozed upon the hay, while a cluster of fluffy yellow chicks nestled against them in slumber. The hens remained undisturbed. Bubo glanced around once more. The silvery moonlight streamed through the window, casting an oddly serene ambience. The feed trough, hay fork, and water bucket all appeared unchanged from the previous nights. Bubo quietly exhaled in relief, confirming that no danger was present. It scurried from its corner to the spot where the leftover biscuits lay. As it beheld the remnants of the biscuits devoured by the hens, Bubo's eyes sparkled with delight, and it eagerly began to replenish its energy. Perched upon the beams of the chicken coop's roof, the Butterfree observed the scene below with tranquil fascination. The sight of the little Bubuo feasting under the moonlight was reflected in its eyes. Under the moon's gentle glow, Butterfree fluttered its wings, releasing a cascade of twinkling starlight, resembling a flowing river of brilliant stars that descended towards Bubuo. While Bubuo munched on the chicken feed, it twitched its nose, sensing something peculiar. It ceased its munching and raised its head in curiosity. In the next moment, it was greeted by an extraordinarily beautiful sight. Yet, before it could react, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over it. Unable to resist, Bubuo let out a tremendous yawn, causing the chicken feed in its paws to tumble to the ground with a soft thud. So sleepy, Bubuo could no longer endure the fatigue, and with a soft thump, it collapsed onto the ground, succumbing to a deep slumber. When Naoki arrived, alerted by the notification and wielding a flashlight, he was met with the sight of a diminutive Pokémon nestled in his feed trough, sound asleep. It was evident that this was the nighttime thief that frequented the chicken coop, a Bubuo. Bubuo, a Pokémon unique to the Galar region, belongs to the electric rodent category. Much like Pikachu, its body is adorned with orange fur, while its paws and tail are a beige hue, and it possesses round yellow pouches on its cheeks, complemented by pink pads on its claws. Well done, Butterfree, Naoki praised. Butterfree flapped its wings in response, emitting a joyous sound. Naoki then carefully lifted the sleeping Bubuo from the ground. The little creature was slight of frame, its bones protruding slightly, and its fur appeared dull and rough to the touch. Naoki examined Bubuo from every angle. The sleeping Pokémon resembled a plush toy, unresponsive to being squeezed or petted. Quite adorable indeed. Naoki felt no anger towards Bubuo for pilfering the chicken feed. Rather, he was intrigued by its choice of food. Although the feed was composed of various grains, it posed no harm to Pokémon. After a moment of contemplation, Naoki secured the chicken coop door and brought Bubuo into his home. It was barely 3 in the morning, and the slumbering Pokémon were roused by the commotion, gathering around to witness the Bubuo that Naoki had brought back. Simultaneously, the effects of the sleep powder began to wane. Bubuo awakened, blinking its eyes to find a large, red-skinned creature looming before it. In the next moment, a terrified scream pierced the air. Bammo! Groudon appeared somewhat perplexed. Hiss! Bubuo curled itself up, trembling, while simultaneously beginning to stroke its cheek with its claws. Observing this scene, Naoki remarked, "Gould, stop scaring it. It's about to unleash its electric power." Prior to its evolution, Bubo's electric sacs had not fully developed, rendering it unable to discharge electricity like Pikachu. Consequently, it had to vigorously rub its forepaws to generate electrical energy. Upon sensing unease, Bubo would begin to caress its cheek, preparing to unleash an electrical strike. It would stroke its cheek back and forth to charge up, then release a jolt of electricity through the pads of its palms, delivering an electric shock upon contact. Naoki recalled this detail, yet Groudon exhibited no fear of Bubo's electric attack. Rather, it smiled at Bubo, as if greeting it. The outcome of this interaction was that Bubo unleashed its electric shock, enveloping Groudon in a dazzling display of electricity. Bathed in the electric glow, Groudon appeared completely unfazed, as though Bubo's electric shock had no effect on it whatsoever. Naoki thought to himself, no wonder it's a dragon Pokémon with double resistance to electricity. Upon realizing that its attack had no impact on the formidable red-skinned creature, Bubo was momentarily stunned. How could this be? Naoki approached, casting a glance at the little Bubo. At that moment, Bubo finally diverted its gaze from Groudon, only to discover other Pokémon nearby, along with the owner of the ranch. As it noticed the figure approaching, Bubo's heart raced with fear. It had been captured. Memories of its parents' warnings flooded its mind. Some wicked individuals would hunt it as prey, and upon encountering them, it should flee immediately. However, with such a terrifying red-skinned monster present, escape was impossible. At that moment, Bubo's expression became vacant, its mind consumed by a singular thought. It was doomed, destined to be devoured. In fright, Bubo shut its eyes tightly. Naoki pondered. What is going on in that little head? Are they truly that frightening? He reassured. Listen carefully, Bubo. No one here will harm you. Bammo! Bubo paused in confusion. Remembering how it had previously pilfered chicken feed, Naoki turned and retrieved a peach fruit from the cupboard, placing it before Bubo. Here, you must be hungry. Go ahead and eat. Bubo was taken aback, then gazed incredulously at the peach fruit before it. This human had not scolded it. Moreover, he had gifted it a fruit. Bubo was indeed quite hungry, and upon confirming there was no danger, it eagerly embraced the fruit and began to munch on it. Once Bubo had finished its meal, Naoki, having sent the onlooking Pokémon off to rest, finally inquired, "Do you live nearby?" After consuming the peach fruit, the creature known as Bubo found that the humans before it were no longer filled with fear. Upon hearing this query, Bubo lowered its head in melancholy. It seemed that Bamo was no longer present. Naoki inquired further, "Is it far away?" This time, Bubo nodded. It had once resided in a meadow, and during a nap beside a stone, it had inadvertently been ensnared by a migratory bird, which had captured both Bubo and the stone in its pouch. When it awoke again, it discovered it had been transported to this place by the bird. In its initial fright, Bubo had unleashed an electric shock within the bird's pouch, startling it, which resulted in Bubo being dropped along with the stone. Fortunately, it fell into the river, emerging unscathed, and beside that river lay this very ranch. Seeing Bubo nod, Naoki continued to inquire, "Do you remember the way back home?" Bubo shook its head sorrowfully. It had seen nothing while trapped in the bird's pouch. "All right." Naoki exhaled deeply, concluding, "So, your home is exceedingly distant, and for some reason, you have been brought here, unable to recall the way back." Bubo nodded, "Indeed." Yet Naoki remained somewhat perplexed. How could such a small creature like Bubo have arrived here? Contemplating this, he posed the question aloud. In response, Bubo stood unsteadily, flapping its diminutive arms in a gesture reminiscent of flight. It surveyed its surroundings, then opened its mouth to hold the peach pit, puffing out its cheeks. After a brief period of flying, Bubo expelled the pit. Naoki was bewildered. What did this signify? Tentatively, he asked, "Did you fly here?" Bubo shook its head. "Did you come out to play and accidentally get lost?" Bubo continued to shake its head. Only one possibility remained. Naoki recalled Bubo's actions of spitting the pit while flapping its wings, which reminded him of a Pokémon from the Padia region, the stonebird. This creature, modeled after a stork, constructs pouches from its downy feathers and discarded plumage, placing items within and dropping them from heights for amusement. It also stores food in its chest pouch to return to its nest. Suddenly, an astonishing thought emerged in Naoki's mind. Was Bubo brought here by the stonebird? Bubo's eyes sparkled with excitement as it nodded vigorously. Could it truly be the case? Naoki was astounded, likening the scenario to a fairy tale where a tiny girl floats down a river on a leaf. Naoki asked, "Have you considered what you wish to do next?" Bubo's expression turned somber. "Bamo." Naoki took the opportunity to inquire, "Would you like to stay at the ranch and work with us?" Upon hearing this, Bubo was taken aback. "Bamo, is that possible?" "Of course." Jishu chuckled. "In our human world, this is known as employment. You assist me in my endeavors, and in return, I provide you with sustenance to prevent your hunger." However, Bamo was oblivious to its own capabilities. While it was termed employment, Jishu merely sought a pretext. After a moment's contemplation, he casually suggested, "How about managing the flock of chickens? Of course, you won't need to feed them. Simply oversee them to ensure no Pokémon come to harm them." Bamo nodded in agreement. Witnessing the achievement of his goal, Jishu felt a surge of joy. At last, his farm welcomed a fluffy Pokémon. Thus, Bamo settled into the farm. The following morning, upon seeing mooing milk and an array of delectable dishes laid out on the table, a look of astonishment graced its small face. Jishu, satisfied, encouraged, "Eat up. After breakfast, I shall give you a bath." The little Bamo, having emerged from who knows where, was quite dirty, with its fur even entangled with two burrs. Immediately, it gleefully began to eat, and upon tasting a morsel, tears of happiness welled up in its eyes. It was the most delicious food it had savored in days. After breakfast, the Dragonite departed to deliver milk to the town, while the Frostless and Mini-Fu went in search of salt rock. Jishu then prepared a basin of warm water to give Bamo a thorough wash. He applied shampoo onto its fur, and before long, a fragrant and clean Bamo emerged. Lacking a hairdryer at home, Jishu first dried Bamo with a towel, then called upon Butterfree to create a gentle breeze to help dry its fur. As Butterfree flapped its wings, a moderate whirlwind enveloped Bamo, which closed its eyes and reveled in the refreshing wind. Observing Bamo, Butterfree recalled using hypnosis powder on it the previous night and softly apologized, "Mui." Upon hearing this, Bamo felt somewhat bashful, responding with a shy, "Bamo." Butterfree's expression brightened. "Mui Bamo." Though Jishu could not understand the language of Pokémon, their demeanor suggested they were getting along quite well. Soon, Bamo's fur was completely dry. Butterfree ceased its efforts, and Jishu lifted Bamo high by its armpits. In the backlight, Bamo exclaimed, "Bamo, how adorable." Jishu thought to himself as he pressed his face against Bamo's fluffy, soft belly, inhaling deeply. Indeed, it was utterly charming. Chapter 65. The plumpness of the riding sheep. Bamo. Bamo cried out in surprise at the sudden nuzzle against its cheek. It smelled delightful. Jishu took a deep breath before releasing Bamo. However, it was rather thin, exhibiting signs of slight malnutrition. Perhaps with a bit more weight, its texture would improve. In his heart, Jishu devised a supplementary nutrition plan for Bubo, then gently placed Bubo on the ground and said, "All right, go play." With that, Bubo emerged from its dazed state, familiar with Jishu's actions. Bubo often engaged in affectionate gestures with its kind, rolling and frolicking together on the grass, a way to express camaraderie and fondness. However, it was a novel experience to be treated this way by a human. Feeling a touch of shyness, Bubo thought to itself, "This human is truly kind. Not only has he taken me in, but he is also so friendly." Coupled with the warm bath it had just enjoyed, Bubo felt refreshed and clean, its fur no longer matted with dirt. It relished this sensation, as if little pink hearts were blossoming atop its small head, a testament to its rising affection. Recognizing that this was Bubo's first official visit to the ranch, Jishu intended for Groudon to show it around and introduce it to the others. However, recalling Bubo's fearful reaction towards Groudon the previous day, he swiftly altered his plans and turned to the nearby Motor Lizard, saying, "Motor Lizard, please take Bubo to familiarize itself with this place." With a cheerful response, the Motor Lizard stood up and led Bubo away. Meanwhile, Jishu busied himself with his daily tasks. He retrieved hay for his little sheep from the cupboard and, on his way to the sheepfold, took a moment to check on the 3 honeybees. Early in the morning, the diligent honeybees had begun transporting nectar. Upon seeing Jishu, they appeared less wary than the day before, gently alighting beside him and emitting joyful sounds. Buzzing. Subsequently, the 3 honeybees guided Jishu to the beehive, showcasing the honey being crafted within. Their exuberance suggested that the honey would soon be ready for harvest. Jishu was slightly taken aback by this scene. The words of the elderly man from yesterday echoed in his mind. In Happy Ranch, the honeybees did not require a queen. They regarded the ranch owner as their queen, the leader of the colony. The queen bee plays a pivotal role within the hive, nurturing the young and leading the other bees. In a similar vein, the ranch owner, who cares for and feeds them, holds an equivalent status to the queen bee. Thus, they toiled diligently to gather honey for him as they would for their queen. The honeybees were also astute creatures, capable of forming their own perspectives. Compared to living in the wild alongside a queen, the life of being nurtured and cared for by humans, free from the worry of hunger, was not a poor existence. It was a process of mutual choice. Realizing this, Jishu felt no further conflict. He reached out to stroke one of the honeybees gently and smiled at them, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Let us strive together." Buzzing, the 3 bees continued their quest for nectar, while Jishu made his way to the sheep pen, pouring fresh grass into the feed trough. Unbeknownst to him, it was time for milking once again. He brought over a milk bucket and deftly squeezed milk from the little goat that served as his mount. The goat munched on grass, relishing the process. Observing the goat's plump belly, Jishu felt a twinge of suspicion. "Have you all gained weight?" he inquired, his brow furrowing. The little goat responded with a bleat, "Ah?" Jishu parted the wool to get a better look at the goat's round form and was taken aback. "How could you have grown so fat in just a month?" The goat looked innocently at him. "Ah?" He then checked the other 2 goats and was astonished to find they had also put on considerable weight. This left him speechless. "Aren't you worried that you'll attract the big bad wolf and become its meal?" It was not that he disdained their newfound heft. He merely worried that excessive weight might lead to health issues. Yet, the goats displayed a spirited determination. Bah! In the next moment, a wave of green energy surged from their bodies, enveloping the entire sheep pen in a verdant aura almost instantaneously. The goats huddled together, with the one that had once battled alongside Groudon taking the lead, while the others flanked it, performing a splendid transformation before Jishu's eyes. They conjured peculiar leaf blades and clamped them in their mouths, striking formidable poses. Though unaware of what Pokémon the big bad wolf might be, they were certainly not to be trifled with. All right, calm your powers," Jishu exclaimed. If a wild trainer were to witness this spectacle, it might just give them a heart attack. With a resigned wave of his hand, the 3 goats obediently returned to their normal state. Jishu harbored concerns that their obesity could adversely affect their health. As he pondered whether to summon a Pokémon doctor to examine the goats, he addressed them. "It's not that I don't want you to eat. I'm just worried that gaining too much weight could lead to illness." He elaborated, "Take humans for example. Excessive weight can trigger a series of complications: high blood pressure, elevated blood sugar, and even heart disease." The 3 goats stood before him, attentively listening, their faces reflecting a perplexed expression. Bah! In the past, while watching anime, Jishu had focused solely on characters like Ash and the gyms, often overlooking the aspect of Pokémon illness. He understood that Pokémon, like humans, could catch colds, experience fevers, and suffer from loss of appetite. Despite being extraordinary creatures capable of breathing fire or spitting water, they too could find themselves in peril due to these seemingly minor ailments. Much like Ash from the anime who braved danger to deliver a feverish wild Pokémon to the Pokémon Center, only for Nurse Joy to remark that a delayed arrival could result in dire consequences, Naoki found himself deep in thought regarding the issue of obesity. It was prudent to consult a professional on such matters. The sooner, the better, for procrastination could lead to serious health complications. Naoki immediately thought of Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center in Zeichin Town, gazing at the 3 young Wooloo before him. He turned to feed the chicks and the Salt Rock Pokémon before heading to town. However, he first needed to water the fields, as his Dragonite had yet to master the rain dance ability, necessitating manual irrigation. After finishing the task and exchanging words with his Golduck, Naoki mounted his Moto Lizard and set off toward the town. Chapter 66. Nurse Joy. Is your Pokémon legal? Zeichin Town was a remarkably tranquil coastal settlement. Lacking a gym, it attracted far fewer trainers than bustling cities like Liangwang and Tbilisi. Consequently, Nurse Joy's workload was relatively light. Upon Naoki's arrival, he found her engaged in a lengthy phone call with her sister in Yuezha Town. Noticing the visiting trainer, Nurse Joy promptly set aside the phone, transitioning into her professional demeanor with a gentle voice. Hello, how may I assist you? Naoki expressed his purpose. Greetings, Nurse Joy. I am the owner of a nearby ranch, and I am concerned about the obesity of my Pokémon, fearing it may affect their health. I would like to seek your advice on this matter. After a moment's contemplation, Nurse Joy inquired, which Pokémon are you referring to? Wooloo, Naoki replied. Nurse Joy responded, I cannot make a preliminary judgment without conducting a thorough examination of the Pokémon's health. Naoki thought to himself that he should have brought the Wooloo for a checkup. Given the number of Pokémon at his ranch, Nurse Joy assumed he had not brought them due to their abundance. She pondered briefly before smiling and suggesting, if it is inconvenient for you to bring them to the Pokémon Center, I can come to your ranch to assist with the examination. Fortunately, I have some free time at the moment. Surprised, Naoki exclaimed, is that permissible? Aren't you unable to leave the Pokémon Center? Nurse Joy nodded and explained, of course. I have attended to sick Pokémon at various ranches before. Not everyone is a trainer, and it can be challenging for those without Pokeballs to transport larger Pokémon. Hence, when I have the time, I assist them at their ranches understanding the situation. Naoki felt relieved that he would not need to make an additional trip, and he replied, then I would greatly appreciate your help. This is my duty. Please wait a moment. Miss Joy revealed a smile on her face and turned to prepare the medical tools alongside her companion, the Happiny. Once everything was set, she picked up a medical kit and exited the reception area, exclaiming, all right, let us be off. Naoki nodded in agreement and stepped outside, riding ahead on his motorcycle lizard. Miss Joy rode on a Pokémon that was also a motorcycle lizard. The duo swiftly arrived at the ranch. As Miss Joy walked along the stone path, her gaze fell upon the Dragonite practicing rain summoning beside the farmland, the Frostless frolicking on the grass, and the Golett waiting at the entrance, prompting a look of astonishment to grace her features. What a lively place. Are these Pokémon all under your care? Indeed, Naoki chuckled. I recently inherited this ranch. Some of these Pokémon were gifted to me, others I captured from the wild, and some I purchased from a local ranch. Is that one also yours? Miss Joy inquired, glancing at the Golett. Having worked at the Pokémon Center for quite some time, she had never encountered a trainer with this particular Pokémon. Following her gaze, Naoki looked at the Golett approaching him. At that moment, it resembled a large dog wagging its tail in welcome. Naoki reached out to pat its head and mumbled, to be honest, I am also unaware of its origins. I found it here on the ranch. Perhaps it has traveled from a distant land. I see, Miss Joy nodded, refraining from further questions. Under Naoki's guidance, she observed the 3 plump Mudbray lounging on the grass. These must be the ones, she surmised. Naoki affirmed with a nod and waved at the Mudbray, who promptly stood up and trotted over. He introduced them, saying, this is Miss Joy, who will be conducting your health check. Be good now, understood? Bah. The 3 Mudbray looked at Miss Joy with their wide, curious eyes. Miss Joy chuckled softly. They are quite obedient. With that, she crouched down, opened her medical kit, and retrieved various examination tools. All right, we will finish quickly. First, she soothed the Mudbray's nerves before commencing the formal checkup. Heartbeat is normal, respiratory rate is steady, and the coat is smooth. Wait, what is this? Miss Joy suddenly looked astonished at the energy detection device before her. The grass-type energy within this Mudbray has reached an extraordinarily high level. Naoki felt a pang of concern. Is this harmful to them? Indeed, Miss Joy replied, her expression turning serious. Under normal circumstances, a Pokémon's energy levels are balanced with their physical capacity. However, If the energy exceeds what a Pokémon can withstand, it may lead to a series of issues, such as high fever, loss of appetite, colds, and in severe cases, it could render the Pokémon increasingly frail. Upon hearing this, Jishu turned his gaze towards the three adorable mounts. At least from their current appearance, they exhibited no signs of weakness. As for anorexia, that seemed utterly unfounded. They showed no fever or cold symptoms either. Miss Joy continued her examination, stating, "Some trainers allow their Pokémon to release excess energy through battles, achieving a balance between their physical state and energy levels. If this energy is not dissipated in a timely manner, it could cause significant harm to the Pokémon's body." How long has this condition persisted? Jishu carefully recalled the first instance his mounts grazed on the grass clumps and replied, "Almost a month, I believe." Miss Joy responded incredulously, "How could that be? That is abnormal." After a moment of surprise, she inquired, "Have they engaged in any activities to dissipate their energy?" No sooner had her words left her lips than the three mounts sprang into action, darting towards a clear area. It was time to dance. Immediately, a green luminescence radiated from them, transforming into countless blades of grass that swayed gently on the ground. In this grassy arena, the mounts commenced their essential daily dance. Vines waved energetically, and sharp leaf blades flew about with a swish, while robust beams of sunlight ascended towards the sky. The lively mounts, with blades of grass held in their mouths, frolicked across the meadow. Miss Joy exclaimed, "What on earth is happening here? How can the grassy area be so expansive? Is that the grass-type move leaf blade? But why are the mounts holding it in their mouths?" Her eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily rendering her speechless. Jishu's slightly exasperated voice interjected from the side, "Well, that's how it is." Chapter 67. The Phone, 4000. Miss Joy stared blankly at the three exuberant mounts before her. She had never encountered such a Pokémon. Executing moves as effortlessly as one would walk or eat, they could unleash a plethora of techniques with the slightest motion, each executed with remarkable proficiency. The grassy arena. The mounts with leaf blade in their mouths. Was this reasonable? After a considerable pause, Miss Joy finally spoke, "I am truly sorry, but I cannot comment on this matter." Jishu remarked. Miss Joy continued, "However, there is no need for concern. Judging by the mounts' demeanor, the energy within them may not adversely affect their well-being. Moreover, the health check revealed no issues. These mounts are in excellent health. As long as they engage in ample activity to expend some energy, they will soon return to their normal state." Hearing this, Jishu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. That is good to hear. So, it means that as long as we allow them to release their excess energy daily, everything will be fine? He asked. Miss Joy nodded gently, reflecting. It appears that way for now. Venting emotions can also aid the little mount, the sheep, in practicing those techniques, thereby achieving a training effect and enabling them to adeptly utilize the moves they have comprehended. Perhaps that leaf blade held in its mouth is a testament to the mount's mastery of this technique? Joy mused. Very well, Naoki politely expressed his gratitude. Thank you very much, Miss Joy. Miss Joy smiled sweetly as she put away her examination tools, and at that moment, she recalled something else. "Ah, Naoki, what is it?" Joy elaborated. "In addition to what I just mentioned, I once heard a theory from a doctor. The evolution of Pokémon represents a significant leap in their existential tier. Based on the foundation accumulated prior to evolution, the deeper the foundation, the stronger the power post-evolution. Much like the transformation of a Magikarp into a Gyarados. These grass-type energies should also be considered a form of foundation, right? Once these three little mounts evolve, they might become exceptionally formidable. Is that so?" Naoki was momentarily taken aback, pondering over Miss Joy's words. Once the consultation concluded and Naoki settled the fee with her, Miss Joy mounted her motorcycle and departed from the ranch. Naoki gazed at the three little sheep frolicking about, shaking his head in exasperation. At that moment, a solitary raindrop fell from the sky. Naoki paused, then looked up to see a cloud had gathered above the ranch, seemingly out of nowhere. With the first drop of rain, it was as if a switch had been flipped. A cascade of rain began to patter down from the heavens. Feeling the raindrops, the three little sheep that had been dancing on the grass halted, gazing up at the sky before bouncing back to the shelter, where they stood below, peering outside with their bright, curious eyes. A raindrop landed on the face of the resting Minifu, prompting it to blink and look up, seeing a butterfree flutter overhead before alighting on a wooden box under the eaves. "Mama!" In the grass, the frostlass, drenched from catching butterflies with its salt stones, exclaimed in surprise before hastily leading them back to the salt house, where they sheltered and watched the rain from within. Outside the hen house, Bubba, diligently at work, sensed the raindrops and quickly began ushering the hens inside. Even the three Beedrill paused their nectar gathering, flapping their wings as they returned to the hive, waiting quietly for the rain to cease. Observing the rainfall, Naoki felt a sense of astonishment. How could this be? It was just clear skies a moment ago. At that instant, he seemed to realize something, swiftly turning to look behind him, where he spotted a dragonite, its face alight with excitement as it gazed skyward. Naoki hurried through the rain, calling out, "Have you learned it?" The dragon was filled with exuberance. How wonderful! Naoki felt a genuine joy for the dragon. During its first attempt at summoning rain, the dragon was still somewhat inexperienced, resulting in a light drizzle that lasted only about 3 minutes before ceasing. As the dark clouds dispersed, the sun once again illuminated the sky. Nevertheless, the dragon remained in high spirits. Following its recent learning experience with Dragontail, it was convinced that with diligent practice, it could master an even more impressive rain summoning. Just as Naoki had said, it aspired to envelop the entire world in its rain. Gazing at the vast sky, the dragon's heart swelled with ambition. Naoki remarked, "It's nearly noon." After a brief respite, he returned to the wooden cabin to prepare lunch for everyone. At that moment, the visual phone placed at the foot of the bed suddenly rang. Who could be calling at this hour? Naoki mused, somewhat surprised. He washed his hands, which were still sticky from egg batter, and answered the call. In the next instant, the commanding visage of Dr. Oren appeared on the screen, still clad in her white lab coat, adorned with a necklace of beast teeth, her hair flowing freely as she gazed towards him. Behind her loomed a backdrop of sleek, silver metallic walls, reminiscent of a research facility. "Long time no see, Naoki, Dr. Oren greeted him with a smile. "Indeed, it has been a while, Dr. Oren," Naoki responded courteously. At that moment, a man entered the frame. He wore a form-fitting, futuristic uniform, sported a short beard, and though his face bore signs of wear, it could not obscure his handsome features. The man appeared to be in his 30s, and as he approached Dr. Oren, his gaze shifted to Naoki. Dr. Oren glanced at the man and introduced him. "This is my husband and partner, Dr. Futu. While I focus on researching the past, he delves into the future." Naoki recognized the man's identity and greeted him. "Hello, Dr. Futu." A smile graced Futu's face as he replied, "Hello, Naoki. I've heard about your experiences with Golden from Oren." Dr. Oren then inquired. "The purpose of this call is primarily to inquire about Golden's current condition. How has it been lately?" Naoki nodded. "Everything is well. It eats and sleeps normally, behaving just like any ordinary Pokémon." Upon hearing this, Dr. Oren nodded thoughtfully and asked, "During this time, has it exhibited any signs of aggression or attacked other Pokémon?" "No, its temperament is quite gentle." "How should I put it?" Naoki pondered for a moment, recalling the appearance of the motorcycle lizard, which struck him as remarkably obedient and well-mannered, much like Golden. The personality of the Pokémon known as Guzzlord is famously gentle and affectionate towards humans. Otherwise, it would not have become an indispensable means of transportation in the Paldea region. Upon hearing this, Dr. Orlin and Dr. Futu exchanged a glance, a flicker of confusion evident in their eyes. They recalled the first time they summoned that Guzzlord, which had immediately launched an attack on them, nearly destroying the research facility. What could have transpired? Was the Guzzlord that Jishu spoke of truly the same one that lingered in their memories? After a moment's contemplation, Dr. Orlin inquired further, "What about in the presence of others?" Jishu replied, "Well, it seems there was no change. Recently, I took Guzzlord to a local festival, and it stayed by my side the entire time, assisting me without displaying any signs of stress towards the crowd." This revelation only deepened Dr. Orlin's perplexity. After a brief pause, she said, "Thank you for the information, Jishu. We shall conclude today's communication here. Should you encounter any further matters, do not hesitate to reach out to us via the video phone." "Understood." Jishu opened his mouth, gazing at Dr. Orlin and Dr. Futu across from him. With both doctors present, it implied that the fate of the Pokémon Pipa would indeed suffer the loss of its parents. Was there a way to alter this outcome? Jishu was about to voice his thoughts when, before he could speak, the communication was abruptly severed. He fell into deep contemplation. Should he intervene to alter the destinies of the two doctors? In pursuit of his dreams, he had summoned paradoxical Pokémon from the past and future, thereby disrupting the current ecological balance and allowing ferocious Pokémon to invade the ecosystem of Paldea. Although later, the doctors solicited the players, Pipa, Nemo, and Mutant, to assist in shutting down the time machine in Zone 0, some of the paradoxical Pokémon still made their way into the Paldea region. Jishu did not share the same vision as the two doctors, yet considering their actions, which seemed to echo their emotions, it was possible they had harbored regrets in their final moments. It was precisely for this reason that the doctors sought to amend their course, requesting the players, accompanied by Guzzlord, to help close the time machine. Meanwhile, Deep within the Paldea crater, at the 4th observation station, after the communication ended, Dr. Orlin and Dr. Foot has stepped outside, gazing toward a distant valley illuminated by flashes of lightning, and not far off, the languid Guzzlord, resting on the grass with its eyes closed. They still could not achieve peaceful coexistence, Dr. Orlin lamented. Ever since this Guzzlord and the other had been summoned, they had been engaged in a relentless territorial struggle. Yet, neither could best the other, resulting in a stalemate, as if they had reached an unspoken agreement to each claim half of the territory. Dr. Futu pondered thoughtfully. Do these creatures, like modern Pokémon, possess wisdom and emotion? Would it be necessary to defeat them to earn their recognition and compliance? However, Dr. Orin did not entirely concur with this perspective. The golem, which belonged to Naoki, had not undergone the rigorous trials of battle and capture. Nor did the young man appear to be a particularly formidable trainer. Dr. Tu stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Should we consider having Pipa come over to give it a try? That child has a fondness for Pokémon, does he not? Allowing him to coexist with Golem and Milotic may foster familiarity, and perhaps one day, those two Pokémon will accept him. Yet, halfway through his thought, Dr. Tu shook his head. No, that won't do. Zone 0 is far too perilous. Let us focus on our research for now, he said to his wife. In addition to Golem and Milotic, numerous enigmatic Pokémon had also been summoned, such as the majestic Tyranitar, the thunderous Howltail, the agile Glisker, the ironclad Ferrothorn, the stalwart Iron Fist, and the resounding Lunala. After lunch, Naoki did not rush outside. Instead, he sat at his desk, meticulously organizing the accounts of the ranch. The profits from the rock salt produced by the salt-scale Pokémon and the milk from the riding sheep were substantial, and coupled with the mushrooms from the cave, he had amassed a considerable sum over this period. As his wealth grew, his drawer was nearing capacity, prompting Naoki to plan a visit to the bank in town to procure a debit card for depositing his earnings. It's also an opportune moment to check with Cleary on any additional facilities that can be constructed, he mused. After much deliberation, he resolved to first complete the foundational infrastructure of the ranch. The beehive for the 3B Pokémon, the pen for the riding sheep, the chicken coop, and the salt house were already established. What remained were the pen for the flufftail sheep and the Pokémon house for the great milk can. These two species of Pokémon were not native to the Paldea region and could not be caught in the wild. They could only be imported from other areas or purchased from Happy Ranch. Additionally, there was the possibility of constructing dwellings for other Pokémon, a pasture for the Tropius, a flower field, a fruit grove for the Pumpkaboo, and a house for the Chansey would be delightful. Although wild Chansey were scarce, one might encounter one someday. Compared to ordinary eggs, those produced by Chansey are far more nutritious and delectable, suitable for both humans and Pokémon alike. Furthermore, he needed to acquire a television, a refrigerator, and an air conditioner. With a refrigerator, food could be preserved for longer, and he could create ice cream and popsicles. The television would provide entertainment during the evenings when he found himself restless and unable to sleep, allowing him to snuggle with a group of Pokémon while watching his favorite shows. As for the air conditioner, it was an essential amenity. Naoki recalled from the original owner's memories that summers in the Paldea region could be exceedingly hot. Without an air conditioner, one might very well perish from the heat while confined to a wooden house. The mere thought of being drenched in sweat made Naoki uncomfortable. Thus, installing an air conditioner before the arrival of summer was imperative. Having meticulously devised his forthcoming plans in his mind, Naoki rode his bicycle towards the town. His first stop was to procure a bank card, after which he proceeded to Kiri's forest cabin. Upon his arrival, he found Kiri tending to an injured monkey-like creature. Noticing Naoki's astonished gaze, she smiled and explained, "Ever since I rescued a blue-feathered parrot not long ago, injured Pokémon have been coming to me for treatment from time to time." As she spoke, Kiri gently patted the creature and tenderly reassured it. "There, all better now. You can go home." The creature, glancing at the bandage tied in a bow around its body, scratched its head and beamed with joy before scampering away. Kiri watched it until it vanished from sight. Just as she was about to turn and converse with Naoki, the creature abruptly dashed back, placing a fruit in Kiri's hand before swiftly darting off again. Kiri gazed at the fruit with a slight smile, then tucked it away and turned to Naoki, inquiring, "What kind of facility do you wish to construct this time?" "I plan to first renovate the Pokémon cabin to start raising a Miltank," Naoki replied. He paused before asking, "Do you have any other Pokémon facilities here?" "Certainly," Kiri responded with a cheerful nod. She turned and walked towards the room, beckoning him. "Come with me. The carpentry shop has recently received a new batch of materials, and we can now construct a greenhouse." Naoki followed her, intrigued. "A greenhouse?" Kiri elaborated, "Yes. It's somewhat akin to an eco-park where the temperature can be adjusted. However, the greenhouse is specifically designed for cultivating crops, maintaining a warm environment year-round, thus allowing for the growth of off-season produce. As they entered the house, Kiri pulled out a list from the counter and displayed it before Naoki. The list detailed a variety of facilities available for construction: greenhouse, Pokémon cabin, pasture, sheepfold, and fish pond. In addition to these, the carpentry shop offered an array of furniture and farming tools, including basic wooden tables and chairs, recliners, fireplaces, scarecrows, crab traps, glass aquariums, chandeliers, floor lamps, wardrobes, storage cabinets, and double beds, among others. Naoki felt a surge of desire to purchase everything at once, yet his funds were insufficient. The construction of the Pokémon cabin alone required 50,000 Alliance coins, and he had only managed to save 100,000 over this period, meaning half of his savings would be consumed by the cabin alone. As for the greenhouse, he glanced at the price and exclaimed in disbelief. A staggering 250,000. Seeing his reaction, Kiri explained with a hint of exasperation, it's due to the different materials used. The Pokémon cabin is built with ordinary wood and stone, while the greenhouse requires specialized materials, equipped with temperature regulation features that can simulate seasonal environments. Very well, he conceded. Upon hearing this explanation, Naoki could not help but sigh. The road ahead is long and arduous. Well, let us just construct a small Pokémon house this time. Dokli smiled and nodded in agreement. No problem. After the payment was made, Dokli stated that she would lead the construction team to the site the following morning. Naoki nodded and then departed from the carpentry shop, making his way back to the town of Zichin. This time, his destination was the department store in the town. Although it was called a store, it only boasted 5 stories, far inferior to the silver company in the city. Nevertheless, despite its modest size, it offered a plethora of goods. The first floor was a clothing store, where individuals of all ages, shapes, and sizes could find suitable attire. The second floor was dedicated to trainer supplies, featuring items such as space backpacks, sleeping bags, camping gear, and a variety of Pokeballs. It was here that he had purchased his space backpack. The third floor was an electronics store, which was also Naoki's intended destination. This place displayed a wide array of appliances, including toilets, washing machines, color televisions, air conditioners, refrigerators, hair dryers, and rice cookers. Naoki planned to purchase both a television and a refrigerator in one go. He approached to examine the prices. Televisions varied greatly, ranging from 7,000 Alliance coins to 100,000. Refrigerators and air conditioners were similarly priced, with the cheapest costing 30,000 and the most expensive reaching 200,000. Although Naoki yearned to acquire the finest model, his finances were rather constrained, compelling him to select items within his budget. He settled on a television priced at 9,000 and a refrigerator at 33,000. The cheapest air conditioner was also 30,000. Thus, after purchasing the television and refrigerator, he found himself with very little left, needing to reserve some funds for living expenses. Ah well, there is still over a month until summer, and the current weather is not too warm. There is no rush for the air conditioner, Naoki mused. After a moment of contemplation, he called over a staff member to assist him with the delivery, as the store offered home delivery services, which would save him some effort. After completing the payment, only 8,000 Alliance coins remained in his account, barely sufficient. However, Naoki was not worried, for in a couple of days he would harvest a batch of rock salt and sheep's milk, replenishing his funds. Upon returning to the ranch, the department store coincidentally delivered the television and refrigerator. At this point in time, the television was quite outdated, being an old rear projection model with a small screen and a somewhat cumbersome size. The refrigerator was a double-door model, with the upper section serving as a fresh storage area for eggs, vegetables, fresh milk, and juice, while the lower section was a freezer, where he could store the purchased pork for an extended period. Naoki directed the delivery man to place the refrigerator next to the cabinet, then moved the visual phone to the desk, positioning the television at the foot of the bed. Meanwhile, Frosty the Milk Fairy, who was playing outside, heard the commotion and curiously rushed over to watch. It gazed up at the imposing refrigerator before it and inquired, "Mama?" Naoki retrieved eggs, fruits, and goat's milk from the storage cabinet, placing them inside the refrigerator. He then responded, "This is a refrigerator designed to preserve food. For instance, if you store your cream in here, it can be kept fresh for an extended period and even assist in making a delightful frozen cream cheesecake." "Mama." The Frost Fairy was immediately captivated, circling the refrigerator in curiosity. Meanwhile, Naoki approached the television, beginning to adjust the settings for the programs. The installation technician had mentioned that in order to view broadcasts from around the world, An annual fee of 3,000 alliance coins was required. A yearly cost of 3,000 was indeed quite reasonable, and Naoki had no objections. As the world had not yet transitioned to the internet age, such a fee-based system was still in practice. Naoki couldn't help but scoff at the backwardness of it all. He was at a loss for words regarding the technology here. To label it advanced seemed absurd, as the television still resembled models from the 1990s. Yet, to claim it was outdated was equally perplexing, given that he could easily conjure up technologies like time machines and dimensional backpacks. However, according to the lore, the time machine developed by Dr. Orin and Dr. Fordu was crafted utilizing the unique conditions found deep within the Paideia abyss. This implied that outside of that environment, the time machine would be utterly non-functional and could not be constructed elsewhere. Thus, the relationships among the Pokémon of Groudon, Miltank, and Talabagos remained a mystery. Each time Naoki pondered this, he couldn't help but lament that he had traversed to the wrong time. He hadn't even experienced the thrill of the Johto region yet. With a silent sigh, he switched on the television, and the screen first displayed a flurry of snowflakes before transitioning to a program. It appeared to be a culinary show, featuring a chef donned in a chef's hat and attire, diligently preparing a dish. Naoki watched for a while. Although the picture was not exceptionally clear, it was sufficient for viewing. He picked up the remote to change channels and discovered several other programs. There were weather forecasts, dramas and movies, advertisements for Moo Moo Milk, news broadcasts, and even a lecture by Professor Oak pertaining to Pokémon beyond the Dia region. Gazing at the familiar yet foreign face on the screen, Naoki couldn't help but marvel at Professor Oak's fame. He felt quite pleased. With the television, he could glean information about other regions of this world. Chapter 69. The matter of the collapsed bed. As dusk fell, the entire ranch was enveloped in darkness. The hens concluded their day of foraging, returning to the coop with their chicks to rest atop the haystack. The salt creatures returned to their salt house, huddling together and emitting soft snores. The exerted little goats lay upon the grass, resting their heads against their companions, listening to the gentle whispers of the wind across the meadow, and gradually closed their eyes. The 3 bees returned to their hive today, their bodies laden with a bountiful harvest of nectar. By tomorrow, they would complete the production of honey, which they intended to present to the queen at the earliest opportunity. Inside the wooden cabin, after finishing his evening rituals, Naoki sat cross-legged on the bed, clad only in a thin short-sleeved shirt, adjusting the television. Moto Lizard and Groudon stood by the bedside, eagerly peering in that direction, while Frost Fairy and Minifu were also drawn to the screen. Soon, Naoki landed on a news program and leaned back against the headboard to watch. Suddenly, he felt a sense of absence beside him. Turning his head to survey the surroundings, his gaze landed on Bubo not far away. He patted the bed and called out, "Come here, Bubo." Upon hearing Naoki's summons, Bubo scampered over. Naoki reached out, scooping him onto the bed and into his embrace. "That's more like it. From now on, you shall sleep here with me." The little Bubo, soft and cuddly, received gentle strokes akin to petting a cat, as Naoki kneaded his ears and smoothed his fur, playfully squeezing his tiny paws. Before long, Bubo let out a contented sound, "Bammo." Naoki held him close while continuing to watch television, and Bubo, displaying a gentle disposition, lay still. Meanwhile, Groudon observed the scene from the bedside, his eyes filled with envy. Gah. Naoki turned to see an image of a large dog standing by the bed, wagging its tail, yearning to join him. "What do you want?" "Ah, gah?" Groudon gazed longingly at Bubo. Naoki instantly understood, and, with a firm yet gentle refusal, responded, "No. You're too big. This bed is far too small for you." It was merely a meager single bed. Feeling utterly dejected, Guillotin's feathers drooped dismally, hanging limply at his sides. The clumsy, speedy Groudon appeared even more foolish and pitiable in this state. Naoki's heart softened, and he relented. "All right. You may come up for a moment." "Gah." Groudon instantly brightened, his magnificent plumage springing back to life. He leapt onto the bed like a large dog. But in an instant, there was a loud crack, and Naoki felt the ground give way beneath him, tumbling down in a heap. The bed had collapsed. This unfortunate event exacerbated the already precarious situation of his household. Realizing his misstep, Groudon cautiously glanced at Naoki, who was rubbing his backside, with a look of apology. "Ah? Gah?" It was not intentional. Naoki stood from the floor, extracted the broken bed leg, and upon witnessing Guillotin's expression, found himself torn between anger and amusement. Standing at 2 meters and weighing 600 pounds, Guillotin's weight was surely too much for even the sturdiest of beds to bear. 600 pounds. What a staggering notion. Groudon appeared rather dispirited throughout the day. Upon seeing its demeanor, Jishu felt a twinge of helplessness. "Well, I suppose I shall purchase a new bed in a few days. For now, I shall manage with what I have. Although the bed legs were missing, there remained a layer of bed board upon which to lie. After rearranging the bed, Jishu glanced at Gulitan not far away, patted the space beside him, and said, "All right, you may come over now." Gulitan cautiously approached, fearful of causing further damage. Jishu sat up, allowing Gulitan to rest against him as a makeshift pillow, declaring, "This is your punishment." Leaning against Gulitan while clutching a plush toy, Jishu resumed watching television. The observant motorcycle lizard was also summoned by Jishu to join him by the bedboard, as they both watched a lecture on Pokémon by the esteemed Professor Oak. The following morning, Klee arrived promptly to assist in constructing the Pokémon cottage. The original Pokémon cottage had succumbed to the ravages of time, now reduced to mere ruins. Jishu opted not to relocate, but to rebuild the cottage in its original spot. Klee had no objections. She directed Macamp and the skilled craftsmen to dismantle the remnants. As they were tearing down the structure, Klee surveyed the surroundings, raising an eyebrow slightly. This ranch is quite well planned. Jishu also looked around. After the initial arrangement, he had roughly divided the ranch into two distinct areas, one for raising Pokémon and the other for cultivation. Thus, when constructing the chicken coop, salt house, and Pokémon cottage, he meticulously chose specific locations to ensure the entire ranch did not appear chaotic. Each major area was further delineated. For instance, the farming zone had designated plots for crops, spaces for fruit trees, and even a decorative flower field. Impressive. Listening to Jishu's description, Klee appeared somewhat astonished. It feels as though you are not a novice in managing a ranch, but rather a seasoned rancher. It must be due to my experiences, Jishu thought to himself. He had played many farming games, from the classic titles of Harvest Moon to the later Stardew Valley, and even the ranching stories from Nobita and Doraemon. Managing a ranch requires careful planning. Otherwise, it can become exceedingly disorganized and aesthetically displeasing, making reconstruction quite troublesome. Klee smiled gently, taking advantage of Machamp's still ongoing demolition of the ruins, as she strolled through the ranch under Jishu's guidance, offering her suggestions at opportune moments. This pond could be transformed into a fish pond, suitable for raising fish or water-type Pokémon. Are the intervals between these fruit trees perhaps a bit too close? In such circumstances, they would compete fiercely for the nutrients in the soil, resulting in shriveled and sour fruits due to a lack of sustenance. In the farmland, I would suggest placing a scarecrow. Otherwise, mischievous bird Pokémon might come to disrupt and consume your well-tended crops. As they spoke, 3 combi landed before the 2. Under their guidance, Jishu arrived at the beehive, where he was greeted by the sight of the honey that had already been crafted within. From a distance, he could already perceive the enticing aroma wafting forth. The honey was ready for harvest. Observing this scene, Kelly suddenly recalled something and turned her gaze towards the back mountain, cautioning, "The sweetness of the honey produced by combi can travel quite far, given our proximity to the back mountain. Be wary of wild Pokémon that might be lured here to steal the honey. If you encounter aggressive ones, they could even pose a threat to the Pokémon on the ranch." Chapter 70. Learning about Pokémon that adore honey. Images flashed through Jishu's mind. Mothim, Heracross, Snorlax, Teddiursa, and its evolved form, Ursaring. This thought ignited his curiosity. Are there Teddiursa in the back mountain as well? Kelly paused, a question mark hovering over her head, pondering whether his focus was somewhat misplaced, yet she replied, "Indeed, this forest spans a vast area, connecting at its end to the Great Pot Lake. Its unique geographical environment nurtures a rich ecosystem of Pokémon, with countless wild Pokémon inhabiting this place, which the locals affectionately refer to as nature's treasure trove." Understanding dawned on Jishu as he nodded in acknowledgement. He chose not to harvest the honey immediately, but rather left it outside, allowing its fragrance to spread further. As for the concern of wild Pokémon harming those on the ranch, there was no need for worry, setting aside the formidable presence of Gardevoir and Dragonite. Even the 3 riding Mareep possessed substantial combat strength. Before long, the remnants of the Pokémon house were completely dismantled. Kelly exchanged a few words with Jishu before joining the construction crew to commence their work. With the chores on the ranch completed, Jishu found himself with some leisure time and decided to visit the town's dessert shop to learn the art of crafting pastries. Before setting off, he made a special trip to the chicken coop to check on Bubo. On sunny days, Jishu would let the hens roam outside for a leisurely stroll. Upon his arrival, he found the hens wandering about the grass with a flock of little chicks, occasionally tilting their heads to survey their surroundings or pecking at the soil for food. Bubo lay nearby, basking in the sun while keeping an eye on the chickens. Bubo's work ethic was commendable. Jishu had only casually suggested it manage the flock, Yet he was surprised to find Bubo took the responsibility to heart, working diligently and earnestly. In the past, herding the chickens always instilled a sense of unease, as there were concerns that without supervision, they might be snatched away by wild Pokémon, or that the flock might escape the enclosure when his attention wavered. However, with the presence of Buba, Naoki felt considerably more at ease. Upon noticing his approach, Buba's eyes sparkled with delight. "Buba," Naoki cheerfully addressed him through the fence. "I'm stepping out for a bit. I entrust the care of the flock to you." "Buba." Buba promptly nodded in agreement, assuring Naoki that he would keep a vigilant watch over the chickens. Observing this heartwarming scene, a smile graced Naoki's face. Who could resist such an adorable and obedient Pokémon? With a sigh of contentment, he departed from the ranch. To avoid causing a commotion at the dessert shop, he chose to ride his motorcycle Lizard for this outing. "Let us go. Keep an eye on everyone at the ranch," he said, patting Gollet's head before speeding away, leaving the poor Gollet watching wistfully as Naoki and his Lizard vanished from sight. In Zichin Town, at the fresh milk dessert shop, Naoki stood on the red stone-paved street, gazing at the glass display case filled with an array of confections, murmuring to himself, "This must be the place." Just then, the shop door swung open, and a girl clad in a red checkered apron stepped out, hanging a wooden sign that read "Open for Business" at the entrance. Upon noticing Naoki and Gollet, she recognized him. "Oh, it's you," she exclaimed. "Hello, I'm Naoki." He introduced himself formally. "I've come to inquire about the making of Balfin." "I understand. Please come in." She smiled warmly, welcoming him inside. As Naoki entered the shop, he was greeted by a rich, sweet aroma. The establishment was modest in size, adorned with numerous glass display cases showcasing an assortment of desserts, including Balfin, toast, fruit cakes, and chocolate pies. At the counter, he spotted a Frostlass dozing, seemingly still in slumber. "I'm Lily, a pastry chef," the girl introduced herself. Following Naoki's gaze, she smiled and added, "That's Frostlass, my assistant. Thanks to her, this dessert shop is able to operate." Naoki observed the Frostlass, deducing from its coloration and fragrance that it was likely a vanilla-flavored variant. "Please, follow me," Lily beckoned, leading Naoki to the working area of the dessert shop. Here, an array of molds and tools were at hand, and Lily inquired, "Have you had any prior experience making Balfin?" Naoki shook his head honestly. "In that case," Lily pondered thoughtfully, "I will start from the very beginning to guide you." Naoki adopted an attentive posture, ready to learn. "Lily, the delightful Poffin is a dessert immensely adored by Pokémon, as it incorporates a diverse array of berries as its fundamental ingredients. Consequently, the finished Poffin imparts a myriad of extraordinary effects upon the Pokémon. For instance, it enhances their vitality, renders their fur lustrous and silky, minimizes shedding, and facilitates their journey towards greater strength. This world is replete with numerous berries, each possessing its unique flavor profile. By blending different flavored berries, one can create Poffins with a more intricate taste. Each Pokémon harbors distinct flavor preferences. I once encountered a Pokémon breeder whose Poffins were rejected by a Snorlax, yet were fervently embraced by another Pokémon, a small wild boar, which even desired to accompany him due to its fondness for the Poffins he crafted. Jishu blinked. His curiosity piqued regarding the wondrous effects that the Poffins he could personally create might possess. He began to envision himself feeding a group of wild, fluffy Pokémon with the Poffins, conjuring the vivid imagery of them all returning to the ranch with him. Eevee's various evolutions, Teddiursa, Vulpix, and Alolan Vulpix, Snorlax, Meowth, and Mew. At that moment, a shy smile crept upon Lily's face. "Oh, I inadvertently rambled on quite a bit. Now, allow me to demonstrate the process of crafting Poffins." Jishu refocused his attention as Lily retrieved berries, flour, eggs, milk, and other ingredients from the refrigerator. She began by combining flour and milk, then added 2 different flavored berries to the pot of cold water before commencing the heating process. As the clear water transformed its hue under the influence of the berries, Lily poured the well-mixed flour, eggs, and milk into the pot, explaining, "Pay close attention. During this process, it is crucial to stir continuously to infuse flavor into the Poffin, while also being vigilant about the temperature. Ensure it does not burn or spill." Jishu committed the entire procedure to memory. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lily extinguished the flame and poured the uniformly blended batter into a mold before placing it into the oven. Soon after, accompanied by a delightful chime, a batch of Poffins was complete. The rich and robust aroma wafted through the room, causing Jishu's accompanying motor lizard to swallow involuntarily. Witnessing this, Lily presented the Poffin to the motor lizard with a smile. "It seems your motor lizard is quite fond of it. Here you go." The motor lizard did not reach out with its claws to accept the offering, but instead looked questioningly at Jishu. "Go on, if you wish to eat," then eat. Jishu expressed gratitude to Lily on behalf of the motor lizard. Lily chuckled softly. All right, you should give it a try as well. Chapter 71. Dolphins and Dolphin Heroes. Crafting poffins is not a daunting task. Following Lily's method, Jishu first combined flour, eggs, and milk. He then poured clean water into the pot, introducing 2 different berries into the cold water. For this occasion, Jishu opted for the sweet peach berry and mango berry. As the pot heated up, the clear water within gradually transformed into a delicate pink hue, exuding a sweet fragrance. Frosty Milk Fairy would surely adore this scent, Naoki mused. Once he deemed it ready, he poured the prepared batter into the pot and, with a tool in hand, began to stir slowly and steadily. His extensive experience in the kitchen had endowed Naoki with an innate sense of timing in cooking. Only after the batter was thoroughly mixed did he turn off the heat, pour it into a mold, and place it in the oven to bake. Lily observed the entire process with astonished eyes, her expression reflecting her surprise. I never anticipated you possessed such remarkable talent. Naoki smiled broadly in response. Perhaps it's the intuition of a chef. Chef, but aren't you a rancher? She inquired. I am a rancher by profession, but I also moonlight as a chef, Naoki replied, glancing at the motor lizard with a grin. I usually prepare all the meals for the Pokémon at the ranch. Lily's eyes widened in understanding. I see. You truly are impressive. Managing to care for so many Pokémon all by yourself. Baking the pastries required a certain amount of time, so Naoki patiently awaited alongside the motor lizard. During this interval, several customers arrived to purchase desserts. Lily reminded Naoki to keep an eye on the time before attending to them. At the 8th minute, Lily returned, accompanied by a girl wearing a brown beret, radiating an artistic aura. Upon meeting Naoki's gaze, Lily eagerly introduced, "This is Mr. Naoki, the rancher from nearby, who is currently learning to make pastries here with me. Mr. Naoki, this is Xiao Lei, who, like you, is here to learn the art of pastry making." Xiao Lei appeared to be quite vivacious, cheerfully greeting, "Good morning, Mr. Rancher." Naoki nodded in return, "Good morning, Xiao Lei." Following Lily, the girl named Xiao Lei took a seat at the table and retrieved a red and white Pokeball from her bag. With a flash of white light, a blue and white dolphin Pokémon materialized before them. It floated gracefully in midair, resembling a dolphin but smaller in size. With a blue water ring adorning the base of its tail and eyes of a unique blue and pink hue, exuding an adorable charm. Most strikingly, a red heart marked its white belly. Naoki felt a surge of surprise. Could that be a Poplio? No. The presence of the heart indicated that this Poplio had evolved into a Bryon. He wondered whether its ability was the versatile transformation, capable of changing into its various forms. At that moment, Xiao Lei, with a vibrant voice, exclaimed, "Little Bo, this is Mr. Naoki. Today he will join us in learning to make pastries with Miss Lily." Upon hearing these words, the floating pop dolphin turned its head, emitting a melodious call, seemingly greeting its companion. Naoki felt a twinge of surprise. How did it manage to float? Xiao Lei honestly shook her head. I do not know. When I first encountered Little Bo, it was already like this. It saved me when I accidentally fell into the water, and to express my gratitude, I gifted it a Pokémon snack. Since then, we have lived together. Lily chimed in with a smile. This Pop Dolphin shares a wonderful bond with Xiao Lei. Pop Dolphin, shouldn't it be Dolphin Hero? Then Xiao Lei added, the way Little Bo swam to rescue me truly resembled the legendary Dolphin Hero in stories. Lily inquired, Mr. Naoki, you must have come from another region, and thus may not have heard of the Dolphin Hero legend that circulates in the Paldea region, correct? Naoki blinked, internally acknowledging his knowledge, yet feigning curiosity. Dolphin Hero? Xiao Lei reached out to stroke the Pop Dolphin beside her, nodding with a smile. That is a hero of the sea. Whenever it hears the cries for help from its companions, it transforms, and in that moment, it remains unseen. The legends of Pokémon in Paldea recount the heroic deeds of the Dolphin Hero, whose transformed strength is tremendous. It can effortlessly lift a cruise ship with just one fin. Unfortunately, there have never been reports of human trainers capturing a Dolphin Hero, and it rarely appears before humans. Naoki remarked, so you consider the Dolphin Hero as a Pop Dolphin, do you? He cast a glance at the Dolphin Hero, choosing not to reveal its true identity. At that moment, with a delightful chime, the delicacy known as Baofin was ready. Naoki donned heat-resistant gloves and approached to retrieve the Baofin. Instantly, a sweet aroma enveloped the entire room. Gazing at the pink Baofin in the baking tray, the attendees and Pokémon alike displayed expressions of astonishment. Wow, the scent is exquisite. Meanwhile, Naoki's mind conjured the information regarding this delicacy. Aromatic sweet Baofin, a delicious dessert crafted from ingredients such as fruits and milk, highly favored by Pokémon. Culinary effect, good friends too, significantly increases the friendliness of sweet Pokémon, easily attracting them in the wild. Additional effect: prolonged consumption enhances the Pokémon's physical strength. Evaluation: a rich aroma and a delightful taste. The Baofin can be enjoyed by both humans and Pokémon. Good friends? A significant boost to Pokémon's affection. Overall, this effect is quite favorable, effectively aiding in strengthening his bond with Pokémon. However, the failure to achieve his desired culinary effect left Naoki feeling somewhat regretful. It would be a perfect supplement for Bubo's nutrition. As he pondered, Naoki shared the Baofin with everyone present and the Pokémon, while also taking a piece for himself to savor. The freshly baked Baofin is soft and sticky, reminiscent of a muffin, infused with a delightful fragrance of tree fruits, perfectly blending the flavors of peach and mango, sweet yet not overly cloying. Wow, how delicious! As Baofin melted in her mouth, Xiaolei's eyes sparkled with delight. Li, initially taken aback, soon expressed her approval. This is truly wonderful. Motor Lizard and Dolphin Hero also displayed expressions of joy, eagerly stuffing their mouths with Baofin. Observing Motor Lizard's anxious demeanor, Jishu couldn't help but chuckle. Slow down. If there's not enough, I can always make more. Motor Lizard let out a cheerful cry. GAAO. Chapter 72. The effects of Baofin. The combinations of Baofin are not limited to just one or two types. There are numerous tree fruits, and their combinations can vary greatly. You can create a flavor uniquely suited to your Pokémon based on their preferences. After a delightful baking session, Lily shared these thoughts with Jishu. The work on the farm was exceedingly busy, and Jishu had little time to linger. Thus, upon mastering the recipe, he hurried back to the farm to prepare lunch for his Pokémon. With no oven or pot for simmering tree fruits at home, Jishu was eager to create but found himself hindered by the lack of tools, forcing him to temporarily pause his Baofin development. He surveyed his surroundings, glancing at the visual phone, rear projection television, and double-door refrigerator. Unbeknownst to him, as more items accumulated, his home became increasingly cramped. Contemplating this scene, Jishu pondered in silence. Once the Pokémon cottage was completed and the large milk can was procured, he would need to start saving for an expansion of his residence. He must first acquire a larger kitchen to accommodate more cooking utensils, such as an oven, rice cooker, frying pan, juicer, and microwave. With these tools, he could begin to develop and create a wider array of dishes and desserts, like the green grass cake. After lunch, Jishu shared the Baofin he had brought back from the fairy milk dessert shop with his Pokémon at home. Due to the sheer number of Pokémon, each one received only a small piece. Once they had finished the Baofin, the effect of friendship triggered, and a multitude of Pokémon, led by Frost Fairy and Mini Fufu, closely followed Jishu. Wherever he went, this group of Pokémon trailed behind him. As Jishu prepared to step outside to inspect the growth of the crops, Kelly, who was constructing the Pokémon cottage, noticed the flock of little tails following him and was quite surprised. "Are you all playing a game of eagle-catching chicks?" Kelly asked. Jishu replied, "The Pokémon trailing behind me, Mama Fufu, Yin Yin, Ao Wu." The cacophony of chirping voices gave Jishu a headache. Had he known, he would not have fed them the Baofin with that effect. He turned to the leading Frost Fairy and said, "You all go play for a while. I need to get to work now." However, a group of Pokémon playfully expressed their desire to remain in his company. The Frostlass even displayed a look of disappointment. Naoki exclaimed, all right. Faced with the inability to work properly with this bunch of clingy companions, he reluctantly led them to a grassy field to savor the delightful afternoon. Surrounded by a throng of Pokémon, Naoki departed, and witnessing this scene, Kuri couldn't help but chuckle, thinking their relationship was indeed enviable. The Pokémon were exuberant, and Naoki was compelled to join in their merriment. He lifted the plush toy, declaring that it was destined to be devoured by humans, and pressed it against his face. Inhaling deeply the soft, fluffy, and fragrant belly, the Dragonite, which he seldom had the opportunity to touch, was subjected to vigorous affection. He grasped its plump paws, resting his face against its soft belly. The Frostlass exuded a delightful scent of caramel and cream, tempting Naoki to taste it, but he deemed such an act too peculiar. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against it. Guzzlord, observing this spectacle with a hint of jealousy, let out a roar and forcefully intruded with its massive head. Naoki affectionately petted Guzzlord until it finally seemed content. After a while, exhausted, Naoki lay on the grass gazing at the sky, pondering the overwhelming affection of these good friends. Yet, recalling Lily's mention of wild Pokémon following trainers for food, he found solace in the thought. February 15th, the day of the Orange Academy's commencement. Early in the morning, Naoki watched the news of new students flooding into the academy. Gazing at the screen, he noticed a burly man in his 40s with a backpack, causing his brow to furrow. Can a man in his 40s truly attend Orange Academy? Nonetheless, it appeared that there were no age restrictions for enrollment. This lack of limitation allowed players to encounter a diverse array of Academy students in the game. After breakfast, Naoki washed the dishes and stepped outside. The morning dew lingered on the lawn, where Dragonite was conjuring a tempest. Under its control, dark clouds gathered above the farmland, and soon, a gentle rain began to fall, nourishing the crops below. Within a few days, the Pokémon cottage was completed. Naoki approached the newly constructed building on the ranch, pushed open the door, and entered to find the interior empty. The cottage was built from abundant wood and stone, featuring a brand new wooden floor, feeding and watering troughs positioned against the wall, and a stack of hay in the corner serving as makeshift beds. This is the dwelling of the beloved Miltanks, yet unfortunately, the current funds are insufficient to acquire one. During this period, although profits were made from selling goat milk and rock salt, the moment any earnings were realized, they were promptly spent by Naoki on a bed, with a stern prohibition against Groudon leaping onto it. A Miltank requires 20,000 Union coins, an amount that initially seems exorbitant, twice that of the rock salt Pokémon, but upon closer examination, this price encompasses import and transportation fees, rendering it quite reasonable. Unlike the mountable goat, this Pokémon is a natural dairy cow, capable of producing 20 liters of nutrient-rich milk daily. If the rancher neglects to milk it each day, the Miltank will suffer discomfort. The milk produced is sweet and beloved by both young and old. Even those unaccustomed to dairy often transform it into yogurt. For the elderly and the infirm, this nourishing milk serves as the finest beverage. An adage resonates across regions. Children raised on Miltank milk grow robust and healthy. Ordinary quality Moo Moo milk retails at 300 Union coins per 500 milliliter bottle, while superior quality can fetch up to 500 Union coins. There exists a milk porridge that can enhance the quality of fresh milk, if calculated at the highest price. A single Miltank's daily output of 20 liters could yield 20,000 Union coins, amounting to 600,000 in a month. The prospect of raising 10 Miltanks dazzled Naoki's mind, as Union coins floated before him like golden dreams. Striking it rich, with 10 Miltanks, constructing a grand villa in 2 months would be but a fantasy. However, the acquisition of a single Miltank requires 200,000 Union coins, a sum far beyond his current means. The greater the number of Pokémon, the more they consume, leading to escalating expenses. Large Pokémon like Groudon, Motor Lizard, and Dragonite can devour thousands of Union coins daily, necessitating ample nourishment to sustain their formidable physiques. Such a multitude of Pokémon is not something an ordinary person can afford to maintain. The adage rings true: to earn more is to spend more. Miltanks are no exception. The costs of fruits and high-quality pasture are substantial. After deducting daily expenses, the combined production capacity of the mountable goats and rock salt Pokémon would take considerable time to accumulate sufficient funds. Unless the mountable goats evolve into mountable goats, and the rock salt Pokémon evolve into rock salt golems, their production capabilities could see a significant enhancement post-evolution. Yet, the time until the rock salt Pokémon evolves remains distant. Recalling Ms. Joy's words from that day, Naoki turned away from the Pokémon house and approached the sheepfold. The mountable goats were leisurely lounging on the grass, munching on clover. Upon seeing Naoki, the 3 mountable goats directed their gaze toward him. Meh, Naoki thought. The little sheep, is still gathering energy, and there are currently no signs of evolution. Naoki continued to ponder. Soon, he conceived a notion that apart from enabling the saltstone mount to evolve, there might be a more advantageous method. He could purchase them one by one, using the profits from the milk produced by each large milk can to acquire another, and thus continue this cycle until he amassed 10. However, he currently possessed just over 10,000, and would need to wait another day or two to procure a large milk can. At this moment, the little sheep began to frolic once more. Observing the grassy area they summoned, Naoki suddenly recalled something. Grass-type Pokémon can also utilize grass-type energy to assist in nurturing crops. The anime has showcased this multiple times, with some grass-type Pokémon even capable of accelerating plant growth. With this thought, Naoki promptly called a halt to the little sheep's antics and led them to the edge of the fields. After explaining how to tend to the crops, the 3 little sheep ventured to a corner of the field and unleashed their grassy terrain. A verdant light erupted from the little sheep, soon enveloping the entire field. Tiny blades of grass, formed from grass-type energy, gently swayed as they integrated into the flourishing crops. Naoki focused intently, his gaze fixed on the crops, eager to witness any visible acceleration in their growth. However, after some time, the crops exhibited no discernible changes. Is it ineffective? It is well known that crop growth requires 6 essential factors: sunlight, water, soil, fertilizer, oxygen, and temperature. Sunlight was present, having just rained. He had previously fertilized the soil. The temperature was suitable, the soil quality was reasonable, and oxygen was abundant. The only plausible explanation was that the little sheep's abilities were insufficient, or perhaps the effect of the grassy terrain was minimal. Beyond this, Naoki could not fathom any other reason. If only he had a tapu bulu, he murmured. Or perhaps he could concoct a new dish that would grant Pokémon the ability to aid in the rapid growth of crops. Naoki waved his hand, allowing the little sheep to play, and then turned to the storage room behind the house, rummaging through a box to retrieve the lawn shears. He returned to the front to tend to the lawn in front of his home. During spring, the wild grass grows swiftly, and neglecting it for just a few days results in a disheveled appearance. While Naoki trimmed the lawn, the frost moth and Mini Fu frolicked around him, chasing and playing. Nearby, on the grass, Dragonite was consulting Gardevoir about the techniques for utilizing new moves. With Naoki present, the Moto lizard no longer needed to oversee the ranch and reverted to its innocent, carefree self. It was captivated by the fluttering butterflies, chasing them to an open space in front of the chicken coop. Bubbo gazed at the motor lizard by the riverbank, shaking its ears. The industrious 3 bees flitted between the beehive and the wildflowers, tirelessly collecting nectar. A large butterfly settled on the rooftop, basking in the sunlight while observing the scene below. The warmth of the spring sun was delightful, rendering everything so splendid. Meanwhile, outside the enclosure surrounding the pasture, a Pokémon with a coat of light brown fur, adorned with a crescent-shaped white pattern on its head and a small, round brown tail, quietly concealed itself behind a tree, watching the happenings on the farm. Its gaze closely followed a 3 bee, observing as it transported nectar back to the hive, only to depart once more to gather nectar from distant blossoms. Once the bee had vanished, the bear cub turned its attention to the other Pokémon within the pasture. A human's home, the bear cub mused. A few days prior, it had spotted the silhouette of a 3 bee in the forest. As a bear cub, it was naturally drawn to honey, and in its quest for this sweet treasure, it decided to follow the bee. However, the forest's intricate terrain and the bee's ability to fly caused it to lose track of its target from time to time. After several days, it finally discovered the 3B's hive. The image of that sweet nectar danced in its mind, and the bear cub couldn't help but swallow hard. It yearned to rush over and steal the honey, licking it clean, yet the instinct of the Pokémon warned it that such an act would provoke the human's wrath. What then could be a better plan? The bear cub pondered, a wicked smile creeping across its face. It had ample experience in such matters, having successfully pilfered honey from many humans before. An idea sparked in its mind. Now, it simply needed to wait for the opportune moment. In the afternoon, while Mr. Jishu was at home watching television, he was suddenly startled by the voice of the town's postman, Avon. Stepping outside to investigate, he saw Avon pulling a letter from his bag. "Mr. Jishu, I have a letter for you." "Oh, who sent it?" Jishu asked, somewhat surprised. Avon grinned broadly. "It's from Mr. Matsuda of Sanshui Ranch, and he asked me to deliver it to you." An image of a small, white-haired old man flashed through Jishu's mind. He had previously exchanged a piece of cheese for meat slices with him at the Cherry Blossom Festival. What could he want? With a sense of curiosity, Jishu tore open the envelope, revealing a message that read, "To Jishu. Hello, Jishu. I am Matsuda from Sanshui Ranch. Have you encountered a bear cub recently? If so, never mind. If not, I feel compelled to caution you. Do not be deceived by that bear cub's charming appearance. It would deliberately manifest itself in the pasture, seizing the opportunity to stealthily abscond with all the honey. Numerous farms in the vicinity have fallen victim to its malevolent grasp. That bear cub is nothing short of a formidable tyrant. It continues to roam nearby, so one must exercise caution. Sanshui Farm, Matsuda. Chapter 74. The Bear Cub. Have I been bamboozled? For thousand a bear cub? Naoki stared in astonishment at the letter in his hand, his mind racing with disbelief at the existence of such a Pokémon. After a moment of contemplation, he tucked the letter away and expressed his gratitude to the postal worker, Ivan. Once the latter turned away, Naoki glanced towards the back mountain. Was it lured here by the scent of honey? He was keen to discover what this so-called tyrant of a bear cub truly looked like. However, before that, he needed to make adequate preparations. Since the honeycombs were nearly full, Naoki retrieved a jar from his home to collect the honey. The freshly harvested honey, clear and golden, flowed slowly into the jar, emanating an enticing sweetness. This exquisite honey serves as an exceptional ingredient for both culinary creations and beverages. Numerous Pokémon are drawn to it. In fact, if smeared on a tree trunk, it could attract a multitude of honey-loving Pokémon. Having completely emptied the honeycomb, Naoki stored the filled jar indoors. Although the letter mentioned the presence of a bear cub, he was unaware of its timing. With little work to do on the farm that afternoon, he settled in at home to watch television. The programs in this world were quite captivating, with Pokémon interwoven throughout. The weather forecast featured a glowing tadpole alongside the presenter, culinary shows showcased the Frostlass, and there were even various films produced by Pokémon Hollywood. However, what captured Naoki's attention most was the imminent commencement of the annual treasure hunt. In a news segment, a reporter, microphone in hand, was interviewing a student clad in the Orange Academy uniform, inquiring about which city he intended to challenge a gym first. As time passed unnoticed, the sun began its descent. The orange twilight streamed through the window, casting a dreamy beauty over the dozing Mini-Fu on the windowsill. Naoki switched off the television, stepped out of his room, and while daylight still lingered, he surveyed his farm, replenishing the feed for his mount, the sheep, the salt rock, and the hens. Once his tasks were complete, the sun had nearly vanished beyond the horizon, and darkness gradually enveloped the earth. Naoki strolled leisurely across the lawn, gazing at the sky while contemplating his dinner for the evening. At that moment, along the path leading to the back mountain, he suddenly spotted a petite figure. To be precise, it was the silhouette of a bear cub. Here it comes. Upon receiving the letter from the Sanshui ranch, Jishu felt a sudden chill in his heart. The formidable little demon, the bear cub, had finally arrived. He stood still, locking eyes with it for a few moments. In reality, the bear cub was quite small, adorned with a crescent-shaped pattern on its head, exuding an undeniable cuteness. It appeared to be lost, gazing up with its dark, innocent eyes. This appearance was designed to evoke the utmost sympathy from humans, compelling them to lower their guard. It was a clever strategy of the bear cub, which deliberately chose this moment. Who would abandon a lost little Pokémon in the wilderness? The sight of the forlorn cub under the night sky was even more pitiful. Come here, the bear cub thought, revealing an insidious smile within while maintaining a facade of innocence. It struggled to suppress the urge to glance at the honey-s location. Swallowing hard, everything would be worth it. If this human took it home, when night fell, it could stealthily escape and take all the honey. The bear cub entertained such thoughts. As Jishu observed the bear cub across from him, an epiphany struck him, and a better plan emerged. With a smile gracing his face, he stepped forward. Oh dear, whose little bear cub is this? How could it be all alone at such a late hour? The bear cub, feigning cuteness, responded with a soft whimper, then watched as the human scanned the surroundings. What a pitiful little creature. Could it possibly be lost? Tricked. Behind the scenes, the bear cub subtly curled its lips in a sly grin. Hearing these words, it nodded vigorously, putting on an act of distress. Yes, I am a poor, lost bear cub, so please take me home. This was the usual routine. Upon hearing its plight, humans would eagerly offer to take it home. However, the anticipated scenario did not unfold. It suddenly felt the ground slip away beneath its feet, and in the next moment, its entire body was lifted, with its face pressed against the human's stomach. The bear cub exclaimed in surprise, "Mommy, help. I've encountered a pervert." How adorable, Jishu exclaimed, reveling in the bear cub's charm. He had expected the scent of a wild bear cub to be unpleasant, but upon closer proximity, he discovered it bore a sweet fragrance reminiscent of honey. Being young and yet to evolve into its more formidable form, the cub's fur was exceptionally soft. If it were a Pokémon with purely innocent intentions, Jishu might have shown some restraint. However, this bear cub was a rogue, adept at using its adorable appearance for deception. In such a situation, he saw no need to hold back. He would seize the opportunity to indulge in the moment. Besides, he had already secured the honey in a concealed location, entrusting its guardianship to Frostlass. The room was filled with a multitude of Pokémon, making it improbable for the bear cub to pilfer all the honey beneath the watchful gaze of so many people. Startled by Naoki's actions, the cub instinctively attempted to push him away with its paw. However, midway through, it suddenly recalled its true purpose for being there and retracted its paw. Resisting, I must endure. The sweet, delectable honey lies just ahead, the cub thought. Determined to acquire every drop of honey hoarded by this human, it resolved to steal it all, leaving none behind. At that moment, the bear cub noticed that the human finally came to a halt, and a wave of relief washed over it. Naoki brought the bear cub back to the wooden cabin. Witnessing this scene filled the cub with joy, hooked. Yet, in the next instant, it felt dread creeping in. The human seemed to be preparing dinner. It was placed upon a wooden stool, and upon lifting its head, it discovered itself surrounded by a throng of Pokémon. Golem, Charmeleon, Dragonite, Bidoof, and Frostless. All eyes were on that large red lizard, and a bead of cold sweat began to form on the bear cub's brow. What kind of Pokémon is this? Its aura is terrifying. If it were to uncover my true intentions, I would be doomed. Suppressing its fear, the bear cub managed to display a friendly smile and initiated a greeting. Hello? Golem's eyes darted around, seemingly lost in thought, and disregarded the bear cub, instead lying down to await dinner. Bidoof, known for its lively disposition, greeted the cub with warmth. Don't be afraid. Naoki is really nice. Yes, indeed. Very nice. The bear cub replied with a couple of forced chuckles. Soon, Naoki approached with dinner. Although the meal was sumptuous, the bear cub's mind was solely occupied with how to steal the honey, leaving it little appetite for the other food. Even when presented with the human's hospitality, it merely nibbled on a single berry. After dinner, Naoki quickly washed up and retired to bed early, pretending to be oblivious to the bear cub's intentions. He said to it, "Since you are lost, you can stay here tonight. We'll see if you can find your way home in the morning. Tomorrow, you want to see me." The bear cub nodded happily on the surface while harboring quite a different thought within. When the night grew silent and the human along with the Pokémon fell asleep, it would be time for action. To steal all the honey and return to the forest den to savor it leisurely. Just thinking about it thrilled the cub. However, in the next moment, the human lifted it onto the bed and tucked it snugly under the warm covers. Bidoof climbed onto the blanket, soothingly saying, "Don't worry. Naoki is being affectionate because he really likes you." The little bear tugged at the corners of its mouth as the lights in the room were extinguished. Closing its eyes, the bear held its breath, feigning sleep while truly awaiting the opportune moment. Time passed slowly, and after a considerable duration, darkness enveloped the surroundings. With everyone and every Pokémon seemingly succumbed to slumber, the bear opened its eyes wide. Its vision was sharp, allowing it to discern its environment even in the night. Supporting itself with its paws on the bed, it surveyed the situation around it. The human before it lay with eyes shut, their breathing steady and rhythmic. The red Pokémon and another, a motor lizard, rested at the bedside, also appearing to be asleep. Now was the moment. The bear's heart raced as it contemplated stealthily rising to escape and procure honey. However, before it could make its move, the human beside it suddenly turned, tightening their embrace and holding the bear firmly. The little bear quickly stifled its breath, daring not to exhale. Had it been discovered? A flicker of unease crossed its mind. In all its previous endeavors, this was the first time it encountered such an unusual human. Unlike others on the ranch who merely brought it indoors, this one dared to hold it while sleeping. After a pause, the human made no further movements. The bear closed its eyes again, pretending to be asleep. Much time elapsed, and the surroundings fell into complete silence. In the stillness of the night, with the world hushed, it was the perfect opportunity. The humans seemed to have drifted into a deep slumber, for not long ago, they unconsciously released their grip and turned over. Seizing the chance, the little bear promptly crawled out from under the covers, gently grasping the blanket as it slid down to the floor. Under the moonlight's embrace, it tiptoed across the floor. It deftly maneuvered past the sleeping Gollert and motor lizard, relieved to find they remained undisturbed. Gazing at the increasingly closed door, the bear's heart swelled with joy. All the humiliation and endurance it had endured today was for this very moment, was it not? How dare the human press their face against its belly? An act reserved for only the closest of companions. Now, it intended to exact a thorough revenge, seizing all the honey in retaliation. At last, it reached the door. The little bear cautiously pushed it open just a crack and skillfully slipped through. Once back outside, it immediately dashed towards the beehive. The familiar hive stood amidst the grass. Bathed in moonlight, the 3 honeybees, nestled together, were fast asleep within. Approaching the hive, the bear was taken aback upon realizing the situation inside. Where was the delectable, sweet honey? Why was there nothing at all? It pawed at the hive, feeling only a trace of residual honey. What was happening? The bear's expression turned to one of disbelief, its eyes wide with astonishment. Was it taken for granted by someone? Reflecting on the humiliation it endured throughout the night, only to end up with nothing, the little bear was suddenly engulfed by a sense of existential despair. What should it do? Standing at the crossroads of life, the bear found itself ensnared in confusion for the first time. Should it abandon the honey of this farm and depart? Or should it remain, to discover where this human concealed the honey, and seize the opportunity to pilfer it? The little bear yearned to choose the latter, yet the peril was palpable. Through its observations, it had discerned that the Pokémon inhabiting this farm were not easily trifled with. If discovered, the bear's fate could be dire. Licking the honey residue from its paws, savoring the delectable sweetness, it resolutely made up its mind. No, it could not simply let this go. With this thought, the bear turned around and returned to the wooden cabin. Under the moonlight, The Butterfree watched the bear's actions with a puzzled expression. Huh. Oblivious to the fact that its movements had been revealed, the bear slipped through the door's crack, relieved to find no one awake. It retraced its steps to the bed, nestled beside the human, feigning innocence as it closed its eyes to rest. After a while, the human, named Naoki, quietly opened his eyes, gazing at the serene bear beside him, reflecting that this little bear possessed quite a bit of tenacity. If it were to evolve into a Teddiursa, it would likely embody even more determination. However, with that in mind, he felt no hesitation. A smirk crossed his lips as he shut his eyes once more, drifting back to sleep. At dawn, Naoki awoke to the calls of his Butterfree. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the creature perched on his chest. The sunlight streamed through the window, heralding a new day as Butterfree joyfully greeted him. Seeing the cheerful Butterfree, Naoki reached out to pat its head, smiling as he exclaimed, "Good morning, Butterfree." Rising from his bed, he turned to the now-awake little bear. Maintaining the charade, he inquired, "Good morning, little bear. Do you remember where you got lost? Are there any adults at your home? Perhaps a Teddiursa? Where did you used to live?" Faced with these questions, the little bear was momentarily taken aback. How could it respond? Yet, for the sake of honey, it resolved to continue its ruse. Chapter 75. Special Soil. In response to Naoki's inquiries, the little bear feigned ignorance. It struggled to maintain its composure, its bright, round eyes reflecting a mixture of innocence and bewilderment, seemingly unable to comprehend the human's words. "Oh, this little bear is quite the actor," Naoki mused silently, observing the bear's demeanor. He chose not to press further and instead turned to prepare breakfast. This morning's breakfast once again consisted of moo milk, fruit juice, sandwiches, complemented by delicious fried eggs, golden and glistening with oil, alongside several cookies sprinkled with granulated sugar. The Pokémon, particularly the swift dragon, relished these delights, yet the little bear exhibited a distinct lack of interest. Under the watchful gaze of Jishu, it absent-mindedly consumed 2 peach fruits. "Are you full?" Jishu inquired. "Would you not like to try something else?" "No," the bear shook its head. Casting a glance at the spread before it, in comparison, it yearned for tree fruits lavishly coated in honey. Enveloped in a thick layer of golden, translucent honey, it imagined licking the outer layer clean before indulging in the succulent fruit within. The honey-kissed tree fruits, sweet and delectable, made the bear salivate merely at the thought. "Very well," Jishu conceded, not pressing the matter further. After breakfast, he busied himself with the tasks at the ranch while observing the dragon's rain-calling abilities. The little bear was entrusted to Bubbo for care. Having arrived a few days earlier, Bubbo was quite familiar with the ranch. Upon receiving Jishu's assigned tasks, its eyes sparkled as it led the way. "Follow me," Jishu declared with warmth. "I really like you. You'll be staying here from now on. Come, let me introduce you to everyone." Faced with Bubbo's enthusiasm, the little bear internally scoffed. It had no intention of staying here. It had come solely for the delectable honey. And once it secured its prize, it would vanish without a trace, leaving no one to find it. But for now, that was not an option. The bear turned its gaze toward the beehive. The bees were already busy gathering nectar, and it would be a considerable time before the honey was ready. Patience, the bear thought. A qualified hunter must possess ample patience. Thus, it followed Bubbo as they explored this new territory. Their first stop was the chicken coop where Bubbo worked. Observing the hens strolling on the grass and the fluffy chicks, Bubbo delightedly introduced them to the bear. "Follow me," it chirped. However, the little bear merely glanced and displayed little enthusiasm, leaving Bubbo momentarily disheartened. With its head hanging low and spirits dampened, Bubbo quickly rallied and guided the bear to the salt house where the salt gems resided. The 5 salt gems were still asleep, huddled together in slumber. Upon witnessing this, Bubbo refrained from disturbing them and quietly informed the bear from a distance. "These salt gems can produce salty rock salt." Rock salt? How could that ever compare to sweet honey? The bear's mind drifted to the thought of luscious honey, and it swallowed hard, asking, "Do you know about honey? Its taste far surpasses that of rock salt." "Honey?" Bubbo replied with a joyful nod. "I know. The day before yesterday, Naoki prepared honey lemon water for them, which was delightfully sweet." Upon hearing this, the little bear's face was filled with envy. This further solidified its resolve to pilfer honey. At the third stop, Bubbo led the little bear to the pasture where the riding sheep resided. Initially, the little bear felt indifferent as it gazed upon the 3 languid riding sheep. However, without warning, a terrifying energy erupted from the trio. A vibrant green aura enveloped the surrounding area, and sharp flying leaves danced through the air. The riding sheep tilted their heads back, and a robust beam of sunlight surged past the little bear, shooting straight into the sky. The little bear was taken aback. Standing frozen in place, feeling the fearsome aura that had just burst forth, swallowing hard. How frightening. Such a powerful move. Had it been struck by that attack, what would have become of the 3 riding sheep? In that moment, the little bear suddenly realized that so many formidable Pokémon resided in this pasture. Could it truly dare to steal all the honey in front of them? Not just those 3 riding sheep, but also that menacing red Pokémon. The little bear's honey-clouded heart regained clarity. If its thievery was discovered, what consequences would it face? The little bear dared not contemplate that. At that moment, fear overtook it, and it reconsidered its intentions. What to do? What to do? Gazing at the extraordinary 3 riding sheep, cold sweat trickled down its forehead, and visions of being engulfed by 3 beams of light flashed in its mind. At that moment, Bubo, accustomed to the situation, casually reassured, Bamo Bamo. Don't be afraid, the riding sheep won't harm us. They are all Naoki's Pokémon, and will protect everyone in the pasture. Yet, with a guilty conscience, the little bear glanced around, noticing that the human had not yet spotted it, and quickly fabricated an excuse to separate from Bubo. Once it had distanced itself from prying eyes, the little bear could not help but quicken its pace, galloping away. Oh dear, this place is too terrifying. It no longer wanted the honey and vowed never to return. Thus, the little bear was frightened away by the riding sheep. When Naoki, having finished his chores on the pasture, turned to look for it, he found no trace of the little bear. Confused, he sought out Bubo and inquired, "Where's the little bear?" Bubo, with a bewildered expression, replied, "Bamo, I don't know. I have no idea what happened. It just suddenly disappeared." Seeing this, Naoki raised an eyebrow slightly. After asking Bubo to recount what transpired, Bubo faithfully reenacted the recent events. After watching, Naoki appeared astonished. Oh, it was scared away by the riding sheep? He couldn't help but feel somewhat speechless, gazing towards the back mountain and scanning the area, yet he found no sign of the little bear. Within Jishu's heart lingered a sense of regret. He had yet to fully appreciate the tender creature. Initially, he had planned to draw a warm bath for the adorable bear cub after completing his work, ensuring it would be fragrant and delightful before engaging in some playful interaction. However, before he could make his move, the little one had been startled away. Reflecting on this, Jishu pondered if he had perhaps been too forceful. After all, the bear cub was merely a creature yearning for honey, even willing to compromise its appearance for a taste. He gazed into the distance, then turned back towards the house, retrieving a jar of honey from the cupboard. He filled a smaller jar with a portion of it and handed it to Bada Butterfly, saying, "Bada Butterfly, take this jar of honey into the forest and see if you can locate the bear cub. If you find it, please convey my message that stealing is wrong. If it desires honey, it can trade something in exchange." If he was not mistaken, the bear cub's trait was likely linked to perseverance. However, prior to evolving into a circular bear, its current trait should still be that of scavenging. Pokémon with this trait have a penchant for collecting items from the wild, so gathering some berries should be an effortless task for it. Bada Butterfly gently accepted the jar and soared towards the mountain's rear. Once it departed, Jishu took a deep breath, directing his focus back to the farm. The crops were already in their second batch, with approximately half a month remaining until maturity. Unbeknownst to him, spring was already half over, and summer was fast approaching. Should he procure a batch of seeds for summer crops in advance? Yes, it would be prudent to prepare. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed with tasks during the seasonal transition. Additionally, careful planning for the well-being of each Pokémon residing on the farm was essential. For the moment, he need not concern himself with the riding sheep, as the grass clumps allowed them to thrive without stress. His attention was required for Saltstone Pokémon, Dragonite, and Mini Fufu. 1. To facilitate the evolution of Saltstone Pokémon into Saltstone Pillar, and ultimately towards the final evolution of Saltstone Titan. 2. To assist Dragonite in learning a greater array of moves. 3. To aid Mini Fufu in evolving into Olive Neo, thereby granting him access to the fragrant and delectable olive oil. Thus, he could experiment with using rock salt in culinary endeavors, aiming to create a dish akin to green dumplings that would delight the Saltstone Pokémon. However, given that Saltstone Pokémon were of the rock type, it might be wise to incorporate nutrient-rich minerals and soil into the recipes. Currently, Dragonite had mastered moves such as Wing Attack, Glare, Tornado, Dragon Rage, Quick Attack, Dragon Tail, Rain Dance, Thunder Punch, and was diligently practicing Volt Tackle. Overall, this Dragonite's array of offensive moves spanned 4 types: Flying, Dragon, Electric, and Normal, broadening its combat versatility. Regrettably, the Dragon-type dish could not be crafted, Naoki murmured to himself. However, Dragonite was currently honing its Thunderbolt technique, and he intended to wait until it had mastered that move before practicing others. As for Cherubi, being a Grass-type Pokémon, Naoki had previously attempted to feed it rice dumplings. Unfortunately, Cherubi did not appreciate the sticky texture of the glutinous rice skin and, coupled with its rather lethargic mindset, showed little concern for becoming stronger. Naoki pondered that he should start developing a grass-type dish tailored to Cherubi's taste, one that could aid in its growth. Today, he planned to venture into town, not only to purchase seeds for summer crops, but also to check if the large milk canisters had arrived. The last time he inquired, the elder from Happy Ranch mentioned that the ship carrying the milk canisters might have encountered a storm and lost contact with them. With this thought, Naoki mounted his Golduck and set off towards Qingqing town. Since his previous trip to town was on a motorcycle lizard, it was only natural that he rode Golduck this time. This was a rule established by Golduck, as it believed this way it would not be at a disadvantage. The bustling atmosphere of Qingqing town remained unchanged. On his way to the seed shop, Naoki passed through the Qingqing market. His mind was occupied with thoughts of the salt stone when suddenly he heard shouts emanating from the market. Come and take a look. Freshly unearthed sunstones from Zuezhazen. Starting bid 2,000 alliance coins. Sunstone? Naoki hurried over to see a crowd gathered around a stall. On display was a stone resembling the sun, its color a fiery red. The vendor, beaming with delight, exclaimed, 3,000 alliance coins, 3,000 alliance coins once. 5,000, 5,500, 7,000, 7,000 alliance coins once. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? The Sunstone, the marvelous Sunstone, capable of evolving Pokémon. Purchasing it will definitely not lead to a loss. Wow. This gentleman bids 10,000 alliance coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Naoki curiously observed from the outside, and the Sunstone was ultimately sold for 60,000 alliance coins to a wealthy trainer. Following that, the vendor presented a second auction item, a handcrafted sweet ball. Oh, I didn't expect there to be an auction here. Naoki felt somewhat surprised, as in the game, Qingqing Market was quite a prominent place. People there could auction off anything, from fruit healing potions to diamond and jade orbs. Even Arceus's tablets could be sold. However, in reality, it was not so extravagant. The rarest items for sale were likely only evolution stones. Yet, those held little value for Naoki, and after a few glances, he turned away to explore the Qingqing market further. In that place, he observed vendors selling crops and milk harvested from farms, fish and seafood caught from the waters, along with some individuals offering handcrafted delicacies. Naoki held little interest in these wares. He traversed the ingredient section and arrived at a cluster of stalls on the right side. Here, an array of Pokémon supplies was available, including food, toys, and small climbing structures designed for Pokémon. Naoki picked up a frisbee, weighing it in his hand before inquiring, Gyurton, what do you think of this? Gyurton glanced at the frisbee, envisioning Naoki throwing it with force and then dashing to retrieve it. It rather enjoyed this game, nodding its large head joyfully. All right then, we'll buy it. It was just what they needed for the ranch, as Pokémon toys were in short supply. The frisbee was reasonably priced at 800 alliance coins. And after a swift payment, Naoki continued onward. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a small bag of special soil at a stall selling Pokémon food. The soil appeared powdered and possessed a unique metallic hue. What is this? Naoki inquired with curiosity. The vendor glanced at Gyurton beside him and replied with a smile. This soil is exceptionally suitable for Steel-type and Rock-type Pokémon. It is rich in minerals and trace elements, providing substantial support for their growth. Is there really such a thing? This is the first I've heard of it, Naoki exclaimed in surprise. The vendor nodded with a grin. Indeed. This special soil is extracted from the mines of Yuzha Town, a local specialty. It's quite affordable too. This small bag is only 1,500 alliance coins. Many trainers specializing in rock and steel types purchase this soil from me, as I transport it directly from Yuzha Town. Upon hearing this, Naoki's immediate reaction was that he had found a solution for the enhancement recipe of his rock-type Pokémon. The price of 1,500 was reasonable, regardless of its utility. He decided to purchase a bag to try it out. With that thought in mind, he promptly declared, I'll take a bag. Very well.